Chapter 64. A sword descends from the west. Celestial beings from beyond the heavens. An old acquaintance? Do we still wish to meet the city lord? At this moment, the crowd truly began to believe the words of Yi Guqing. The two had indeed crossed paths previously. Yi Guqing now turned his gaze towards the elder, Yi Liangshan, awaiting the elder's decision. Although the lord of Baiyun City is Yi Guqing, it is Yi Liangshan who wields the true authority. In any realm, strength reigns supreme. Throughout the entire Valen continent, Yi Liangshan stands among the most formidable individuals. He is also the guardian deity of the Baiyun kingdom. As a mere city lord, how could he dare to act boastfully before his own ancestor? Yi Liangshan gently stroked his beard and said, "Since he is an old friend, let us meet him first." Thus, everyone exited the city lord's residence in unison. In order to showcase his grandeur, Yi Liangshan soared alone through the skies. Even those with golden-level prowess could merely ride their steeds upon the ground. Upon reaching the city wall, they beheld a young man standing quietly in the air outside the city. Yi Guqing focused his gaze and confirmed that it was undoubtedly the person he had encountered before. He then whispered a few words into the ear of elder Yi Liangshan. Yi Liangshan addressed Lin Yu loudly. "I presume you are the lord of Jiuzhou City, Lin Yu. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to Baiyun City?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Do the outsiders speak in such a literary manner, or is this a deliberate act of the battlefield's translation? Complaints aside, Lin Yu spoke. "Regardless, I have had an acquaintance with your city lord, Yi Guqing. Will you not invite me into the city for a cup of tea, so we may converse leisurely? Your Jiuzhou City is an enemy, not an ally to Baiyun City. Thus, tea is unnecessary." "Speak your mind directly," replied Yi Liangshan. Realizing he was not particularly welcome, Lin Yu remained unfazed and declared, "In that case, I shall be straightforward. My Jiuzhou City aims to unify the entire battlefield of myriad races. You, Baiyun City, are fortunate to be the closest to Jiuzhou City. Hence, I have come to offer you an opportunity for ascendance." "What opportunity?" Yi Liangshan furrowed his brow, sensing an unease. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, "Submit to me and become a vassal race of Jiuzhou City, and I shall assist you in unifying the entire Valen continent." Suddenly, Lin Yu's expression hardened, and he coldly declared, "Of course, you may refuse, but the only outcome will be the annihilation of your race." "What? Bold, impudent. Elder, I request permission to battle outside the city. I will certainly sever the head of this insolent brat." The numerous generals atop Baiyun City were filled with righteous indignation, clamoring for battle, determined to defend the honor of Baiyun City. Meanwhile, on the distant Jiuzhou land, billions of citizens erupted in applause upon hearing Lin Yu's grandiose declarations. "The city lord is imposing. Well said, submit and soar with me. Refuse and face annihilation. Isn't it too cruel to threaten annihilation at the drop of a hat? Goodness, in such times, there's still these naive do-gooders. In the war of races, it is either you perish or I do. There is no room for mercy. If Jiuzhou does not grow strong, it will be our own race facing extinction. Do you still have the heart to pity others? Fine. Instead of wasting time with frivolous banter, you would do better to cultivate. I am on the verge of reaching silver level. What of you? Have you even reached bronze? Bow down to the esteemed individuals above. Could it be that you are the legendary Wang Lang, gifted with imperial potential?" At this moment, nearly everyone on Blue Star was focused on Lin Yu. After all, this marked the first dialogue between Blue Star and foreign civilizations, with far-reaching implications. Back in Baiyun City, upon hearing Lin Yu's threats of annihilation, the crowd was incensed. Yet only Yi Liangshan and Yi Guqing were seriously contemplating the potentiality of these events. In Yi Liangshan's eyes, he could not discern the depth of Lin Yu's strength at all. Were it not for Lin Yu's ability to fly, he might have assumed him to be an ordinary person. Thus, Yi Liangshan arrived at a conclusion. If Lin Yu did not possess any artifacts to conceal his cultivation, his strength must exceed his own, at least at the intermediate diamond level or stronger. Such power could easily dominate Valen continent, rendering the destruction of Baiyun City a mere formality. However, to compel Yi Liangshan to submit in this manner was something he could never countenance. As the invincible myth of Baiyun Kingdom, he bore his own pride. If he were to yield at the mere utterance of a few words, how could he ever navigate the future? Yi Liangshun steadied his mind and silenced the clamor of his subordinates. He addressed Lin Yu, saying, "Your Excellency, to think that mere words could compel me to submit my domain of Baiyun City is rather fanciful. If you can withstand a single strike from my blade without succumbing to death, then we may discuss other matters." Yi Liangshun harbored his own intentions. As a decrepit diamond-level warrior, engaging in battle against a combatant of mid-diamond rank or even higher would be a futile endeavor for him. However, he possessed a trump card, a legendary sword technique that had upheld the Yi family's prominence in the Valen continent for a millennium. This technique wielded immense power and could even slay foes of higher rank. Yet, the cost was equally formidable, requiring a significant expenditure of vital energy to unleash. He had once dispatched an adversary of diamond rank during his ascension to the initial stage of diamond using this very move. Having drained a considerable amount of his vitality, in his current state, he could execute this technique a maximum of 3 more times before facing imminent exhaustion. Nevertheless, he was confident that regardless of Lin Yu's prowess, if he were to accept this strike head-on, he would either be gravely injured or perish. Upon hearing Yi Liangshun's declaration, Lin Yu understood that he sought to test his own strength and did not refuse. After all, he was merely a lowly diamond-level warrior, and one whose vitality was already waning. What harm could it be to receive a single blow? Moreover, those weakened by declining vitality were often easier to subjugate. At that point, he could assist in replenishing his vitality and prolonging his life, ensuring unwavering loyalty far surpassing that of a mere hound. With such a devoted subordinate, unifying the Valen continent would become significantly simpler. Furthermore, he required an agent, or rather a puppet, to assist in the governance of the Valen continent. A figure like Yi Liangshun, whose life was nearing its end, was ideally suited for this role. Lin Yu chuckled lightly. "Unleash your most formidable technique upon me. Strike with all your might. Not merely potent, but utterly ruthless. Do not hold back. I shall show no mercy. Come forth." Yi Liangshun bellowed. A sword from the west, celestial being descending from the heavens. Instantly, the skies above Baiyun City were filled with the swirling essence of sword energy. A chilling, unmatched beam of sword light descended from the heavens, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, akin to the wrath of a thunder god. It bore an overwhelming force, hurtling towards Lin Yu with the speed of a tempest. Lin Yu sensed the unparalleled momentum of the sword energy approaching. He did not underestimate the threat. Swiftly, he channeled the 9 turns mysterious art, and radiant sword energies materialized before him in an instant. Lin Yu did not employ any ostentatious techniques or exaggerated movements. With a single punch, he struck down upon the converging sword energies. With a resounding boom, the formidable sword energy was instantaneously shattered, causing Yi Liangshun atop Baiyun City to spout blood and be propelled backward. A nearby, golden-level commander swiftly caught him. The onlookers glared at Lin Yu in fury, yet dared not utter another word of defiance. It was absurd. The legendary celestial strike of ancestor Yi Liangshun had been effortlessly neutralized by Lin Yu. Their silver and gold-level strengths were utterly insufficient against him. To provoke further would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Yu gazed at the crowd atop the city wall and inquired, "Might I now be invited in for a cup of tea?" The gathered individuals looked at the unconscious Yi Liangshun, instantly losing their resolve. They exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, the young Yi Guqing stepped forward and clasped his fist towards Lin Yu, stating, "Baiyun City respectfully invites Senior Lin Yu to enter the city for a discussion." He then instructed the nearby commanders, "Open the city gates." Although Lin Yu could have flown in, it was essential to accord respect to such a formidable presence. Lin Yu gracefully soared to the city gates and strode confidently into Baiyun City. Chapter 65. A good dog. Lin Yu strode majestically through the gates of Baiyun City, with Yi Guqing and his companions hastening to greet him. They were in the presence of a formidable figure capable of vanquishing their ancestor in an instant, and they dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of negligence. "Lord Lin Yu, we humbly welcome you." Yi Guqing bowed deeply, his demeanor one of utmost respect. The generals beside him, albeit reluctantly, followed suit in a gesture of deference. The situation dictated their actions, leaving them no room to maintain any pretensions. Thus commenced the inaugural exchange between the civilization of Blue Star and that of Valen Continent, with Lin Yu assuming a position of undeniable dominance, instilling a sense of pride among all humanity residing on Blue Star. What a farcical place Baiyun City is. It crumbles effortlessly under pressure. And that so-called celestial flight technique? It appeared daunting, yet was easily dispelled by a single punch from the cosmic deity. This is not merely a reflection of the opponent's weakness, but rather an indication of the cosmic deity's overwhelming strength. The sheer force of his blow should have been enough to obliterate the opponent, and yet they survived. That alone is a testament to their tenacity. Without the cosmic deity. Instead of envying others, we ought to dedicate ourselves to rigorous training. Mastering the Yin-Yang Taiji scripture passed down by the cosmic deity to perfection would enable us to attain the diamond level. Indeed, we as cultivators need not covet the achievements of others. With diligent practice, we too can fight for the realms of the 9 provinces. Lin Yu's invincible presence filled every inhabitant of the 9 provinces with immense pride and a sense of honor, while simultaneously casting a heavy shadow of pressure upon their adversaries. Within an underground base in the kingdom of Meili, Commander David bore a grim expression as he observed Lin Yu striding confidently into Baiyun City. Feeling the weight of anxiety mounting, the progress is alarmingly swift. The second round of tests had barely commenced for half an hour, and Lin Yu was already poised to conquer the first city. At this rate, it would take him but a month or two to seize control of all surrounding cities. In stark contrast, their own city lord, Alice, was still piloting her aircraft en route to the region of North Bear City. David, well aware of Alice's intentions, understood that she aimed to ally with North Bear City and the neighboring territories to unify their forces against the city of the 9 provinces, ultimately seeking to submit to external civilizations. I hope you are right, David murmured. Ever since Alice's previous derision, his confidence had crumbled. Internally, he struggled to control the chaos within the kingdom of Meili, while externally, he found it impossible to reign in the city lord, Alice. The once mighty commander now felt like a feeble old man, reduced to hoping that Alice could lead the kingdom of Meili out of its dire straits. Inside Baiyun City, Lin Yu followed the others to the lord's residence, where he was respectfully ushered to the main seat by Yi Guqing, the former occupant of the seat. The ancestor Yi Liangchun remained in a deep slumber. Yi Guqing, come here, Lin Yu beckoned. Yes, esteemed senior, Yi Guqing replied, bending low as he approached Lin Yu. Adopting a demeanor of utmost humility, Lin Yu was pleased with Yi Guqing's attitude and casually handed him a cup containing a colorless, tasteless liquid, the 50 milliliters of primary life essence. Administer this to that old man, Lin Yu instructed. Yi Guqing accepted the liquid with reverence, showing no hesitation as he pried open Yi Liangchun's mouth and poured the liquid down his throat. Moments later, a faint flush began to appear on Yi Liangchun's pale face, and he slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of Lin Yu seated in the main position. Startled, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground. I, a mere mortal, have failed to recognize the mountain before me and have offended you, esteemed senior. I implore your forgiveness. Yi Liangchun stammered, his voice trembling. The hall fell into a profound silence, with Yi Guqing and the other generals staring in disbelief at their ancestor. Was this truly the invincible legend of Baiyun Kingdom? At this moment, he appeared more like a craven supplicant. Yi Liangchun, kneeling, paid no heed to the scornful thoughts swirling through the minds of those present. The myth of invincibility was merely a fabrication of his own making. The Valen continent concealed many ancient relics, and his prowess ranked at best within the top 10. He had once battled a powerful figure known as the Thunder God, only to be defeated in less than 10 exchanges, despite having reached the diamond level at that time. Yet, even the formidable Thunder God paled in comparison to the pressure exuded by Lin Yu. If the pressure from the Thunder God was akin to a mountain, the pressure from Lin Yu felt as if he were facing the entirety of the continent, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. He was certain that Lin Yu possessed the strength to sweep through all cities of the Valen continent. Therefore, what dignity did he have left? He should hasten to acknowledge his allegiance, for Lin Yu could unify the entire continent for him. What was a mere bow? If Lin Yu so desired, he would willingly lick his toes. Lin Yu gazed at Yi Liangchun, now kneeling at his feet, and was momentarily taken aback. The once arrogant figure had transformed into a sycophant in an instant. Rise and speak, Lin Yu commanded. Yes, Yi Liangchun responded respectfully, then obediently stood beside Lin Yu, awaiting his directives. Observing Yi Liangchun's compliant demeanor, Lin Yu found it amusing and remarked, you seemed quite defiant earlier. What has caused this sudden display of timidity? It was ignorance of your formidable strength that led to my offense, esteemed senior. I beg for your forgiveness, Yi Liangchun flatteringly replied. Forgiveness is unnecessary, Lin Yu stated. You understand my purpose for being here. Indeed, Yi Liangshun affirmed, and then approached Yi Guqing, retracting his ingratiating smile, adopting a serious expression as he extended a hand and commanded, "Hand over the fortune gold medal." Yi Guqing, realizing that his ancestor wished to submit, hesitated. Ancestor. This Yi Liangshun, incensed by Yi Guqing's audacity to refuse his command, struck him down to the ground with a slap. He then retrieved a fortune gold medal from Yi Guqing and respectfully presented it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu accepted the medal with a smile, saying, "I didn't expect you to be so severe with your own city lord. This little fellow is merely a descendant of my Yi family. Should he be eliminated, we could simply appoint another city lord. Given the condition of this petty individual, deducting 10 years from his lifespan is hardly an issue." Lin Yu replied with a chuckle. "You are quite commendable. I am yet to learn your name." "I am called Yi Liangshun, esteemed senior." "You may refer to me as Little Yi," he replied. "Excellent, Little Yi," Lin Yu said with a grin. "You have made the wisest decision of your life." Pausing for effect, Lin Yu continued, "Little Yi, what you say in Baiyun City still carries weight, does it not?" Upon finishing his sentence, Lin Yu cast a knowing glance at the surrounding generals. Instantly, the generals felt a chill run down their spines. Before Yi Liangshun could respond, they hastily prostrated themselves on the ground, proclaiming, "We bow before you, esteemed senior. We submit to your will." Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Then he approached the fallen Yi Guqing and spoke, "I am aware that you feel aggrieved at this moment, but should you diligently cultivate under my guidance, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that you may one day unify the Valen continent." Yi Liangshun instantly sensed a threat to his own standing and glared at Yi Guqing with a hostile gaze, contemplating whether to seize an opportunity to eliminate this junior. Yet, he feared provoking Lin Yu's ire, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Lin Yu, however, was indifferent to the thoughts swirling in their minds. He merely planted a seed without concern for the outcome. From within his robes, Lin Yu retrieved the fortune medal of Jiuzhou City, holding 2 tokens in his hands for assessment. "Why has it not yet been devoured? I am unclear on the operational methods," Lin Yu remarked in exasperation. Before he could finish his thought, a golden dragon of fortune suddenly soared from the Jiuzhou fortune medal, swallowing the White Cloud City's token whole before returning to its original vessel. Remarkable. It truly devours everything, even the tokens themselves. The moment the devouring was complete, an announcement echoed across the battlefield. "Congratulations, Jiuzhou City has successfully consumed the fortune of White Cloud City. The era of magic in the borders of White Cloud is about to come to an end." Upon hearing this, Yi Liangshun grew anxious. "Senior, White Cloud Nation, fear not." Lin Yu reassured him, "Once I unify the entire Valen continent, I shall return the fortune of White Cloud Nation to you, and at that time, you shall reign as the sovereign of the entire land." "Thank you, senior, for your guidance," Yi Liangshun exclaimed joyfully. "Still calling me senior?" Lin Yu frowned. Yi Liangshun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended, kneeling once more. "Thank you, master." Lin Yu smiled with satisfaction. "Indeed, you are a good dog." Chapter 66. The Distribution of Forces in Valen Continent. Yi Liangshun, a novice at the diamond level, knelt before Lin Yu like a dog, willingly acknowledging him as his master, which astonished countless onlookers. Not only humans from Blue Star, but all inhabitants of Valen Continent witnessed this humiliating historical moment simultaneously. The top-tier powerhouses of Valen Continent bowed in submission before the Lord of Jiuzhou City. This was a disgrace for the entirety of Valen Continent. "Bah! Yi Liangshun has truly brought shame upon our Valen Continent." They seethed, wishing to take the battlefield themselves, vowing to eliminate this disgraceful Yi Liangshun and the arrogant Lin Yu. What pretentiousness! Over 10,000 of the golden-level powerhouses have already joined the battlefield. Have you even reached silver? Humph. Since White Cloud Nation has allied with foreign tribes, their existence is no longer necessary. Indeed. Who will join me in obliterating White Cloud Nation? Yi Liangshun never anticipated that. At the very moment he knelt before Lin Yu, he had already been branded as a traitor to the Valen continent. Furthermore, his White Cloud Nation was about to bear the wrath of the entire land. Yet, even if he foresaw the impending extermination of his White Cloud Nation, he felt no regret in groveling before Lin Yu. After all, it was merely a trivial White Cloud Nation. If it perished, so be it. It was of little consequence. As long as he remained close to Lin Yu, the entire Valen continent would eventually belong to him. Of course, there existed a potential threat, his junior, Yi Guqing. Lin Yu evidently displayed admiration for Yi Guqing, and Yi Liangshun could surmise that Lin Yu intended to use Yi Guqing as a counterbalance against him. But what of it? Yi Guqing was merely at the black iron level. How could he possibly be compared to Yi Liangshun's diamond level prowess? He was hardly a source of concern. Thus, Yi Liangshun felt confident. Lin Yu looked at Yi Liangshun, who was kneeling before him, with a smile of satisfaction and nodded approvingly. "Rise," he commanded. "Thank you, master." Yi Liangshan respectfully replied as he stood. Lin Yu then glanced at the kneeling generals and said, "You too." "Thank you, Senior," the generals echoed, rising with reverence and stepping aside, not daring to sit down. Lin Yu observed Yi Liangshan's waning vitality and remarked, "Since you have pledged your allegiance to me, I shall not be stingy. Allow me to present you with a gift." With a gentle wave of his right hand, a golden light enveloped Yi Liangshan. The onlookers gasped, believing Lin Yu was performing an extraordinary spell. In truth, the golden light was merely a simulation created using the true dragon treasure art. He was actually using evolution points to enhance Yi Liangshan. He currently lacked for evolution points, having left behind 100 super divine electromagnetic cannons, a multitude of aircraft and missiles, and 5 individuals at the initial golden level. The monsters defeated by these weapons and individuals could all be attributed to Lin Yu, continuously increasing his evolution points, which had surged from over 80,000 to more than 100,000. System: consume 1,000 evolution points to enhance Yi Liangshan's vitality and lifespan. Lin Yu contemplated. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Yi Liangshan's lifespan increased by 1,000 years. The evolution concluded, and Lin Yu dispelled the golden light. When Yi Liangshan reappeared before the crowd, they were struck with astonishment. What the hell? Has the ancestor regained his youth? They beheld Yi Liangshan, who had once appeared frail due to the depletion of his vitality, now radiating with renewed vigor. His once white hair transformed into thick, lustrous black locks, and his skin became firmer and smoother. He exuded an aura of vitality and life like a furnace ablaze. Yi Liangshan felt the transformation within him and was overwhelmed with joy. He immediately prostrated himself before Lin Yu once more. "I am eternally grateful for the gift of life, Master." This bow was imbued with even greater sincerity than the previous one. Initially, he had bowed out of fear of Lin Yu's might and hope for the future. But now he had genuinely reaped the benefits. His moribund body had successfully gained another 1,000 years of life, akin to being granted a new lease on existence. At this moment, Lin Yu was no different from his own parents in Yi Liangshan's eyes. Hence, his next bow was filled with heartfelt gratitude. Lin Yu acknowledged with a slight sound. "Stand and speak. I have matters to inquire." "Yes, Master," Yi Liangshan replied as he slowly rose, obediently standing beside Lin Yu, awaiting his questions. "Currently, within the region of Valen Continent where the battlefield lies, aside from your White Cloud City, there are 69 other cities. Speak of their circumstances," Lin Yu inquired. This was another purpose of Lin Yu's visit to White Cloud City, to comprehend the distribution of forces and the strength of the entire Valen Continent. Weaker races would be subdued by 800 Jiuzhou guards, while those with formidable diamond-level powerhouses would warrant Lin Yu's personal intervention. As for Jiuzhou City's defenses, they were safeguarded by the golden level 4 symbols Sacred Beast Array, which could easily withstand attacks from below the diamond level. In due course, he would enhance the strength of Jiuling and Yuanxing, ensuring their cooperation in defending the city, thus rendering it virtually impervious. Upon hearing Lin Yu's inquiry, Yi Liangshan paused to ponder. With a respectful tone, he spoke. "My lord, across the entire Valen Continent, including myself, there exist only 10 individuals of diamond rank. The foremost among them is the Elder of the Heavenly Sword City, followed by the Demon King of the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom, and the Thunder God of the Kingdom of Light. The 4th, 5th, and 10th positions are occupied by myself. As for the remaining 60 races and civilizations, their strongest members are merely of gold rank, unworthy of your esteemed notice, my lord." Yi Liangshan concluded his comprehensive introduction of the top 10 diamond rank powerhouses on the Valen Continent. Lin Yu gained a general understanding of the overall strength of the continent. "What kind of force is this 10,000 Beasts Kingdom?" Lin Yu inquired. "Reporting to my lord, the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom was established by the Demon King Xiang Wentian after unifying the entire beast race. Its overall strength surpasses that of any individual human faction. Fortunately, the Elder of the Heavenly Sword keeps the Demon King in check, preventing him from brazenly invading human territories. Is this Elder of the Heavenly Sword truly formidable?" Lin Yu questioned. "I have not personally encountered the Elder of the Heavenly Sword, but I have heard that even the second strongest human, the Thunder God, cannot withstand a single strike from him, while I can barely endure 10 strikes from the Thunder God," Yi Liangshan replied. "You truly are a weakling," Lin Yu scoffed. "My lord speaks the truth," Yi Liangshan acknowledged. "I shall strive to cultivate diligently and never bring shame upon you." "Indeed," Lin Yu remarked. "Though your heavenly ascendance does sound rather impressive, please forgive my presumption, my lord. Such a trivial skill pales in comparison to your might," Yi Liangshan flattered. "Enough idle chatter. Let me see the manual." Lin Yu rolled his eyes. "Yes, my lord." Yi Liangshan presented a tome of ancient design, reverently handing it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu accepted the manual and utilized the system to assess it. Heavenly Ascendance. Diamond Advanced Sword Technique. One sword comes from the west, Heavenly Ascendance. One sword opens the gate of heaven. One sword makes the immortal kneel. Diamond Advanced. This surpassed all of Lin Yu's existing skill levels. A wave of joy washed over him, accompanied by a sense of relief. It was fortunate that Yi Lianshan's strength was insufficient and his vitality waning. Had a Diamond Advanced powerhouse executed this Heavenly Ascendance, Lin Yu surmised that even with both the 9 transformation profound art and the law of heaven and earth activated, he would sustain serious injuries, perhaps even face life-threatening peril. I shall learn it. Such a powerful skill was too enticing to ignore. Lin Yu discreetly stored the Heavenly Ascendance manual in the jade purity bottle. He then retrieved a wireless headset and presented it to Yi Lianshan. This is a communication artifact. Even at a distance of 100,000 kilometers, it enables seamless dialogue when worn on the ear, Lin Yu explained. In the event of any trouble in Baiyan City, use this to summon me. Understood, my lord, Yi Lianshan replied. Are you leaving now? Yes, Lin Yu affirmed. Once you ally with me, the entirety of the Valen continent will regard you as foes. You must hold firm in Baiyan City and await my orders. Understood, my lord. After providing his instructions, Lin Yu swiftly departed from Baiyan City. Chapter 67. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, the Jiuzhou guard set out. From Lin Yu's arrival in Baiyan City to his departure, not even half an hour had passed, yet he had successfully transformed Baiyan City into a vassal of Jiuzhou. Such efficiency was indeed noteworthy, given his current pace. If he were to sweep through city after city, he could conquer them all within a few months single-handedly. However, this was not the outcome Lin Yu desired. He aspired to see all of Jiuzhou's inhabitants become dragons, rather than merely himself attaining divinity while others cowered beneath his protection. For such a Jiuzhou would lack the qualifications to contend with the myriad races. Thus, for the remaining 207 cities, Lin Yu intended to tackle only the high-end combatants such as the Elder of the Heavenly Sword and the Demon King, while entrusting the gold rank and some initial diamond rank cities to the Jiuzhou guards. After all, the second round of tests had no time constraints. He could gradually refine this troop. After leaving Baiyan City, Lin Yu hastened back to Jiuzhou City. During his journey, he once again evolved his Golden Light escape skill, upgrading it from Gold Advanced to Diamond Initial. Soaring Golden Light, Diamond Initial, capable of instantaneously covering 10,000 meters. His speed doubled. In less than the duration of a song, Lin Yu reappeared above Jiuzhou City. All Jiuzhou guards, assemble at the training square immediately, Lin Yu commanded through the wireless headset. 5 minutes later, at the training square, Lin Yu addressed the neatly arranged 800 Jiuzhou guards. Warriors, I have thoroughly investigated the power distribution of the 70 cities on the Valen continent. Now, it is time for you to set forth. The 800 Jiuzhou guards erupted with enthusiasm, faces aglow with excitement. Lin Yu was pleased with their response and continued, Next, I shall elevate each of your strengths to Gold Initial. Upon hearing this, the crowd brimmed with anticipation. Gold rank. This was a status they had previously gazed up at in awe, and now each of them would attain it. How could they not be exhilarated? System. Elevate the strength of all present to Gold Initial, Lin Yu commanded. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Zhao Daong has acquired a bloodline of the ancient sacred body. Current rank, Gold Initial. Remaining evolution points, 120,930. Evolution successful. Li Changsheng has acquired a bloodline of the solar sacred body. Current rank, Gold Initial. Remaining evolution points, 120,810. Evolution successful. Yi Qingmei has acquired a bloodline of the lunar sacred body. Current rank, Gold Initial. Remaining evolution points, 120,690. As the sounds of 799 system notifications echoed, all 800 Jiuzhou guards, aside from Zhang Shizhong, who had already attained Gold Initial, ascended to Gold Initial rank. Thus, a battalion comprised entirely of gold rank powerhouses rose to prominence. Lin Yu was extremely satisfied with the results of this evolution. Each individual possessed gold rank strength, and coupled with the unique abilities of certain supernatural beings and the gold advanced godly electromagnetic cannon, even a diamond initial powerhouse would meet their demise. Naturally, Lin Yu was the exception. Subsequently, Lin Yu provided the 800 Jiuzhou guards with a detailed overview of the power distribution within the 70 cities of the Valen continent. He instructed them to avoid engaging with cities possessing diamond rank combatants. For all other battles, they were free to exercise their discretion. After making these arrangements, Lin Yu approached an armed helicopter, glancing at the over 20,000 evolution points he had remaining. He mused, System, evolve this armed helicopter to Diamond Initial. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. 9 dragons pulling the coffin, Diamond Initial Flying Artifact, capable of traversing 300,000 kilometers daily. Current available evolution points, 15,210. Evolution complete. The armed helicopter has vanished, replaced by an enormous bronze coffin, measuring 500 meters in length, 120 meters in width, and 50 meters in height. The coffin is adorned with 4 massive crystal glass panels, allowing a clear view of its interior. Within lies a small coffin, approximately 100 meters long, while the remaining space is divided into 3 tiers. The exterior of the coffin is secured by 9 colossal chains, binding 9 iron dragons, an imposing sight, yet undeniably eerie. Lin Yu gazed at the majestic 9-dragon coffin with a peculiar expression, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had anticipated that the evolution of the armed helicopter would yield a technological marvel akin to a spaceship, but to his surprise, it had transformed into a coffin. Powerful it may be, yet it bore an unsettling strangeness. He had never witnessed anyone embarking on a battle aboard a coffin, which made him briefly contemplate reverting to the evolution of another armed helicopter. At that moment, the Jojo guards approached, equally perplexed by the sight of the colossal coffin. "Lord, what is this coffin?" Zhao Daong inquired, bewildered. "It is the flying vessel prepared for you," Lin Yu replied, somewhat sheepishly. "What?" Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback, their astonishment palpable as they began to murmur. This coffin, drawn by 9 dragons, was to be their mode of transport? Lin Yu, sensing the unease surrounding the 9-dragon coffin, offered, "Never mind, I can procure another flying vessel for you." "No need for that, Lord," Zhao Daong suddenly interjected. "In ancient times, coffins were carried into battle. Thus, it is not inappropriate for us to embark on our campaign aboard the 9-dragon coffin." "Indeed, Lord, regardless of whether it is a white cat or a black cat. A good cat is one that catches mice. As long as it can fly swiftly, its appearance matters not," another added. "In fact, I have grown quite fond of this coffin, along with these 9 mighty dragons. How magnificent they are." "Yes, Lord, this is perfect," the others chimed in, offering words of comfort to Lin Yu. Warmth spread through Lin Yu's heart, and he reassured them, "Rest assured, though the 9-dragon coffin may appear strange, it boasts incredible speed, capable of traversing 300,000 kilometers a day. Furthermore, it is exceptionally resilient to attacks below diamond grade." "Thank you, Lord," they responded in unison. Subsequently, Lin Yu activated the coffin's opening mechanism and ushered the 800 Jojo guards inside. The interior was spacious enough to accommodate them comfortably without feeling crowded. Lin Yu then extracted a drop of golden blood from Zhao Daong, letting it fall onto the small coffin in the center. The golden blood was instantly absorbed, granting Zhao Daong command over the 9-dragon coffin, allowing him to pilot it freely. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu drew another drop of blood from Zhao Daong, depositing it into a gourd he handed to him. This gourd was a mid-grade storage artifact, possessing a capacity of 100,000 cubic meters, stocked with copious amounts of fiery dragon corpses and various supplies, sufficient for the needs of the 800 Jojo guards for an entire year. Lin Yu had prepared 5 such storage artifacts, all contained within a jade bottle that resembled Doraemon's pocket, frequently yielding marvelous tools and equipment. Once these arrangements were complete, Lin Yu gathered everyone and declared, "There is no time to waste. If you have nothing to prepare, we shall depart now. As for the ceremony of departure, we shall forego it. I will celebrate with you all once the war concludes." "Yes, Lord," the crowd responded emphatically, their voices resonating within the coffin. With that, Lin Yu gently ascended from the coffin. Moments later, the 9 iron dragons binding the coffin slowly opened their eyes, then swiftly soared into the sky, propelling towards the west. Lin Yu watched as the 9-dragon coffin disappeared into the distance, silently paying his respects. "Brave warriors, I await your triumphant return." Chapter 68, The First Battle of the Jojo Guards. Lin Yu silently bid farewell to the Jojo guards, surveying his surroundings. Aside from the slumbering Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng, the entirety of Jojo City felt rather tranquil. He approached Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng, playfully awakening Jiu Ling with a swift slap. "Rise and get to work," Lin Yu admonished. Abruptly roused from her dreams, Jiu Ling's anger flared, and she was about to retaliate, but upon recognizing Lin Yu, she could only sigh in resignation. "Enough with the pitiful look. I have come bearing gifts," Lin Yu teased, instructing the system to evolve Jiu Ling to the initial diamond level. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Jiu Ling has attained 1/10,000th of the Jiu Ling Yuan Sheng bloodline. Current level, diamond initial. Current remaining evolution points, 5, 125. Evolution concluded. Jiu Ling's form remained largely unchanged, yet a 3rd head sprouted from her neck, transforming her into a 3-headed azure lion. Jiu Ling beamed with excitement, proudly flaunting her 3 heads before Yuan Sheng, inciting Yuan Sheng to deliver a playful thrashing. Then, in a display of innocence, she tilted two of her heads towards Lin Yu. Enough with the cuteness, Lin Yu chuckled. Currently, our evolution points are insufficient. We shall wait until our next return. He then turned to Jiu Ling, saying, while I am away, keep a vigilant watch over Jiuzhou City. Anyone unfamiliar must be eliminated. Understood, Master, Jiu Ling replied, suddenly articulating human speech. Lin Yu was taken aback. When did you learn to speak? Master, upon advancing to Diamond Initial, I gained the ability to speak. Though I cannot yet transform, Jiu Ling explained in a robust voice. Not transforming is advantageous, Lin Yu mused. The longer you delay your transformation, the greater your potential. Understood, Master. Very well, Jiuzhou City is entrusted to you, Lin Yu stated, sending the two-headed azure lion on her way. After ensuring Jiuzhou City's defenses were in order, Lin Yu set off once more, this time bound for Blood Moon City. According to the intelligence provided by Yi Liangchun, the most formidable force within Blood Moon City was the leader of the Blood Moon sect, Ji Hongyue, a seductive and bloodthirsty woman of diamond initial strength, slightly surpassing Yi Liangchun. Such minor characters were undoubtedly prime candidates for harvesting evolution points. Lin Yu had not yet become so arrogant as to challenge the Elder Sword Master, who possessed at least diamond high-tier strength. If he were to wield additional diamond high-tier techniques and skills, Lin Yu would be uncertain of his ability to prevail. Such a formidable adversary was best reserved for the finale. Resolute in his destination, Lin Yu maximized his speed, propelled by golden light, swiftly making his way toward Blood Moon City. In another part of the battlefield, the 9 iron dragons were soaring through the skies, pulling the immense coffin. Inside the coffin, the 800 Jiuzhou guards were deliberating their battle strategy. Captain Zhao, upon our arrival at Tianqing City, shall we utilize the super divine electromagnetic cannon or engage directly? One soldier inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhao Daong remarked, before departing, the city lord instructed that this round of testing involves not only conquering all the cities and seizing luck, but, more importantly, training troops, fostering warfare through warfare, and honing the combat experience and resolve of the Jiuzhou guards. Therefore, unless faced with insurmountable foes, we shall refrain from utilizing the super divine electromagnetic cannon. After Zhao Daong spoke, no one felt any discontent. Rather, some were eager to participate. I shall be the first to battle, declared the spirited Mao Bai, who possessed the bloodline of the ancestor witch. I, too, wish to show these extraterrestrial beings the might of my 9 dragons' divine fire, proclaimed the grand sorcerer Lucio. Soon, others clamored to be the first to engage. Silence, Zhao Daong admonished. Everyone will have their chance. The city lord has instructed that, apart from their city lord, we shall leave no survivors. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. This was a battle of races. It was either their death or ours. There could be no mercy shown. The enemy spared today may wield the knife against us tomorrow. Suddenly, a gentle voice inquired, shall we also go to battle? The crowd turned to see it was Yuan Qingji, a doctoral candidate in agronomy who had awakened the Shinong bloodline and currently served as the logistics team leader. Zhao Daong smiled and said, Leader Yuan, your logistics team need not engage directly in this battle. I will entrust you with all the super divine electromagnetic cannons. Should an enemy of overwhelming strength appear, you may bring them down. Rest assured, Leader Zhao, Yuan Qingji replied with a grin. We in the logistics team are quite adept at operating the super divine electromagnetic cannons. Following this, Zhao Daong and the others deliberated further on their detailed battle strategy. The 9 dragons' coffin moved swiftly, soon arriving at their destination, Tianqing City. It hovered silently above the city, and the coffin lid slowly opened. 800 figures swiftly emerged from within. The soldiers stationed on the walls of Tianqing City, on high alert, beheld the enormous 9 dragons' coffin hovering before the city gate, and were immediately taken aback. They hurriedly beat the alarm drums, and a multitude of soldiers rushed toward the city gate. How pathetic, Lucio scoffed. With just 1 fire dragon, this battle will be over. Lucio's confidence was not unfounded. Tianqing City was the weakest race on the entire Valen continent, with the highest combat power barely reaching the silver rank. There wasn't even a single gold-ranked warrior among them. How could they possibly withstand the onslaught of the entirely gold-ranked Jiuzhou guards? Do not act recklessly, Zhao Daong cautioned. If you strike, their city lord will perish. He then turned to Richard and said, It is your turn. Understood, Richard nodded lightly. Instantly, his telepathic abilities activated, and an invisible wave of mental energy rapidly enveloped Tianqing City. He casually seized control of one individual, invading their mind to sift through their memories. Soon, he identified the city lord, a man clad in white armor with a full beard. Got it, Richard announced. The city lord is Zhang Jike. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jike burst into laughter. Just watch me. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jike grasped a person, none other than the city lord of Tianqing City. As the city lord regained his senses and realized he was in enemy territory, he was instantly struck with horror. Just as he drew his sword to resist, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The events unfolded with remarkable suddenness. Aside from the Jojo guards, no one else had any inkling of what transpired. The citizens of Jojo were left in astonishment. What just happened? How did we suddenly capture someone? It seems Zhang Jike was the one who acted. This Zhang Jike is astonishingly swift, even quicker than a divine being. Could it be that he has awakened a speed-related ability? Indeed. Zhang Jike was a former first-tier athlete of the Jojo Nation, a Grand Slam champion. Upon arriving in Jojo City, he awakened the ability of super speed. In a word, he was fast. Everything he did was swift, and his flying speed even surpassed that of Lin Yu. Had his ability evolved to a divine level. If one were to assess whose survival capabilities were strongest, Zhang Jike would rank among the top 3. After all, even with Lin Yu's speed, he could not hope to capture him, and the other ordinary diamond-ranked warriors were utterly incapable of doing so. Zhao Daong rummaged through the unconscious body of the Tianqing city lord and soon discovered the city's fortune medal, which he carefully stowed away. He then instructed his men to confine the Tianqing city lord within the coffin. Observing the chaos among the 800 soldiers atop the city walls, he spoke in a deep voice. Let us commence. Chapter 69, The Crimson Skull. Let us commence. With Zhao Daong as command, Lu Xiu and Lin Yu swiftly descended from the coffin. With one wielding fire abilities and the other commanding windstorm abilities, their synergy was perfectly suited for dispatching minor foes. A strategy they had previously devised. Upon descending from the coffin, Lu Xiu shouted, 9 Dragons Divine Fire Shield. Of course, this 9 Dragons Divine Fire Shield was not a treasure of the Tai realms, but merely an ostentatious name Lu Xiu had concocted for himself. Nevertheless, with Lu Xiu's current control over fire, he could indeed simulate the appearance of 9 fiery dragons. After Lu Xiu's thunderous declaration, 9 massive fire dragons materialized from thin air and swiftly soared toward the soldiers on the city walls. Wherever the fire dragons passed, not a blade of grass remained. All beings and objects were ignited, reduced to ashes within mere breaths. Those soldiers attempting to flee were struck by a bolt of lightning and instantly turned to cinders. The battle concluded in less than 5 minutes, with all 800 soldiers of Tianqing City annihilated, save for the city lord. Lu Xiu and Lin Yu surveyed the devastation within the city, exchanged a silent glance, and returned quietly to the coffin. Zhao Daong patted both of their shoulders and said, Well done, MM. They merely acknowledged with a brief sound, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhao Daong, observing their demeanor, refrained from commenting. Unlike the previous round of testing, which involved slaying monsters, this time it was about taking lives, and the slaughter was decidedly one-sided. It was only natural for them to feel unaccustomed. Zhao Daong recalled his first experience on the battlefield, which had been quite similar to theirs. Meanwhile, within Jojo, countless onlookers erupted in applause. So impressive. What a pathetic Tianqing city. Just 2 of our Jojo warriors can take it down. Lu Xiu's fire control had reached an impressive level. Each of the 9 fire dragons was mightier than the flame-armored dragon. Lin Xiu's tempestuous abilities are formidable. A single bolt of lightning can carve a significant breach into a 100-meter-high city wall. Yet, I must express my concern. Does this not border on cruelty? Is this not akin to slaughter? Slaughter? Do you truly comprehend the meaning of slaughter? When the populace of Jojo is decimated by foreign tribes, leaving 9 out of 10 households empty, that is what one calls slaughter. When the common folk of Jojo are roasted like lambs on a spit, that is slaughter. When the cities of Jojo are ravaged for 10 consecutive days, that is slaughter. You remained silent while countless lives were extinguished in Jojo, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Yet now, when our warriors eliminate a few hundred extraterrestrial foes, you don the garb of a saint? Bah! If we do not eliminate these adversaries today, tomorrow they will wield their blades against our Jojo warriors. You squander your days in sympathy for foreign tribes. Instead, you should devote yourselves to training and eradicate the monsters that plague our realm, both within Jojo and on the Blue Star. Indeed, we find ourselves in an era of rampant rivalry among myriad races. Should Jojo falter, it shall be our own warriors who face slaughter. There is nothing to pity. Weakness is the original sin. The nation of Jojo has enjoyed prolonged peace, and most citizens have never even witnessed death, let alone taken a life. Thus, when they behold Lu Xiu and Lin Yu laying waste to Tianqing City, their absurdly misplaced compassion inexplicably resurfaces. Thankfully, such individuals are few. The majority of Jojo's populace has gradually accepted and adapted to this harsh reality over the past several days. This is an age of fierce competition among countless races. Across the myriad realms, only one race may endure in its entirety. All others face annihilation or subjugation. A hint of compassion will render Jojo a stepping stone for other civilizations, hastening its demise through the sands of time. Within the subterranean base of the Mealy Kingdom, Commander David, having witnessed the carnage wrought by Lu Xiao and Lin Yu upon Tianqing City, felt a chill creep into his heart. Jojo is truly formidable. 800 Jojo guards, all at the golden level. Just one or two of them could conquer a city. Should Jojo lay siege to Mealy City, it could be accomplished within mere minutes. David harbored doubts that even a nuclear strike could take down these 800 Jojo guards along with him. Their bizarre abilities are far too numerous. He suddenly concluded that rather than submit to the extraterrestrial civilization, it might be wiser to yield directly to Jojo. With Jojo's current might, even the combined strength of 210 cities would be insufficient to withstand its onslaught. He longed to summon Alice back to prevent her from resisting. It would be better for her to simply hand over the luck medal to Lin Yu. Yet, he felt powerless to do so. Now, he could only pray that Alice would return to the base before Mealy City fell. If that madwoman managed to irrevocably offend Lin Yu, Mealy City would undoubtedly face destruction. And he, the aging commander, would likely meet his end. On the battlefield of myriad races above Tianqing City, within the Nine Dragons' coffin, after eradicating the city, the 800 Jojo guards returned to their coffin. Zhao Daong glanced at the slumbering lord of Tianqing City and turned to Richard, saying, "Keep an eye on him. He must not die, at least until the luck medal is transferred to him. This man cannot perish." "Rest assured, I understand," Richard nodded in agreement. According to the rules of the second round of testing, if the lord perishes before the race's luck is consumed, a new lord will be chosen within an hour. Should the lord of Tianqing City die now, a new one would quickly emerge along with another 800 soldiers, necessitating yet another slaughter. This is far too troublesome. Thus, Lin Yu had previously instructed them to capture the lord alive and eliminate all others. Once Lin Yu absorbed the luck, they could send these lords to their demise. Zhao Daong surveyed his comrades and proclaimed, "Brothers, Tianqing City is merely our first target. Over 200 more cities await our conquest. Let us continue onward and clear all obstacles for Jojo." Having spoken, Zhao Daong maneuvered the Nine Dragons' coffin toward the next city. On the other side of the battlefield, after an extended flight, Lin Yu finally arrived at his first destination, Blood Moon City. Unlike the previous conquest of Baiyan City, here, only a single dog was needed. All others were merely fodder for Lin Yu's evolution points. A diamond-level powerhouse is worth 2,000 evolution points. There was no reason to let such an opportunity slip away. Ignoring the petty minions atop the city walls, Lin Yu made his way straight to the Lord's mansion. Inside the Grand Hall, he found an enchanting woman languidly reclined in the Lord's chair, flanked by 4 handsome young men who kneaded her legs and offered massage. This was indeed the Lord of Blood Moon City, Ji Hongyue. Upon noticing Lin Yu's sudden appearance, Ji Hongyue was momentarily taken aback. She swiftly kicked away her attendants and sauntered toward Lin Yu, saying, "I don't believe we've met. You must be Lin Yu, the Lord of Jojo City." She bit her finger playfully, her expression laced with seduction. Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine at the predatory gaze of Ji Hongyue. He quickly retreated 10 steps. "I know your intentions. You desire the luck medal in my possession?" Ji Hongyue produced the medal from her bosom and declared, "If you agree to one request of mine, I shall bestow this luck medal upon you. What say you?" With that, she regarded Lin Yu with a teasing glimmer in her eyes. Lin Yu was immediately repulsed, akin to consuming a foul delicacy. Why must there always be enchantresses coveting my being? No matter how beautiful you are, in my eyes, you are but a mere pile of alluring bones. You think to seduce me? Spare me. Lin Yu felt that should he gaze upon this enchantress any longer, he might well lose his breakfast. Not wishing to engage in further trivialities, he swiftly drew his long dragon bright silver spear, the sound of wind and thunder accompanying its emergence, and thrust the spearhead toward Ji Hongyue's brow. Chapter 70. Jojo, universally opposed. The long dragon bright silver spear, accompanied by a thunderous roar, sliced through the air toward Ji Hongyue in a rapid assault. In the span of 10 steps, it reached her in an instant. Ji Hongyue, taken aback, transformed into a cloud of pink mist, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Observing his missed attack, Lin Yu was momentarily startled, but then turned his gaze toward the swiftly coalescing form of Ji Hongyue, chuckling. The old enchantress possesses some skill. She surpasses Yu Liangqin. Enraged by Lin Yu's insult, Ji Hongyue retorted, "I have dominated the Valen continent for centuries. You are the first to dare call me an old enchantress." With that, her charm powers activated, and she transformed once more into pink mist, hurtling toward Lin Yu with renewed fervor. With a delicate tip of his toes, Lin Yu swiftly retreated from the Lord's mansion. He dared not allow the pink haze to approach him. The enchanting creature emanating it was evidently a promiscuous being. Should this mist infiltrate his body, who could predict the dire consequences? Once again, Lin Yu invoked the true dragon's divine art, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed across the sky of Blood Moon City. A magnificent true dragon materialized in an instant, surging forth with the might of thunder towards the pink mist. In the briefest of encounters, the dragon devoured the swirling pink smoke hole, eliciting a chorus of anguished wails from within its belly. The pink vapors were visibly refined at an astonishing pace, and soon, the cries subsided into silence. With a satisfied belch, the true dragon expelled a golden medallion, the fortune medallion of Blood Moon City. Lin Yu gently summoned it into his grasp with a flick of his hand. He then produced the fortune medallion of Jiuzhou City from his robes, and a resplendent golden dragon of fortune burst forth from it, swiftly swallowing the medallion of Blood Moon City. Simultaneously, an announcement reverberated across the battlefield, proclaiming to all that Jiuzhou City had successfully absorbed the fortunes of Blood Moon City, heralding the impending end of the magical era within the borders of the Blood Moon sect. The announcement echoed throughout the entire battlefield, resonating across both Blue Star and Valen Continent. Within a citadel on the battlefield, a rugged man furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "Even Ji Honyue has fallen. It seems Lin Yu's prowess is formidable, at least at the intermediate diamond level. His next target must surely be Shijia of Moni City." With that, the man soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of lightning as he sped towards Moni City. He had never been one to adopt a passive defense. Lin Yu's rapid conquest of two cities ignited an insatiable desire for battle within him, compelling him to take the initiative and plan an ambush against Lin Yu in Moni City. On Valen Continent, millions of citizens gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Ji Honyue's swift demise at the hands of Lin Yu. This Lin Yu from Jiuzhou City is truly formidable. Even an established power like Ji Honyue fell with a single strike. He has now bested two diamond-level warriors. Who among Valen can withstand him? Murmured the crowd. There are several diamond-level experts on Valen Continent. It is said that the Thunder God has already set off, likely to target this Lin Yu. The Thunder God ranks among the top 3 powers of the entire Valen Continent, surely capable of slaying Lin Yu and avenging our honor. The populace united in fervor, eagerly anticipating the Thunder God's retribution for Valen. Meanwhile, on the vast expanse of Jiuzhou, countless citizens clamored in admiration for Lin Yu. The God of Universe is magnificent. The God of Universe is invincible. How splendidly he slays. How could an old hag dare to seduce the God of Universe? With no desire for women, he wields his gun with divine precision. Even if you are fair of face, you are but a mere pile of beauty turned to dust in his eyes. To entice the God of Universe with your allure is folly. Better to try your charms on me, scoffed a voice from above. How shameless. You would find interest in a woman of centuries. Within the 9 Dragons coffin, the 800 Jiuzhou guards also heard the announcement. Zhao Daong addressed his comrades. The Lord has captured another city. We must hasten our pace. Yes, they replied in unison. Despite their inferior strength compared to Lin Yu, they were unwilling to lag behind. Thus, the speed of the 9 Dragons coffin surged to its maximum as it raced towards the next city. In another part of the battlefield, in the Lord's mansion of North Bear City, alongside Lord Olaf and his subordinates, a golden-haired, blue-eyed woman stood, Alice, the Lord of Miri City. This unfortunate, yet fervent woman had piloted her aircraft to North Bear City at the onset of the tests. After more than an hour of flight, she finally arrived. Upon discovering Alice, Olaf did not immediately strike her down. Instead, he brought her to the Lord's mansion, intrigued by her audacity to infiltrate enemy territory alone. Given the strained relations between North Bear and Miri, what trickery did this woman from Miri intend to play? Before Olaf could inquire, they were interrupted by the announcement of Jiuzhou City absorbing the fortunes of Blood Moon City. Olaf was taken aback. So swift. It has only been a little over an hour, and Lin Yu has conquered yet another city. I never anticipated him growing this powerful, effortlessly slaying dragons as if they were mere poultry, and these foreign civilizations crumble before him. Regaining his composure, Olaf turned to Alice and asked, "Speak. What brings you to North Bear City? Is it not obvious?" Alice scoffed lightly. "I am here to discuss cooperation." "Cooperation?" Olaf pondered. "You have seen Lin Yu's might." Alice continued. "In less than 2 hours since the second round of tests began, he has absorbed the fortunes of 2 races. How long do you think it will take for him to devour the fortunes of 208 foreign races? How will North Bear City withstand such an onslaught?" Alice's gaze held a knowing smile as she regarded Olaf. He quickly grasped her intent and replied, "Even if our 2 nations join forces, we cannot stand against Jiuzhou, let alone the multitude of foreign races." Alice retorted, "There is an ancient saying in Jiuzhou, 'The enemy of my enemy is my friend.' We may not be able to confront Jiuzhou alone, but what if we enlist the aid of the 138 races from the North Star and 9 body planets? I have already sent word to the races of Nine Body. If you can rally the races of North Star, we can surely overcome Lin Yu and seize Jojo City. Alice's fervor was palpable as she spoke. Olaf frowned. This round of tests concerns our three nations. How can the foreign races agree to cooperate with us? This so-called race war is merely a contest of fortunes. What benefit do they derive? Alice dismissed his concerns. Blue Star is a planet of technology. As long as we eliminate Jojo, the impending end of the magical era will hold no consequence for us. After Alice's declaration, Olaf fell into deep contemplation, weighing the potential success of such an alliance. Sensing his hesitation, Alice continued to entice him. Once Jojo is vanquished, our two nations can divide the world. The Eastern Hemisphere shall belong to North Bear, while the Western Hemisphere belongs to Miri. Very well. It is settled. Olaf suddenly agreed. I will dispatch envoys to rally the races of North Star. A pleasure to cooperate. Alice smiled, extending her hand. You are indeed a clever man. The two shook hands solemnly, marking the first cooperation between Miri and North Bear in nearly a century. This also signified the complete collapse of Zhou Tai's aspirations. At this moment, Jojo City stood without allies. Jojo was now universally opposed. Chapter 71. On the Path of Discourse, a question unanswered. At this moment, the entirety of Jojo stands as a target for the world. Undoubtedly, the pressure upon Lin Yu is the most immense, for he is the lord of Jojo City, the guardian spirit of countless citizens. Should he falter, innumerable foes would descend upon Jojo, ravenous for blood and bone. Although the 800 Jojo guards are now capable of standing their ground, and ample contingencies remain within Jojo, Lin Yu cannot assure that, in his absence, they could withstand the onslaught of so many formidable extraterrestrial races. Thus, he dares not exhibit the slightest negligence. After dispatching Ji Hongyue, Lin Yu decisively engaged the remaining 800 soldiers. Most of these were merely silver tier weaklings, with only 3 of golden tier. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's effortless slaying of Ji Hongyue, they fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, devoid of any thoughts of rebellion. Lin Yu snorted coldly, and in an instant, 18 true dragons materialized from thin air, swiftly exterminating all 800 weaklings within mere breaths. His evolution points surged to over 30,000. System, elevate my power to mid-diamond tier. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 250,000 parts of the Pangu Bloodline, current level, mid-diamond. Remaining available evolution points, 5,125. Evolution concluded. Lin Yu felt his strength magnify several-fold once again. He now harbored the confidence to challenge the foremost powerhouse of Valen Continent, the Sword Elder, to see whether his sword was swifter than his own gun. However, after a moment of calm reflection, Lin Yu quelled his competitive spirit. Meals must be savored bite by bite. Paths must be trodden step by step, and foes must be eliminated one by one. There are 10 diamond tier powerhouses on Valen Continent. According to Yi Liangchen's rankings, he occupies the last position, while Ji Hongyue stands at 9th. The 8th is the leader of the Mani sect, Shijia. Traveling nearly 10,000 kilometers from Blood Moon City, Lin Yu, moving at his astonishing speed, arrived at Mani City in just over 10 minutes. Upon his arrival, he discovered the gates of Mani City wide open, with 801 bald monks seated neatly in the courtyard, collectively reciting some unknown scripture. It turned out to be a congregation of monks. Lin Yu held no fondness for these monks, the reasons of which he preferred to keep to himself. Furthermore, being amidst the battlefield of myriad races, he naturally would not hold back. With a swift movement, he unleashed his formidable attack. The 18 true dragons appeared instantly, emitting thunderous roars as they charged towards the 801 monks below. However, the anticipated scene of their annihilation did not unfold. Instead, as the true dragons approached within 10 meters of the monks, a golden bell-shaped barrier materialized above their heads, enveloping all the monks within. No matter how the true dragons attacked, they could not breach this layer of defense. Seeing that this golden barrier formed by 801 individuals could withstand his true dragon technique, Lin Yu felt astonished. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the true dragon technique was merely of high gold tier, sufficient to deal with someone like Ji Hongyue, who was of initial diamond tier, but inadequate against a mid-diamond tier powerhouse bolstered by 800 silver and golden tier formations. With no other option, Lin Yu reluctantly withdrew his true dragon technique. Just as he was about to invoke the 9 transformations mystic art and the law of heaven and earth, the old monk suddenly spoke. Benefactor, since you have arrived, why not descend and engage in discourse rather than resort to violence? The old monk's voice resonated like a great bell in Lin Yu's ears, momentarily overwhelming his spirit before he regained composure. Lin Yu snorted, humph. Were it not for my practice of the chaos visualization method, I would have fallen prey to your words. Simultaneously, he dismissed any underestimation of these formidable beings. A mid-diamond tier powerhouse surely possesses hidden capabilities. Even the most inept among them, Yi Lianchun, wields the high diamond tier skill, Celestial Flight. Though his own weakness prevents him from unleashing its full potential. Regaining his composure, Lin Yu addressed the leading old monk with a grim countenance. Old monk. You appear to have been waiting for me. The old monk proclaimed, Ba, benefactor, our Mani sect has no intention of being embroiled in this racial conflict. Yet according to the rules of the game, we must determine a victor between our two factions. Therefore, I propose a challenge. I wonder if benefactor would be willing to accept? Lin Yu was uncertain of the old monk's intentions and decided to bide his time. Speak plainly. I am pressed for time, he replied impatiently. The old monk chuckled. Benefactor, you are indeed an impatient one. I shall not keep you in suspense. With that, the old monk produced a fortune gold medal from his robes and continued, I understand that you have come for this fortune gold medal. Hence, I propose a contest of wits. If you win, the fortune gold medal shall be yours. If you lose, please return whence you came and abandon any designs on the Mani sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu comprehended the old monk's reluctance to engage in combat and his desire for a contest of intellect. Lin Yu found himself in a dilemma. To fight would be futile, that golden barrier would not yield easily, and unlike the minions of Bayun City and Blood Moon City, these monks shared a profound connection, likely possessing other formations. Coupled with the presence of this mid-diamond tier old monk, Lin Yu was uncertain of his ability to overcome them. Yet, he was equally unversed in the art of discourse, having only learned a few choice phrases from the neighbor's aunt. Though he had practiced texts such as the I Jing Jing and Dao De Jing, the practice of these texts and the art of debate were evidently two different matters. Lin Yu felt utterly at a loss. After much internal conflict, he ultimately resolved to engage the old monk in discussion, hoping for a stroke of luck to snatch the fortune gold medal. Even if he were to lose, he could leave the Mani sect for last, planning to absorb the fortunes of all other races first. By then, Lin Yu expected to have reached the king tier. He doubted the old monk would dare be so brazen before a king tier powerhouse. With a smirk, Lin Yu gently descended from the air and approached the old monk. Taking a seat upon the meditation cushion, he regarded Shijia with a smile, signaling his readiness for discourse. The old monk, seeing Lin Yu seated, smiled knowingly and posed the first question. Benefactor, what is the nature of Buddha? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Buddha? How would I know? I have never encountered the Buddha, yet I have come across over 800 monks. Thus, I gazed around at the multitude of monks before me, who remained silent. The elder monk promptly posed a second question. Pray tell, what is Dharma? Lin Yu was utterly perplexed. Dharma? Is it the cultivation method, the Buddhist doctrine, the Taoist principles, or the law? There are numerous interpretations of Dharma. The old monk did not clarify his inquiry. Consequently, Lin Yu lifted his eyes towards the heavens, then cast a glance at the earth, too indolent to bestow even a fleeting glance upon the elder monk. The elder monk then asked a third question. Pray tell, what is a monk? Lin Yu was at a complete loss for words. What is a monk? Are not the over 800 before me monks? Why do you still inquire? It is a question posed with foreknowledge. Lin Yu resolutely closed his eyes, unwilling even to glance at the elder monk. Moreover, he suddenly regretted engaging in discourse with this elder monk. Had he known the old monk would pose such peculiar questions, he would have preferred to engage in a battle instead. Across the vast expanse of Jiuzhou, countless citizens lamented upon witnessing Lin Yu's evident confusion. Oh, Divine One, why did you agree to debate with this old monk? Now it appears the fortune medal is beyond reach. Divine One, could you not have concocted a few words? What sort of discussion is this, when you know not a thing? It is over, we are surely defeated. Had we known, we would have preferred to fight instead. For victory was within our grasp, and yet we fell into this old monk's trap. Is it possible that the Divine One is destined to face his first defeat? At this moment, everyone presumed that the coveted fortune medal of Moni City was unattainable. However, the elder monk's subsequent utterance left all in astonishment. Chapter 72, The Most Terrifying Imagination. The elder monk posed his soul-searching inquiries, while Lin Yu remained oblivious, even shutting his eyes. Just as everyone believed Lin Yu had lost the debate, the elder monk suddenly clasped his hands together, sighed deeply, and proclaimed, Ba? Indeed. The benefactor possesses profound wisdom and embodies the essence of Buddhism. In this discussion, the old monk concedes defeat. Upon finishing, the elder monk Shakyamuni, with an air of tranquility, presented the fortune medal of Moni City, solemnly placing it in Lin Yu's hands. The remaining 800 monks chanted in unison, Ba? Or does he intend to bestow the fortune medal upon me? Why then create such a spectacle? Countless citizens of Jiuzhou, watching the live broadcast, were equally confounded. Am I mistaken? Did the elder monk truly concede? Did he voluntarily surrender the fortune medal? There must be some trickery at play. The old monk cannot harbor benevolent intentions. This inexplicable concession and the mysterious surrender of the fortune medal must be a ruse. Perhaps this fortune medal is counterfeit, or the elder monk has poisoned it. Yet, I find the elder monk to be forthright. Unlike the deceitful monks I have encountered previously, perhaps he genuinely lost. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Unable to fathom the elder monk's reasons for surrender, Lin Yu pondered for an extended period but could not arrive at a conclusion. Nevertheless, the fortune medal in his possession was indeed authentic, without any deception. Lin Yu decided to seize the moment. Regardless of the elder monk's intentions, he would absorb the fortune first. By doing so, even if the elder monk wished to retract his concession, it would be futile. Lin Yu then produced the fortune medal from Jiuzhou City. In an instant, a magnificent fortune dragon soared forth from the Jiuzhou fortune medal, devouring the fortune medal of Moni City in one gulp. An announcement echoed across the battlefield. Jiuzhou City has successfully absorbed the fortune of Moni City. The Moni sect shall soon enter an era of decline. As the announcement concluded, all present on the battlefield were left in shock. In less than half an hour, Lin Yu captured another city. Thus far, he had conquered 3 strongholds. At this pace, within a month, Lin Yu would have subdued all the cities. Within Beixiong City, Olaf gazed at the receding aircraft, pondering whether this decision was right or wrong. The pressure Lin Yu exerted upon him was immense. He was uncertain whether, even after uniting over 100 races, they could triumph over Jiuzhou City. After absorbing the fortune of Moni City, Lin Yu felt a sense of relief. This elder monk was not engaging in trickery. He was indeed a man of his word, unlike some deceitful monks he had encountered before. This elder monk truly deserved the title of master, inspiring a modicum of respect within him. Master, you are indeed a man of your word, and I am in admiration. However, I am still curious as to why you suddenly conceded. The elder monk opened his eyes and regarded Lin Yu, responding, Amitabha, benefactor. Your understanding of Buddhist principles is profound. Why ask when you already know? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a strange discomfort within. How could he comprehend the intricacies of Buddhist doctrine? He genuinely did not understand why the elder monk chose to concede. Yet, it would be inappropriate to press further, as that would essentially acknowledge his ignorance. To inquire further would expose his lack of understanding. Observing Lin Yu's peculiar expression, the elder monk pondered for a moment, but ultimately spoke. Since the benefactor wishes for me to elucidate, I shall not refuse. And I shall clarify for the people of Valen Continent and those behind you. The elder monk Shakyamuni called out another Buddhist chant and continued. For my first question, what is a Buddha? The benefactor gazed around, clearly indicating that one need not inquire about the Buddha. The Buddha resides in the heart. All Buddhas are of the mind. Questioning in every direction is futile. Your attentive observation reveals a deep understanding of the essence of Dharma. After explaining the first question, the elder monk Shakyamuni continued. For my second question, what is Dharma? The benefactor looked to the heavens and then to the earth, clearly indicating that Dharma knows no hierarchy. No distinctions of high or low, rich or poor. Equality among all is Dharma. What an astute answer. The elder monk called out another Buddhist chant and proceeded. For my third question, what is a monk? The benefactor closed his eyes tightly, refusing even a glance at the elder monk, clearly suggesting that one must repose in the depths of quietude to discern the true essence of a great monk. What is a monk is self-evident. Though the benefactor spoke not a word in response to these 3 inquiries, he triumphed in his silence. In the unspoken understanding that transcended words, winning in the silence that spoke volumes. Thus, the elder monk willingly conceded defeat. Upon concluding his explanation, the elder monk proclaimed, Amitabha. He then clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to chant. Upon hearing the elder monk's elucidation, Lin Yu found himself amused. Who would have thought that he could win without uttering a single word, and that the old monk would arrive at the correct conclusions on his own? Indeed, such individuals are enigmatic, defying conventional reasoning. Meanwhile, the citizens of Jiuzhou watching the live broadcast were equally entertained by the elder monk's explanations. The old monk seems to have lost his wits. Clearly, Yu Shun has said nothing, yet he concocts an elaborate rationale on his own. You cannot comprehend. Perhaps Yu Shun possesses profound Buddhist wisdom and engages in discourse with the old monk in a manner beyond our understanding. The clash of masters is beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. Nonsense. I have never heard of Yu Shun being versed in Buddhist teachings. I am certain he is utterly clueless, and all that wisdom is merely a figment of the old monk's imagination. Agreed. Yu Shun hardly appears to be a practitioner of Buddhism. How fortunate for Yu Shun, as he manages to stumble upon success effortlessly devouring the fortune of Moni City. If only subsequent battles proceed so smoothly. The Varlon continent is devoid of such sincere old monks. Yet, on the Varlon continent, another voice prevails. Damn, what is the old monk Shurjia doing, casually handing over the fortune gold medal? I suspect it is intentional. He may have struck some sort of agreement with Lin Yu from the 9 provinces, and the so-called discourse is merely a facade. There is merit to this. The Moni sect proclaims to save all sentient beings daily, yet their own leader hands over the fortune gold medal without a second thought. I wonder how they plan to save all sentient beings in the impending age of decline. The Moni sect is also a traitor of the Varlon continent. Once I vanquish the White Cloud Kingdom, I shall eradicate this Moni sect as well. Shurjia's actions are perceived as betrayal by the populace of the Varlon continent. Thus, their targets have expanded. Following the White Cloud Kingdom, now they aim at the Moni sect as well. After listening to the old monk's explanation, Lin Yu scrutinized Shurjia for an extended period, yet he could discern no trace of emotional fluctuation on the old monk's face, as if he were indifferent to the relinquishment of the Moni sect's fortune. At that moment, Lin Yu truly admired the old monk. He then brought his hands together in reverence and said, Ba, thank you, Master, for your benevolence. Reflecting further, Lin Yu continued, once I unify the Varlon continent, I shall grant the Moni sect a place. Upon hearing this, the old monk slowly opened his eyes. Ba, the old monk is grateful for your compassion. He then closed his eyes once more and resumed chanting scriptures. Observing that he could not engage with the old monk, Lin Yu decided not to linger any longer and prepared to depart. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck beside Lin Yu's feet. A booming voice echoed from afar. I did not say you could leave. Chapter 73, Mastering Mathematics and Chemistry, Fearless in the World. I did not say you could leave. The commanding voice approached rapidly. Soon, a formidable figure descended before Moni City, shaking the ground beneath him. The man donned dark silver armor and a vibrant red cloak, his golden hair cascading elegantly. He wielded a silver hammer, exuding an impressive charisma. Upon sighting this individual, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Why does this figure appear so ostentatious, and why does he seem so familiar? Lin Yu glanced at the scorched earth where lightning had struck and scoffed. You should aim for my head. The man scoffed in response. I, Thor, the god of thunder, never strike from behind. He then pointed his hammer at Lin Yu and declared loudly, I challenge you to a duel. In that moment, Lin Yu recognized the man, Thor, the third strongest on the Varlon continent, possessing advanced diamond-level strength and commanding the power of thunder, as well as wielding the most elite artifact, the hammer of Thor. Moreover, only Thor is capable of lifting the hammer, a source of great pride and honor for him. Across the entire Varlon continent, aside from the Elder of the Celestial Sword, few can rival him. However, Lin Yu had already advanced to intermediate diamond level and felt no fear of a mere advanced diamond level god. With a trace of the Pangu deity's bloodline within him, if he could not achieve victory against a foe of lesser rank, it would be a disgrace among all the transmigrators. Thus, he boldly proclaimed, Come, let me witness what kind of divine being you truly are. Thor was instantly infuriated. He despised being referred to as the god of the hammer, as much of his power derived from the hammer of Thor. Lin Yu's words struck a nerve. Thor raised the hammer of Thor high above his head, seething, prepared to face the judgment of the thunder god. Instantly, dark clouds enveloped the sky above Moni City. Thousands of bolts of lightning swiftly converged within the clouds, creating a cacophony of crackling sounds that reverberated throughout Moni City. Lin Yu felt the immense energy within the thunder and did not dare to underestimate it. He quickly activated the 9 turns profound art, enveloping his entire body in a radiant glow. He then summoned the dragon-headed bright silver spear, forcefully plunging its tail into the ground and commanding the spear to rapidly expand. Soon, it grew to a towering length of 200 meters, resembling a pillar reaching for the heavens before Lin Yu. He swiftly retreated to a distance of 200 meters from the spear. Before long, the thunder coalesced into form, and bolts of lightning, each several meters thick, surged toward Lin Yu with tremendous force. Yet, contrary to expectations, Lin Yu did not become charred by the lightning. Instead, the bolts diverted towards the 200-meter-long dragon-headed bright silver spear before they could reach him, striking the spear and being channeled underground. Lin Yu had already distanced himself from the spear. Although he felt the faintest traces of thunderous energy around him, the impact was negligible, with not even a hair singed. Meanwhile, the monks below, sheltered beneath the golden bell, remained unharmed. The dragon-headed bright silver spear, having withstood the ferocious onslaught of lightning, did not succumb but instead grew even more imposing. Just moments ago, under the catalysis of the thunder's might, the spear's dragon soul successfully refined the dragon pearl of the flame-armored Dragon King. At this moment, the spear advanced from its original advanced gold status to beginner diamond level. While it still could not rival the hammer of Thor's advanced diamond status, It was more than sufficient to withstand several lightning strikes. Seeing his most powerful attack effortlessly neutralized by Lin Yu's weapon, Thor's fury intensified. He raised the hammer of Thor once more, summoning thousands upon thousands of bolts of lightning to strike Lin Yu. At this moment, Moni City was engulfed in thunderous roars and flashes of lightning, resembling the end of the world. Only Lin Yu, suspended in the air, and the 801 monks on the ground remained unscathed. The countless citizens of the 9 provinces observed this spectacle and erupted into laughter. This is too hilarious. The god of thunder is nothing but a buffoon. With such a massive lightning rod here, he still dares to strike. Such is the consequence of lacking education. Even my younger sister, who is merely in the 6th grade, comprehends the principle of a lightning rod. This is nothing but a physically robust, yet intellectually simple thunder god. Yu Shun truly exemplifies the adage, master mathematics and the sciences, and one need not fear traversing the world. Incorrect. It is mastering mathematics and the sciences that allows one to traverse all realms without trepidation. This foolish thunder god, rather than relying on lightning strikes, would be better off hurling his hammer instead. If he did, Yu Shun might even have to evade it, unlike now, when he leisurely enjoys his sunflower seeds. Let him strike. Once he unleashes his lightning, Yu Shun can effortlessly eliminate him with a single shot. The thunder god is indeed worthy of his title. His strength is formidable, and his lightning is abundant. The thunderous onslaught persisted for 3 to 4 minutes before finally abating. At this moment, Sodin was panting heavily, gasping for breath. Lin Yu silently lamented the brevity of the spectacle. If only it had lasted a few minutes longer. His dragonhead bright silver spear could have evolved to a higher diamond tier. After enduring the tempest for 3 to 4 minutes, the spear had successfully ascended to the intermediate diamond level, transforming into the Thunder Bright Silver Spear. Thunder Bright Silver Spear, intermediate diamond, with effects, armor piercing, scorching. Skills, Dragon Soul Strike, Thunder Strike. Traits, size as desired. Seeing the thunder god Sodin cease his assault, Lin Yu waved his hand gently. The Thunder Bright Silver Spear swiftly returned to its normal size and flew into Lin Yu's grasp. As he felt the surging power of thunder within, he marveled. What a splendid weapon. Then, casting a glance at the distant, breathless Sodin, he added with a smile, "Thank you for saving me quite a few evolution points." Although Sodin did not grasp the meaning of evolution points, it was evident that Lin Yu was mocking him. Anger surged within Sodin once more as he twirled the thunder god's hammer, resembling a helicopter preparing for takeoff, and rapidly charged towards Lin Yu. Hand-to-hand combat. Lin Yu scoffed derisively. Instantly, he concentrated the power of his 9-turn profound art into his right fist and delivered a powerful blow to the oncoming thunder god's hammer. With a resounding crash, Lin Yu remained utterly still while Sodin was sent hurtling backward, spewing a long trail of blood mist. The thunder god's hammer fell heavily beside him. Struggling to rise, Sodin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazed at his adversary from a distance, a sense of inexplicable fear welling up within him. This man before him was far too formidable. The power of the thunder god's hammer could not harm him, and his physical strength was equally astounding. Only the Elder Sword of Heaven could possibly contend with him. This realization ignited a desire to retreat within Sodin. With a swift motion, he summoned the thunder god's hammer back to his hand and began to spin it once more, hoping to flee the scene. With the enhancement of the thunder god's hammer, his flight speed could be amplified manifold, a divine technique for escape. However, before he could take flight, the thunder god's hammer yanked him back down. In a desperate attempt to break free from its control, Sodin exerted all his strength to hold the hammer steady, but its resistance grew increasingly fierce. Finally, with a thunderous bang, the hammer struck him squarely on the forehead, sending him flying once more. The hammer then swiftly soared towards Lin Yu, hovering silently before him. Lin Yu, taken aback by the turn of events, wondered, what is happening? The thunder god's hammer wishes to betray its master? However, when it comes to seizing treasures, no one could refuse. Lin Yu gently extended his hand and grasped the thunder god's hammer, feeling its exhilaration coursing through him. With a gentle smile, he proclaimed, "From now on, you shall accompany me." The thunder god, witnessing this scene from afar, was utterly heartbroken. His most cherished hammer had betrayed him, aligning itself with his enemy. Yet, a wave of intense fear soon washed over him. Flee. This became his sole thought. In a panic, he neglected to reclaim his hammer and fled without looking back. Observing this, Lin Yu chided, "What a coward, fleeing like a beast." He then turned to the old monk Shurjia and asserted, "What I said holds true." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and pursued the thunder god Sodin. Chapter 74, The Golden Winged Rock, Yin Chi Bottle. Despite the fact that a significant portion of the thunder god Sodin's combat prowess stemmed from the Meow Meow hammer, he himself possessed strength at the intermediate diamond level. Particularly with his lightning evasion technique, which granted him astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Sodine vanished from Lin Yu's sight. Even with the use of the Eye of Breaking Illusions, Lin Yu could not discern his whereabouts. Is this thunder god akin to a rodent? Such speed, Lin Yu lamented. Just as he intended to head directly to the thunder god's stronghold, the City of Light, a wave of mental energy emanated from the Meow Meow hammer, its spirit guiding him toward a different direction. Lin Yu looked up, realizing this path did not lead to the City of Light. 100,000 kilometers away lay the city of 10,000 demons, the domain of the Demon King. Furthermore, 200,000 kilometers beyond, that was the city of the Elder Sword of Heaven. Could it be that Sodine sought refuge with the Elder Sword? Lin Yu pondered this for a moment, finding it quite plausible. As the third strongest being on Valen continent and the second strongest human, Sodine had only the first-ranked Elder Sword and the second-ranked Demon King left to aid him. Given that the Demon King was of the demon race, the likelihood of Sodine seeking his assistance was slim. The most probable scenario was that he would turn to the Elder Sword for help. Having confirmed Sodine's intentions, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. He maximized the speed of his earth-soaring golden light, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Sodine had fled, intent on intercepting him along the way. If Sodine managed to unite with the Elder Sword, the situation would become considerably more complicated. At this juncture, the earth-soaring golden light skill had reached the initial diamond level, enabling Lin Yu to traverse miles in an instant. Yet, Sodine's speed was not to be underestimated. He was even considerably faster than Lin Yu. After nearly an hour of pursuit, Lin Yu found no distance closed between them. In exasperation, he accessed his system's personal panel and noted that his available evolution points had exceeded 20,000. Nodding to himself, he realized the progress of the Jojo guards had also been commendable. At this moment, Lin Yu's evolution points were sourced not only from his own victories in battle, but also from the 800 Jojo guards and those he had evolved within the Jojo realm, with their weapon kills contributing to his total. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Lin Yu were to lie idle every day, he would swiftly ascend to the rank of a king. System: elevate the earth-soaring golden light to the intermediate diamond level. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. The earth-soaring golden light has advanced to the intermediate diamond level, capable of traversing 100 miles in an instant. Current available evolution points: 12,145. Evolution complete. The golden light of the earth successfully advanced to the intermediate level of diamond. Its speed had increased to 5 times that of before. Lin Yu instantaneously accelerated, pursuing the fleeing Sodine with a velocity of 100 miles per instant. Through the Meow Meow hammer, Lin Yu sensed the distance to Sodine diminishing rapidly. After a brief pursuit of over a minute, he realized that there remained less than 100 kilometers between them, and he was on the verge of capturing Sodine. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt a fierce attack aimed at him. He swiftly adjusted his course to evade this formidable strike. Coming to a halt, he focused his gaze and beheld a man clad in resplendent attire, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing him intently. Under Lin Yu's discerning eye, the man's true form revealed itself to be a colossal golden-winged roc. Lin Yu quickly deduced the identity of this being, or rather this bird. It was the king of all demons, Xiang Wentian, a legendary demon king who unified all demon clans across the Valen continent, a formidable warrior of the advanced diamond rank, second only to the venerable Sword Elder. Lin Yu regarded the king of all demons with disdain, remarking, "Little bird, are you here to defend Sodine? Little bird?" Xiang Wentian roared in indignation. "I, a proud descendant of the golden-winged roc, am insulted by such a term." His right hand transformed into a deadly claw, swiftly attacking Lin Yu, bellowing, "I am the golden-winged roc, not some little bird. Prepare to meet your end." Lin Yu, undeterred, cast aside the Meow Meow hammer and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Xiang Wentian. The Demon King, true to his title, possessed a physical strength that rivaled Lin Yu, who had trained in the 9-turn profound art. Their blows exchanged with ferocity. They battled from the heavens to the earth, from outside the city to within, creating massive breaches in the towering walls. After exchanging thousands of blows, they finally separated, both panting heavily. Lin Yu hovered in the air, gazing down at Xiang Wentian, whose hands trembled, and chuckled, "Little bird, your hands must be aching. Now tell me, why do you obstruct my path?" Xiang Wentian glared at Lin Yu, yet hesitated to advance. The recent melee had shaken his confidence. It had been years since a human had matched him in physical prowess, instilling a profound wariness within him. Gritting his teeth, Xiang Wentian declared, "I am the golden-winged roc, not a little bird. You possess merely a trace of my bloodline. My sister carries the blood of the primordial phoenix." Lin Yu chuckled. "In that case, you ought to address me as uncle." With that, he spread his arms, grinning. "Come here, dear nephew, let your uncle give you a hug." Across the vast lands of the 9 provinces, Lin Ming watched the spectacle of Lin Yu absurdly claiming familial ties and felt a wave of embarrassment. That ghastly uncle of a demon. I would never allow such an ugly creature to be my son. Xiang Wentian, incensed by Lin Yu's mockery and his attempts to take advantage of him, seethed with fury. Today, you shall witness the might of your grandfather, he bellowed. With a flourish of his hands, a jade-green bottle materialized. Xiang Wentian uncorked it and drew a powerful breath toward Lin Yu, who felt an immense force pulling him in. In an instant, he was sucked into the bottle. Xiang Wentian swiftly sealed the cap and gently shook the bottle, laughing, once trapped in my yin-yang qi bottle, no matter your power, you shall not escape alive. Upon entering the bottle, Lin Yu felt a chill wash over him. Even with his mastery of the nine-turn profound art, he sensed a biting cold. What a remarkable treasure. It's quite effective for capturing others, Lin Yu marveled, showing no awareness of the perilous situation he was in. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, the previously frigid interior of the bottle erupted into flames, with 40 fire serpents and 3 fire dragons charging toward him. Humph, playing with dragons in my presence? Lin Yu scoffed. The true dragon technique activated instantly, conjuring 18 true dragons that surged forth to engage the fire serpents and dragons. In mere moments, the fire serpents and dragons were overpowered and devoured, leaving behind a blazing inferno within the bottle. Not wasting a moment, Lin Yu summoned the thunder-bright silver spear, aimed at the center of the bottle's base, and thrust it forth. The spear pierced through, creating a small breach. With resolute determination, he unleashed a barrage of thrusts at the same spot until, with a resounding crash, a large hole was formed at the bottom of the yin-yang qi bottle, causing the 2 streams of yin and yang qi to begin leaking out. Quick-witted, Lin Yu swiftly inhaled, capturing the 2 streams of qi in his hands, which he then stored in the jade purifying bottle. After securing it in his embrace, Lin Yu rapidly soared out of the shattered yin-yang qi bottle, gazing at the astonished Xiang Wentian with a cold smile. Dear nephew, it seems you dared to imprison your uncle within a bottle. You deserve a good beating. Armed with the thunder-bright silver spear, he charged toward Xiang Wentian with the force of a thunderstorm. Chapter 75. I truly am your uncle. Is a strong warrior of the advanced diamond rank formidable? Indeed, exceptionally so. Whether it be the thunder god Saga or the king of all demons Xiang Wentian, their combat prowess is unparalleled. On the Valen continent, aside from the Sword Elder, this duo, one man and one bird, could nearly sweep all before them. Yet, unfortunately for them, they encountered Lin Yu, their lifelong nemesis. Lin Yu not only seized Saga's beloved thunder god hammer, but also shattered Xiang Wentian's yin-yang qi bottle, claiming the innate yin-yang qi for himself. Both of their most powerful treasures now lay in Lin Yu's possession. At this moment, Lin Yu wielded the thunder-bright silver spear, swiftly advancing towards Xiang Wentian, the distance between them shrinking to less than 100 meters. The spear sliced through the air with great velocity. With a clang, the spear was intercepted, as Xiang Wentian brandished a halberd to block the attack. Well done, dear nephew, let us see more, Lin Yu taunted. The repeated mention of dear nephew drove Xiang Wentian to the brink of losing his composure. Enraged, he swung his halberd and engaged Lin Yu in combat. Lin Yu, relishing the rare opportunity to spar with someone capable, sought to hone his combat techniques, skillfully wielding the thunder-bright silver spear while continuing to taunt Xiang Wentian with dear nephew to undermine his resolve. Across the 9 provinces, the onlookers erupted in laughter. The universe god is truly mischievous. Just a few utterances of dear nephew and this little bird is nearly breaking down. Does anyone know where the universe god's family hails from? I want to propose to the universe god's sister. Bah, with you? Dream on. The younger sister of the celestial god possesses the bloodline of the primordial phoenix and has achieved the initial stage of gold rank, capable of dispatching even the flame-armored dragon with a single strike. Your frail physique is utterly insignificant in comparison. My wife has become this formidable. She can eliminate the flame-armored dragon with one blow. Come out and face me in a duel. Do you really think you can challenge my wife? Do you believe my brother-in-law could take you down with a single shot? Humph. A bunch of worthless black iron and bronze scum dares to propose to the sister of the celestial god. This conversation is going awry. If we continue to prattle on, even the birds shall fall. On the battlefield, Lin Yu's assault grew increasingly ferocious, forcing Xiang Wentian to retreat step by step. The aftermath of their battle even devastated half of the city of Wanyao. Numerous small demons of gold and silver rank perished beneath the residual shockwaves. Observing this, Xiang Wentian bellowed, "You little thief. Do not overstep your bounds." With that, Xiang Wentian transformed, revealing a golden-winged great pung with a wingspan of 5,000 meters. The shadow of its wings cast the entire Wanyao city into darkness. Even in their human forms, their ultimate transformation remains as their true selves. Lin Yu regarded the transformed Xiang Wentian with a nod of approval. Indeed, a golden-winged great Peng, perfectly suited as a steed. Long before, during the first round of testing while pursuing the flame-armored Dragon King, Lin Yu had contemplated acquiring an eagle to evolve into a high-tier mount. However, the right opportunity had eluded him until now, with a ready-made diamond-tier steed before him, filling him with immense delight. Capturing Xiang Wentian not only serves the purpose of ostentation on his travels, but also provides a powerful ally. Lin Yu had not forgotten that aside from the 70 cities of Valen Continent, the Beidou planet and Jodi planet each boasted 69 cities awaiting his conquest. The acquisition of more diamond-tier powerhouses would greatly simplify the second round of tests. As for those who refused to cooperate, they would merely become Lin Yu's evolution points. Xiang Wentian, having returned to his true form, let out a resounding cry, flapping his colossal wings and stirring up a tempest that sent debris soaring through the air. A massive claw then lunged toward Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu swiftly retreated a mile, activating the skill transforming heaven and earth, instantly assuming the form of a giant with his head in the clouds and feet firmly on the ground. With a powerful fist, he struck down upon the approaching claw, igniting a fierce melee. Although Xiang Wentian in his golden-winged great Peng form was formidable, Lin Yu, empowered by the transforming heaven and earth skill, surpassed him in every aspect: physical strength, power, and defense. Within a mere 100 exchanges, Lin Yu tore a handful of feathers from Xiang Wentian's wings. Seizing the moment, he summoned the Thunder God's hammer, channeling the power of thunder to strike Xiang Wentian heavily. Soon, the feathers on Xiang Wentian's body were scorched black. Identifying the opportune moment, Lin Yu firmly grasped Xiang Wentian's wings, unleashing a bolt of lightning several meters thick upon his head. Xiang Wentian was instantly overwhelmed, seeing stars. Rendered a bald bird. Lin Yu then summoned the Thunderbolt Silver Spear, piercing through Xiang Wentian's wings and pinning him to the ground. Xiang Wentian emitted pained cries, struggling futilely to break free, but with his wings impaled and Lin Yu pressing down upon him, escape was impossible. He could only lie on the ground, groaning helplessly. Lin Yu did intend to tame Xiang Wentian as a mount, but understood that a powerhouse like him would possess a proud spirit and would not easily submit to another. Without inflicting serious punishment, Xiang Wentian would never yield. Thus, Lin Yu showed no mercy, delivering a thorough beating. After all, he had over 10,000 evolution points and was unafraid of accidentally killing the little bird. Seeing that Xiang Wentian no longer resisted, Lin Yu clapped his hands and stood up, gazing at the pained, moaning Xiang Wentian. "So, little bird, how about joining me?" At that moment, Xiang Wentian, with his wings pierced and head still spinning from the shock, stammered, "No way." Unperturbed by Xiang Wentian's refusal, Lin Yu continued, "What is so bad about following me? With your mere diamond-tier strength, you would merely be a slightly larger cannon fodder on the battlefield of myriad races, destined to become someone else's appetizer. But if you join me, you shall battle across the heavens and realms, ensuring your ascension to godhood. Then, like Mengduo, you'll be free to go wherever you wish. Why remain confined to the small Valen continent?" Yet, despite Lin Yu's eloquent persuasion, Xiang Wentian remained unmoved. As a demon king, he held his pride and could not bring himself to submit to a mere human. Observing this, Lin Yu continued to entice. "Moreover, we share a familial bond, dear nephew." At this, Xiang Wentian's anger flared again, but he was too weak to retaliate, merely struggling symbolically before weakly stating, "Do not spout nonsense. My parents passed away a millennium ago, and I have never heard of any relatives. Whether you wish to live or die is entirely up to you. But do not think to take advantage of me by calling me your nephew," Lin Yu retorted. "I'm not deceiving you, dear nephew," Lin Yu replied with a smile. "Just take a look." With that, he simulated his sister Lin Meng's primordial phoenix bloodline through the system. In an instant, Xiang Wentian sensed a familiar and comforting aura emanating from Lin Yu. It was the same essence as his mother, leaving him even more bewildered. "Mother?" Xiang Wentian murmured. "You foolish child, I am not your mother. I am your great-uncle," Lin Yu chuckled. "Great-uncle?" "Indeed, dear nephew, I am your great-uncle." In the 9 provinces, Lin Meng watched the unfolding scene on the battlefield, nearly in tears. Her brother has truly recognized the golden-winged Great Peng as his nephew. Does that mean she has become the mother of a bird? But I am only 16, and I have never even dated. How could I possibly be a mother to a bird? Chapter 76, Taming the Demon King, Xiang Wentian. Before the city of Wanyao, Xiang Wentian gazed at the seemingly kind Lin Yu, dazed, and asked, "Are you truly my great-uncle?" "Of course, dear nephew. Why would your great-uncle lie to you?" Lin Yu replied with a broad smile. "Do you not remember the aura of your mother?" "I certainly remember my mother's aura," Xiang Wentian stated. "But if you are indeed my great-uncle, why did you injure me?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled, It was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Your great uncle merely wished to test your strength, and I did not anticipate that I would strike too hard. Lin Yu observed that Xiang Wentian had nearly accepted his identity as his granduncle, no longer pressing him further. He withdrew the long spear from Xiang Wentian's wing and swiftly transformed back into his human form. Xiang Wentian let out another agonizing cry and, with his enormous eagle eyes, scrutinized Lin Yu closely, once again sensing the familiar pulse of bloodline energy. Indeed, it was unmistakably the essence of his mother. At that moment, he abandoned any thoughts of retaliation, retracting his massive wings and shifting into human form as well. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurried to support Xiang Wentian, expressing concern. Dear nephew, does it hurt? Is your injury severe? Xiang Wentian rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth, replying, What do you think, dear granduncle? I can neither fight back nor ignore the fact that you are my granduncle. Frustration welled up within him, and at that moment, all he desired was to devour 1,000 pig demons to vent his anger. Lin Yu, however, paid no heed to Xiang Wentian's internal turmoil. The identity of the elder had been firmly established, and this free mount and fighter was not going anywhere. In the kingdom of Jiuzhou, Lin Ming gazed at the screen with a face full of grievance, internally shouting, I refuse to be the mother of a foul bird. Before the city of 10,000 demons, Lin Yu observed that Xiang Wentian's arms were still bleeding profusely, and, with a look of deep remorse, said, Dear nephew, it is indeed my fault for being too rough. Fear not, I shall tend to your wounds immediately. With that, Lin Yu retrieved a vial of primary golden life spring water from the jade bottle. However, recalling that Xiang Wentian's injury was inflicted by the thunder-bright silver spear, he doubted whether the primary golden life spring water would suffice for healing. System, evolve this vial of life spring water to diamond level, he contemplated. Evolution begins. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining diamond level Earth Milk Essence. Earth Milk Essence contains vast amounts of life essence, capable of reviving the deceased and restoring flesh and bones. Current available evolution points, 10,056. As the evolution concluded, the previously transparent liquid in the glass vial transformed into a milky white substance, radiating a faint white halo. Just a whiff invigorated the senses. Xiang Wentian's eyes sparkled as he beheld the Earth Milk Essence. Had it not been for his inability to overpower Lin Yu due to the latter's status as an elder, he would have attempted to seize it. Lin Yu, noticing the longing in Xiang Wentian's gaze, chuckled, Do not rush. This is indeed prepared for you. Afterward, he handed the entire vial of Earth Milk Essence to Xiang Wentian, who swiftly accepted it and unhesitatingly consumed the whole vial. In an instant, Xiang Wentian felt a torrent of life energy flowing through his body, prompting him to sit down and meditate. After a quarter of an hour, he slowly opened his eyes, observing that his arms had fully healed. Rising to his feet, he expressed sincerely, Thank you, dear granduncle. This heartfelt acknowledgement was genuine. The vial of Earth Milk Essence had not only healed his injuries, but also strengthened the bloodline of his golden-winged great Pong, enhancing his potential significantly. He had a premonition that within 10 years, he would ascend to the level of a king. It was important to note that the Valen continent had not seen a king-level demon king in over 1,000 years. The last king-level demon king was his mother, who had been slain not long after giving birth to him by a human warrior. Xiang Wentian had long sought to avenge his mother against that human warrior. Yet over the course of a millennium, he had scoured the entire Valen continent without encountering any human of king-level strength, leading him to believe that the one who had killed his mother had perished. Lin Yu, observing the fully restored Xiang Wentian, inquired with a smile, So, how does my medicine fare? Indeed, thank you, dear granduncle, Xiang Wentian replied. My injuries have completely healed, and I am confident I can ascend to king level within 10 years. 10 years? Lin Yu scoffed. Dear nephew, your ambitions are rather limited. Do you know how long it took me to reach my current level? Lin Yu feigned profundity. Upon hearing this, Xiang Wentian scrutinized Lin Yu once more, realizing he could not discern the latter's level of strength. Hesitantly, he ventured. Shouldn't it take at least 2,000 years? Lin Yu sighed dramatically. You underestimate the situation. I reached my current level in less than half a month. With that, he stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of confidence. What? Xiang Wentian gasped. Half a month? That is impossible. It took me 1,000 years to reach my current level. No one can attain diamond level in just half a month. His face was filled with disbelief. Nothing is impossible, Lin Yu replied lightly. If it weren't for certain constraints, I would have already attained divine level. As long as you stick with me, I guarantee you will ascend to divine level within 10 years. The allure of divine level was irresistible, and Xiang Wentian was no exception. However, he was also aware that nothing came without a price, asking, What is it that you require from me, dear granduncle? Simple. Follow me and join me in conquering the myriad realms, Lin Yu declared. Moreover, by accompanying me, you will have the opportunity to see your mother again. Really? My mother is still alive? Xiang Wentian grasped Lin Yu's arm, his face alight with excitement. To be precise, your mother should have perished, Lin Yu explained. But she has been revived, though her memories of her past life have yet to awaken. Regardless, the relatives have already acknowledged her. Lin Yu had no qualms about fabricating this tale. Even if Xiang Wentian were to meet Lin Meng in the future, it would merely seem as though she had taken in a larger-than-usual pet bird. My mother has been revived? This is wonderful. Xiang Wentian was elated at the prospect of reuniting with his mother after a millennium. Moreover, he had no doubt about Lin Yu's words. His mother indeed possessed the ability to be reborn through fire. Soon, Xiang Wentian made up his mind. All right, from now on, I will follow you, dear granduncle. Good. Dear nephew, Lin Yu said with satisfaction. Now, allow me to present you with another gift. He contemplated. System. Expend 1,000 evolution points to enhance Xiang Wentian's flight speed. Lin Yu was concerned that if Xiang Wentian advanced to King level too soon, it might be hard to control him, so he only enhanced his flying speed. Evolution begins. Evolution successful. Xiang Wentian's flight speed increased by 50. Current available evolution points, 9,056. Once the evolution concluded, Lin Yu asked, So, dear nephew, do you like this gift? Xiang Wentian could clearly sense a significant enhancement in his flying abilities. Although he was unsure how Lin Yu had accomplished this, he still clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you for your generosity, dear granduncle. Ah, it is but a small matter. As long as you follow me, there will be countless benefits in the future. Lin Yu replied, By the way, hand over your fortune gold medal from the city of 10,000 demons. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Wentian produced the medal from his bosom and placed it directly into Lin Yu's hands. In any case, I am prepared to follow Lin Yu into the myriad realms of existence. A mere kingdom of 10,000 demons is but a trivial matter. If it ceases to exist, so be it. There is no cause for lamentation. Lin Yu accepted the fortune token from the city of 10,000 demons and swiftly consumed it with the fortune token of the 9 provinces. An announcement echoed across the battlefield. Congratulations to the 9 provinces city for successfully absorbing the fortune of the city of 10,000 demons. The realm of the 10,000 demon kingdom is about to enter an era of magic's decline. Upon the conclusion of the announcement, Lin Yu turned to Xiang Wentian and commanded, Nephew, there are still many stragglers left in the city of 10,000 demons. Go and eliminate them. Yes, uncle, Xiang Wentian replied, his expression sharpening. In an instant, he transformed back into his previous invincible demon king form and soared toward the remaining few hundred lesser demons in the city. Chapter 77. The Cowardly David and the Sound of Eru on the Battlefield. After the intense clash between Lin Yu and Xiang Wentian, the city of 10,000 demons had already been ravaged beyond recognition, with 800 lesser demons suffering heavy casualties. The remaining few, trembling in fear, sought refuge on the other side of the city. Xiang Wentian arrived at their gathering place in the blink of an eye. Before the lesser demons could plead for mercy, he inhaled deeply and devoured them all without a shred of compassion. Such is the law of survival among demons. The weak are destined to become sustenance for the strong. Once he had disposed of all the lesser demons, Xiang Wentian returned to Lin Yu and reported, Uncle, all the lesser demons have been dealt with. Lin Yu, noticing his evolution points had surged by several thousand, nodded in satisfaction and praised, Well done. Next, we must confront Suading and the Elder Sword. Nephew, do you have any understanding of the Elder Sword's strength? Very formidable. Xiang Wentian replied earnestly. When I first unified the demon race, I battled the Elder Sword. And after just over 100 exchanges, I was defeated. His strength should be on par with yours, uncle. So he truly possesses some skill, Lin Yu remarked. However, he felt no trepidation. No matter how powerful the Elder Sword may be, he was merely of the advanced diamond rank. Could he truly overturn the heavens? With a flicker of thought, Lin Yu summoned the Thunder Goddess Hammer, which he had previously cast aside. Xiang Wentian felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the Thunder Goddess Hammer, recalling how he had been rendered numb by its electric shock moments ago. Simultaneously, his wariness of his uncle intensified. The Thunder Goddess Hammer was reputed to be the most exceptional artifact on the Valen continent, said to be unyielding even to the Elder Sword. The fact that it had become Lin Yu's weapon suggested that his uncle might surpass the Elder Sword in strength. This notion filled him with a sense of eager anticipation. Once Lin Yu defeated the Elder Sword, he would seize the opportunity to strike a blow and reclaim his earlier glory. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly said, Nephew, revert to your true form and take me to the Sword City. Xiang Wentian was momentarily taken aback. So this is the meaning of following you? Does love vanish then? Do you merely desire my form, wishing for me to serve as your steed? Observing Xiang Wentian's hesitation, Lin Yu slapped him on the head and chided. What are you dawdling for? If you take any longer, the Thunder God and Elder Sword will be having dinner. Reluctantly, Xiang Wentian transformed back into his true form, becoming an enormous golden-winged rock. Lin Yu looked at the gigantic bird, which towered like a city, and exclaimed, "Why must you be so large for just me to ride? Shrink down, 10 meters will suffice." Although Xiang Wentian was unsure of the size of 10 meters, he complied and shifted into a golden-winged rock with a wingspan of about 7 to 8 meters. Satisfied, Lin Yu swiftly mounted his back and shouted, "Go." A sense of humiliation surged within Xiang Wentian. I am not a horse. Nevertheless, he obediently soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as they sped toward the Sword City. On Blue Star, David, the commander of Millie, felt an even greater sense of dread upon witnessing the unfolding events. This marked the fourth city Lin Yu had conquered, not counting the Thunder God. If one accounted for the city taken by the 809 provinces guards, the 9 provinces had seized 5 cities within less than half a day. At this rate, they could unify 70 cities across the Valen continent in just a week. Moreover, Lin Yu had enlisted superlative powers like Yu Liangshun and Xiang Wentian, indicating that the number of strong allies he would recruit henceforth would only increase. Coupled with the 800 gold tier 9 provinces guards, David could ascertain that even if Millie, Beixiong, and all the cities of the northern Dipper and Jyoti planets united, they would not stand a chance against the 9 provinces. Furthermore, Lin Yu's flight speed instilled fear within him. According to analyses by Millie's expert team, Lin Yu's speed had far surpassed that of their missiles, exceeding it by more than 5-fold. He could effortlessly intercept their missiles. David realized that his last trump card no longer posed any threat to the 9 provinces. Thus, terror gripped him. He regretted allowing Alice to act recklessly. Alice's current behavior would undoubtedly plunge the entirety of Millie into despair, leading them into an abyss of no return. No, that madwoman, Alice, will ruin Millie, David declared, hastily seizing a satellite phone beside him to call across the ocean. At the Jiangxing base, Zhou Tai was analyzing the situation on the battlefield among the myriad races while simultaneously directing the defenses within the 9 provinces. His other 3 avatars had already been dispatched, each capable of remaining for 24 hours, sufficient to handle numerous issues. Suddenly, his assistant, Xiao Wang, rushed in and said, "Director, David from Millie is calling and wishes to speak with you." Humph. Zhou Tai scoffed coldly. He didn't even answer my calls before. Now that he sees Lin Yu growing stronger, he can no longer remain still. Despite his ire, he answered the phone. "What is it?" Zhou Tai inquired frostily. "Director Zhou, I am here to apologize. Previously, our satellite signals were disrupted, which is why we could not connect with you. I specifically wanted to say sorry." On the other end, David's tone was remarkably humble, leaving Zhou Tai feeling somewhat taken aback. When had David ever spoken in such a subservient manner? Even the former big boss of Millie would not have prompted such deference from him. "This trivial matter has already slipped my mind," Zhou Tai replied nonchalantly. "If you have something to discuss, please state it directly. I am quite busy." "Indeed, Director Zhou is magnanimous. I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you. I can persuade Alice to cease her resistance and surrender Millie's fortune token to Lin Yu, hoping that the 9 provinces will spare Millie in return. Aside from Millie's homeland, the remaining territories of Blue Star shall belong to you and the 9 provinces." "I cannot agree to that at this moment," Zhou Tai stated. "However, I can convey your intentions to the higher-ups." "Thank you very much, Director Zhou." David expressed his gratitude. "Is there anything else?" Zhou Tai asked impatiently. "Nothing more, Director Zhou." David began, but before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Tai hung up the phone abruptly, exhibiting a remarkable coldness. "Courtesy is reserved for friends, for foes. Merely receiving your call is a privilege." At this moment, the situation in Jiuzhou remained far from tranquil. The Yin Jialong would sporadically invade the borders of Jiuzhou, leaving Zhou Tai with numerous matters to attend to, and no time to spare for the bothersome old David. Moreover, the decision regarding the Mealy Kingdom was beyond his authority. It hinged entirely on Lin Yu's intentions. On the battlefield of the myriad races, after flying for several minutes, Lin Yu and Xiang Wentian, one man and one bird, arrived at Tianjin City. "My dear nephew, you've worked hard. Your speed is commendable," Lin Yu praised sincerely. The golden-winged Peng was renowned for its swiftness, and particularly, Xiang Wentian's flying speed had increased dramatically by 50 following Lin Yu's evolution. Xiang Wentian could now fly at over 100 kilometers per second, more than double Lin Yu's own speed. Thus, Lin Yu felt quite satisfied with his newly acquired steed. At that moment, a hauntingly beautiful melody drifted from the direction of the city lord's mansion in Tianjin City, leaving Lin Yu in astonishment. Who is playing the arrow? Chapter 78. As the Swana sounds, the white cloth covers, the whole village awaits the feast. A mournful and yet melodious eru tune emanated from the city lord's mansion, as if narrating the tragic experiences of its player, encapsulating the vicissitudes of human life. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to hear such a familiar national treasure in this foreign battlefield. However, after a brief moment, he sensed something amiss. The eru's melody was interlaced with a soul attack, waves of spiritual energy striking deep into his soul. Lin Yu felt a slight sting in his spirit, even awakening a flicker of guilt for the slaughters he had committed during this time. Even Xiang Wentian beneath him began to sway, nearly losing its balance from the impact. Humph! Lin Yu snorted, employing the chaotic visualization method to protect his soul. Playing the eru? Let us see what the king of instruments can achieve. After stating this, he retrieved a suona from the jade bottle. As for why there was a suona in the jade bottle, Lin Yu had acquired it earlier in a large supermarket. And why could Lin Yu play the suona? He had learned it from the elders in his village during his childhood. As the saying goes, 1,000-year pipa, a 10,000-year zheng, a lifetime of eru playing. The suona's sound brings the curtain down. The tune plays, the cloth covers, and the whole village awaits the feast. Those departing depart, those carrying the deceased carry them, friends and family begin to weep. Initially unaware of the song's meaning, upon hearing it again, one becomes the person in the coffin. No matter how illustrious one was in life, after death, the suona must send you off. At this moment, Lin Yu was unceremonious. Since you dared to use the eru for a soul attack, I shall utilize the suona to send you off. Let us see who can outdo whom in annoyance. To vex the elder of Tianjian, Lin Yu deliberately played the tune in a disordered manner, akin to a novice. Coupled with the soul attack from the chaotic visualization method, the cacophony of the suona echoed throughout Tianjin city, inciting chaos and despair. Hundreds of golden and silver-level ants were rendered heartbroken, weeping as if mourning their deceased parents. Even Xiang Wentian rolled its eyes, plummeting to the ground. The citizens of Juzhou also heard the wailing suona, though they were not subjected to a soul attack. The sheer madness of the tune inflicted profound trauma on their spirits. Mere minutes of listening would require a lifetime to heal. God of the universe, quickly cease your divine powers. Your indiscriminate attack is too terrifying. God of the universe, I was wrong. Spare us. You young man, please stop. I'm about to be sent away. God of the universe, don't jest. If you continue, I might just pull out my own oxygen tube. Whether enemies on the battlefield or compatriots within Juzhou, all suffered immensely under the onslaught of the suona's sound. In the tumultuous clash of the suona and eru, the most severely affected were undoubtedly the 800 ants in the city. As some weak silver-level ants began to froth at the mouth, on the brink of collapse, the eru abruptly ceased. A long sigh emanated from the city lord's mansion. Alas, let it be. I beseech you, Lord Lin Yu, to retract your divine powers. My 800 disciples are innocent. Seeing the opponent concede, Lin Yu lost interest in further combat. To be honest, even he found his own playing somewhat nauseating. As Lin Yu ceased his wailing on the suona, another voice echoed through the city. We request Lord Lin Yu and the Demon King to enter the city lord's mansion for a discussion. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu laughed heartily. What is there to fear? Nephew, let us go. Xiang Wentian, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, finally exhaled in relief. Then followed Lin Yu to the city lord's mansion. Upon entering, they beheld an elderly man, holding an eru, seated in the city lord's chair. The old man bore a righteous expression, clad in light blue robes, with silver-white hair cascading to his shoulders, resembling a sage from another realm. To the left of the city lord's chair sat the disheveled Thor Sodden, who glared furiously at Lin Yu. Lin Yu merely cast a casual glance at him before dismissing him entirely. A mere defeated foe, whose wife he had snatched away, posed no threat. In Lin Yu's eyes, only one person mattered, the elder of Tianjian, seated regally in the city lord's chair. Through the system, Lin Yu discovered that the elder's strength was not merely at the diamond high tier, but rather at the half-step king level. What does half-step king level signify? According to the system, it denotes a power exceeding the diamond high tier, yet not reaching the king level. It is a half-step toward becoming a king. Additionally, those who have fallen from king level may also attain half-step king status. At this moment, Lin Yu felt a flicker of excitement. With Sodden and Xiang Wentian at the diamond high tier no longer posing a challenge, he was unsure of the unique abilities of a true king-level powerhouse. However, a half-step king like the elder of Tianjian would serve as the perfect benchmark for assessing his own combat prowess, providing him with a preliminary understanding of king-level strength. Having grasped the elder of Tianjin's strength, Lin Yu cast aside any reservations, boldly seated himself in a nearby chair, and began to sip tea. Delightful, Lin Yu remarked, nodding in satisfaction after tasting the tea. Your tea leaves in Tianjin City are splendid. Do bring me some more next time. The elder of the heavenly sword, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. Since Lord Lin has taken a liking to them, I shall have my disciples prepare a few packets for you shortly. Then I am most grateful, Lin Yu replied. He finished the remaining tea in one gulp and said, having enjoyed the tea, it is time for action. Shall you strike first, or will Suo Ding take the lead? There is no need for haste, Lord Lin, the elder of the heavenly sword smiled. Why not continue to sit, sip tea, and engage in philosophical discourse? Must we resort to violence? The last monk who debated with me ended up losing his fortune. Lin Yu teased. Are you prepared to relinquish your fortune as well? With your half-step monarch-level strength, would you find it satisfying to lose so easily? Upon hearing this, Suo Ding and the Demon King, Xiang Wentian, were taken aback. Half-step monarch level. No wonder they were no match for the elder of the heavenly sword. He had already crossed that threshold. The elder remained unperturbed, saying, although I have slain countless foes in my lifetime, each of them had a justified fate. Unless absolutely necessary, I prefer not to engage in bloodshed. I would rather converse with my fellow practitioners about the art of music. Furthermore, I cannot discern the true strength of Lord Lin. Is he at the half-step monarch level or the monarch level? Upon hearing this, both Suo Ding and Xiang Wentian were further astonished. If even the elder of the heavenly sword could not fathom Lin Yu's power, did that imply Lin Yu had already reached the monarch level? No wonder they had been utterly defeated. Lin Yu did not deny it. Concealing one's strength from adversaries was essential to remaining invincible. Your indiscriminate slaughter has nothing to do with me, Lin Yu scoffed. However, his expression suddenly turned icy. How shall we reckon the account of your slaying my nephew's mother? As soon as Lin Yu's words fell, Xiang Wentian sprang from his seat, summoning his halberd to point directly at the elder of the heavenly sword. You wretched old man. It was you who killed my mother. Chapter 79, Events from 1,000 years ago, the Unname's Loyalty. Xiang Wentian exuded a fierce aura. His halberd unwaveringly aimed at the elder of the heavenly sword, his diamond-level strength radiating outward, stirring the air into a tempest. Yet, he was not blinded by rage. He recognized the disparity in power between himself and the elder. Thus, he merely glared with fury, awaiting Lin Yu to make the first move. As for how Lin Yu deduced that the elder of the heavenly sword was responsible for Xiang Wentian's mother's death, it was because he sensed a trace of Yuan Feng's aura emanating from the elder through the system. This aura was unusual and faint. Without the system's prompt, he would have remained unaware. Coupled with the elder's half-step monarch-level prowess, Lin Yu speculated that it must have been 1,000 years ago when the elder of the heavenly sword had slain the previous demon king, Yuan Feng, leaving him grievously wounded and causing him to fall in rank. Seeing Xiang Wentian's face contorted with rage, the elder sighed deeply. Oh, while I did not personally slay your mother, her death was indeed a consequence of my actions. It is understandable that you seek vengeance upon me. Oh. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, his brows raised. Is there more to this tale? He retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket, seated himself leisurely in the chair, and began to crack the seeds while fixating his gaze upon the elder. The message was unmistakable. He was ready to savor the unfolding drama. Recognizing Lin Yu's demeanor as that of an eager spectator, the elder understood that this matter could no longer remain concealed. He began to recount. Over 1,000 years ago, there were 3 monarch-level beings on the Valen continent. Myself, the demon king Yuan Feng, and Shijia. Wait. Lin Yu interjected suddenly. Wasn't Shijia only at the diamond intermediate level? Unperturbed by the interruption, the elder explained. Shijia is merely a title. Every leader of the Mani sect is referred to as Shijia. The current Shijia is the disciple of the previous one. Please, proceed. Lin Yu smiled, resuming his sunflower seed indulgence. The elder continued. A millennium ago, the 3 of us upheld peace on the Valen continent, with humans and demons coexisting harmoniously, until the emergence of the demon king, Luoho. The demon king Luoho? Lin Yu found this increasingly intriguing, crossing his legs as he sipped tea and cracked seeds. Displaying no awareness of the battlefield's tension, the elder's reminiscences unfolded further. Luoho was an extraordinary figure, having acquired formidable demonic powers from unknown origins, and none of US3 stood a chance against him. His ambitions were boundless, seeking to transform the entire Valen continent into his demonic empire, leading his followers to wage war against both humans and demons alike, mercilessly slaughtering anyone who refused to submit. Eventually, Yuan Feng, Shijia, and I combined our strengths to develop a joint attack technique. Before we could perfect the technique, we confronted Luoho. After a grueling battle lasting 7 days and nights, we managed to slay him. However, following the conflict, Shijia soon attained enlightenment, and Yuan Feng perished due to the depletion of her essence. Only I survived, thanks to the unique nature of my technique, but my strength has since waned, making it difficult to reach the monarch level again. Turning his gaze to Xiang Wentian, the elder continued, it was I who proposed the campaign against Luoho, and thus your mother, Yuan Feng, lost her life. I cannot evade responsibility. If you seek to kill me, I understand. After speaking, The elder placed his arrow aside and closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting Xiang Wentian's strike. Yet, Xiang Wentian hesitated. If what the elder claimed was true, then the death of his mother, Yuan Feng, could not be blamed on him. His true enemy was the long-deceased Demon King, Luo Ho. Though Xiang Wentian was a demon, he was one who distinguished between gratitude and resentment. The elder bore him no ill will. In fact, he was a comrade of his mother. He found it difficult to harbor hatred. Thus, Xiang Wentian turned his gaze toward Lin Yu. Seeing the questioning look in Xiang Wentian's eyes, Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. Don't look at me. I only know that he carries your mother Yuan Feng's aura. As for the truth of his words, I cannot ascertain. Xiang Wentian glared at the elder. Why did you not inform me of this sooner? The elder knew that Xiang Wentian referred to their previous encounter. Let the past remain in the past, he sighed. Had it not been for Lord Lin's mention, I would not have brought this matter to light. You possess great potential, reminiscent of your mother. Within a decade, you shall surely surpass her. A decade? Lin Yu interjected. You underestimate me. With him, as my disciple, reaching the divine level in 10 years would be a trivial matter. The elder looked on in disbelief. Lord Lin has yet to attain the divine level. How can you dare to claim he will reach it in a decade? Do you doubt me? Lin Yu scoffed. The elder remained silent, merely stroking his beard with a smile. Shall we make a wager? Lin Yu proposed suddenly. And what sort of wager does Lord Lin have in mind? The elder inquired. I wager that I can elevate him to the monarch level right now, Lin Yu declared, pointing at Xiang Wentian. As for why Lin Yu was confident in elevating Xiang Wentian's strength to the monarch level at this moment, it was due to a recent surge in his evolution points. The points have surged to over 50,000. Lin Yu speculated that it must be due to Zhou Tai activating that batch of evolved nuclear bombs. Otherwise, with merely 800 Jojo guards, such rapid growth would be implausible. With 50,000 evolution points at his disposal, he was unperturbed by the thought of Xiang Wentian breaking free from his control after advancing to the king level. The Heavenly Sword Elder scrutinized Xiang Wentian closely. Indeed, he possessed the strength of a high-level diamond, showing no signs of concealing his true power. After a moment of contemplation, the Heavenly Sword Elder remarked, Very well, what does Lord Lin wish to wager? I wager you. Lin Yu replied earnestly. If I elevate his strength to the king level now, you will follow me into battle across the myriad realms. Agreed, the Heavenly Sword Elder affirmed. As long as you elevate Xiang Wentian's strength to the king level now, I shall be at your beck and call henceforth. The Heavenly Sword Elder had been trapped at the half-step king level for an extended period. Since the battle a millennium ago, he had no choice but to fuse his body, soul, and heroic sword into one. From that moment on, he became the sword, and the sword became him, achieving a true unity of man and sword. Yet, this unconventional method of unity also perpetually confined him within the essence of a sword, rendering any further enhancement of strength impossible. If Lin Yu truly possessed the ability to elevate someone to the king level in an instant, he could undoubtedly resolve his own predicament. Seeing the Heavenly Sword Elder take the bait, Lin Yu smiled triumphantly. Soon, he would conquer a formidable half-step king without shedding blood. System, elevate Xiang Wentian's strength to the king level, Lin Yu thought. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Xiang Wentian has advanced to the king level, acquiring the innate ability, Soaring Journey. Soaring Journey, an innate ability of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, allowing instantaneous travel across vast distances. Current available evolution points, 30,251. Due to Xiang Wentian's inherent potential for advancing to the king level, this evolution did not consume an excessive number of points. Furthermore, awakening the innate ability of the golden-winged Great Peng was an unexpected delight. Xiang Wentian's flying speed had now reached 100 times that of Lin Yu. With such swiftness, he could arrive at any battlefield location within minutes. This formidable mount greatly pleased Lin Yu. At that moment, the Heavenly Sword Elder also sensed the king-level aura emanating from Xiang Wentian, which was already superior to the original Yuan Feng and far exceeded his current half-step king strength. The Heavenly Sword Elder was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he saw the hope of returning to the king level. He swiftly approached Lin Yu, bowing respectfully with clasped fists, and said, Unnamed pays respects to the city lord. Chapter 80, Sister Kongxian. The Heavenly Sword Elder, unnamed, bowed deeply before Lin Yu, willingly submitting to him. Lin Yu rose and gently lifted Unnamed, smiling. So your name is Unnamed. It is indeed a fine name. Follow me diligently, and you shall have a place among the divine ranks in the future. After all, it was merely a sweet promise, requiring no cost. Thank you. City Lord. Unnamed expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, within the City Lord's residence, the most awkward individual was Thor Sodden. What had begun as a favorable 2v2 situation had suddenly morphed into a 1v3, and he was the weakest among them. Sodden dared not utter a word, fearful of drawing the attention of the three. However, Lin Yu was not one to let him off easily. Approaching Sodden with a smile, Lin Yu provocatively waved the meow meow hammer before him. Sodden, infuriated, ground his teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless against Lin Yu. The king-level Xiong Wentian stood nearby, gazing at him with a predatory intensity. The Heavenly Sword Elder, unnamed, observed with a detached demeanor, clearly unwilling to intervene in matters between him and Lin Yu. He found himself in a precarious situation, unable to fight back or flee. Anxiety consumed him. Once the third strongest in the Valoran continent and the second strongest among humans, he had roamed freely across the land. Yet, in less than a day in the myriad races battlefield, he had lost his wife and now faced the peril of his own life, a reality difficult for him to accept. Seeing Sodden remain silent, Lin Yu lost interest in him and turned, coldly ordering, "Nephew, act." Upon hearing this, Xiong Wentian's gaze turned icy as his king-level aura surged forth, ready to strike at Sodden. In that moment, Sodden, in Xiong Wentian's eyes, was no different from a mere ant. In a flash, Lin Yu's command shattered Sodden's last semblance of defiance. With a heavy thud, Sodden knelt behind Lin Yu, pleading for mercy. "Please, City Lord, spare me. I am willing to follow you and serve you loyally." With his head buried deeply in the ground, Sodden's demeanor was exceedingly sincere. Lin Yu turned to see Sodden's supplicating figure and couldn't help but smile, scoffing lightly. "I once encountered a fellow named Thor who was far more resolute than you. His entire family was nearly annihilated, yet he never bowed to his enemies. After enduring countless trials, he forged a storm battle axe, cleaving his foes' heads with a single stroke. You pale in comparison to him. You truly disgrace the name of Thor. That is only because he did not oppose you, City Lord," Sodden flattered. "Had he witnessed your unparalleled grandeur, he would surely have acted as I do." "Enough with the flattery. I am not swayed by such tactics," Lin Yu replied. "Do not use the name Thor. It is utterly shameful." After a moment of reflection, Lin Yu suddenly declared, "From now on, your name shall be Explosive Point Male Lead." Although Sodden was puzzled about the meaning of this new name, he felt compelled to accept it. "Thank you, City Lord, for bestowing this name upon me," Sodden replied respectfully. "Rise," Lin Yu commanded. "Since you and Unnamed shall be my subordinates from now on, I will not be stingy. Allow me to present you both with a small gift." System: expend 1 evolution point to enhance Sodden's lightning control ability, and expend another evolution point to strengthen Unnamed's heroic sword. Lin Yu thought. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Sodden's lightning control ability has increased by 1. Evolution successful. Unnamed's heroic sword strength has increased by 1. Evolution complete. Both Unnamed and Sodden felt the changes within themselves. Although the increase in strength was modest, the instantaneous enhancement felt miraculous to them. Unnamed and Sodden respectfully bowed to Lin Yu, expressing, "Thank you, City Lord." Lin Yu responded absently. It was not that he was being stingy. Rather, he saw no need for extravagance. Furthermore, as Unnamed and Sodden had only recently joined, their loyalty was still uncertain. Lin Yu could not immediately elevate them to the king level by granting each of them a single evolution point. He merely aimed to establish a connection. The mere utilization of evolution points for the two individuals amounted to the signing of a labor contract. Instantly, they became tools of Lin Yu, with their future slaying of foes serving as a source for Lin Yu's evolution points, a venture that promised immense returns. Thus, Lin Yu now commanded 4 formidable superiors: the Demon King Xiong Wentian at the kingly level, the Nameless Elder Sword at the half-king level, the protagonist Suading at the advanced diamond level, and the ancestral figure Baiyun Yiliangshun at the initial diamond level. With this, his strides toward unifying the battlefield would accelerate significantly. Lin Yu glanced at the Nameless One and Suading, declaring, "Hand over your fortune gold medals to me." Without a trace of hesitation, both extracted the medals from their bosoms and placed them in Lin Yu's hands. In that moment of submission to Lin Yu, they were fully prepared. After all, surrendering mere clan fortune was of no consequence. Following Lin Yu into the fray across the myriad realms, what abundance of fortune would they lack? Upon receiving the 2 gold medals, Lin Yu proceeded to devour them with the fortune gold medal from Jiuzhou. The familiar announcement resonated once more throughout the battlefield. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully devouring the fortune of Sword City. The realm of Sword City is about to enter an era of magic's demise. Another proclamation followed. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully devouring the fortune of the City of Light. The realm of the City of Light is about to enter an era of magic's demise. In a mere half-day, Lin Yu had successfully consumed the fortunes of 6 races, all among the top 10. Presently, only 4 diamond-level powerhouses remained on the entire Valen continent. The 4th-ranked Heavenly Kingdom Sovereign, Emperor Shirtian at the advanced diamond level. The 5th, the leader of the World Association, Xiongba at the intermediate diamond level. The 6th, the Saint Monarch of the Moon Dynasty, Qie at the intermediate diamond level. And the 7th, the sect leader of the Xuanxin Orthodoxy, Zhuge Luyun at the intermediate diamond level. The rest were mere golden and silver level insects, hardly a cause for concern. Once the remaining 4 diamond level strongmen were subdued, Valen Continent could be declared wholly under Lin Yu's dominion. Lin Yu addressed the Nameless One and swatting. You two have just joined my ranks and have yet to achieve any notable feats. The 4 remaining diamond level strongmen on Valen Continent are now your responsibility. Should they be willing to submit, let them bring their subordinates to Jiuzhou City to meet me. If they refuse to yield, eliminate them all and bring me their fortune gold medals. As long as the diamond-level powerhouses did not exhibit the grotesque nature of Ji Hongyue from Blood Moon City, Lin Yu was inclined to welcome them into his fold. After all, their diamond-level prowess could prove advantageous in the future battles across the myriad realms. The Nameless One and swatting replied, "Rest assured, City Lord, we will swiftly accomplish this task." However, the Nameless One hesitated, prompting Lin Yu to encourage, "Speak your mind. I have no rigid protocols here." "Yes, City Lord." The Nameless One responded. "There are actually 5 diamond-level powerhouses remaining on Valen Continent. But one has yet to arrive on this battlefield of myriad races." "Oh, there exists someone who can abstain from battle?" Lin Yu queried with intrigue. The Nameless One elucidated. "This individual, or rather this demon, has always been solitary, seldom interacting with others. Even I have only encountered her a few times. She is the eldest daughter of the former Demon King, Yuan Feng, and the sister of Xiang Wentian, sharing the same mother, Kong Xian." "What? I have an elder sister?" Xiang Wentian exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim in awe. The first peacock of Valen Continent had even undergone a change in gender. Chapter 81, Returning Home. Xiang Wentian, bewildered by the revelation of his sister, was filled with astonishment and joy. "Where is my sister, Kong Xian?" he eagerly inquired. "Your sister issued a challenge to me 500 years ago upon advancing to the diamond level," the Nameless One recounted, "but thereafter, she was never seen again," claiming she wished to traverse the entirety of Valen Continent within her lifetime. Is Valen Continent truly so vast? Has she not completed her journey in 500 years? Lin Yu interjected. Considering the capabilities of a diamond-level powerhouse, one could explore the entire continent in merely 10 years. As for her absence, she may be in seclusion. The Nameless One clarified. He too was unaware of Kong Xian's whereabouts. However, it was not unusual for a diamond-level powerhouse to enter seclusion for several centuries. At that moment, Xiang Wentian composed himself. Lin Yu, witnessing this, reassured him, "Do not worry, my dear nephew. Once the tests conclude, you may search for your sister across Valen Continent. With your current speed, it won't be long before you locate her." "Understood, dear uncle," Xiang Wentian replied. The Nameless One, intrigued by their familial addresses of dear nephew and dear uncle, inquired, "City Lord, are you truly Xiang Wentian's uncle?" Lin Yu fabricated with ease. "Now, this matter is of little importance. Your mission, along with swatting, is to conquer the remaining 4 diamond-level powerhouses." Lin Yu refrained from elaborating further, as the tale was a mere fabrication that could not withstand scrutiny. Seeing this, the Nameless One refrained from pressing further and clasped his hands in respect, stating, "Yes, City Lord. Swatting and I will promptly persuade the remaining 4 diamond-level powerhouses to come to Jiuzhou City." With that, the Nameless One and swatting departed, taking their 800 disciples with them. Before leaving, swatting cast a lingering glance at Lin Yu's Thunder God Hammer, which Lin Yu chose to ignore. Such a powerful weapon in swatting's hands would be akin to a pearl hidden in dust. Among the 800 Jiuzhou guards, only 3 possessed the ability to wield the power of lightning. Lin Yu intended to find an opportune moment to bestow the Thunder God Hammer upon one of them, as he himself had no particular fondness for using hammers. After bidding farewell to the Nameless One and his companions, only Lin Yu and Xiang Wentian remained within Sword City. Lin Yu instructed, "Nephew, take me back to Jiuzhou City." "Very well," Xiang Wentian responded, transforming into a golden-winged great peng with a wingspan of 10 meters. Lin Yu comfortably reclined upon Xiang Wentian's back as they swiftly soared toward Jiuzhou City. At this juncture, the 70 cities within the Valen Continent posed virtually no threat. The next step involved returning to address the nuclear issues concerning the Mealy Kingdom and the Northern Bear Kingdom, ensuring they lacked the capability to drag everyone down with them before executing a comprehensive sweep of Mealy City, Northern Bear City, and all cities across the Beidou and Jodi planets. This would facilitate the smooth conclusion of the second round of testing. Once the third round was successfully navigated, Jiuzhou would emerge as the final bastion of the myriad races. Meanwhile, whether on Valen Continent or Blue Star, countless individuals bore witness to Lin Yu's astonishing prowess as he successfully subdued Xiang Wentian, the Elder Sword, and swatting. Shock rippled through the populace. It's over. The three mightiest beings of Valen continent have all submitted. The continent has utterly fallen. Submission is but submission. Yielding to a stronger force is no disgrace. You simply fail to comprehend. They bemoaned. While the diamond-level powerhouses may have allied with Lin Yu, the entirety of Valen continent would plunge into an era devoid of magic, devoid of spiritual energy, rendering all into mere mortals. Not entirely. For Lin Yu had previously promised Yi Lianshan from Baiyun City and Master Shijiao of the Moni sect that he would return their fortunes once the war concluded. Is it too late for us to ally with them now? It is indeed too late. A group of fools has already begun attacking Baiyun Kingdom and the Moni sect under the guise of eradicating the traitors of Valen continent. That works in our favor. By eliminating these individuals, we could solidify our allegiance to Baiyun Kingdom and the Moni sect. That makes sense. Let us proceed together. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, the citizens of Jojo have commenced celebrating with firecrackers. Lin Yu is a deity immortalized forever. The mightiest among Valen's elite are no match for the god of the universe. In less than half a day, he could almost unify the entire Valen continent, and the subsequent unification of the Beidou and Jodi planets would occur even more swiftly. The god of the universe commands a multitude of powerful beings. Even that little bird has attained the level of a sovereign. Soon, the god of the universe will not even need to lift a finger to achieve unification. The likes of Baixiong and Meili foolishly seek to ally with extraterrestrial civilizations to confront our great Jojo. They are utterly deluded. Fear not, their days are numbered. At this moment, within the underground base of Meili Kingdom, Commander David is as agitated as a fly in a hot pan. In just a few short hours, the shocks delivered by Lin Yu have been increasingly staggering. He now clearly realizes that even if all the races of Beidou and Jodi were to join forces, they stand no chance against Lin Yu. Simultaneously, the commander of Baixiong Kingdom, Vladislav, shares the same sentiments. Though he is reluctant to bow to anyone, the strength of Jojo has surpassed his comprehension. They require nuclear weapons to contend with the high-level silver flaming dragon, while Lin Yu's 800 Jojo guards have already reached gold rank. Not to mention the diamond and sovereign ranked subordinates Lin Yu has recruited. One of them could easily annihilate Baixiong Kingdom. Their military might is utterly feeble before Lin Yu, forcing him to confront reality and alter his strategic plans. He decisively abandons Olaf and others on the battlefield, directly surrendering to Jojo. Thus, he picks up the phone and dials a number he had previously refused. On the battlefield of myriad races, Xiang Wentian has accelerated rapidly. After advancing to sovereign rank, he unexpectedly awakened the innate divine ability of the golden-winged roc, wings of 1,000 miles. His flight speed can now reach astonishing velocities. In less than a minute, he returns from Tianjin City to Jojo City. Lin Yu leaps off Xiang Wentian and praises him. Nephew, your speed is remarkable. From now on, you shall remain by my side. Xiang Wentian can only nod in agreement. There is no choice but to accept his role as a mount. Even after advancing to sovereign rank, he feels he cannot defeat Lin Yu, especially considering Lin Yu is his maternal uncle, leaving him with no justification for resistance. Not long after entering the city, two massive azure lions charge toward Lin Yu. Master, a gruff voice exclaims. Lin Yu responds. Was there any unusual activity in Jojo City while I was away? No, nothing happened, and there were no attacks, Jiling replies. Seeing that neither Baixiong City nor Meili City has made a move does not surprise Lin Yu, although he remains somewhat uneasy. After all, the current 4-symbol Sacred Beast array is only at a high gold level, and Jiling possesses only a diamond initial level of strength. Having witnessed the overall power of Valen continent, Lin Yu speculates that the high-end combat forces of the other two planets should also be at a high diamond level. Thus, after expending 40,000 evolution points, he successfully upgrades the Lord's Mansion, city walls, and city gates to high diamond level, causing the 4-symbol Sacred Beast array to evolve alongside it. At this point, the array can only be breached by sovereign-level beings. Subsequently, he uses another 10,000 evolution points to elevate the Yuan Shang to diamond initial level. With this, Lin Yu's evolution points are once again depleted. However, the defenses of Jojo City have become virtually impregnable, leaving them unafraid of any formidable foes. After completing these tasks, Lin Yu hangs the Jojo Fortune Medal around Jiuling's neck for safekeeping, and then turns to Xiang Wentian, saying, Nephew, let us return. With a wave of his hand, he stores Xiang Wentian in the jade bottle before jumping into the teleportation array. Chapter 82. The changing situation on Blue Star at this time. The Jiangxing base remains largely unchanged since Lin Yu's departure. Numerous soldiers continue to patrol, and vast amounts of strategic supplies are stacked nearby, awaiting Lin Yu to take them to the battlefield. However, Lin Yu no longer requires these resources, as the Jojo guards can sustain themselves. He arrives at the familiar command room, where Zhou Tai is still methodically directing the defense efforts across Jiuzhou. Upon Lin Yu's return, Zhou Tai is not the least bit surprised. Your timing is impeccable, Zhou Tai remarks. I have some important matters to discuss with you. What is it? Lin Yu inquires with curiosity. The Lord of Meili and the Lord of Beixiong are uniting with the extraterrestrial civilizations of Beidou and Jiudi, preparing to jointly confront Jiuzhou City. Zhou Tai explains. Oh, they possess quite the audacity, not fearing being devoured by the extraterrestrial civilization, Lin Yu scoffs. Let them unite. It will be perfect to ensnare them all at once, sparing me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Zhou Tai concurs, acknowledging Lin Yu's formidable power, which is evident to all. The only ones oblivious to Lin Yu's true strength are those from Meili and Beixiong. In the eyes of Alice and Olaf, Lin Yu has merely conquered a few cities on Valen Continent. Yet they remain unaware that now, all diamond-level experts of Valen Continent have come under Lin Yu's command. Otherwise, Commander David of Meili and Commander Vladislav of Beixiong would not have expressed their desire to surrender to Jiuzhou. Zhou Tai continues, there is another matter. David of Meili and Vladislav of Beixiong recently contacted me, expressing their willingness to surrender their respective fortune metals and become vassal states of Jiuzhou. So they are giving up resistance? Lin Yu scoffs. The fortune metals are not even in their possession. What authority do they have? This is precisely why I sought your counsel, Zhou Tai replies. Both have expressed their willingness to abandon the battlefield. Whether it be the fortune metals or the lords and 800 warriors, they leave it entirely to your discretion, with no ties to their nations. At the same time, Meili Kingdom is willing to cede all overseas territories, while Beixiong is willing to relinquish half of its land. They have quite the lofty ambitions, Lin Yu smirks derisively. The overseas territories of Meili have long been occupied by monsters, and as for Beixiong, they scarcely have any populace. They cannot possibly defend such vast lands. Pausing for a moment, Lin Yu continues, what of the computer virus I entrusted to you? Can it control their nuclear systems? The computer virus is indeed powerful. Our computer experts have successfully taken control of all networks in Meili and Beixiong, Zhou Tai responds. However, we have only managed to control half of their nuclear systems. The other half employs primitive mechanical controls, which remain beyond our grasp. Since David and Vlad are willing to yield, do they not intend to relinquish their nuclear arsenal? Lin Yu inquired. They are indeed prepared to surrender all their nuclear weapons, but they claim it will require some time, Zhou Tai replied. Noting that both have promised to hand over the entirety of their nuclear arsenal within a week. I cannot afford to wait for them, Lin Yu retorted, demanding that Zhou Tai send him the locations of all their nuclear weapons so he could personally address the situation. All right, I will send it to you immediately. Zhou Tai responded. After saying this, he promptly transmitted a prepared file to Lin Yu's phone, indicating prior preparation. Lin Yu continued his inquiry. What is the current status of the monstrous threats on Blue Star? The situation is fairly optimistic, Zhou Tai explained. With the Super God electromagnetic cannon and the evolved nuclear weapons, the flame-armored dragons are utterly defenseless. Moreover, with the assistance of your sister Lin Ming and Li Qin, all the flame-armored dragons have been kept at bay, and there are no monsters within our borders, Zhou Tai proclaimed with pride. Well done, Lin Yu smiled. As for his sister's involvement, he had anticipated it. Since she was an ordinary person, she had long desired to join the battlefield. Now that she had evolved to possess the Phoenix bloodline, her strength had reached the initial stage of gold rank. Preventing her from taking action was simply impossible. Lin Yu did not oppose this. After all, with Lin Ming's gold rank strength, eliminating those high-ranking silver flame armored dragons would be akin to child's play. Furthermore, with Li Qin's telepathic abilities assisting her, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. There was nothing to worry about. Subsequently, Lin Yu continued to gather information from Zhou Tai regarding the changes across Blue Star and the 9 provinces, ultimately concluding that they should first eliminate the nuclear arsenals of the Meili Nation, North Bear Nation, and several other countries before clearing out the remaining flame-armored dragons on Blue Star. Old Zhou, you have worked hard during this time. I will resolve these matters expeditiously. Lin Yu gently patted Zhou Tai's shoulder. I am hardly the one who has worked hard. You and the 9 provinces guard are the true laborers, Zhou Tai replied. Indeed. Lin Yu affirmed, I will first take care of the impending threats, and you can handle the rest at your leisure. Understood. With that, Lin Yu soared away from the base. Above the Jiangqing base, Lin Yu released Xiang Wentian from the jade purity bottle. As he beheld the peculiar architecture below, Xiang Wentian was filled with awe. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, this place is remarkable. I like it. If you enjoy it here, as long as you refrain from killing and causing destruction in the 9 provinces, you may reside here permanently, Lin Yu chuckled. Is my mother here as well? Xiang Wentian suddenly asked. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, almost forgetting that detail. The reason for bringing Xiang Wentian back to Blue Star was solely due to his remarkable speed, He could circle the planet in just 8 seconds, making the extermination of monsters exceedingly efficient. However, this would inevitably lead to an encounter with Lin Yu's sister. Although Lin Yu suspected that Lin Meng was aware he had found her a bird son, he was unsure if she could accept it, considering Xiang Wentian was a demon king, not just an ordinary bird. Thus, he continued to fabricate. Your mother has yet to awaken her memories from her previous life. If you approach her now, it may frighten her. Once she recalls her past, I will arrange for you two to reunite. Lin Yu intended to first prepare his sister Lin Meng to accept this avian companion before orchestrating their meeting. After all, securing a king-level protector for his sister was undoubtedly advantageous. Hearing this, Xiang Wentian's expression dimmed slightly, but he could only nod in resignation. Enough with the long face. Lin Yu chided playfully. You will eventually meet. There is no need to rush. For now, let us attend to more pressing matters. With that, he transformed Xiang Wentian back into the form of a 10-meter golden-winged rock. With the innate ability of Penglai Journey, within a mere second, Lin Yu arrived at an armed base within the territory of North Bear Nation. According to the intelligence provided by Zhou Tai, all of North Bear Nation's nuclear weapons were distributed across 8 armed bases. The base beneath Lin Yu's feet housed over half of the medium and large nuclear weapons of North Bear Nation. Utilizing his Eye of Truth, Lin Yu detected thousands of nuclear weapons buried beneath the base. His gaze hardened as he activated the True Dragon Treasure technique, summoning 18 1-kilometer-long dragons that charged towards the base. Under Lin Yu's precise control, both the above-ground and underground structures were uprooted, revealing a vast warehouse. Inside the warehouse lay the most formidable weapons of Blue Star, over 5,000 nuclear warheads. Chapter 83, Driving the Tiger and Swallowing the Wolf, 3 million evolution points. With a single strike, Lin Yu opened a massive breach in the underground base, exposing the more than 5,000 nuclear warheads concealed beneath. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer quantity, confirming that it was indeed a nuclear superpower with a substantial stockpile. However, Lin Yu had no intention of destroying these nuclear weapons. That would be an utter waste. These warheads had their rightful places. At this moment, some soldiers remaining in the base rushed to the surface. Upon seeing Lin Yu hovering ominously above them, they dared not fire a single shot. These men had witnessed the live broadcasts, and in their eyes, Lin Yu resembled a deity or a demon, far beyond what they, mere mortals armed with firearms, could contend with. Gazing down at the terrified soldiers, Lin Yu bellowed, "Those who do not wish to die, get out of here." He did not care whether they understood the language of the 9 provinces. After all, this was Blue Star, devoid of the automatic translation capabilities of a battlefield. Although most of the soldiers did not comprehend Lin Yu's words, seeing that he had yet to strike them down, they hastily stowed their weapons and fled in their vehicles. The situation had escalated beyond their control. It was better left for Vlad to handle. Lin Yu watched the scattering soldiers and did not intervene. They were merely insignificant ants, not even reaching the level of Black Iron. Killing them would yield no evolution points, merely wasting effort. Lin Yu flew into the warehouse, surveying the neatly arranged nuclear warheads. After a quick estimation, he realized that the 100 cubic meters of space in the Jade Purity bottle could not accommodate them all. Furthermore, with the need to confiscate nuclear arsenals from Mealy Nation, Gaul, and Sunset Nations, the limited dimensions of the Jade Purity bottle were utterly insufficient. Glancing at his remaining points, which barely exceeded 3,000, he found it wholly inadequate. After contemplating, Lin Yu addressed Xiang Wentian, "My dear nephew, I have a task for you. There are numerous flame armor dragon beasts on Blue Star. Feel free to eliminate a few thousand of them before returning." "What are flame armor dragons?" Xiang Wentian inquired. "You do not recognize flame armor dragons?" Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. But then, he recalled that the second stage of the 9 provinces beta test had only just commenced, and the Valen continent had recently undergone its first phase's initial round of testing. It was entirely reasonable for him to be unfamiliar with the flame armor dragons. The flame armor dragon is a winged lizard possessing a formidable strength level classified as high silver, prevalent across the entirety of Blue Star, save for our own Jiuzhou nation. Lin Yu elucidated, "With your current prowess, dispatching it should be a swift endeavor." "Very well, I shall proceed at once," Xiang Wentian declared, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Before long, Lin Yu observed the evolution points on his personal panel surging rapidly upward. "How delightful it is to have free henchmen," he remarked with an exuberant smile. "I must seize the opportunity to ensure that everyone in Jiuzhou undergoes evolution at least once, and from now on, every child born in Jiuzhou shall also evolve. Just imagine, with billions laboring for me. It is a tantalizing prospect." At this moment, Lin Yu began to envision a blissful life of leisure, lounging at home, with nothing pressing to engage him. Lin Yu retrieved several mobile devices and activated the live battle streams. He tuned into streams from a Jiuzhou Guardian, a city in Mealy, and one from Beixiong. In the Jojo Guardian stream, 800 warriors were besieging a city known as Demacia. Though Demacia lacked diamond-level champions, it boasted 9 formidable gold-level warriors, each a towering figure of immense strength, as its populace practiced martial arts diligently. Demacia's might ranked prominently across the entire Valoran continent. Yet, despite their vigor, they were destined to falter against the gold-level Jojo Guardians. Leading the charge for Jojo was a group of 9, spearheaded by Zhao Daong. These warriors shared a remarkable trait. Each had evolved the bloodline of the ancient sacred body. The combined might of the 9 sacred bodies radiated power that illuminated the entire city of Demacia. They forsook their weapons, opting for unarmed combat. For their silver-grade arms paled in comparison to their gold-grade physical forms. In the initial stages of the battle, Demacia's 9 gold-level champions managed to hold their ground against the 9 sacred bodies. However, as time progressed, the latter grew increasingly formidable, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. While Demacia's warriors began to show signs of exhaustion, retreating under the relentless assault of the sacred bodies. Observing the precarious situation, the remaining defenders of Demacia hastily armed themselves with bows and arrows, launching a counterattack against the sacred bodies. Yet, the silver-grade arrows posed no threat to the gold-level sanctified forms. Moreover, this act incited the ire of the Jojo Guardians. We agreed on a 9v9 duel. Yet you resort to ambush tactics? Are you incapable of playing fair? You pathetic wretches. As if to punctuate their indignation, dark clouds gathered ominously above the city of Demacia. Striking bolts of lightning descended with precision, targeting the silver-level ants that had dared to attack. Soon after, fire dragons began rampaging through the streets, their searing heat swiftly incinerating the silver and bronze-level foes. Lu Xiao and Lin Xiuming's coordination was becoming increasingly seamless. Within mere minutes, the city of Demacia lay devoid of its lesser warriors, while the 9 gold-level champions suffered grievous casualties under the relentless siege of the sacred bodies. Their utter defeat was but a matter of time. Lin Yu soon lost interest in the one-sided battle. The outcome was all but predetermined. He redirected his attention to the live feeds from Mealy and Beixiong. In Mealy, the city lord, Alice, was engaged in a strategic discussion with a man sporting a dashing mustache about how to counter Jojo. Mr. Stark, might I inquire when reinforcements from your planet, the 9-body star, will arrive? Alice asked. My dear Miss Alice, there's no need to rush, Stark replied with a mischievous grin. Unifying the 69 races of the 9-body star is no trivial task. Until then, why don't we indulge in some entertaining activities? I've heard that personal matters are not broadcasted on the battlefield, but I wonder how true that is. Stark concluded with a roguish smile as he made advances toward Alice. What an eyesore, Lin Yu scoffed. Lacking any curiosity to ascertain whether such private matters were indeed off-limits for broadcast, he then shifted his gaze to the Beixiong stream, where an ostentatiously dressed man, strikingly handsome yet out of place, declared, the various factions of my Beidou star are not a monolith, yet my Yaowang sanctuary alone suffices to deal with that Jojo city. Before we proceed, hand over the Fortune Gold Medal. Once I conquer Jojo City and unify Blue Star, I shall ensure your Beixiong retains a space for survival. I regret to inform you that the Fortune Gold Medal is not in my possession. I have dispatched a subordinate to conceal it in a corner of the battlefield. He will not surface until Jojo has been vanquished. The Lord of Yaowang's expression turned icy. You play a clever game indeed. My Beixiong, being weak, has no choice but to resort to such tactics. Olaf, seemingly indifferent, replied, it matters not. Observing this exchange, Lin Yu could not help but commend Olaf for his astuteness in hiding the Fortune Gold Medal. Yet, he knew this ploy would bear no fruit against him. Eliminating Olaf and raising the Beixiong Lord's stronghold would suffice to thwart their plans, rendering the consumption of Beixiong's fortune unnecessary. Thus, Lin Yu gained a clearer understanding of Mealy and Beixiong's schemes, an attempt to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, utilizing the strengths of Beidou Star and 9-body star against him. Alas, the creatures they sought to drive were but insects, while the dragon they aspired to consume was already fated for a different conclusion. Just then, a gust of wind swept through. Uncle, I have returned, Xiang Wentian announced, his demeanor lighthearted. Ah, Lin Yu replied with a nonchalant hum, unperturbed. He silently opened his personal panel, where his evolution points had risen to an impressive 3 million. Chapter 84. So you call yourself the Lord of Yaowang? Indeed, speed facilitates matters greatly. In the brief span of 10 minutes since Xiang Wentian's departure, he had slain over 30,000 flame-armored dragons, netting Lin Yu an astonishing 3 million evolution points. Lin Yu contemplated awarding Xiang Wentian a medal for exemplary service. With an abundance of evolution points, Lin Yu felt emboldened. System, how many evolution points are required to upgrade the Jade Pure Bottle to divine level? Unknown. Conservatively estimated at 100 million. Then let us abandon that notion, Lin Yu replied with resignation. I shall expend 1 million evolution points to upgrade the Jade Pure Bottle. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Advanced King S Jade Pure Bottle. Jade Pure Bottle. Advanced King S level, containing a fragment of a shattered small world. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. A fragment of a shattered small world? Delving his consciousness into the Jade Pure Bottle, he discovered a fragmented continent within, spanning an impressive 100 square kilometers. The land was barren and devoid of life. And above it loomed an endless void of chaos at a distance of 100 kilometers. Indeed, it was a fragment of a shattered small world. Lin Yu exclaimed with delight that he no longer needed to worry about storing items. Though he was uncertain how many evolution points would be required to transform into a complete continent, he was filled with anticipation for this fragmented little world. With a wave of his hand, he collected over 5,000 nuclear warheads into the small world before him. In the following hour, Lin Yu rode on Xiang Wentian and visited dozens of bases, including those of Beixiong, Sunsetting, Gaul, India, and Meili. He emptied every base of its nuclear arsenal, ultimately scavenging nearly 20,000 nuclear warheads. As a result, across the entirety of Blue Star, apart from Jiuzhou, no other nation possessed any nuclear stockpiles, eliminating any threats to Jiuzhou's security. Although their technology remained intact, under the pervasive surveillance of satellite networks, no nation or organization dared to continue developing nuclear weapons. At the Jiangxing base, before departing, Lin Yu evolved another 5,000 scavengers to hand over to Zhou Tai. With these scavengers, they could nearly eradicate the flame armor dragons across Blue Star while simultaneously purifying the nuclear contamination. As for the damaged surface ecology, Lin Yu assured that it was not a concern. Once testing concluded, he could spend a few 100 million points to evolve Blue Star, ensuring the ecological environment would be restored to its former glory or even improved. At that time, Blue Star might evolve into an existence akin to an immortal domain. With a solid rear, Jiuzhou would have the capital to contend with the myriad races of the heavens. After transferring all the scavengers to Zhou Tai, Lin Yu returned to Jiuzhou City with Xiang Wentian. At this moment, Jiuzhou City had not undergone any changes. Juling and Yuansheng were still fast asleep, and Lin Yu was indifferent to their slumber. With a flick of his hand, the Jiuzhou luck medal hanging around Jiuling's neck flew back into his grasp. Lin Yu felt the luck golden dragon concealed within had grown several times stronger than before. Casually, he tucked it away and turned to Xiang Wentian, saying, "My dear nephew, take me to Beixiong City." Xiang Wentian, accustomed to his role as Lin Yu's mount, did not hesitate. Transforming, a 10-meter golden-winged rock appeared instantaneously over Jiuzhou City. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves hovering above Beixiong City. Lin Yu leaped off Xiang Wentian's back and strode confidently into the Lord's Manor, with Xiang Wentian following closely behind. Inside the Lord's Manor of Beixiong City, Olaf was hosting a banquet for the Saint Master of Yaoguang. The table was laden with local delicacies, roasted meats, chocolates, caviar, and, of course, pure vodka. As they dined, Lin Yu casually pulled up a chair and sat beside the table, with Xiang Wentian mimicking his actions. Olaf, upon seeing Lin Yu take a seat, immediately grew tense. His hand trembled, and with a crash, the wine glass he held shattered on the ground, filling the hall with a rich aroma of liquor. "Indeed, it is fine wine," Lin Yu remarked, "though it pales in comparison to the Erguotu from Jiuzhou." Of course, Olaf nervously chuckled, though he had no idea what Erguotu was. He dared not contradict Lin Yu, and could only echo his words. Perceiving Lin Yu as no different from a human nuclear warhead, crushing him would be no more challenging than squashing an ant. Olaf cast a pleading glance toward the Saint Master of Yaoguang, internally lamenting, "The enemy sits right before you, and you still choose to feast. Does Yaoguang's sacred land not provide meals?" At that moment, the Saint Master of Yaoguang had just swallowed a piece of roasted meat and was feigning elegance while sipping vodka. After satisfying his hunger, he wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, exuding an air of nobility. Lin Yu watched in exasperation, yet another pretentious individual. The last one who flaunted had been forced to self-destruct. He wondered whether this pretentious man would meet the same fate. However, the Saint Master of Yaoguang was merely at the advanced diamond level, offering no challenge whatsoever. Lin Yu held no interest in him. Turning to Olaf, Lin Yu declared, "Your flocky has already abandoned you all, surrendering to my Jiuzhou. Will you voluntarily hand over the luck medal, or shall I take it by force?" "What?" Olaf exclaimed in shock. "That cannot be. Flocky is a figure of great stature. How could he willingly submit to you, Jiuzhou? Believe it or not, your fate has already been sealed," Lin Yu replied coolly. "Now, I present you with two choices. Either voluntarily hand over the luck medal and perhaps earn your life, or I will act, and you and your 800 subordinates shall perish." Seeing that Lin Yu was unyielding, Olaf glanced towards the confident Saint Master of Yaoguang and, steeling himself, declared him, "With the Saint Master of Yaoguang here today, let us see who lives and who dies." Lin Yu chuckled at his words and addressed the Saint Master of Yaoguang. "So you wish to play the role of the scapegoat? Do not misunderstand." The Saint Master waved his hand. "I merely wish to strike down the two of you, or be struck down in turn." With that, he leaned on the table, wearing a sinister smile. Lin Yu laughed lightly and turned to Xiong Wentian, asking, "What say you, dear nephew?" Xiong Wentian replied coldly, "Throughout history, good and evil cannot coexist. If I do not enter hell, who will? Then let it be so," Lin Yu said nonchalantly. "Very well, let it begin," the Saint Master of Yaoguang responded. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Olaf and his subordinates quickly exited the hall, watching the three at the dining table hold their ground. The battle soon erupted. Lin Yu remained seated, while Xiong Wentian kicked the dining table to pieces and aimed a kick at the Saint Master of Yaoguang's chin. The Saint Master intended to defend himself, but due to the vast disparity in strength and the speed for which the Golden-Winged Rock Clan was known, he could not react in time to block the lethal kick. He was sent flying, crashing through the roof of the Lord's Manor. Xiong Wentian hurriedly pursued him. Lin Yu looked at the scattered fine wine and food and quietly remarked, "Wasting food is shameful. I must have a word with him." He then followed suit and flew out as well. In a corner of Beixiong City, the Saint Master of Yaoguang found himself impaled by the Fong Tian Huaji, pinned firmly to the ground and unable to move. Lin Yu approached, looking down upon him, and said, "So you are the famed Saint Master of Yaoguang. Is this all you can muster?" Chapter 85. Distribution of Power on the Big Dipper Star. The Saint Master of Yaoguang was firmly pinned to the ground by the Fong Tian Huaji, his inner energy restricted by the malevolent aura emanating from the weapon, rendering him incapable of functioning normally. In that moment, he resembled a fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. With a look of unwillingness, the Saint Master glared at Xiong Wentian, exclaiming, "So strong. You are of the king level." Xiong Wentian's face remained devoid of expression, showing no regard for anyone except Lin Yu. Indeed, he has ascended to the rank of a king, and just recently at that, Lin Yu remarked with a smile. "And you, I find your strength equally elusive." The Holy Master of the Radiant Light gazed at Lin Yu, astonished. "You are also a king. One could say that." Lin Yu replied casually, "But it is of little consequence." Upon saying this, Lin Yu crouched down, leaning closer to the Holy Master, and declared, "I present you with two choices, death or submission." The Holy Master hesitated. As the leader of the Radiant Light Sanctuary on the Beidou Star, his prowess ranked among the top 10 across the entire star. How could he easily surrender to another? Noticing the Holy Master's indecision, Lin Yu's patience waned. After all, the Beidou Star was rife with factions, and there must be numerous Diamond-tier warriors. If this one would not suffice, he would simply seek another. He immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Xiong Wentian and turned to leave. Understanding his cue, Xiong Wentian prepared to crush the Holy Master beneath his foot. The Holy Master gasped in alarm. "Is it truly so ruthless? Will you not even grant me the opportunity to negotiate?" Realizing his life was on the brink of ending, he hastily pleaded, "Wait, I am willing to submit." Xiong Wentian halted, looking to Lin Yu for his decision. Lin Yu turned back, his expression dripping with disdain. "You people are so contemptible." He then instructed Xiong Wentian, "Release him." Upon hearing this, Xiong Wentian withdrew the Fangtian Huaji that had been embedded in the Holy Master, causing him to cry out in pain. However, once the weapon was removed, his internal energy began to circulate normally, and the bleeding from his wounds ceased, allowing for gradual healing. Such was the vitality of a Diamond-tier warrior, unless faced with someone like Lin Yu, whose strength far surpassed his own. It was exceedingly difficult for an opponent of equal rank to bring about his demise. Lin Yu, uninterested in waiting for the Holy Master to recover fully, commanded, "If you're not dead, then follow." With that, he and Xiong Wentian returned to the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, Olaf was forcibly brought over by Xiong Wentian and unceremoniously hurled to the ground. "Look who is on the verge of death now," Lin Yu scoffed. Olaf's face was a mask of fear, which only deepened upon seeing the gravely injured Holy Master rushing towards him. A wave of despair washed over him. The ally he had desperately sought was defeated, and their entire faction of over 800 had been abandoned by their homeland. He found himself questioning the significance of remaining on this battlefield for some absurd internal test. Deflated, Olaf resembled a deflated balloon, devoid of any fighting spirit. "Our North Bear faction has lost. Do with us as you will." His face turned ashen. "Where's the fate medal?" Lin Yu inquired. 1,000 kilometers to the west. "I had Melisai conceal it," Olaf responded, pulling out a mobile phone and handing it to Lin Yu. "If you approach within 100 kilometers, the target will be displayed on the screen." Lin Yu accepted the phone and passed it to Xiong Wentian. "Bring back the fate medal." "Understood." Xiang Wentian replied before vanishing in an instant. Lin Yu regarded Olaf with a smile, assuring him, "Rest assured, killing you serves no purpose for me. Moreover, I rarely take lives on the Blue Star unless absolutely necessary." At present, Lin Yu had over 2 million evolution points. The few hundred evolution points from the North Bear City held no allure for him. Whether he killed or spared them was inconsequential. Furthermore, Vladik had already chosen to submit. In the future, he could simply find a resource-poor planet to house them, as there would always be menial tasks requiring labor. In due time, they could serve as cannon fodder or miners. After all, it was likely impossible to rely on the people of Jojo for such work in the future. Seeing that Lin Yu genuinely did not intend to kill them, Olaf expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, City Lord. You have no further business with us," Lin Yu stated. "Simply wait for the internal test to conclude." After saying this, he turned to the Holy Master. "Come here." "At your command, City Lord," the Holy Master replied respectfully. "Where's your fate medal?" Lin Yu asked. The Holy Master appeared embarrassed, replying, "I apologize, City Lord. Although I am the Holy Master of the Radiant Light Sanctuary, the City Lord of Radiant City is my disciple, and he possesses considerable strength. Thus, the fate medal is not in my possession." "Very well. I shall retrieve it myself later," Lin Yu responded indifferently. Mere strength was insufficient to pique his interest in battle, especially as long as one had not reached the king level. Lin Yu had no use for the over 2 million evolution points he had been saving. After all, he was invincible. He could save them for a day when he encountered an adversary he could not defeat. "What is your real name?" Lin Yu inquired. "I cannot simply refer to you as the Holy Master of the Radiant Light. I am unworthy of such a title, City Lord. My name is Li Daoqing. You may call me Xiao Li or Daoqing." The Holy Master Li Daoqing replied respectfully. "That is a fine name," Lin Yu remarked. "Xiao Li, tell me about the distribution of powers on the Beidou Star." Li Daoqing felt a twinge of discomfort at the name. Xiao Li, a title I have not heard in centuries. After gathering his thoughts, he slowly began. "City Lord, there are a total of 69 factions on the Beidou Star, corresponding to 69 cities. Among them, 3 factions possess king-tier warriors, the Ji family, the Jiang family, and the Yaoqi Sanctuary, each with a king-level ancestor overseeing them. There are 14 factions with diamond-tier warriors, including my Radiant Light Sanctuary and 7 other sanctuaries, alongside 7 life prohibition zones. As for the exact number of diamond-tier warriors, I cannot say for certain. The remaining 52 factions consist solely of golden or silver-tier minions, posing little threat." Subsequently, Li Daoqing meticulously detailed the 7 major sanctuaries and life prohibition zones to Lin Yu. Upon concluding, Lin Yu remarked, "The strength of your Beidou Star surpasses that of the Valen continent significantly. Originally, the Valen continent had 3 king-tier warriors, 2 dead and 1 fallen from grace, with only 9 diamond-tier warriors remaining. As of now, only Xiang Wentian stands as a king. In comparison, you certainly have the upper hand. With 3 king-tier warriors safeguarding their families, the remaining diamond-tier warriors likely number no less than 20, Lin Yu noted. However, he felt no concern. Mere king and diamond-tier warriors would eventually become his tools or sources of evolution points. At that moment, Lin Yu noticed Xiang Wentian standing nearby. "Did you bring it back?" he asked. "Yes, I have," Xiang Wentian replied, handing Lin Yu a fate medal. Upon receiving it, Lin Yu immediately consumed it with the Jojo fate medal, causing the luck dragon within the medal to grow even more robust. The announcement echoed once again. All battlefield announcement. Congratulations to Jojo City for successfully devouring the fate of Beixiong City. The territory of Beixiong is about to enter an era of magic's end. Thus, among the 3 great powers of the Blue Star, Jojo, Beixiong, and Meili, only Meili City remained unconquered. At that moment, in the Lord's mansion of Meili City, within a sealed room, Alice forcefully pushed aside Stark, her expression grave. "Beixiong has fallen. They will soon be upon us. Do not be so disheartening." Stark wore an expression of displeasure. Even if he intended to come, he ought to wait until I had concluded my matters. With that, he forcefully pulled Alice closer. Alice attempted to resist, but was swiftly restrained by 4 handcuffs emitted from Stark's nanotech armor, securing her limbs. Realizing her struggle was futile, Alice resigned herself and closed her eyes. After all, with 800 individuals arriving over 5 days, what difference did a moment make? Chapter 86. Clarity and unfiltered thoughts. After devouring the fortunes of the North Bear, Lin Yu tucked the fortune medal of the 9 provinces into his bosom. He then addressed Li Daoqing, saying, "You should return and secure the fortune medal of Yaoguang City." "Yes, my lord," Li Daoqing replied. "Since you have submitted to me, I shall not be stingy. Allow me to present you with a token of our acquaintance," Lin Yu continued. "If you perform admirably, a promotion to divine rank may not be beyond your reach." "Divine rank?" Li Daoqing exclaimed in astonishment. Such power had never been witnessed throughout the entire history of the Big Dipper planet. Li Daoqing remained skeptical, yet Lin Yu paid him no mind. He merely intended to sign the labor contract with one evolutionary point first. Suddenly, a mischievous thought struck Lin Yu. He mused, system. Expend one evolutionary point to enhance Li Daoqing's fingernails. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Li Daoqing's fingernail length and hardness increased by 50. Upon completion of the evolution, Li Daoqing gazed at his now elongated and hardened fingernails in bewilderment. What is the meaning of this? Is this my gift? Lin Yu chuckled as he patted Li Daoqing on the shoulder. What do you think? If you find yourself in a brawl and cannot prevail, you may use your formidable fingernails to scratch your opponent. Li Daoqing stood in a daze, ultimately responding with a resigned, "Thank you, my lord." After finalizing the labor contract with Li Daoqing, Lin Yu dismissed him and rode towards Xiang Wentian. Soon, they arrived at Meili City. However, as Lin Yu entered the lord's mansion, he was met with a peculiar noise. After listening attentively for a moment, he cursed, "Damn, it's still not over." Turning to Xiang Wentian, he commanded, "Bring those two out." Yes. Xiang Wentian swiftly entered the premises. Moments later, a loud crash resounded as a large hole was blasted through the roof, and an armored figure soared out. Subsequently, Xiang Wentian emerged from the room. A woman in his grasp, none other than Alice, who was merely draped in a thin sheet. Xiang Wentian tossed Alice before Lin Yu, stating, "I shall apprehend him shortly." With a swift motion, he appeared behind the armored figure, seizing it by the top of the helmet, his fingers applying pressure until the helmet shattered, revealing a startled Stark within. In less than a second, the helmet reformed, albeit with a piece missing from the armor's leg. Xiang Wentian was taken aback. As a demon king, he had never encountered such advanced technology. Seeing Stark attempt to flee, Xiang Wentian quickly pursued and smashed the helmet once more. Before it could restore itself, he deftly grasped Stark by the throat. Stark found himself ensnared, unable to move or breathe, and was unceremoniously thrown before Lin Yu, landing heavily on the ground. Regaining his composure, Stark realized the precariousness of his situation and attempted to make a hasty exit, only to be pinned down by Lin Yu's foot. Lin Yu slowly crouched down, effortlessly prying the reactor core from the center of the armor. "Run, if you wish," he said with a light chuckle. Stark, deflated, collapsed to the ground, asking, "You are Lin Yu? And you are Stark, the external aid Alice procured from the Nine-Body Planet?" Lin Yu retorted, "With the physique of a mere mortal, you dare to stand alongside the diamond rank. You are commendable, yet still lacking. Your excessive reliance on external equipment renders you powerless without this armor. Even a child from the 9 provinces could easily dispatch you." This was no exaggeration. A 7 or 8-year-old Zhang Sanfeng could effortlessly slay Stark. "Without you, the 9 provinces would still be vulnerable," Stark retorted. "It appears you are quite knowledgeable about my homeland," Lin Yu remarked, then turned to Alice. "It seems you two not only shared a romantic liaison, but also exchanged quite a bit of intelligence." Stark scoffed, falling silent. Meanwhile, Alice gradually regained her composure, gently rising from the ground and making her way to Lin Yu. "My dear Lin, should you desire assistance, I too can lend my hand," Alice seductively proposed. "A man of your strength must be quite delectable." As she finished speaking, her sheet slipped from her body, revealing her form. However, across the blue star, countless viewers tuning into the live broadcast were left in uproar, cursing and lamenting. Within the live feeds from the 9 provinces and Meili, Lin Yu, Xiang Wentian, and Stark remained unaffected, while Alice's image had been obscured by a mosaic. According to the game's regulations, all private visuals were to be shielded, and with 4 individuals present, the intelligent game system opted to pixelate Alice's image. Damn, at such a critical moment, they resort to pixelation? Have they no shame? Network admin, where's the top-up portal? I need to recharge. I want to see the high-definition content. Unfiltered thoughts equate to high definition. Your understanding is too rudimentary. Bah, shameless. A mere harlot attempting to entice the divine you? Dream on. Indeed, trying to seduce the divine you is futile. Everyone knows he has no interest in women. Bah, lascivious. A bunch of lecherous fools. As for Lin Yu, upon witnessing Alice approach him with such enticing words, he felt a wave of nausea. They had just been fighting in the adjacent room, and the scent of their battle still lingered. Now, she sought to allure him. It must be said that Alice had adeptly exploited her personal advantages, but regrettably, Lin Yu was not swayed by such tactics. He snorted coldly, unleashing his aura and sending Alice sprawling backward. "Last time, there was an old enchantress attempting to seduce me. My true dragon left not a scrap of her behind. Do you wish to try your luck?" Lin Yu sneered. Even injured, Alice did not abandon her attempts at seduction, blushing as she declared, "As the most powerful human on Blue Star, I would willingly perish at your hands." Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Conversing with a woman of such erratic reasoning proved difficult. "Damn it, I'll send you to the land of 10,000 beasts," Lin Yu cursed. Within that realm resided a multitude of both humanoid and non-humanoid creatures. You enjoy clapping, don't you? Perhaps you can join the pig and cow demons in their applause and see who finds it more distasteful. At this moment, Alice was entirely exposed. Theoretically unable to conceal the fortune medal, Lin Yu held no expectation that she would willingly submit and surrender the medal. She was simply a woman of questionable mental stability. At the appropriate time, I shall inquire among the others in Millie City regarding the whereabouts of the Fate Gold Medal. Should I encounter insurmountable difficulties, I shall eliminate everyone and raze the city to the ground, thus expelling Millie from the game. It is not imperative to consume Millie's fortune. The fortune of the 9 provinces has already grown immensely. The fortune of a weakened Millie nation holds no significance. Lin Yu once again directed his gaze toward Stark. Surrender the Fate Gold Medal and the technology of the Iron Battle Armor, and I shall spare your life, Lin Yu stated. Very well. Stark's decisiveness momentarily caught Lin Yu off guard. Unlike the insufferable Sodden and Li Daoqing, Stark possessed a keen self-awareness. He understood that resistance would yield no benefit. Surrender was his best recourse. Stark continued, however, the Fate Gold Medal of our Avengers City is not in my possession but resides with the Avengers Captain. Additionally, the technology for the Iron Battle Armor can only be provided within Avengers City. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu discerned Stark's ulterior motives. He intended to lure Lin Yu into Avengers City, where he could collaborate with his teammates to eliminate him. Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully, Avengers. Mere trifles. Once I have dealt with Millie, I shall wipe you out as well. Chapter 87. It turns out I am Thanos. Avengers City is, in Lin Yu's perspective, merely a collection of ordinary individuals clad in various high-tech armors. Their combat prowess is nothing extraordinary. Even at their peak, they cannot surpass a diamond level. Naturally, Lin Yu regarded them with disdain. Glancing back at Alice, who languidly reclined on her chair, completely unclad, he remarked symbolically, hand over the Fate Gold Medal, and I shall permit your return to your homeland. Humph, Alice retorted coldly. What use is returning to a nation devoid of any semblance of humanity? After a moment's pause, Alice provocatively suggested, if you desire me and wish to take me back to the 9 provinces, I shall grant you the Fate Gold Medal. How dare you? Lin Yu exclaimed, you can go to the Wanyao nation instead. With a swift gesture, he rendered Alice unconscious, preparing to confine her within the jade purification bottle. However, despite multiple attempts, Alice remained slumped in her chair. Lin Yu wondered, how can it be that there are those the jade purification bottle cannot contain? Suddenly, he recalled that at the onset of the second round of internal testing, he had attempted to collect the Fate Gold Medal into the jade purification bottle but had been unsuccessful. Realizing this, Lin Yu cursed once more, indeed, a lunatic. Since Alice was completely unclothed, he had initially refrained from regarding her closely. Yet he had failed to notice that the Fate Gold Medal from Millie City was persistently swaying before him. Upon this realization, Lin Yu utilized the eye of breaking delusion to scrutinize Alice closely. He beheld the Fate Gold Medal nestled within her stomach, resting quietly amidst remnants of various food particles in her gastric juices. Frowning, he slowly extracted the Fate Gold Medal from Alice's stomach. This did not perturb Xiang Wentian. As a demon king forged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, such matters were trivial to him. However, Stark, who had just been engaged in a free-for-all with Alice, found the sight utterly repulsive. He promptly retched, expelling his lunch. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, billions of spectators, though unable to discern the specifics of the event, witnessed a glistening Fate Gold Medal emerge from a mass of pixels and began to speculate. What on earth? Did Alice conceal the Fate Gold Medal within her body? It certainly appeared so, as the metal was coated in a viscous substance, seemingly containing unknown remnants, presumably extracted from her stomach. It was fortunate it was removed from her stomach. One could only dread the thought of it being extracted from another location. Alice's ruthlessness was undeniable. Having exploded her entire team last time, she now concealed the metal within her belly. Truly remarkable. One cannot help but acknowledge the ferocity of the Alice siblings. Were they not adversaries, one might even harbor admiration for them. Alice was on the verge of being cast into the Wanyao nation by Yushan. Should one feel admiration, they might apply to join her. Humph. Mere Wanyao nation, what is there to fear? The day I emerge from seclusion shall mark the day of the annihilation of all demonkind. It would be wise not to let Xiang Wentian overhear such words. Within Millie City, Lin Yu surveyed the grimy Fate Gold Medal, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Would it cause indigestion for the Fortune Gold Dragon if ingested? He subsequently cleaned the Fate Gold Medal under running water several times, followed by incinerating it for several minutes before he was satisfied. Fortunately, the Fortune Gold Dragon lacked a physical form and independent consciousness. Otherwise, he would genuinely worry about the dragon's ability to digest Millie's medal. Once Lin Yu produced the 9 provinces Fate Gold Medal, the Fortune Gold Dragon promptly swallowed Millie's fate gold medal whole. A familiar announcement resonated throughout the battlefield. Congratulations to 9 Provinces City for successfully devouring the fortune of Millie City. The territory of Millie is about to enter an era of magic deficiency. The announcement concluded, signifying that among the 3 tested races, 9 provinces, Millie, and North Bear, only 9 provinces remained. In the ensuing moments, the focus of the remaining 100 or 200 races would inevitably converge upon 9 provinces. Yet, Lin Yu felt no trepidation. No matter how numerous the enemies, they could not impede the ascent of 9 provinces. In a mere century, 9 provinces had transformed from a nation subjugated by others into a superpower on Blue Star. Lin Yu brimmed with confidence. Given another 100 years, he would undoubtedly elevate 9 provinces to a divine-level civilization. By that time, 9 provinces would be invulnerable. Whether deities, Buddhas, or demons, those who dare challenge 9 provinces shall face annihilation, regardless of distance. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Yu glanced at the still unconscious Alice, waved his hand, and confined her within the jade purification bottle, awaiting an opportunity to exile her to the Wan Yao nation. As for Stark, who was still retching nearby, Lin Yu waved once more, capturing him within the jade purification bottle as well. Following the evolution of the jade purification bottle into a fragmented continent, the space within was vast, proving highly convenient for housing supplies or captives. Regarding the remaining 800 soldiers of Millie City, Lin Yu had no intention of exterminating them. He intended to retain them for the future construction of 9 provinces. Turning to Xiang Wentian, he declared, "Let us proceed to Avengers City." The distance from Millie City to Avengers City was not great, merely over 3,000 kilometers. Otherwise, the inhabitants of Millie City would not have been able to relay the news so swiftly, nor would they have brought Stark as an ally. Upon Lin Yu and Xiang Wentian arriving above Avengers City, the inhabitants within quickly noticed their presence. Consequently, the duo was subjected to a relentless barrage of attacks. An array of missiles, laser cannons, and artillery fire rained down upon them. Yet, with Xiang Wentian's remarkable speed, he deftly evaded all assaults. Lin Yu, witnessing this, coldly scoffed. To come without reciprocation is impolite. The True Dragon art was instantly activated, as 18 colossal True Dragons surged towards the various artillery positions on the ground. In a swift and decisive manner, all weapon emplacements were obliterated. The inhabitants of the Avengers City were left in a state of utter shock. As a planet of technological civilization, they had never witnessed such a miraculous method of assault. The summoning of a true dragon from thin air effortlessly dismantled all their weaponry, surpassing even the most arcane magic. At that moment, a green, humanoid creature, approximately 3 meters tall, approached Lin Yu with an unyielding gait. With a powerful leap, it soared several dozen meters into the air, launching an attack on Lin Yu. Just as Xiang Wentian was about to retaliate, Lin Yu interjected, "Allow me. This little green chub appears quite resilient, perfect for me to stretch my limbs." With that, Lin Yu dismounted from Xiang Wentian and delivered a heavy punch towards the incoming green creature. A thunderous boom resonated as Lin Yu's fist collided with that of the green creature, generating a tremendous shockwave that demolished several towering edifices in the vicinity. A man wielding a round shield, with a grave expression, remarked, "Even Hulk could not withstand a punch from him. This man is as formidable and perilous as the Thanos of yore. Carol, Strange, Wanda, and Vision, you are now our only hope to assist Hulk against him." "Of course. We would be delighted to help," the 4 responded in unison. They swiftly ascended into the sky, encircling Lin Yu. Observing his surroundings, Lin Yu chuckled lightly. "What is this? Even denizens of the 9-body planet enjoy a bit of cosplay?" Chapter 88, Lin Yu vs. the Avengers. Lin Yu found himself surrounded by Carol, Strange, Wanda, and Vision, each possessing diamond-level prowess. Yet, he felt no trepidation. Rather, a surge of combat fervor coursed through him. 4 diamond-level powerhouses, alongside a robust green creature. This was an ideal opportunity for him to limber up. Under the gaze of the Eye of Breaking Illusions, Lin Yu quickly discerned their true capabilities: 2 sorcerers, a warrior, and a robot. At that moment, a gaunt man clad in a crimson cloak declared, "He is scanning our strengths." The short-haired warrior, Carol, snorted disdainfully and charged at Lin Yu with a clenched fist. Lin Yu chose not to evade. Instead, he reciprocated with his own punch. Though he had not trained in martial arts, his sheer strength transcended all techniques. With the aid of the 9 Revolutions' profound technique, the space surrounding Lin Yu's fist seemed on the verge of being torn asunder, swirling in a vortex as it hurtled towards Carol's fist. With a resounding bang, their fists met, unleashing another wave of force that sent the 3 onlookers staggering back several hundred meters. Carol, too, was pushed back 100 meters by the backlash of their combined might, but did not plummet into the ground like the green creature. You are stronger than that green creature, Lin Yu remarked with a light chuckle. Come again. With that, he charged at Carol once more. Lin Yu refrained from summoning the Thunderbright Silver Spear or employing any skills, engaging in the most primal form of hand-to-hand combat. Each punch landed with ferocity. As their battle transitioned from sky to ground and back again, leaving devastation in their wake, Lin Yu reveled in this exhilarating combat. Seeing this, the two fragile sorcerers, Strange and Wanda, hesitated to intervene. In the midst of their clash, Strange seized the moment to unleash a duplication spell. Hundreds of replicas suddenly materialized in the air, each shooting forth a magical binding tether that ensnared Lin Yu's limbs. As he felt the power of the magical bonds capable of restraining diamond-level warriors, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this technologically inclined civilization of the nine-body planet possessed such advanced magic. This realization only fortified his resolve to conquer the nine-body planet and the Avengers City, a fresh power system capable of evolving into boundless possibilities. To obliterate it outright would be a pity. However, while Lin Yu contemplated how to subjugate the Avengers, Wanda and Vision did not hold back. Wanda's magical assault struck with lightning speed, peeling away Lin Yu's armor. He sensed a force attempting to invade his body, threatening to rend him apart. Simultaneously, the robot Vision unleashed a beam of laser directly at Lin Yu's chest. At this juncture, it appeared as though Lin Yu was on the verge of defeat. Observing this, Xiang Wentian swiftly summoned the Fantian Huaji. Yet, Lin Yu bellowed, "Step back, I shall handle this myself." In an instant, Lin Yu unleashed the True Dragon Treasure technique. 18 true dragons surged forth towards the myriad of strange replicas and Wanda, causing the magical tethers binding Lin Yu to disintegrate instantaneously. The force that sought to tear Lin Yu's flesh asunder dissipated into nothingness. He broke free from his constraints, glancing down at his tattered attire, barely covering his vital areas, and exclaimed, "If we are to fight, let us do so without stripping my clothes. Are you trying to entice me?" With a swift motion, he retrieved a set of garments and shoes from the Jade Purity vase. After a moment's thought, he also donned a green hat. Damn it, system, evolve the clothes, pants, shoes, and hat to the king level. Host, please refrain from profanity. This system has its dignity. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden chain armor, king level, initial. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the lotus silk cloud steps, king level, initial. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the phoenix feather purple gold crown, king level, initial. Current remaining evolution points. 1, 315, 811. The evolution concluded, transforming Lin Yu's appearance dramatically. The green hat morphed into the phoenix feather purple gold crown, adorned with 2 soaring pheasant plumes that fluttered in the breeze. His clothing and trousers became a resplendent golden chain armor, radiating golden brilliance. His boots transformed into the lotus silk cloud steps, similarly aglow with ethereal light. Lin Yu gazed at the thunderbright silver spear in his hand, still only at the diamond intermediate level, feeling it lacked the desired impact. System. Evolve the thunderbright silver spear to king level. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the wishful golden dragon spear, king level, initial. Attached effects, armor piercing, burning. Skills, dragon soul attack, thunderstrike. Characteristics, size as desired, ever-changing. Current remaining evolution points, 1, 0, 15, 8, 11. In an instant, the spear evolved to the king level, acquiring the additional trait of versatility. With a mere thought, the wishful golden dragon spear transformed its appearance. Morphing from a long spear into an iron rod entwined by 2 golden dragons, its center dark as coal. At this moment, Lin Yu donned a resplendent golden battle armor, wielding the formidable golden cudgel. His imposing presence exuded an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of the legendary Monkey King. Observing that he still possessed over 1,000,000 evolution points, and recognizing the formidable strength of the Avengers, he resolved not to hold back any longer. System, expend 1,000,000 evolution points to enhance my Pangu Bloodline. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1,000th of the Pangu Bloodline. Current strength, beginner king level. Congratulations, host, on comprehending a fragment of the law of power. Remaining evolution points, 15, 8, 11. As the evolution concluded, Lin Yu felt his power surge nearly 100-fold. Now, he could effortlessly crush his former self from just a minute ago. In his eyes, the mightiest of the Avengers were no more significant than mere insects. Below the king level, they were all but ants. At this juncture, the 4 Avengers who had been sent flying, along with the green behemoth on the ground, had regrouped. Lin Yu snorted dismissively, "Warm-up's over. It's my turn to strike." With the golden cudgel in hand, he swung down upon the green behemoth, smashing in the left side of its skull. With a flick of his wrist, the golden cudgel transformed once more into the form of the Rui golden dragon spear. Lin Yu hurled the spear with great force, piercing through the illusory mechanical body and pinning it firmly against the distant city wall. Witnessing the swift defeat of two of her teammates, Carol's fury ignited, and a radiant light enveloped her as she ascended to king level. Lin Yu channeled the power of the law of power and engaged in a clash of fists with Carol. He remained unyielding, while the sound of her right arm fracturing echoed across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the sorcerers Strange and Wanda were ensnared by a true dragon, their lives hanging by a thread. Any hint of movement would lead to their demise. Release them. An enraged voice thundered from the ground. Lin Yu focused his gaze to see a man wielding a circular shield, his strength merely that of silver level, glaring defiantly at him. Release them? Lin Yu chuckled coldly. Surrender the destiny medal, and I may consider it. The shield-bearing man glanced at the grievously wounded green behemoth, the illusory figure, and Carol. Then at the precariously endangered Strange and Wanda, feeling torn. Just as he hesitated, he noticed Strange struggling to extend his left index finger towards him. Instantly, the man's resolve solidified. Very well, he declared loudly. I can give you the destiny medal, but I hope you honor your word. With that, he tossed a gold medal towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu caught it with ease, confirming it was indeed the destiny medal of the Avengers. This left him puzzled. What did Strange's outstretched finger signify? Chapter 89. The Sole Possibility, Subduing the Avengers. Lin Yu examined the destiny medal in his hand, confirming its authenticity. As for the meaning behind the outstretched finger of the long-faced cloaked sorcerer, he chose to disregard it for the time being. They were merely high-tier ants, posing no real threat. Even the short-haired female warrior, who briefly exhibited king-level prowess, would not stand against his might. The priority was to absorb the destiny medal of the Avengers and then devise a strategy to compel their submission. Though they appeared as ants before Lin Yu, their power was sufficient to dominate the entire Valen continent. Transforming them into tools would be far more advantageous than amassing mere evolution points. Should they prove to be stubborn, he could always resort to annihilating their city later. Lin Yu retrieved the destiny medal from Jojo City and successfully absorbed the Avengers medal. An announcement echoed across the battlefield. Congratulations to Jojo City for successfully absorbing the destiny medal of the Avengers. The Avengers' territory is about to enter an era of decline. After absorbing the medal, Lin Yu released the sorcerers Strange and Wanda, retracting his spear. With a smile, he addressed the Avengers. I apologize for my earlier excessive force. After all, you initiated the confrontation. The group glared at him furiously, yet none dared to strike again. In the previous skirmish, Lin Yu had dispatched 4 of them in under 10 seconds. They knew any further assault would end in certain defeat. Moreover, given Lin Yu's demeanor, it was clear he did not intend to kill them. They would not humiliate themselves further. Amused by their impotent fury, Lin Yu remarked, I bear no ill will towards your Avengers. In fact, I have brought you a friend. With that, he released Stark from the jade bottle, casting him onto the steps of the city lord's mansion. Stark emerged with a look of sheer terror, having been inexplicably trapped in an alternate dimension, feeling utterly helpless. However, upon recognizing his comrades, his confidence returned, and he shouted, He is Lin Yu, the Lord of Jojo City. If we defeat him, the game will end. Yet, none of his teammates moved to attack. Only the shield-bearing man steadied Stark, saying, Stark, calm down. We've already clashed with him. Stark then scrutinized the condition of his teammates. Dr. Banner was bare-chested, clad only in trousers, clearly having just reverted from his Hulk form. Scarlet Witch Wanda stood tense and vigilant against Lin Yu. Dr. Strange maintained a calm demeanor, lost in thought. Captain Marvel Carol, nursing her injured arm, stood to the side, visibly wounded. The most unfortunate was Vision, whose entire form had been pierced, exposing his internal components, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Stark's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, They all lost? Indeed, Stark, we have all been defeated, Captain Rogers, the shield-bearer of the Avengers, confirmed. At that moment, Lin Yu, hovering above, addressed the group below. I have stated before, I harbor no malice towards you. Should you submit to me, I assure your safety. The group exchanged glances, speechless. Rogers inquired, What if we refuse? Lin Yu chuckled ominously. Refusal would lead to your city's destruction and your annihilation. Do not forget, this is a battlefield, a war against all races. Now that you are embroiled in this game of civilizational evolution, do you still wish to extricate yourselves unscathed? Even if you miraculously survive this round of trials, you will face endless challenges ahead. Unless one race emerges victorious, this game of civilizational evolution will not conclude. The only fate that awaits your Avengers is extinction, for you are simply too weak. However, if you submit to me and become the vassal race of Jojo, I will ensure your safety and even cultivate a divine-level powerhouse for you. What say you? Subjugation or annihilation? Provide me with an answer. My time is limited. Lin Yu declared. 18 true dragons reappeared above the heads of the gathered crowd. Given their current strength, Lin Yu need not lift a finger. These 18 true dragons could devour them all. Observing this, Rogers hastily remarked, Mr. Lin, may we confer for a moment? Very well, Lin Yu replied. The members of the Avengers assisted the severely injured Vision back to the Lord's mansion, while Lin Yu leisurely extracted a sofa from the jade bottle. Reclining comfortably as he began to enjoy some seeds and sip tea. Inside the Lord's mansion, Rogers inquired, what are your thoughts on this matter? He is remarkably powerful. Even in my awakened dual-star form, I am no match for him. Captain Marvel Carol expressed, her disappointment palpable. The punch she had received had shattered her arm and her previously unshakable confidence. Within the entire Avengers team, she was the foremost in combat prowess, ranking among the top 3 across the 9-body planet. Even the strongest, Thanos, and the second, Apocalypse, could not defeat her in a single strike. Yet Lin Yu had accomplished just that, causing the confidence Carol had built over decades to crumble instantaneously. Rogers could only sigh in resignation. Even their strongest member was vanquished by Lin Yu with a single blow, leaving him at a loss for how to overcome such an adversary. Turning to Strange, Rogers asked, what did your gesture with your left index finger signify? Do we have a chance of victory? Upon my arrival, I entered the timeline and witnessed various futures, Strange replied. I saw all potential outcomes of this conflict. How many did you observe? Stark inquired. 14,605, Strange stated. And how many times did we emerge victorious? None, prior to Lin Yu's arrival. However, after he came, I perceived one possible victory. What is it? Rogers asked anxiously. Strange looked around at the others and slowly articulated, submitting to him, yielding to the 9 states, would not only allow the Avengers to safely navigate this calamity, but, a century hence, could also give rise to a godlike powerhouse within our ranks. What? Is he speaking the truth? How can this be possible? The crowd gasped. Disbelief etched across their faces. Silence. Rogers commanded, his voice resonating with authority. Though his strength was merely at the silver level, he held significant prestige within the Avengers, compelling even these diamond-level warriors to heed his direction. Strange, are you certain you have not miscalculated? Rogers asked solemnly. This concerns the future of billions within the Avengers. Time magic is never erroneous. Strange affirmed with conviction. The crowd erupted once more in astonishment. 5 minutes later, Rogers and the others departed the Lord's mansion in unison. Lin Yu observed them with a smile, inquiring, have you reached a conclusion? Rogers spoke earnestly. We are willing to submit to you, but we have a condition. Speak. And if it is reasonable, I shall consider it, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. We can fight for you, but we are not your slaves. We require equal treatment, Rogers insisted. True equality is an impossibility in this world, Lin Yu declared. However, I can assure you that from this day forth, no one shall dare to bully you. Once I unify the 9-body planet, the Avengers will serve as my representatives within this realm. You need only provide me with brave warriors and various resources, while I shall not interfere in your affairs. Very well, that is acceptable, Rogers responded, having reached a consensus with his companions. As long as Lin Yu did not treat billions within the Avengers as mere slaves, they were willing to fight for him. Seeing Rogers' agreement, Lin Yu rose with a beaming smile, stating, congratulations on making the wisest decision of your lives. He then glanced at Dr. Strange and Vision, adding, I am quite intrigued by your technology and magic. Chapter 90. The magical genius Lin Yu returns to the 9-state city. Survival is an innate instinct of humanity. In this world, no one is unafraid of death. Faced with the threat of demise and strange predictions of future timelines, the Avengers were compelled to submit to Lin Yu. In doing so, Lin Yu gladly acquired a cadre of diamond-level subordinates. His primary interest, however, lay in the magic of the 2 sorcerers and the technology of the Avengers. Upon entering the Lord's mansion, Lin Yu boldly took his seat at the head of the table. Soon enough, Dr. Strange and Scarlet which each presented him with several thick tomes of magic, while Stark handed him a metallic case containing a portable suit of nanotech armor and all his technological data. With a touch, Lin Yu activated the nanotech armor, which swiftly enveloped his body. He quickly mastered its usage through artificial intelligence. A palm cannon fired forth, achieving a power level comparable to a standard superpowered electromagnetic cannon. If he concentrated all the energy from his arc reactor into a single strike, he could barely reach the attack strength of a low-level diamond. However, such a single use would deplete most of his energy reserves. For an ordinary person familiar with the suit, dispatching a typical gold-level opponent would pose no challenge. Lin Yu exited the armor mode and stored it within the jade bottle. He then asked Stark, is this armor capable of mass production? within the confines of the Avengers territory. With Stark Industries support, around 100 units could be produced monthly, Stark replied. Here, however, with Rogers needing to transport materials back and forth, the maximum output would be around 10 units per month. Then it is unnecessary. The testing will conclude long before that, Lin Yu said. He then turned his attention to the ever-volatile Vision, inquiring, can a synthetic life form like Vision be mass-produced? Vision's creation was a result of an accident. Perhaps the two of you could conduct mutual research. With that, he poked at the gaping hole in Vision's chest, saying, your self-repair capabilities are rather lacking. Let me assist you to prevent a malfunction. System, expend 100 evolution points to enhance Vision's self-repair capabilities, Lin Yu contemplated. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Vision's self-repair capability has been enhanced 100-fold, acquiring a liquid intelligent mechanical life form state. Current available evolution points, 251, 341. As the evolution concluded, the gem on Vision's forehead emanated a brilliant yellow light, and the gaping hole in his chest began to flow like liquid, gradually restoring itself to its original state. Vision surveyed his restored form and expressed gratitude to Lin Yu. Thank you, sir. Scarlet Witch Wanda also offered Lin Yu a gentle smile, her previous resentment dissipating. After healing Vision, Lin Yu approached Captain Marvel Carol, inspecting her arm and cheerfully stating, it appears your injury has healed. You no longer require my assistance. Carol merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, remaining silent. A flicker of hesitation still lingered in her heart regarding Lin Yu. Lin Yu remained unperturbed. Regardless of whether you harbor animosity towards me, as long as you obey, that suffices. After all, the world won't turn upside down. Lin Yu then turned his gaze towards the refined Dr. Banner beside him and inquired with a smile, where is the green behemoth within you? Hulk is currently quite fearful of you. As long as you are present, he is reluctant to emerge, Dr. Banner replied candidly. With a chuckle, Lin Yu remarked, he will indeed come forth. In his heart, he pondered, system, is it possible to extricate Hulk from Banner's body? Affirmative. Evolve the independence and integrity of both Banner and Hulk's personas. Very well, let us commence. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Banner and Hulk have been successfully separated. Current remaining available evolution points, 250, 341. With the conclusion of the evolution, Dr. Banner suddenly let out a cry. A green head emerged from his chest, followed by arms, a torso, and legs. Moments later, a towering figure of 3 meters stood before Lin Yu, while Dr. Banner remained unharmed. The onlookers were instantly taken aback. Such miraculous abilities existed? The Avengers had previously attempted to separate Hulk from Banner, but neither technology nor magic had succeeded. To their astonishment, Lin Yu accomplished it with ease. At this moment, Hulk, witnessing the separation from Banner's body, bore an expression of shock. However, upon seeing Lin Yu, a flicker of fear ignited within him. During their earlier confrontation, Lin Yu had dealt a crushing blow, nearly ending Hulk's existence. Had it not been for his resilient vitality, he would have perished then and there. Seeing this, Hulk attempted to flee. Lin Yu cast a glance at Xiang Wentian, who instantly sprang into action, apprehending Hulk and pinning him beneath his foot. Devoid of anger and fighting spirit, Hulk's combat prowess had diminished to that of a mid-level diamond, rendering him no match for a king-level demon lord. Finally, Lin Yu approached Dr. Strange and earnestly stated, you are quite exceptional. I overheard that you can traverse the timeline to view the past and future? Indeed. Though I am merely a novice in temporal magic, Dr. Strange replied. Then, could you glimpse into my future? Lin Yu inquired. Regrettably, your future is shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering it unclear, Dr. Strange responded. However, I foresee that the Avengers, following your lead, will give rise to a divine entity. It can be surmised that the future you will dominate all realms. It appears your mastery of temporal magic possesses a degree of merit, Lin Yu chuckled. Come, instruct me in the use of these magics. Thus, Lin Yu began to earnestly study magic alongside Dr. Strange and Scarlet Witch. Yet, half an hour later, Dr. Strange lamented, my lord. I have exhausted all I can teach you. I too have reached my limits, Scarlet Witch added. In that brief half hour, both Dr. Strange and Scarlet Witch imparted every spell they knew to Lin Yu. However, to their astonishment, Lin Yu proved to be an extraordinary prodigy of magic. Every spell, no matter how intricate, from the simplest spatial teleportation to the profound arts of time manipulation and reality alteration, was effortlessly mastered by him. With just a single reading of the incantation, he could wield even the most complex of magics with ease. With additional practice, Lin Yu's magical prowess would soon surpass that of both of them, prompting their awe. Truly, he was the man destined to lead the Avengers to divinity, undeniably formidable. Lin Yu slowly closed a tome of magic, a smile gracing his face as he declared, what can I say? I am, after all, a genius of magic. Yet internally, he mused, who could blame me for having an extraordinary advantage? After consuming a mere 10,000 evolution points to enhance his magical aptitude, even the most daunting of spells became comprehensible to him. Lin Yu began to entertain the notion of fusing the practices of immortal cultivation with magic. Elated by his newfound magical abilities, Lin Yu waved his hand dramatically, expending 100 evolution points on each person present for an enhancement. This included not only the high-tier fighters like Captain Marvel and Doctor Strange, but also the ordinary agents such as Black Widow and Hawkeye. As for the hundreds of soldiers outside, they were deemed unworthy of sharing in Lin Yu's evolution points. Upon completion of the evolution, everyone distinctly felt a marked improvement in their capabilities. Thank you, my lord. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude. It's but a trifling matter. As long as you all perform your duties diligently, every one of you shall have the opportunity to ascend to divinity, Lin Yu replied with a grin. Suddenly, Lin Yu sensed a slight disturbance within the jade bottle. With a thought, a wireless earpiece materialized in his hand. My lord, we have brought the formidable warriors from Valen Continent to the outskirts of Jiuzhou City. We await your return, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Lin Yu's expression brightened. Another batch of diamond-level subordinates was on the way to partake in the bounty. Excellent. Please hold on. I shall return shortly, Lin Yu instructed. Turning to the others, he announced. You all shall accompany me back to Jiuzhou City, and in the process, you shall meet your future comrades. With that, Lin Yu traced a gentle circle in the air with his right hand, conjuring a 2-meter diameter teleportation array before them. On the other side of the array lay the Lord's residence in Jiuzhou City. Chapter 91. A talented assembly, proceeding to Yaoguang City. A 2-meter diameter teleportation array materialized out of thin air at the Lord's residence in Jiuzhou City. Subsequently, Lin Yu, Xiang Wentian, and the Avengers stepped through the array in succession. Lin Yu smiled at Xiang Wentian and remarked, Nephew, this contraption seems more effective than you. In response, Xiang Wentian's lips twitched as he replied, Uncle, from now on, you can utilize magic for teleportation yourself. There's no need to treat me as your mount. That won't do, Lin Yu countered. The pretense of grandeur must rely on your support. Xiang Wentian was left speechless. Lin Yu continued, Now, let us proceed to welcome our guests. Jiuzhou City is protected by the formidable 4-symbol sacred beast array, and the strongest among Wu Ming and his companions are merely half-step king level. It would be arduous for them to breach Jiuzhou City's defenses. Moreover, they lack the audacity to assault the protective array. Thus, after Wu Ming and Sodiing brought the warriors from Valen Continent to Jiuzhou City, they dared only to wait at the gates. Fortunately, Lin Yu had previously given Wu Ming a wireless earpiece, enabling high-definition voice communication as long as they remained within a range of 100,000 kilometers. Otherwise, they would be left in uncertainty regarding their weight. Upon reaching the gates of Jiuzhou City, Lin Yu and his companions beheld the figures standing outside. At the forefront stood the venerable sword elder Wu Ming, the protagonist of the explosive point, Sodiing, and the ancient ancestor Bai Yun, Yi Liangchen. Behind them were 4 imposing men. One, with hair as white as snow, possessed diamond-level strength, while another, a robust middle-aged gentleman, held mid-level diamond prowess. The remaining 2 young men exhibited contrasting demeanors. One radiated righteousness, while the other exuded coldness. Each possessed the formidable prowess of the diamond tier. Lin Yu, with a slight calculation, discerned their identities. They were none other than Emperor Shitian, Xiongba, Zhuge Luyun, and the Holy Monarch of the 7 Knights. Behind these 7 individuals stood a retinue of 22 subordinates, all of whom were merely of the golden tier in strength, a detail that Lin Yu chose to overlook. Approaching the assembly, Lin Yu offered a faint smile and remarked, Indeed, your strengths are commendable. You are worthy of serving under me. His words were devoid of any pretense. Although the newly inducted members felt a twinge of displeasure within, they concealed their emotions behind masked expressions. Even formidable figures like the elder of the heavenly sword, Xiang Wentian, and Sua Ding had bent the knee to Lin Yu. Moreover, several individuals clad in eccentric attire, each boasting the might of the diamond high tier, flanked Lin Yu, leaving the newcomers with no audacity to voice dissent. With a grand gesture, Lin Yu commanded, Let us proceed into the city. Thus, the assembly followed him to the city lord's mansion. Lin Yu took his seat at the head, with the representatives from the Valen Continent positioned to his left and those from the Avengers to his right, both factions scrutinizing one another. From this moment forth, these individuals would not only be comrades, but also rivals. The Valen contingent comprised a Monarch tier individual, 1 on the cusp of Monarch tier, 6 of the Diamond tier, and 22 at the Golden tier. In contrast, the Avengers were predominantly composed of ordinary Golden and Silver tier members, save for 5 of the Diamond high tier, rendering them utterly outmatched by the Valen forces. At that moment, Rogers, the leader of the Avengers, felt a flicker of anxiety. The strength of Lin Yu's followers was overwhelming, and the Avengers' aspirations for prominence appeared daunting. Lin Yu, however, had little time to ponder Rogers' thoughts. He turned to the newly joined Emperor Shirtian and his companions, saying, "Hand over your fortune medals." The four, recognizing the gravity of the moment, promptly surrendered their respective fortune medals. Lin Yu expertly utilized the fortune medals of Jojo City to absorb these four tokens. The familiar sound of announcements resonated across the battlefield once more. Congratulations to Jojo City for successfully absorbing the fortunes of Lin Yu City. The Lin Yu dynasty is about to enter an era of decline. Congratulations to Jojo City for successfully absorbing the fortunes of Xian Xian City. The Xian Xian sect is about to enter an era of decline. Congratulations to Jojo City for successfully absorbing the fortunes of Tianxia City. The Tianxia Society is about to enter an era of decline. Congratulations to Jojo City for successfully absorbing the fortunes of Tianqing City. The Heavenly Kingdom is about to enter an era of decline. The absorption concluded, and Lin Yu had effectively subdued all top 10 factions of the Valen continent, leaving behind only a handful of golden and silver tier factions. He had no intention of intervening further. These remaining forces were to be left for the Jojo guards to train. As Lin Yu assessed the current battlefield dynamics, he noted that the Valen continent was nearly entirely subjugated, having conquered only one faction on Jotai planet, with 68 factions yet to be claimed. Meanwhile, on Beidou planet, not a single faction had been subdued, having only succeeded in recruiting the Flickering Light Sovereign, without acquiring any fortune medals. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu spoke deliberately. "You shall proceed to conquer the remaining 68 factions on Jotai planet, while I will take it upon myself to address the 69 factions on Beidou planet." "Uncle, allow me to accompany you to Beidou planet," Xiang Wentian suddenly interjected. Lin Yu chuckled at the suggestion, replying, "Your intentions are appreciated. Yet my endeavors do not require your presence. Instead, the Jotai planet requires your assistance against 2 Monarch-tier foes." "Understood," Xiang Wentian conceded. The Monarch-tier adversaries on Jotai planet comprised only 2.5 entities, one being Thanos and the other Apocalypse, with the half being Captain Marvel, who achieved Monarch-tier strength only upon awakening his dual-star form. Lin Yu surveyed the group and continued, "You shall divide into 2 teams, each led by Xiang Wentian and Carol. Additionally, Wanda, you will accompany the Valen contingent, as they require your spatial teleportation magic. Sua Ding and Wu Ming will lead your group to the Avengers. That environment will be more suited for you." Lin Yu meticulously arranged the distribution of power according to their respective strengths, ensuring both teams possessed Monarch-tier capabilities, so that either could contend against Thanos or Apocalypse. Furthermore, he assigned a mage for teleportation purposes. As a Diamond high-tier mage, the Scarlet which could effortlessly master Doctor Strange's spatial teleportation magic. Once arrangements were completed, Lin Yu proceeded to formalize labor contracts with the newly inducted Emperor Shirtian and others, transforming them into his instruments while solidifying their commitment to follow him. In but a fleeting moment, he could elevate their strength by a fraction, a truly divine technique. It was then that the 4 comprehended why Wu Ming had proclaimed that resistance was a path to doom, while submission paved a broad avenue to success. To further reward Wu Ming for his contributions, Lin Yu enhanced his combat prowess once more. Although his strength remained at the half-step Monarch tier, the potency of his hero sword had reached a level rivaling that of Monarch tier weapons. While he may not triumph over true monarchs, he could certainly maintain an undefeated stance. With the dual-star form of Captain Marvel alongside him, confronting a monarch would pose no challenge. After meticulously devising the battle strategy, Lin Yu dismissed the assembly of dozens before him. The City Lord's mansion once again fell into an empty silence. Lin Yu then recalled the battlefield map within his mind, determining positions based on distance before drawing a circle in the air with his right hand. A teleportation array, 2 meters in diameter, materialized instantaneously. On the other side of the array lay a city as imposing as Jojo City, its gates inscribed with the 2 characters, Flickering Light. Chapter 92, Flickering Light Sovereign. Chaotic Body. Flickering Light City, akin to Jojo City, boasted towering walls reaching heights of 100 meters, yet there were no guards stationed upon its ramparts. Lin Yu initially presumed that Li Daoqing had voluntarily withdrawn the sentinels. However, as he soared above Flickering Light City, he beheld the turmoil within. What on earth is happening? Lin Yu pondered in confusion. Within Flickering Light City, the Flickering Light Sovereign, Li Daoqing, was embroiled in a fierce battle with a young man. The youth's strength was only at the mid-diamond tier, yet his combat prowess appeared evenly matched with Li Daoqing. Upon inspecting through the system, Lin Yu was astonished, exclaiming, "To think he is a chaotic body. Though not in its complete form, it is still impressive." The young man battling Li Daoqing possessed one of the most prestigious bloodlines across the myriad realms, the chaotic body. Despite its incomplete state, it showcased the immense power inherent to the chaotic body. In the center square of Flickering Light City stood hundreds of disciples, clad in identical attire, both male and female, of varying ages, all gazing upwards in unison to witness the intense clash above. Lin Yu, adapting his form, prepared to intervene. The golden armor of chainmail upon him, the purple gold crown of phoenix wings, and the lotus silk shoes of cloud stepping once again transformed their appearance, morphing into attire identical to that of the disciples of Yaoguang City. Subsequently, he stealthily melded into the throng. What are those two doing? Lin Yu inquired. A young disciple beside him glanced back, finding Lin Yu unfamiliar, yet, noticing his garb from Yaoguang City, he harbored no doubts about Lin Yu's identity. With astonishment, he replied, "Are you unaware?" After the Holy Master returned from that place called Beixiong City, he demanded the Fortune Gold Medal from the Holy Sun, but the Holy Sun refused. They argued for quite some time before things escalated into a fight. "Ah, I see," Lin Yu responded with a dawning realization. "I just woke up, so I was unaware." The young disciple, not suspecting anything amiss, resumed his gaze to admire the aerial battle. Above, the Holy Master of Yaoguang and the Holy Sun engaged in a fierce clash for several hundred rounds, neither able to subdue the other. The Holy Master lamented, "My dear disciple, I never imagined that with your intermediate diamond level strength, you could contest with me so evenly. If you were to cultivate to the advanced diamond level, I fear I would not stand a chance against you." Upon hearing this, the Holy Sun's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, "My esteemed master, I could actually end your life right now, but out of respect for our long-standing teacher-student bond, I am choosing to show you mercy." "Humph," the Holy Master scoffed. "Such brazen arrogance." In an instant, he unleashed the Holy Light technique, a blinding white radiance illuminating all of Yaoguang City. The surrounding disciples, unable to bear the piercing brilliance, quickly shut their eyes and turned away. The Holy Sun merely snorted, a mere parlor trick. With a wave of his hand, an ancient black cauldron appeared out of thin air, swiftly absorbing the overwhelming holy light. "The black gold cauldron," the Holy Master exclaimed in shock. "How can you control the black gold cauldron? It is the sacred artifact of Yaoguang's sacred land, once merely an advanced diamond weapon. However, after a tempestuous night a millennium ago, it transformed into a king-level artifact. No one knows what transpired that night, but since then, no one has been able to wield this king-level black gold cauldron. It has always been regarded as a symbol of the sacred land's foundation." The Holy Master was astounded that the Holy Sun could manipulate the black gold cauldron with such ease. The Holy Sun smirked, "There are many things you are unaware of. Do you truly believe that a mere Yaoguang sacred land could possess a king-level artifact?" Naive. As he spoke, the cauldron's obsidian surface emanated intricate black dragon patterns that swiftly ensnared the Holy Master. The Holy Master felt his true essence and vitality gradually ebbing away and cried out, "No." The Holy Sun paid him no heed, continuing to command the black gold cauldron to engulf the Holy Master slowly. Suddenly, a sigh echoed from the crowd. Alas, what a waste of space, unable to defeat even his own disciple. The Holy Sun furrowed his brow and scanned the crowd, asking, "Who said that?" Among the onlookers, the disciple who had previously explained the situation to Lin Yu turned in shock, silently thinking, "Damn, this brother is bold. He truly fears no death," before hastily retreating 10 steps away from Lin Yu. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, and soon, a 10-meter radius around Lin Yu was devoid of anyone. The Holy Sun fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu, stating, "I do not recognize you. You are not from Yaoguang's sacred land." The ensnared Holy Master, Li Daoqing, also noticed Lin Yu and cried out, as if seeing a savior, "City Master, save me." Lin Yu gently waved his right hand, and the Rui golden dragon spear charged towards the black gold cauldron, producing a thunderous sound. Instantly, the dragon patterns binding the Holy Master dissipated. Once freed, the Holy Master hastily flew to Lin Yu and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, City Master. You are mine. No one shall kill you before my eyes," Lin Yu declared, raising his gaze to the Holy Sun above and coldly adding, "I dislike speaking to others while looking up." He then activated the golden light of the earth, appearing before the Holy Sun in a flash, and struck him squarely in the face with a punch. As he swung his fist, he exclaimed, "No one is allowed to be this handsome except for me and the esteemed readers." The Holy Sun's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the city wall several kilometers away. The black gold cauldron, sensing the Holy Sun's defeat, attempted to flee the battlefield. Lin Yu snorted, trying to escape. "Not on my watch." He seized the cauldron's feet tightly in his grip. The black gold cauldron thrashed violently, trying to break free from Lin Yu's control, but he swiftly slapped it, causing a crack to appear on its surface. Resist again, and I shall shatter you. Lin Yu warned, and the cauldron immediately ceased its struggle. Having subdued the black gold cauldron, Lin Yu turned his attention to the Holy Sun, who, realizing he was outmatched after receiving Lin Yu's blow, was hastily fleeing Yaoguang City, already flying over 10 kilometers away. Lin Yu quickly drew a teleportation array in front of him and shot a magical thread through it, ensnaring the Holy Sun tightly. With a mighty tug, he yanked the Holy Sun back to his side from 1,000 miles away. Fleeing before me is futile, Lin Yu scoffed. Submit to me, and you may keep your life. The Holy Sun possessed the unique bloodline of the Chaos Body, with potential far exceeding that of Li Daoqing. If possible, Lin Yu would not mind taking him under his wing. The Holy Sun coldly retorted, submitting to you, I would still meet my demise. Lin Yu was taken aback, asking, who would dare to kill you if you submit to me? At that moment, Holy Master Li Daoqing approached Lin Yu urgently, saying, City Master, this one cannot be spared. He dares to kill even his master and will eventually betray you. Lin Yu remained indifferent, confident that as long as he was present, none of his subordinates would dare to rebel. However, seeing the Holy Sun's resolute refusal to submit, Lin Yu had no desire to stoop low and beg for allegiance. He deemed him merely a chaos body, no greater than the 800 Jiuzhou guards. Moreover, he had just discovered the fortune gold medal within the black gold cauldron. Since the Holy Sun was unwilling to yield, there was no longer a need to spare him. Lin Yu turned to Li Daoqing and said, for not betraying me even in your final moments, I shall grant you a chance at rebirth. With that, he extended tendrils from his hand into the Holy Sun's body. The Holy Sun let out a piercing scream as Lin Yu swiftly extracted a ball of chaotic light from within him, the fragmented essence of the Chaos Body. This Chaos Body, I gift it to you, Lin Yu declared. The essence of the chaotic body was forcefully infused into Li Daoqing. Chapter 93, Capturing 3 Monarchs. Although Lin Yu had never practiced the art of seizing the essence of others, he possessed extraordinary magical abilities. The spells of Doctor Strange and Scarlet, which contain numerous incantations regarding the essence of soul and bloodline. By integrating these teachings with his own cultivation methods of the 9 transformations mystic art and the chaos visualization, Lin Yu successfully crafted a plethora of novel spells. The synthesis of these 2 grand systems of cultivation allowed him to effortlessly extract the essence of others. With a decisive motion, Lin Yu injected the fragmented essence of the chaotic body into Li Daoqing. Instantly, a radiant chaos enveloped Li Daoqing, with strands of Dao rhythm swirling around him. His aura deepened, and his strength grew exponentially, quickly elevating him to the rank of a monarch. Gradually, the extraordinary phenomena began to fade. Li Daoqing slowly opened his eyes, his excitement palpable as he knelt on one knee before Lin Yu and proclaimed, thank you for the gift of rebirth, City Lord. Rise, Lin Yu replied, perform well, and you shall reap the rewards in due time. After his words, Lin Yu moved to the other side and retrieved the fortune medallion of Yaoguang City from the Heijingding. Without hesitation, he consumed it using the fortune medallion of Jiuzhou City. An announcement echoed across the battlefield. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully absorbing the fortune of Yaoguang City. The sacred land of Yaoguang is about to enter an age of desolation. After absorbing the fortune of Yaoguang City, Lin Yu cast a glance at the incapacitated young saint of Yaoguang and said to Li Daoqing, you may deal with your disciple as you see fit. Yes, City Lord, Li Daoqing replied. A beam of monarch-level holy light surged toward the young saint of Yaoguang. Having just been stripped of his essence and severely wounded, he stood no chance of evasion and was obliterated in an instant. The crowd in the square erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Goodness! The Lord of the Sacred Land is ruthless. The young saint was slain without a shred of mercy. The young saint's demise is one matter. But what of the fortune of Yaoguang's sacred land? How shall we cultivate in the future? Indeed, must the legacy of Yaoguang's sacred land, spanning thousands of years, come to an end? I am but a silver-level cultivator. If we enter an age of desolation, I shall never ascend to gold level. Silence. This is not your concern. The Lord of the Sacred Land will make the decisions. A senior figure from Yaoguang's sacred land admonished the raucous crowd. Lin Yu surveyed the disarrayed assembly and spoke coolly. Little Li, you have 3 minutes. Understood. Li Daoqing bowed. With a grim expression, he approached the crowd and declared sternly, from this day forth, Yaoguang's sacred land shall recognize City Lord Lin Yu as our sovereign. Anyone who disagrees may leave now, out of respect for our long-standing ties. I shall not take your lives. Following Li Daoqing's words, the crowd fell into hushed murmurs, yet none dared to openly challenge the authority of Yaoguang's sacred land. It would be madness to oppose him. After all, even Li Daoqing's direct disciple had been obliterated by a single holy light spell. How much less could they, mere ordinary disciples and elders, hope to resist? Seeing no opposition, Li Daoqing allowed himself a faint smile and continued. As long as you follow City Lord Lin Yu diligently and strive for merit, I assure you that each of you shall ascend to the rank of monarch. It was merely a tantalizing promise. Who couldn't paint such a picture? Lin Yu had previously made promises of ascension to divine rank, and offering them the prospect of monarch rank was not unreasonable. Subsequently, Li Daoqing employed a blend of reprimands and sweet promises to stabilize the hearts of the people. He then returned to Lin Yu and bowed again, saying, City Lord, my many disciples have pledged their allegiance to you and shall not betray you in the future. Very well, Lin Yu replied with a slight acknowledgement, I extend you this favor. Otherwise, these gold and silver level insects would not even merit being my subordinates. Yes. Thank you for your nurturing, City Lord. I express my gratitude on behalf of these disciples. Li Daoqing responded respectfully. Enough of this chatter, Lin Yu said. Let us proceed to the next city. The Beidou Star possesses 3 monarch-level factions, the Ji family, the Jiang family, and the Yaowang Sacred Land. Each faction not only has a monarch-level ancestor presiding over it, but also wields a monarch-level weapon, far surpassing the remaining 7 sacred lands and 7 forbidden zones. As a circular teleportation array materialized before Yaowang City, Lin Yu and Li Daoqing stepped out in succession. The guards atop the city walls immediately detected the disturbance and sounded the alarm throughout Yaowang City. Before long, dozens of powerful figures soared to the ramparts. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon them. There were a total of 3 monarchs and 6 diamond-level cultivators on the walls, while the rest were merely gold and silver level. Insignificant in comparison. The crowd atop the walls soon recognized Lin Yu and Li Daoqing below. One woman spoke up, Li Daoqing. I did not expect you to bring your people to Yaowang so soon after the absorption of your fortune. This must be City Lord Lin Yu of Jiuzhou City beside you? Indeed, your keen perception is commendable, Lin Yu replied with a smile. You must be the Yaowang Holy Mother. With such a formidable presence here, it seems you have long been prepared for my arrival. City Lord Lin Yu has carved a path through numerous fortresses, devouring the fortunes of many cities in just a few hours. We of Yaowang must exercise caution. Do you truly believe that your 3 old fellows can contend with me? Lin Yu chuckled lightly. Impudent. Arrogant. You little thief, prepare to meet your end. The 3 monarch-level elders atop the wall erupted in fury, instantly summoning their respective monarch-level weapons, a fiery furnace, a verdant tower, and an ancient mirror. The power unleashed by these 3 monarch-level weapons in the hands of their wielders was far beyond the capabilities of the mid-tier, diamond-level young saint. The 3 monarch-level weapons radiated waves of Dao patterns, with the ancient mirror sealing off the space around Lin Yu. The fiery furnace erupted with a torrent of scorching flames, while the green tower surged into a towering height, aiming to crush Lin Yu on the spot. Observing the onslaught of these weapons, Lin Yu could not help but smile. Now this resembles a proper challenge. With that, the Rui Golden Dragon Spear appeared in his hand and was thrust into the ground. The spear grew in size, reaching 10 zhang in height, effectively holding back the descending green tower. Lin Yu then glanced at the surrounding space that had been sealed, letting out a cold snort. Space sealing, child's play. With a series of hand seals, irregular mirrors materialized around Lin Yu. With a push, the space ceiling was shattered in an instant. This was the mirror dimension magic he learned from Dr. Strange. As for the torrential flames, Lin Yu casually drew several teleportation arrays, redirecting the flames onto the heads of the onlookers atop the Yaowang City walls, instantly incinerating numerous gold and silver-level disciples. The elderly woman controlling the furnace was taken aback, hastily retracting the flames. Yet, it was too late. 3 teleportation arrays materialized behind the 3 elders, and crimson chains surged forth, ensnaring them tightly. Lin Yu yanked them forcefully, drawing the trio before him. He swiftly tapped into their energy seas, sealing their powers with the might of 3 laws. Their true essence could no longer flow properly, and their king-level weapons fell instantly out of control. Swiftly summoned back by the 3 sovereigns atop the city wall, Lin Yu stood over the 3 king-level elders, hands on his hips, and bellowed to the crowd on the wall. According to the old custom, surrender your fortune tokens and submit to me, and you shall live. Otherwise, death awaits. In that moment, Lin Yu's stance resembled that of a highwayman. Chapter 94. Subjugating the 3 great holy lands and finding a wife for himself. Lin Yu, with one hand on his hip and his foot upon the 3 kings, chastised the onlookers from the city wall. This display elicited laughter from the common folk of the Jiuzhou realm. This maneuver by the Yu god seems oddly familiar. I've seen it before, like the robbers on television. How dare you slander the Yu god? I challenge you to a duel. Do you not comprehend the jest? Why are you all missing the focal point? Have you not noticed how beautiful the women on the city wall are? Even if they are beautiful, they have no connection to you. They belong to the Yu god. Nonsense. Everyone knows the Yu god has no interest in women. Indeed, I truly hope the Yu god captures a few saintesses for us to warm our beds. Bah! How lewd. At this moment, the crowd atop the Yaoqi city wall was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by fear. How astonishing. 3 king-level powerhouses, along with 3 king-level divine weapons, could not withstand even 10 exchanges at Lin Yu's hands. They lay beneath his feet like dead dogs. The 3 great holy lands, the Jiang, Ji, and Yaoqi families, had their dignity utterly trampled. Moreover, across the entirety of the Beidou planet, no force could rival Lin Yu. After a moment of silence, the Yaoqi Saint Mother finally spoke. Lord Lin Yu, your strength is indeed formidable. Might we enter the city for a discussion? Why not? Lin Yu laughed heartily, kicking the 3 kings aside. Ignoring the onlookers on the wall, he flew off with Li Daoqing to the Lord's manor, where he settled onto the main seat, awaiting the arrival of the representatives from the 3 holy lands. Shortly thereafter, the members of the 3 holy lands arrived at the manor, finding Lin Yu seated regally. Discontent brewed within their hearts, yet they dared not voice their anger. The truth remained, the weak must endure the blows. Strength is the foundation of justice. Dignity exists solely at the edge of a sword. When one is weaker than others, one must tolerate the humiliation of being trampled. Lin Yu had shown them mercy by not killing them, which was already a considerable gesture. Once seated, the Yaoqi Saint Mother spoke first. Lord Lin Yu, what benefits and privileges might we expect upon our submission to you? Lin Yu chuckled. The benefit is simple. You shall all remain alive. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Such a benefit amounted to nothing but a blatant threat. Lin Yu observed their expressions, continuing, it is not entirely without merit. Take Li Daoqing, for instance. Before joining me, he was merely at the diamond level, yet now he has ascended to the king level in mere moments. After you submit to me, the king level will merely be the beginning. Reaching the divine level is not out of the question. The art of painting grand visions is an essential skill for any leader. Li Daoqing, standing beside him, rapidly emanated his king-level aura, stronger than that of the 3 elder kings from the Holy Lands. After all, he was a chaotic body, with both potential and combat power surpassing that of ordinary kings. The crowd gasped once more, particularly the 3 sovereigns. Previously, they had all been Holy Land masters, their strength limited to the diamond level, with centuries still needed to advance to king level. Yet, in such a short span, Li Daoqing had left them in the dust. Seeing their hesitation, Lin Yu grew impatient. I did not come here to watch you stare at each other. Decide swiftly, submit or face annihilation. Though your strength is commendable, I am not in need of subordinates. If I slay you, your fortune tokens will still belong to me. With that, Lin Yu's aura surged, and he rose as if to strike. The Yaoqi Saint Mother, sensing the imminent danger, hastily interjected, Lord Lin, please temper your anger. We are willing to submit. However, without our fortune, our holy land will enter an era devoid of magic, rendering our disciples unable to cultivate. What do you intend to do about this? A holy land incapable of cultivation holds no value to you. Rest assured, any force that submits to me will have their fortune restored after the internal trials conclude. Lin Yu replied, a mere Beidou planet is beneath my regard. My aspirations lie among the myriad realms, and my enemies are the myriad divine civilizations. The so-called holy lands and forbidden zones of your Beidou planet are but larger ants in my eyes. Upon finishing, Lin Yu unleashed his unique king-level aura, exponentially more potent than Li Daoqing's. In that instant, the 3 sealed king-level elders comprehended that Lin Yu had previously held back. Should he unleash his full strength, they would have no opportunity to retaliate. The many disciples present were likewise intimidated by Lin Yu's overwhelming king-level presence. To them, Lin Yu resembled a vast ocean, while they were but grains of sand at the ocean's bottom, utterly inconspicuous. Should he desire their demise, he need not lift a finger. A mere glance would send their souls fleeing. Lin Yu reveled in the astonishment reflected in their faces. This chaotic magic truly proved advantageous, amplifying his presence to such an extent, an unparalleled tool for intimidation. From now on, with just a display of my kingly aura, my enemies will kneel before me, saving me considerable effort, he mused. The Yaoqi Saint Mother and the 2 sovereigns of the Jiang and Ji families exchanged glances, sighed, and produced their fortune tokens from their bosoms, respectfully placing them into Lin Yu's hands. Lord Lin, these are the fortune tokens from our 3 holy lands. We hope you will treat our disciples kindly in the future. The Yaoqi Saint Mother spoke with a sorrowful expression. Lin Yu controlled the 3 fortune tokens to float into his grasp, then gazed at the Yaoqi Saint Mother's pitiful demeanor, exclaiming, Saint Mother, not only are you breathtakingly beautiful, but you also possess great wisdom. I have a brother named Hang, yet to take a wife. Might you be interested? Upon hearing this, the Yaoqi Saint Mother's face flushed crimson, her previously dignified and ethereal aura now imbued with a touch of femininity. The Holy Mother of the Yao Pool inclined her body slightly, her voice gentle as she spoke. Thank you for your kind intentions, Lord Lin. But as the Holy Mother of the Yao Pool, I am destined to remain unmarried for life. Upon finishing her words, she gestured towards a young and beautiful woman beside her, introducing her to Lin Yu. This is my disciple, Yao Yao, who has just turned 20 and ascended to the initial level of diamond rank. As the saintess of our Yao Pool sacred land, she is indeed worthy of being matched with your brother. Lin Yu then scrutinized the saintess named Yao Yao. She was youthful and stunning, her figure graceful, endowed with the rare innate Tao physique. Although not fully developed, with Lin Yu's presence, her cultivation could undoubtedly reach the divine level with ease. She would be more than suitable as a wife for Yihang. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, truly a beauty of unparalleled grace. Worthy of being the saintess of the Yao Pool. I believe Yihang would readily accept this union. The Yao Pool saintess was about to refuse, but was restrained by the Holy Mother. At that moment, Li Daoqing interjected, Lord, I, too, have a saintess in Yaowang, along with many young and beautiful disciples of exceptional talent. The two clans, the Jiang and the Ji families, also began to promote their own female disciples to Lin Yu. Lin Yu interrupted them with a chuckle. All right, let us postpone the matchmaking for now. With that, he produced the luck gold medal of Jiuzhou City from his robe and, in an instant, devoured the luck gold medals from the Yao Pool, Ji family, and Jiang family altogether. The three announcements resonated throughout the battlefield. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully devouring the luck of Yao Pool City. The Yao Pool sacred land is about to enter an era of magic's decline. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully devouring the luck of Jiang City. The Jiang family is about to enter an era of magic's decline. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully devouring the luck of Ji City. The Ji family is about to enter an era of magic's decline. As the announcements concluded, Lin Yu tucked the Jiuzhou luck gold medal away, noticing the dejected expressions of those present. He declared in a resonant voice, since you have pledged allegiance to me, allow me to enlighten you on the benefits of following me, which far exceed the trivial luck of a mere land. Chapter 95. The proper use of the teleportation array. Is Lin Yu truly capable? Every individual who submitted to Lin Yu would be marked with a symbol of servitude. However, Lin Yu preferred to refer to it as a labor contract or a newcomer's gift package. System. Consume 1 evolution point from each individual of gold rank and above present, and evolve them once, Lin Yu commanded. Immediately, a series of system prompts echoed in his mind, which he was compelled to silence. Moments later, the evolution was complete. Those within the Lord's mansion of gold rank and above felt a modest enhancement in their strength. Some experienced improvements in their realms, while others in their talents and bloodlines, each varying in nature. They exchanged astonished and excited glances, their expressions reflecting their surprise and elation. Such divine skill. It's simply miraculous. They marveled, unable to fathom how their power could be enhanced so effortlessly. Apart from deities, they could not conceive of any technique capable of such feats. The leaders and holy mothers of the 3 sacred lands felt a wave of relief wash over them. The grievances they harbored after surrendering the luck gold medals dissipated instantly. With Lin Yu's extraordinary abilities at play, the mere luck of a land was hardly worth mentioning. The 3 exchanged glances and respectfully addressed Lin Yu. Thank you, Lord. Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging their gratitude before stating, such benefits are not to be taken for granted. It is now your turn to contribute. He continued, beyond your Yao Pool, Jiang family, Ji family, and Yaowang, there remain 65 other racial forces on the Beidou Star. This will be your first task. With your 4 king level and 6 diamond level powers, handling these forces should not prove too difficult. Upon hearing this, Li Daoqing, the holy master of Yaowang, assured him, rest assured, my lord. I will guarantee the completion of this task and return with the luck gold medals of the remaining 65 races. The newly allied members from the 3 sacred lands quickly echoed their commitments. We pledge to accomplish the task. Excellent, Lin Yu replied. He then unsealed the restrictions on the 3 elderly kings of the 3 sacred lands, who immediately felt a sense of relief wash over them. Their strength, previously sealed, had rendered them weaker than a gold rank individual. During those tense moments, they had lived in fear of Lin Yu's displeasure, which could spell their doom. Now freed from their seals, they dared not step out of line. Observing those before him, Lin Yu noted their strength was sufficient to overpower individuals from other sacred lands and forbidden zones. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the black gold cauldron from the jade purity bottle and handed it to Li Daoqing, stating, this black gold cauldron belongs to your Yaoguang. The spirit within has been eradicated. You may use it for now. Do not disappoint my expectations. Li Daoqing's eyes lit up with joy as he reverently accepted the cauldron, exclaiming, thank you, my lord. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Lin Yu acknowledged with a slight nod, then addressed the others. Come, follow me outside. Lin Yu led everyone to the plaza outside the Lord's mansion, visualizing the entire battlefield map in his mind. With a slow gesture of his left and right hands. One by one, 65 teleportation arrays materialized in the air above the plaza. At the opposite end of these arrays lay the remaining 65 racial forces on the Beidou star. Through the teleportation arrays, the names of various cities were clearly visible, including the 6 remaining sacred lands: Wanchu City, Zifu City, Daoi City, Daxia City, Shumi City, and Yaohuang City. There were also 7 forbidden zones: Huanggu City, Undying City, Taichu City, Shinshu City, Xianling City, Reincarnation City, and Zongtian City. Each of these forces was fortified by diamond-level experts, while the smaller factions, such as Tai Xianmin and Xiaoyao sect, were merely of gold rank and posed no real threat. These weaker forces were not even qualified to submit to Lin Yu. Subsequently, Lin Yu assigned tasks to each individual. The diamond-level experts were primarily to focus on recruitment. Those willing to submit would spare the remaining inhabitants of their cities, while those unwilling would face merciless extermination. As for the cities lacking diamond-level guardians, they would merely serve as Lin Yu's evolution points. Reality was undeniably harsh. Without sufficient strength, one lacked even the right to serve others and would inevitably become a casualty. After delegating the tasks, Li Daoqing, the holy mother of the Yao Pool, and others began to use the teleportation arrays to depart. Accompanying them were disciples who had attained gold rank, who would prove useful against the lesser factions. Only a handful of silver-rank disciples remained in the city. Lin Yu gazed at the 65 teleportation arrays overhead and couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, it is far easier to accomplish tasks with a multitude of people. I can finally take a moment to rest." With a grand gesture, a set of familiar sofas and tea sets appeared in the plaza. Lin Yu adeptly brewed a pot of tea. Before long, a delicate aroma wafted through the air, infused with a subtle essence of Tao that seemed to flow within the tea itself. He lifted a cup and savored the tea in one swift motion. Indeed, it was exquisite tea. The expenditure of 1,000 evolution points was well worth it, Lin Yu remarked. The tea before him was no ordinary brew. It was the Tao Insight tea that had evolved after his investment. A total of 10 pounds of diamond-grade Tao Insight tea leaves had been produced. Just a single cup could enhance one's comprehension of the Tao, and should one's aptitude be extraordinary enough, there was even a chance of entering a state of enlightenment. Although Lin Yu had experienced this state a few times, he ultimately chose to forego it, as he simply relished the act of drinking tea. As for enlightenment, it seemed unnecessary. Setting down his cup, a young female disciple of the Yaoqi approached Lin Yu quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Lord Lin, I have also studied the art of tea. Allow me to brew some for you." Lin Yu turned to glance at her, and, true to the reputation of Yaoqi disciples, she possessed exceptional beauty. Though her prowess was merely at the silver level, her charm rivaled that of the holy maiden of Yaoqi. Lin Yu nodded gently and replied, "Very well." The disciple smiled with delight and began to meticulously prepare the tea beside him. Observing this, another female disciple approached Lin Yu, speaking softly, "Lord, may I give you a shoulder massage?" Lin Yu cast her a sidelong glance. She too was a beauty, yet he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not disturb me while I enjoy the performance." The disciple immediately became flustered, hastily apologizing. "I'm sorry, my lord, I shall take my leave." The tea-brewing disciple trembled, nearly dropping the cup. Lin Yu shot her a glance, but remained silent. Noticing that Lin Yu bore her no ill will, she cautiously resumed brewing the tea. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers in the Jojo realm found themselves with fresh gossip. Look, it's confirmed. I told you, Lord Yu has no interest in women. He rejected such a stunning beauty's offer for a massage. They speculated, could it be that Lord Yu has some flaw? Logically, he should be fine. His strength is so formidable. You upstairs, do you dare slander Lord Yu? Come out and face me. I am Lin Yu's ex-girlfriend. I can attest that he is perfectly healthy. Wow. The sister-in-law has appeared. Strong support for her. Sister-in-law? She's merely the former sister-in-law, regardless of Lord Yu's health. He currently shows no interest in women. At the Jiangxing base, Zhou Tai's assistant, Xiao Wang, observed the increasingly absurd discussions regarding Lin Yu's health in the live stream. He quickly reported to Zhou Tai, "Director, the comments in the live stream are becoming more and more outrageous. Should we intervene?" Zhou Tai pondered for a moment before responding. "No need to intervene. I too am curious whether Lin Yu remains interested in women after his significant power increase." Xiao Wang was taken aback. "Director, even you." Zhou Tai sighed. "You don't understand. Lin Yu's power is growing stronger, akin to the legendary deities. I worry that as his strength increases, the human emotions of love and desire may diminish, which would not bode well for Jojo. But Lin Yu treats his parents and sister quite well," Xiao Wang countered. "We must consider all possibilities," Zhou Tai replied. "Lin Yu now holds the fate of billions in Jojo in his hands. We must take this seriously. When he returns next, I will probe his attitude towards such matters. I understand, Director, Xiao Wang said, enlightenment dawning upon him. In Yaoqi City, Lin Yu continued to sit on the sofa, sipping his tea while using the teleportation array to observe the fierce battle between Li Daoqing and the masters of various sacred grounds. Were he aware of the discussions surrounding him in Zhuzhou, he would merely scoff. Women only slow down my shooting speed. Power is the only truth. Chapter 96, Unifying the Beidou Star. With 4 king-level warriors under Lin Yu's command, alongside king-grade weaponry, they were more than capable of overwhelming the other sacred grounds and forbidden areas on Beidou Star. Less than 2 minutes into the battle, Li Daoqing wielded the black gold cauldron to annihilate a diamond-level powerhouse from the ancient city. Subsequently, a chaotic radiance emanated from Li Daoqing, swiftly engulfing the essence of the slain, leaving behind but an empty shell. His aura surged, growing even more formidable. Lin Yu silently observed Li Daoqing's transformation, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. This chaotic body is indeed remarkable. Perhaps you will soon surpass all my subordinates in strength. The battles in other cities unfolded similarly, with the odds heavily favoring Lin Yu's forces. After all, there were only these 4 king-level warriors known openly on Beidou Star, all of whom now served Lin Yu, making resistance from other factions exceedingly difficult. After devouring the diamond-level powerhouse from the ancient city, Li Daoqing unleashed several beams of holy light, swiftly eliminating the remaining 800 individuals within the city. All their essences were consumed by Li Daoqing, sparing neither mundane nor special physiques. Aren't you afraid of overindulging? Lin Yu quipped. Once the slaughter of the ancient city was complete, Li Daoqing returned to Yaoqi City through the teleportation array, excitedly presenting Lin Yu with the fortune gold medal from the ancient city. Lin Yu accepted the medal, regarding Li Daoqing with a knowing look. It seems this chaotic body suits you well. In no time, your strength has increased significantly, and you are nearly on par with me. Your subordinate is grateful. I owe it all to the Lord's nurturing, Li Daoqing replied earnestly. I will dedicate myself to serving the Lord, without any ulterior motives. Very well, Lin Yu replied with a slight nod. Go now. There are still dozens of cities awaiting your attention. Yes, I take my leave, Li Daoqing said before stepping back into the teleportation array, heading towards the undying city. Lin Yu glanced at the now worthless ancient city, which had been thoroughly ravaged. With a thought, the teleportation array leading to the ancient city dissipated, leaving only 64 arrays remaining. Soon, the people from the Ji family, Jiang family, and the Holy Land of Yaoqi returned, having defeated their opponents and bringing back 3 fortune gold medals, along with 3 captives, the lords of the Wanchu Sacred Land, Zifu Sacred Land, and Daoyi Sacred Land. While there were occasional skirmishes among the major sacred lands on Beidou Star, there were no profound enmities. Most of the time, they supported one another, maintaining a relationship of alliance. Thus, the Holy Mother of Yaoqi and her companions did not resort to lethal force. Rather, after defeating the 3 major sacred lands, they persuaded these lords to submit to Lin Yu, emphasizing that submission was not fearsome, as survival brought hope. Moreover, subservience to Lin Yu holds even greater potential. There exists no rationale to court disaster by directly opposing him. Lin Yu himself welcomes the addition of several high-ranking diamond-level subordinates, accepting all who come forth. Consequently, he graciously accepted all 3 individuals and simultaneously formalized their employment through labor contracts. At that moment, the 3 sovereigns of the Wanchu Holy Land comprehended why the mother of the Yao Pool had urged them to submit. Lin Yu genuinely possessed the capability to assist them in advancing further along their path of cultivation. After branding the newly inducted trio with the mark of subservience, Lin Yu promptly dispatched them, for there were numerous cities awaiting their conquest on his behalf. Meanwhile, he reclined comfortably on his sofa, savoring tea and anticipating the arrival of the auspicious gold medals, one by one, from his subordinates. This scene bore little resemblance to warfare. It was akin to a leisurely retreat. Within the realm of Zhuzhou, countless spectators were filled with envy. The universe god is living too comfortably. Is this truly a battlefield? It resembles a vacation resort. One lamented. I almost wished to venture onto the battlefield myself, especially with so many otherworldly beauties. Alas, I was not selected initially. You incorrigible lecher. Fortuitously, the universe god did not choose you. What a waste of a spot. While they fixated on Lin Yu's indulgence and leisure, they overlooked that all of this had been painstakingly earned through his formidable strength. Indeed, without the universe god's prowess, he would have been reduced to rubble. Strength is the foundation upon which one stands. Brothers, I shall take my leave. I must cultivate diligently to ascend to the golden level. Merely the golden level? What is so remarkable about that? I aim for the master level. I aspire to reach the king level. You've digressed, my friend. This is not a game. As Lin Yu continued to sip his tea and enjoy the spectacle, a dramatic scene unfolded. A disciple from Taishan City, named Hua Yunfei, voluntarily emerged from the teleportation array, presenting Lin Yu with the auspicious gold medal of Taishan City. Lin Yu accepted the gold medal and scrutinized Hua Yunfei closely. Discovering that this individual's physique and cultivation technique bore a striking resemblance to Li Daoqing's chaotic body, capable of devouring the essence bloodlines of others to transform into their own primordial power. Lin Yu could not discern whether this was mere coincidence or if there were unseen machinations at play. Nonetheless, he had no intention of delving into such matters. It was merely a conspiracy from a native planet, hardly worthy of Lin Yu's transformation into a detective to investigate. After casually branding Hua Yunfei with the mark of subservience, he dispatched him as well. With Hua Yunfei's advanced golden prowess, subduing minor sects and factions was well within his capabilities. Thus, an hour later, the tea table beside Lin Yu was adorned with a total of 65 auspicious gold medals. In front of him stood several dozen diamond-level powerhouses, all impeccably arranged. Lin Yu silently retrieved the auspicious gold medal of Jiuzhou City from his bosom, from which a nearly corporeal auspicious golden dragon emerged. The dragon inhaled deeply, swallowing all 65 gold medals in its belly, causing the auspicious golden dragon of Jiuzhou City to grow even more substantial. A series of announcements resonated across the battlefield. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully devouring the auspicious energy of Wanshu City. The Wanshu Holy Land is about to enter an era of decline. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully devouring the auspicious energy of Zifu City. The Zifu Holy Land is about to enter an era of decline. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully devouring the auspicious energy of Daoi City. The Daoi Holy Land is about to enter an era of decline. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully devouring the auspicious energy of Baiwei City. The Baiwei sect is about to enter an era of decline. As the 65 announcements concluded, all 69 racial factions on the Beidou planet had been consumed by Jiuzhou. The progress of the second round of internal testing had surpassed the halfway mark. Once the racial factions of Jiutai planet were dealt with, the remnants on Valen continent could be eradicated, thereby concluding the second round of testing. Lin Yu gazed upon his capable subordinates and spoke slowly. Welcome to the Jiuzhou Alliance. From this day forth, as long as you contribute to the development and construction of Jiuzhou, I assure you that each of you shall ascend to the king level. Should your contributions be particularly outstanding, even the god level is within reach. Lin Yu, as was his custom, painted a bright future for his newly recruited subordinates. Regardless of whether they believed him, Lin Yu himself was confident. Although these cultivators had attained diamond-level prowess and were undoubtedly astute individuals, unlikely to be easily swayed. After he distributed the welcome packages, they began to harbor a glimmer of anticipation towards Lin Yu's words. Lin Yu dismantled all the teleportation arrays in the sky and, guided by the map in his mind, drew out a series of new teleportation arrays. The other ends of these arrays connected to the remaining 68 cities on Jiutai planet, including Titan City and Tianqi City, both of which were king-level cities, as well as the Hydra City and X City, among others, which were diamond-level cities. Lin Yu turned to the people of the Beidou planet, saying, "Go forth and bring back all the auspicious gold medals for me." Chapter 97. Unifying Jiutai Planet. 68 teleportation arrays appeared out of thin air above Yaopool City. Lin Yu assigned tasks to Li Daoqing, the mother of the Yaopool, and others. They accepted their orders and swiftly set off to their designated cities, while Lin Yu himself arrived at Titan City, one of the two king-level forces on Jiutai Planet. Above Titan City, Xiang Wentian was engaged in a fierce battle with a robust man adorned in purple skin. Meanwhile, Di Shitian, Xiongba, Zhuge Luyan, and the Holy Monarch of the Seven Knights each faced off against 4 humanoid monsters. The ancient ancestor Baiyun, Yi Liangxun, and the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, were on the sidelines dealing with the remaining golden-level monsters. The 4 humanoid monsters were subordinates of the purple sweet potato essence, Thanos. Although they each possessed mid-diamond level strength, they were no match for Di Shitian and his companions. They soon found themselves at a disadvantage, forced to retreat and defend in order to preserve their strength, hoping that their master, Thanos, would defeat his opponent swiftly to come to their aid. However, defeating Xiang Wentian was no easy feat for Thanos. Though Thanos boasted extraordinary power, achieving the initial king level and possessed the strongest artifact of Jiutai planet, the Infinity Gauntlet, Xiang Wentian equally possessed unparalleled speed. To date, no one had surpassed Xiang Wentian in terms of swiftness, not even Lin Yu. Thus, the two were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. Whenever Xiang Wentian sought to exploit a flaw in Thanos' defense to deliver a decisive blow, a red gemstone on the Infinity Gauntlet would illuminate, rendering Xiang Wentian's attacks ineffective. Thanos would then swing his double-headed greatsword fiercely at Xiang Wentian, who could only rely on his speed to evade. As Lin Yu observed the Infinity Gauntlet in Thanos' possession, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. I never expected it to be a manifestation of the power of the laws. Such a humble planet as Jotai could give birth to an artifact imbued with even a trace of the power of the laws. At that moment, Lin Yu found himself deeply intrigued by the Infinity Gauntlet, rivaling his earlier fascination with magic. The power of the laws. After ascending to the rank of king, he barely comprehended a fragment of the force of the laws. Should he acquire the Infinity Gauntlet, his understanding of these laws would certainly deepen. Although he could enhance his comprehension through evolution points, an artifact presenting itself so readily was an opportunity too precious to overlook. Whether to enrich his inventory or to reward the Jojo Guard, it would serve him splendidly. Thus, Lin Yu set his plan into motion. With a flick of his right hand, a spatial teleportation array manifested before him. At the other end of the array lay the back of the purple yam demon, Thanos. Lin Yu unleashed a series of violet magical tendrils, which swiftly ensnared Thanos' hands and feet. Given Lin Yu's current magical prowess, Thanos found it exceedingly difficult to break free, and his left hand was firmly bound, rendering him incapable of wielding the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. Summoning the Rui Golden Dragon Spear, Lin Yu transformed the spear into the likeness of an axe. In a flash, he appeared to the left of Thanos. And before Thanos could react, Lin Yu raised the colossal axe and executed a devastating cleaving strike. A radiant flash illuminated the air, accompanied by a piercing scream as Thanos' left hand was severed cleanly. The Infinity Gauntlet dropped nearby, and Lin Yu deftly summoned it to his grasp. Casting a glance at the dismembered Thanos, he declared, "Submit to me, and I shall spare your life." Despite the purple yam demon's grotesque appearance, his strength was formidable enough to qualify as a capable henchman. Yet Thanos, embodying a fierce tenacity, glared at Lin Yu and retorted with indignation, "Never. Orcs shall never be enslaved." Lin Yu scoffed, "You are merely a purple yam turned spirit, at best a mere dish. However, since you refuse to submit, I shall grant you a fitting end." With that, Lin Yu pointed at Thanos' forehead, and a surge of law's power swiftly penetrated Thanos' mind, obliterating his consciousness in an instant. Thanos' eyes rolled back, and he collapsed heavily. Seeing that Thanos had perished, Lin Yu employed chaotic magic to reattach Thanos' severed arm. At that moment, Thanos appeared unscathed, as though merely asleep. It would be a grave loss to let the carcass of a king-tier beast go to waste, Lin Yu mused. Let us allow you to serve a final purpose. Though he had not seen the Jojo Guard for several hours, he remained ever mindful of Yi-Hang, who possessed the unique ability to control corpses. Previously, he had secured a saintly wife for Yi-Hang, and now the corpse of this king-tier beast would serve as an apt offering. After reattaching the arm, Lin Yu attempted to store Thanos' body within the jade purification bottle. But the attempt failed. In an instant, he comprehended the reason and soon discovered the Titan City's fortune medallion on Thanos' corpse. Presenting the Jojo City Fortune Medallion, a corporeal golden dragon of fortune emerged, devouring the Titan City's medallion whole. The announcement resonated throughout the battlefield. Congratulations to Jojo City for successfully absorbing Titan City's fortune. The Titan borders are about to enter an era of lost magic. After completing these tasks, Lin Yu lifted his gaze to the four demons still engaged in battle with Emperor Shirtian and others. He unleashed more magical tendrils, firmly restraining the four demons. "Spare their corpses," Lin Yu commanded. Following his orders, Emperor Shirtian and his companions swiftly dispatched the four demons, leaving behind intact remains. Lin Yu casually collected the corpses of the four demons into the jade purification bottle. With this, the elite combatants of Titan City were entirely vanquished, leaving only a few lesser foes of golden and silver ranks, easily dispatched by Yi Lianchen and Wanda. Lin Yu harbored no interest in collecting the lesser demon corpses and instead drew a teleportation array leading to Apocalypse City. However, upon arriving to assist, Lin Yu discovered that the battle in Apocalypse City had not reached the same stalemate as in Titan City. Despite possessing king-tier strength and various gifted abilities, Apocalypse was ultimately outmatched by Thanos wielding the Infinity Gauntlet. Under the relentless assault of Captain Marvel, Doctor Strange, and the Nameless One, Apocalypse was swiftly reduced to rubble, leaving no corpse behind. Meanwhile, Apocalypse's four subordinates were dispatched by Sodding, Vision, and Hulk. Lin Yu's enthusiasm waned. After finding Apocalypse's fallen fortune medallion, he quickly consumed it and addressed his companions. The king-tier beings of the Jotai planet should all be dead. Accelerate the conquest of the remaining cities and conclude the internal testing at the earliest. Yes, City Lord. They responded in unison. Having given his instructions, Lin Yu returned to Yaoqi City, where his tea set and sofa awaited him. Once more reclining comfortably on the sofa, he accepted a cup of enlightenment tea offered by a female disciple and savored a sip, resuming his observation of the unfolding events. The pace of conquering Jotai planet was twice as swift as that of the Beidou planet. In under half an hour, Lin Yu's 3 factions had captured all remaining 60-plus cities on Jotai planet, retrieving every fortune medallion. Simultaneously, they returned with a multitude of new recruits eager to join their ranks. With a wave of his hand, the Jojo Golden Dragon of Fortune emerged, consuming the 60-plus fortune medallions in one gulp. The announcement reverberated incessantly. Once the announcement concluded, Lin Yu, as per his custom, painted a grand vision for the newly recruited employees and finalized their labor contracts. Thus, all factions and races on Jotai planet fell under Lin Yu's dominion. Gazing at the vast assembly before him, 6 king-tier beings, nearly 40 diamond-tier, and hundreds upon thousands of golden-tier warriors, he acknowledged their formidable strength, far surpassing that of the Jojo Guard. Yet, in Lin Yu's heart, he deemed these individuals subordinate, while the 800 Jojo Guards remained his true brothers and sisters. You may return to Jojo City, Lin Yu instructed his followers. With that, he effortlessly inscribed 2 teleportation arrays, one large leading to Jojo City, and the smaller one to a city in Valen Continent, known as Zon. Chapter 98. The second round of internal testing concludes. Lin Yu stepped through the teleportation array, arriving at the front of Zon City without initiating an immediate assault. Instead, he gazed silently towards the opposite direction of Zon City, awaiting in stillness. A minute later, a colossal coffin, drawn by 9-headed iron dragons, approached the front of Zon City. It was the 9 dragons coffin of the Jojo Guard. The coffin hovered quietly in the air, and as the lid slowly opened, the 800 Jojo Guards emerged one by one. Moments later, they stood in unison before Lin Yu. "We greet the city lord," they proclaimed in chorus. "You have all worked hard, brothers," Lin Yu replied with a smile. Zhao Daong stepped forward and inquired, "City lord, what brings you to Zon City?" "I happened to resolve all the racial factions on Beidou Star and Jodi Star, and upon sensing your advance route, it led me directly to Zon City. So I awaited your arrival here," Lin Yu replied with a smile. "My apologies, City Lord. Our progress has been too slow," Zhao Daong confessed. "We have only conquered 10 cities so far and collected 10 fortune gold medals." Upon hearing Zhao's words, the expressions of the others mirrored his self-reproach. "You have all done remarkably well," Lin Yu reassured them with a gentle smile. "Had I not mastered the magic of the spatial teleportation array, my speed would not have been so swift." "Spatial teleportation array?" Zhao Daong asked, perplexed. Lin Yu chuckled but remained silent. With a flourish of his right hand, a series of spatial teleportation arrays materialized in the air, 60 in total. Besides the 10 cities Lin Yu had personally subdued on Valen Continent, he had established pathways to the remaining 60 cities. The members of the Jojo Guard gazed in awe at Lin Yu's extraordinary spatial magic, inevitably exclaiming, "Truly, the city lord never ceases to astonish us. If we could learn this spatial teleportation array, we would no longer need to endure the long journey in the 9 dragons coffin." "City lord, this spatial teleportation magic is incredibly useful," Zhao Daong enthused. "Might you teach us?" "Rest assured, after this round of testing concludes, I shall procure 2 magic instructors specifically to teach you," Lin Yu stated. "As for your ability to learn, that will depend on your innate talents. However, magic serves merely as an auxiliary. The most crucial aspect remains honing your own bloodlines. I will expedite the improvement of the cultivation methods, and as long as you diligently practice, magic will only be a minor facet." "Understood," Zhao Daong declared earnestly. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, Lin Yu entrusted Zhao Daong and the 4 group leaders with the task of formulating a battle plan. His purpose for coming was solely to accelerate the Jojo Guard's progress and save them unnecessary travel time. Beyond that, he would refrain from interference. After several hours of rigorous training, Lin Yu discerned a marked improvement among the members of the Jojo Guard, both in their combat spirit and capabilities. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Soon, they devised a concrete battle plan, dividing the 608 combat group members into 50 small teams. Excluding the 10 cities Lin Yu had conquered and the 10 cities already taken by the Jojo Guard, there remained 50 cities on Valen Continent. Each team was assigned a dozen or so individuals, striving to resolve the 50 cities with utmost speed. As each small team bid farewell to Lin Yu, they stepped into the various teleportation arrays, leaving behind only a little over 200 individuals in Zon. At that moment, on the city walls of Zon, a hulking figure clad in purple, his visage grotesque, brandished a massive kitchen knife and bellowed at Lin Yu. "Are you lot here to seek treatment for Mondo? Step right up. Does this purple sweet potato essence have relatives on Valen Continent?" Lin Yu pondered, sensing something was amiss with the man's demeanor. "Richard, assess this fellow's condition," he commanded. Yes, City Lord. The bald-headed Richard emerged from the crowd and initiated a mental scan of the purple giant. After a brief moment, Richard reported, City Lord, this individual is mentally unstable. He was previously a patient in an asylum, but later murdered all the doctors. Subsequently, he recklessly injected himself with various substances, which enhanced his strength, but also drastically altered his physique and further exacerbated his mental instability. Additionally, from his memories, I gleaned that the majority of Zon City is inhabited by similar lunatics, with few sane humans present. Upon hearing Richard's account, Lin Yu furrowed his brow and declared, such a city should not exist. It must be purged completely. Understood. The others responded in unison. A dozen combat groups swiftly soared toward Zon City, and in an instant, the entire city was engulfed in flames. Amidst the inferno, an eerie green hue permeated the air, inducing discomfort. Lin Yu resolved that not only would he cleanse Zon City, but he would also eradicate its namesake across Valen Continent, a chaotic and malevolent race, a haven for lunatics and the mentally ill, holding no justification for existence. Only by transforming them into points of evolution could they possibly redeem a modicum of value. Before long, Richard and the others had annihilated all the mentally ill within Zon City and returned with the city's fortune gold medal. Meanwhile, the dispatched small teams swiftly brought back the remaining 49 fortune gold medals. Combined with the 10 already collected, there now floated a total of 60 fortune gold medals before Lin Yu. Lin Yu retrieved the fortune gold medal from Jiuzhou City, and a corporeal fortune golden dragon materialized, consuming all 60 medals. Once again, the booming announcement echoed across the battlefield. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully absorbing the fortune of Demacia City. The realm of Demacia is about to enter an era of magic's decline. The announcement continued. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully absorbing the fortune of Tianqing City. The realm of Tianqing is about to enter an era of magic's decline. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully absorbing the fortune of Noxus City. The realm of Noxus is about to enter an era of magic's decline. Congratulations to Jiuzhou City for successfully absorbing the fortune of Zon City. The realm of Zon is about to enter an era of magic's decline. The 60 announcements concluded, signifying Jiuzhou's successful absorption of the fortunes of 210 racial factions, including Meili and Beixiong, and marking Jiuzhou's successful completion of the second round of internal testing. A colossal fortune golden dragon soared from the Jiuzhou fortune gold medals, letting out a resounding roar that resonated throughout the land. In that moment, both the 800 members of the Jiuzhou Guard and over 3 billion citizens of Jiuzhou felt a palpable enhancement in their strengths. The overall strength of the Jiuzhou Guard surged from initial gold rank to intermediate gold rank in an instant, while even the lowest-ranking citizens within Jiuzhou ascended to high iron rank. Some exceptionally gifted individuals even soared to silver rank. Only Lin Yu, with his king-level strength, felt no substantial increase. The second round of internal testing had finally concluded, leaving him curious about the forthcoming rewards. He hoped they would be even more formidable this time. I truly am a rare genius. In that fleeting moment, I even broke through to initial silver rank. My son, Wang Lang, has already ascended to high silver rank, and upon his emergence from seclusion, he shall undoubtedly be at the initial gold rank. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, Wang Lang, I, Xiaohua, shall surely contend with you one day. Within Jiuzhou, countless voices erupted in jubilation. Soon, the familiar announcement resounded once more, and Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The rewards were upon them. Chapter 99, New Rules, Jiuzhou Cauldron. The familiar announcement reverberated across the battlefield and throughout the blue star once more. Countless individuals held their breath, attentively listening to every detail, fearful of missing any crucial information. The announcement echoed across the entire battlefield. The second round of internal testing for the nations of Jiuzhou, Meili, and Beixiong has concluded. It has been determined that Jiuzhou successfully absorbed the fortunes of 210 races, thereby passing the test. Meili and Beixiong have failed their tests. Rewards. Jiuzhou is granted the primary fortune artifact, the Jiuzhou Ding. Additionally, Jiuzhou's Lord, Lin Yu, receives 3,000 fragments of the Great Tao Laws, enhancing his comprehension of the laws by 100. Rewards also include an elevation of strength by 1 tier for 800 warriors of Jiuzhou, along with a 100-point increase in their training aptitude. The populace of Jiuzhou will experience a fortification in strength by 1 level and a 50-point enhancement in training aptitude. Furthermore, the lifespan of all citizens in Jiuzhou will be doubled. Tomorrow, Jiuzhou will undergo the third round of internal testing. The content of this third test will involve a random selection of one race from the existing 9,999 myriad races to launch an assault on Jiuzhou and Jiuzhou City. The duration of the attack will be 24 hours, Should Jojo and Jojo City successfully withstand the assault, they will ascend to the status of the final myriad race. All restrictions will also be lifted, allowing Jojo's vassal races to assist Jojo and Jojo City in repelling the attack. The announcement concluded, leaving the 800 Jojo guards present with heavy expressions. The true myriad races. From the dawn of time to the present, across several epochs, only 9,999 myriad races had emerged. According to the previously explained game rules, among these myriad races, those of remarkable strength would naturally see their ordinary members ascend to divine level upon reaching adulthood, not to mention the elites and leaders of their clans, who would undoubtedly surpass the divine level. Even Lin Yu was uncertain of what lay beyond the divine realm, as the game rules provided no explanation, and the system had not yet granted him access to such knowledge. At this moment, Lin Yu pondered how to navigate through the upcoming third round of testing. The game rules did not clarify which race would be sent to attack Jojo, leaving it shrouded in randomness and uncertainty. It could potentially be the weakest of the myriad races, whose power might be comparable to Jojo's, making it relatively easy to withstand a 24-hour attack. Conversely, it could be a civilization of divine stature, with even the weakest possessing divine capabilities. Despite being equipped with a system, Lin Yu could not guarantee the safety of the billions of citizens of Jojo. As Lin Yu contemplated whether to initiate a massacre, suddenly, 9 bronze cauldrons materialized before him. Among them, one larger cauldron, circular in shape, supported by 3 legs and 2 ears, gleamed in a resplendent golden hue. Its surface adorned with engravings of ancient mythical beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, tigers, and turtles. 4 of the cauldrons were also circular, but in a verdant green, inscribed with various rivers and lakes. The most striking feature was undoubtedly the 2 majestic rivers depicted, corresponding to the 2 mother rivers of Jojo. The remaining 4 cauldrons were square, resting on 4 legs and 2 ears, with a sandy yellow hue, etched with images of towering mountains and vast rivers. Upon closer inspection, the shapes of these mountains and rivers closely resembled those of the renowned landscapes on Blue Star. This was indeed the legendary Jojo Ding, Lin Yu mused, astonished that the Jojo Ding, lost for a millennium, had returned in such a manner. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Jojo Ding, the Jojo guards beside him were instantly electrified, their eyes widening in excitement. The Jojo Ding, a fabled artifact, evoked a tidal wave of emotions with just a glance. It stirred an unquenchable longing and nostalgia for the land of Jojo, as if they could perceive the civilization that had thrived for thousands of years, like the ceaseless flow of rivers and the steadfast presence of mountains. In that moment, the fortunes of Jojo coalesced even further. Suddenly, a colossal golden dragon of fortune emerged from the Jojo fortune metal, soaring into the sky with a resounding roar. From this fortune dragon, 9 smaller golden dragons spiraled forth, diving into the Jojo Ding before the fortune dragon returned to the fortune metal. Gazing at the Jojo Ding before him, Lin Yu was struck by a new idea: to forge a protective array with the Jojo Ding, guarding the entirety of Jojo and even the Blue Star itself, much like the Jojo flag safeguarding Jojo City. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yu stored the Jojo Ding within a jade bottle. Casting a glance at the still excited Jojo guards, he declared, "Let us return to Jojo City first." Having spoken, he effortlessly drew a spatial teleportation array with a diameter of 10 meters. Lin Yu observed the distant dragon pulling coffin and, with a wave of his hand, also stored it within the jade bottle. He then led the way back to Jojo City. At that moment, Jojo City was abuzz with activity. The square outside the Lord's mansion was already crowded with over 1,000 individuals, all subordinates from the Valen continent, Beidou Star, and Jyoti Star whom Lin Yu had recruited. Upon Lin Yu's return, they unified in "Greetings, Lord." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, foregoing pleasantries, and continued, "You have all heard the announcement. Tomorrow we will face the final 3rd round of testing, and each of you is qualified to assist Jojo in repelling the attack. Now, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? The enemy's strength remains uncertain, and I cannot guarantee your safety." Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the crowd. Withdrawal? Such a thought was unthinkable. They were acutely aware that even a mere hint of a desire to retreat would result in dire consequences at Lin Yu's hands. Moreover, having become vassal races of Jojo, they had no choice but to stand with Jojo. If Jojo fell, they would perish alongside it. If Jojo thrived, they would share in its rise. Seeing that no one voiced opposition, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well, since you have chosen to stand with Jojo, I assure you that you will not be treated poorly in the future. Now, I grant you 1 hour to bring all individuals or creatures of golden rank and above from your races to Jojo City. As for the teleportation array, let Strange and Wanda handle its establishment." With this, Dr. Strange and Scarlet Witch Wanda commenced their work, tirelessly sketching out one teleportation array after another in the air. Lin Yu summoned Xiang Wentian to his side and instructed, "Take this individual and send her to the Myriad Demon Kingdom. Give her a few dozen pig demons as husbands." With that, he tossed Alice, still wrapped in a single bedsheet, to Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian grasped Alice in his hands, assuring, "Don't worry, uncle. The Myriad Demon Kingdom has plenty of pig demons to ensure her comfort." "Very well, go ahead," Lin Yu replied. Xiang Wentian then stepped into the teleportation array crafted by Dr. Strange, taking Alice with him. Having arranged matters concerning the three factions, Lin Yu turned to the returning Jojo guards and said, "The restrictions have now been lifted. You are all free to return home." Return home? The Jojo guards were momentarily taken aback. Before arriving at Jojo City, they had long been prepared to embrace death in battle. They never anticipated that one day they would return to their homeland. To their astonishment, within just a week's time, they were granted the opportunity to go back. "Lord of the city, do you intend for us to fend off the domestic onslaught?" Zhao Daong inquired. "And what of Jojo City? According to the announcement just received, the third round of tests will involve attacks from both domestic and Jojo City fronts. I wish for all of you to return home, where billions of citizens await your protection. With your current strength at the Diamond Intermediate level, you should be capable of safeguarding Jojo." "And Jojo City?" Zhao Daong pressed on. "Do you plan to defend it alongside these outsiders?" "These outsiders will also venture into the homeland. As for Jojo City, my presence alone suffices," Lin Yu replied. "But we are here too." A sudden voice interjected. It was Juling and Yuansheng, who had been standing at a distance, avoiding the throngs in the square. Given the overwhelming crowd, they found themselves unable to draw near. Though they had reached the diamond level, they were still unable to take form, which left them feeling despondent. "You two should also accompany the others to the homeland. I do not require assistance in Jojo City," Lin Yu asserted. Juling and Yuansheng could only nod in resignation, unwilling to defy Lin Yu's command. "All right, you and Juling and Yuansheng shall return first," Lin Yu smiled. "Once I have arranged matters with these outsiders, I will join you. Upon your return, seek out Zhou Tai. He will ensure your safety." "Understood, Lord of the City." The Jojo guards responded. Subsequently, the 800 Jojo guards, along with Juling and Yuansheng, stepped onto the teleportation array with hearts brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained behind, awaiting the arrival of all the golden-level fighters from within the ranks of the outsiders. After all, the vastness of Jojo necessitated a sufficient number of fighters, and Lin Yu felt an unsettling sense of insecurity without them. Chapter 100, Assembly complete, return to Jojo. In less than an hour, the various racial factions from the Valen continent, the North Dipper planet, and the Jyoti planet had gathered their full forces. Notably, even Shurjia, the leader of the Mani sect whom Lin Yu had previously spared, arrived at Jojo City with a multitude of disciples. Lin Yu approached, saying, "I did not expect the master would actively come to aid Jojo." Shurjia bowed slightly, replying, "Ba, now the entire Valen continent has submitted to Master Lin. How could Mani City remain uninvolved?" "You truly possess great wisdom, Master," Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Lin Yu had initially no intention of recruiting Shurjia and his followers, having previously promised not to encroach upon Mani City. While Lin Yu was not a paragon of virtue, he was not a man devoid of integrity either. Moreover, Shurjia's strength was only at the Diamond Intermediate level, and even with his numerous disciples forming a formidable formation, their collective might would barely reach the Diamond Advanced tier, an echelon of power that Lin Yu did not lack. At that moment, the square was filled with over 1,000 individuals, the weakest among them being at the Golden Initial level, and the strongest reaching the King's Initial tier. Leading the factions gathered on the Valen continent were figures such as Xiang Wentian, Wu Ming, Suading, and Emperor Shurtian, representing 15 racial factions. Apart from the top 10 factions, the Jojo guards had also attracted the voluntary submission of several golden-level factions during their conquests. Lin Yu had readily accepted them. They would serve as adequate cannon fodder. Notably, beside Xiang Wentian stood a woman clad in multicolored garments. Tall and with a strikingly ethereal beauty, she possessed strength at the King's Initial level, rivaling Xiang Wentian. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu realized that this woman was not human. Her true form was that of a peacock. With a moment's contemplation, he deduced her identity as Kong Xian, the long-lost daughter of Yuan Feng and the sister of Xiang Wentian. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze, Kong Xian approached, her eyes fixed on him as she spoke with a steady demeanor. "I have never heard of my mother having a brother in this world." "I am not your biological mother's brother," Lin Yu replied with a smile. "Rather, I am the brother of your mother's reincarnation." "When shall I meet my mother's reincarnation?" Kong Xian inquired. "Once she regains her past memories, or when she is able to accept you both as siblings. I shall arrange for your reunion," Lin Yu stated casually. Inwardly, Lin Yu mused, "It seems I can no longer delay this. I must quickly persuade my sister regarding these matters." It's uncertain whether she will accept the idea of having both a brother and a sister before reaching adulthood. I can only blame my earlier impulsiveness for hastily claiming kinship. Nevertheless, Lin Yu did not regret establishing this bond. Among the 1,000 individuals present, the one with the highest loyalty was undoubtedly Xiang Wentian. As for the others, they were either compelled by Lin Yu's strength or motivated by desires to enhance their own power. The number of those who truly revered Lin Yu would not exceed 10. At this moment, Xiang Wentian stepped forward to the role played will not be inferior to that of the other two factions. Lin Yu gazed at the half-disabled bald professor, retrieving a small vial of milky liquid from the jade bottle and tossing it to him. "Drink this, and you shall walk again," Lin Yu declared. Without the slightest hesitation, the bald professor tilted his head back and gulped down the milky liquid in one swift motion. Moments later, he slowly rose from his wheelchair, mimicking the courtesies of others, and bowed to Lin Yu from a distance, exclaiming, "Thank you, City Lord." Lin Yu nodded gently. This vial of milky liquid was not derived from evolution, but was produced by Zhang Qian, a member of the Jojo Guard who had awakened healing abilities. She could condense a healing holy water from within her body, and after her promotion to Diamond Intermediate, the efficacy of this holy water far exceeded that of the life spring water. Lin Yu had recently requested a large bottle from her for future use. Observing the square filled with 45 factions and thousands of powerful beings above the golden level, Lin Yu proclaimed, "Since you have chosen to follow me, Lin Yu, and the Jojo, we shall henceforth be comrades. Regardless of any grievances you may have harbored on your respective planets and continents, from this moment onward, you are all allies. Thus, I shall lay down a few rules. Anyone who betrays Jojo shall face execution without mercy. Anyone who harms their comrades shall face execution without mercy. Of course, if you perform well, I shall not treat you unjustly." Many present had already received the welcoming gifts I bestowed upon newcomers, and the newly joined members found themselves exchanging glances, uncertain of what these gifts entailed. System: expend 1 evolution point for each person present to initiate 1 evolution. Subsequently, a cacophony of thousands of system notifications rang out. Lin Yu promptly muted them. As the evolution concluded, those who had previously undergone evolution were not particularly surprised, but the newcomers were astounded by the changes they felt within themselves. It was no wonder Lin Yu could unite over 200 factions across 3 major planets in just a few hours. Such an ability to enhance one's strength so casually was simply extraordinary. No one could resist the allure of such power. With this realization, they finally set aside their last remnants of doubt. What did it matter if they had lost their fortunes? As long as they followed Lin Yu, their strength would increase far more rapidly than through their own training. Lin Yu observed the astonishment on their faces with a sense of satisfaction. His tools and henchmen were ready. It was time to return home. He then arranged for everyone to sequentially return to the Jiangxing base via the teleportation array, stepping into the teleportation circle only after the last person had vanished. Before departing, Lin Yu glanced back at the Jojo flag fluttering in the wind before the city lord's mansion, silently paying his respects and softly murmuring, "See you tomorrow." With that, he teleported back to the Jiangxing base. Chapter 101. Remember history, we must strengthen ourselves. When Lin Yu appeared at the Jiangxing base, Zhou Tai had been waiting for quite some time. "Welcome home," Zhou Tai said warmly as he approached. Lin Yu responded with equal warmth, then surveyed his surroundings. Realizing that only over 1,000 members of the 3 external factions were present, with not a single Jojo guard in sight. "Where are the Jojo guards?" "I haven't seen a single one," Lin Yu inquired. As soon as they returned to the base, they immediately sought information about the monsters in Jojo and on Blue Star. Zhou Tai explained. Then they formed teams to hunt the monsters. There was no stopping them. Lin Yu was taken aback, but soon smiled, saying, "Let them go. I intended for them to clear out the remaining monsters on Blue Star anyway." "Indeed," Zhou Tai replied before continuing, "What do you plan to do with these external individuals?" "I just spoke with them, and it turns out there is a language barrier." Lin Yu was momentarily speechless, having almost forgotten that without the battlefield's built-in translation, they would be at a loss. "Leave them to me," he instructed. He then turned to the assembled crowd, addressing them with his spiritual force. "The land beneath your feet is called Jojo, a civilization with a heritage spanning over 5,000 years. Your most critical task henceforth is to protect this land and its over 3 billion citizens. Before that, I require your assistance in eliminating all the monsters on Blue Star. Given your current strength, I believe 1 hour will suffice. This operation will be led by Xiang Wentian. If there are any questions, feel free to ask him. After this, I will have new assignments for you." Xiang Wentian was considered Lin Yu's confidant and had prior experience in monster eradication, making him the perfect choice to lead the team. Lin Yu was confident that with these individual strength combined with the 800 Diamond Intermediate Jojo guards, they would easily clear the monsters on Blue Star within an hour. After delegating the tasks, Lin Yu followed Zhou Tai to the familiar command room, where a pot of tea had already been prepared. Lin Yu poured himself a cup and drank it in one go. Ah, the familiar taste, he remarked. Glancing at Zhou Tai, Lin Yu continued, by the way, what is the current stance of Meili and Beixiong? Ever since you confiscated all the nuclear weapons on Blue Star, Meili and Beixiong have been like feral beasts stripped of their claws, too intimidated to make any moves, Zhou Tai replied. Moreover, not only Meili and Beixiong, but also commanders from several remaining countries on Blue Star have come to the Jiangxing base. They haven't left yet and are currently housed in another barracks. Would you like to meet them? What was their purpose in coming together? Lin Yu asked. What else could it be? They are merely here to admit defeat and beg for mercy, Zhou Tai replied. Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully. Only when they are powerless do they come to plead for mercy. They certainly have an interesting perspective. However, I never intended to eradicate them completely. Let them stay on Blue Star for now. Jiuzhou's territory is ample enough. Once the internal testing concludes, we can find a suitable external planet and send them to work as miners. If no suitable external planets are available, we could also exile them to the Nine Bodies planet. After all, they resemble the inhabitants of Nine Bodies planet, so there might even be some familial ties. Understood. Zhou Tai acknowledged. One more thing. Recently, many individuals who had joined other countries' nationalities in the past have applied to return to Jiuzhou. I've temporarily held their requests back and wanted to know your opinion. Return? Lin Yu sneered. In their dreams, they were absent during the nation's construction. And now that the country is strong, they wish to come back? Absolutely not. Lin Yu's anger flared. The traders who had learned skills in Jiuzhou only to contribute to the development of other countries were his greatest disdain. Having turned traitor was not enough. They even sought to slander Jiuzhou, spewing foolish statements about foreign lands being superior. Such shamelessness was utterly intolerable. Furthermore, those who were originally Jiuzhou citizens had profited immensely while in the country, amassing billions. Yet instead of giving back to their homeland or society, they relocated Jiuzhou's funds abroad, transforming themselves and their families in the process. All have become foreigners. Even more infuriating is that these individuals are no longer mere traders from Jiuzhou. They continue to exploit the land under the banner of their compatriots. Lin Yu harbored a deep-seated loathing for these people. In the past, let them indulge in their grandiose dreams. Jiuzhou does not require such so-called talents. The more Lin Yu pondered, the angrier he became, wishing he could seize them and strike them down with a single blow. Suddenly, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the electronic calendar on the wall, and he realized the significance of the day. What is the current situation in the Great Harmony Republic? Lin Yu inquired in a low voice. According to intelligence reports, the number of Yinjia dragons remaining in their homeland was dwindling, most having fled to our country. Zhou Tai replied, estimating their casualties to be around 60. Only 60? That is far from sufficient, Lin Yu stated coldly. After speaking, he retrieved a wireless headset from the jade bottle. Zhao Daong, where are you now? City Lord. I am currently in Qing City. Do you still remember what day it is today? There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line before Zhao Daong's deep voice responded. This day is one I shall never forget in my life. Is the next task still necessary for me to articulate? Lin Yu asked. Understood. I assure the task will be completed. Good. You may also bring Richard along. And ensure it is done cleanly, Lin Yu instructed. Yes, City Lord. Though nearly a century had passed, some matters could not simply be forgotten with the passage of time. Even if a millennium or 10,000 years were to pass, as long as the civilization of Jiuzhou endured, this humiliating historical moment must be etched into the hearts of every citizen of Jiuzhou. Never forget history. We must strive for self-improvement. Even if Jiuzhou were to stand at the pinnacle of all realms in the future, it must always remember the trials it has endured. It will serve as a constant reminder to every Jiuzhou person. To be backward is to be victimized. It will incessantly remind each Jiuzhou citizen to develop and to grow. Strength is the sole foundation for upholding justice. Whether the enemies come from the Blue Star or from divine civilizations beyond, they must be made aware. Those who dare to offend Jiuzhou shall face retribution, no matter how far away they may be. They must understand, the sword of Jiuzhou can sever all foes. After concluding the call, Lin Yu's emotions remained unsettled for a long time. Zhou Tai did not oppose Lin Yu's arrangements. Previously, during a relatively peaceful era, handling relations between Jiuzhou and other nations could not rely solely on force. However, now, Jiuzhou's power overshadowed all nations, with even the races from 3 extraterrestrial planets submitting to Jiuzhou. It was time for reckoning. Were it not for his special status, he would have gladly taken Zhao Daiyong's place in action. Lin Yu took a sip of tea to calm his mind and said, as for the commanders of other nations, let them return whence they came. Jiuzhou has nothing to discuss with them. If they behave themselves and act submissively, they may still find work as miners. If they dare to stir trouble, they shall meet the same fate as the Great Harmony. Understood, I will convey your intentions clearly, Zhou Tai replied solemnly. After finishing a pot of tea, their discussion reached a natural conclusion. Lin Yu rose to bid farewell, for he still had much preparation to do for the final round of testing the next day. With a swift motion of his right hand, a teleportation array materialized before him. Lin Yu stepped through it and departed from the Jiangxing base. Chapter 102. The True Form of the Yuan Phoenix. Lin Yu emerged from the spatial teleportation array, arriving in an endless expanse of desert. The place was strewn with yellow sand as far as the eye could see. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its scorching heat threatening to ignite the very air. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to survive here. Not far ahead, over 20 Yinjia dragons were relentlessly attacking a young woman. She appeared youthful, dressed in simple attire, with her hair tied back in a ponytail. The battle had not lasted long when the dragons unleashed their signature combined attack, spewing flames that coalesced into two colossal fire dragons before the woman. Each fire dragon measured 100 feet in length, possessing the strength of a low-level gold rank. Yet, under the onslaught of these fire dragons, the woman remained unfazed, as the flames posed no threat to her. As the fire dragons charged toward her, she declared, playing with fire, "Are we? Behold my true fire of the 5 elements." The woman soared into the air, arms outstretched, and a massive phantom of the Yuan Phoenix materialized behind her. With a powerful exhalation, a stream of true fire of the 5 elements surged toward the attacking dragons. Upon contact, the flames completely consumed the fire dragons, amplifying the potency of the true fire. The raging true fire quickly surged toward the remaining Yinjia dragons, scattering their formation in an instant. Within moments, more than 10 of the Yinjia dragons were ignited by the true fire. It was ironic that these beasts, who had played with fire their entire lives, were ultimately consumed by it. Lin Yu, observing from the sidelines, nodded in approval. She was performing admirably, so he decided to lend a hand. Lin Yu opened his personal system panel, noting that his evolution points had surged to a staggering 10 million. System, evolve Lin Meng's strength to the king level. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Lin Meng has acquired 0.2 of the Yuan Phoenix bloodline. Current strength, low-level king. Lin Meng has comprehended a fragment of the 5 elements law, gaining the innate ability, true form of the Yuan Phoenix. True form of the Yuan Phoenix can transform into a Yuan Phoenix, commanding all avian beings. After the evolution concluded, Lin Meng felt a significant surge in her power, ascending from low-level gold to low-level king. She quickly deduced that Lin Yu had arrived. Indeed, not far below, she spotted Lin Yu's figure. However, the Yinjia dragons had not yet been eradicated, and it was not yet time to discuss their sibling bond. Lin Meng let out a resounding cry, and a dazzling spectrum of colors illuminated the sandy expanse, rivaling even the sun above. In the wake of the light, a Yuan Phoenix with a wingspan of 10,000 meters manifested in the sky. Under the expansive wings of the Yuan Phoenix, the 100-meter-long Yinjia dragons appeared exceedingly diminutive. The remaining Yinjia dragons trembled in fear at the sight, forgetting to even flap their wings as they fell one by one to the ground. Bereft of the courage to flee, the suppression of bloodline rendered them immobile. However, Lin Meng was not one to let them off so easily. With her enormous beak agape, a torrent of true fire of the 5 elements surged forth, even more potent than before. In an instant, the remaining Inferno armored dragons on the ground were reduced to dust. Lin Meng emitted a series of jubilant clinks and chimes. At that moment, a young man and woman approached Lin Yu from behind, namely, Xiang Wentian and Kong Xian. They had been on the opposite end of Blue Star, dealing with Inferno armored dragons, but upon witnessing Lin Meng reveal her true form, they felt an inexplicable connection. Without a moment's hesitation, they abandoned their task and rushed here at the swiftest pace. Gazing at the majestic phoenix form above, their eyes filled with a dreamy reverence. Mother! Xiang Wentian and Kong Xian murmured in unison. Indeed, the aura was unmistakably that of their mother, yet there was a subtle difference. Kong Xian contemplatively remarked, "Mother is now even more powerful than a millennium ago. As I mentioned, this is her reincarnation, so naturally, there will be distinctions," Lin Yu explained, his expression unchanged. "In this life, she is my sister, and thus, she is bound to be stronger than she was 1,000 years ago." Upon hearing this, both Kong Xian and Xiang Wentian nodded in agreement. Lin Yu had the ability to enhance anyone's strength, and he would not hesitate to do so for his own sister. They harbored no doubts. After all, the phoenix form and aura were unmistakable. Kong Xian had followed their mother closely for nearly a century before her fall, and she was confident in her recognition. Although Xiang Wentian's memories of the phoenix were not vivid, he trusted Kong Xian and Lin Yu completely. Lin Yu successfully convinced them, and then communicated with Lin Meng in the air. "Sister, your children have come to acknowledge you." "Can I not acknowledge them?" Lin Meng retorted. "I am only 15. These two are over 1,000 years older than I am. I am not yet an adult. How can I possibly be their mother? That is of no consequence, Lin Yu replied. They are not human. One is a peacock, and the other is a golden-winged great pong. Just consider them as two little birds. Haven't you always wanted pets? Let these two creatures be your companions, akin to small kittens or puppies. But, Lin Ming hesitated. There is no but, Lin Yu insisted. Having two king-level pets is a boon. They will contribute to the prosperity of the 9 provinces in the future. Moreover, given your current state, you cannot truly be considered a normal person. None of us are normal anymore. Acquiring 2 magical creatures is hardly a significant matter. Our parents would surely approve. Lin Ming tilted her grand phoenix head, surveying her own transformation, and could only sigh in resignation. Very well, let it be for the sake of the 9 provinces. Subsequently, Lin Ming withdrew her phoenix form and manifested a 5-colored attire with the power of the 5 elements, gracefully descending before the 3. Brother, Lin Ming softly called. Her voice tinged with a mix of joy and resignation. Lin Yu gently nodded, saying, You performed admirably. Your combat experience may still require refinement. But there are commendable aspects as well. Once Kong Xian witnessed Lin Ming transform into her human form, her excitement intensified. For Lin Ming's appearance was strikingly similar to that of their mother from a millennium past, albeit with a youthful innocence due to her age. It was then that Kong Xian fully believed without a doubt that Lin Ming was indeed her mother. She stepped forward, grasping Lin Ming's hand, exclaiming, Mother. Lin Ming turned to Lin Yu, exclaiming helplessly, I am not your mother. I am merely the reincarnation of your mother, and I have no memories of my past life. These words were the very phrases Lin Yu had instructed her to use. That does not matter, Mother, Kong Xian replied with a smile. I will recount the tales of your past life to you. Xiang Wentian, witnessing this, also approached, brimming with excitement as he called out, Mother. Seeing that the situation was resolved, Lin Yu decided it was time to leave. You two catch up. I shall not intrude any longer. With that, he inscribed a teleportation array and swiftly vanished from the scene. Chapter 103. Establishing the Central Plane, Safeguarding the Fortune of the 9 Provinces. After the Great Yu's flood control efforts, the Xia dynasty was established, dividing the Central Plane into the 9 provinces. The finest bronze from across the realm was forged into the 9 tripods. These were the Jizhou tripod, Yinzhou tripod, Qingzhou tripod, Shuzhou tripod, Yangzhou tripod, Jingzhou tripod, Yuzhou tripod, Liangzhou tripod, and Yongzhou tripod. However, the whereabouts of the 9 tripods became a mystery over 2 millennia ago, and they have yet to be found. Fortunately, following the second round of internal testing, the 9 tripods returned to the 9 provinces, swiftly ascending to become a king-level artifact of fate, possessing the might to suppress the fortunes of the clans within the 9 provinces. Such a powerful artifact, Lin Yu did not intend to carry it with him. The 9 tripods belong to the 9 provinces and should rightfully return to serve as their guardians. However, the 9 provinces, having developed over thousands of years, had expanded significantly in land area compared to the time of the Great Yu. Thus, adhering to the divisions established by the Great Yu was evidently unsuitable. Lin Yu, therefore, re-evaluated the current territorial boundaries of the 9 provinces, incorporating the distribution of the 500 spiritual veins and selecting 9 new locations. To the south, he chose Jiong and Tai. To the west, he selected Zong and Jiang. To the north, he opted for Meng and He. To the east, he chose Lu and Su. Centrally, he established the Jiangqing base as the focal point. These 9 locations were all confluences of the spiritual veins of the 9 provinces. Placing the 9 tripods at these sites would allow them to mutually nourish the spiritual veins, fostering a positive cycle of growth. As long as there were no human-induced damages or significant upheavals in the 9 provinces, the fortunes of the realm would endure. Once the 9 locations were confirmed, Lin Yu arrived at the spiritual vein convergence in Xiongzhou. He transformed the Rui Golden Dragon Spear into a king-level drill and swiftly bored a 2-meter diameter, 10,000-meter deep hole into the earth. Below lay the spiritual veins of the 9 provinces. Lin Yu casually inscribed a teleportation array above the spiritual vein. There, he observed the crystalline spiritual veins emanating rich spiritual energy that gradually permeated through the crust to the surface. As Lin Yu caressed the spiritual veins, he felt the essence within. After a moment, he murmured, the spiritual energy from 10 converging veins can only nurture a single king-level being. Even if we were to exhaust the 9 provinces' spiritual veins, we would only yield 50 king levels, which is still far from sufficient. It seems I must enhance the spiritual veins after the internal testing concludes. I hope there are ample evolution points available then. Resolute in his decision, Lin Yu placed one of the tripods upon the spiritual vein. The moment the 9 tripods made contact with the spiritual vein, they began to slowly merge into it, soon becoming invisible to the naked eye. However, Lin Yu could distinctly sense that the 9 tripods were quietly nestled within the spiritual vein, nurturing themselves with the spiritual energy while simultaneously bestowing their power of fortune back to the vein, which was gradually strengthening. Seeing this, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You may remain here for now." After returning to the surface, he filled in the vast hole and proceeded to the next location, employing the same method to bury the remaining 9 tripods within the spiritual veins. Lin Yu returned once more to the Jiangqing base, directly beneath the teleportation array situated there. Gathered at the largest convergence point of spiritual veins in the entire Jiuzhou, a remarkable assembly of 50 spiritual veins can be found, comprising 1/10 of the total spiritual energy within Jiuzhou. One can easily envision that Jiangqing is destined to become a sanctuary for cultivation across the entirety of Jiuzhou. Lin Yu intends to place the grandest Yuanzhou Ding from the Jiuzhou Ding series in this location. However, the teleportation array within the Jiangqing base serves as a vital conduit connecting Jiuzhou Kingdom and Jiuzhou City, rendering its significance indisputable and ensuring it remains untouched. Moreover, Lin Yu estimates that with his current strength, he is incapable of damaging this teleportation array. Thus, Lin Yu approaches a spot 20 meters away from the teleportation array, identifies a suitable entry point, calculates the precise angle, and wields his Rui Golden Dragon Spear to commence the drilling endeavor once more. The clamor of the drilling resonates throughout the base, startling the soldiers stationed there. Yet, upon the arrival of patrolling soldiers, they recognize Lin Yu's presence and prudently withdraw, refraining from intervening. As fervent admirers of Lin Yu, they perceive all his actions as justified. If Lin Yu intends to drill within the Jiangqing base, there must assuredly be a compelling reason behind it. They would even harbor no objections should he wish to dismantle the entire Jiangqing base. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Tai arrives at the scene, observing Lin Yu's actions with curiosity and inquiring, "What purpose does this drilling serve?" Lin Yu elucidates, "Beneath this ground lies a convergence of spiritual veins, and I plan to place the Jiuzhou Ding within the spiritual energy." Zhou Tai, well aware of what the Jiuzhou Ding represents, expresses no dissent, acknowledging that placing it atop the spiritual veins is preferable to relegating it to a museum. "Where have you placed the other 8 dings?" Zhou Tai queries. In response, Lin Yu retrieves a map of Jiuzhou from the Jade Purity Vase and indicates the locations of the remaining 8 dings. "I will hasten to arrange for personnel to establish bases at these 8 sites to safeguard the Jiuzhou Dings," Zhou Tai declares. "There is no need," Lin Yu gestures dismissively. "The Jiuzhou Ding resides 10,000 meters underground, already fused with the spiritual veins. Without king-level strength, it cannot be harmed. Furthermore, each Jiuzhou Ding bears my mark. Any disturbance will be immediately perceptible to me." "Very well," Zhou Tai nods. "I shall refrain from wasting resources." At that moment, Lin Yu's expression brightens as he exclaims, "I've breached through. I shall descend first, and we shall discuss further upon my return." He then sketches a teleportation array and descends to the subterranean convergence of spiritual veins. Ever since mastering the magic of spatial teleportation arrays, Lin Yu has seldom resorted to flight for travel, regardless of the distance. As long as he comprehends the space between 2 locations or visualizes the destination in his mind, he can effortlessly establish a spatial teleportation array between them. Of course, this magic is not without its limitations. At present, it can only facilitate teleportation within the same cosmic time and space. Constructing a teleportation array between disparate time and space remains impossible. Lin Yu has previously attempted to build a teleportation array connecting to Jiuzhou City. Yet all efforts have culminated in failure. He estimates that only upon evolving to a divine level will he be able to penetrate the barriers of time and space, allowing him to traverse to any desired location. Upon his arrival at the convergence point of the spiritual veins beneath the Jiangqing base, Lin Yu cannot help but marvel at the exceptional aura of Jiangqing, which is nearly in a liquefied state. After taking a moment to appreciate the surroundings, Lin Yu places the Yuanzhou Ding upon the spiritual veins. Gradually, the Yuanzhou Ding melds into the spiritual energy. Consequently, all 9 Jiuzhou Dings are now integrated into the spiritual veins beneath Jiuzhou. Suddenly, a booming sound reverberates, and the entire land of Jiuzhou experiences a slight tremor, akin to the intensity of a minor earthquake. The populace above remains oblivious to any anomalies, yet Lin Yu, standing atop the spiritual veins, distinctly senses that at the moment the Yuanzhou Ding merges with the spiritual energy, an auspicious formation spontaneously arises among the 9 Jiuzhou Dings. Founded upon the spiritual veins of Jiuzhou, this formation envelopes the entirety of Jiuzhou. The originally faint golden membrane above Jiuzhou solidifies and successfully evolves into a protective barrier. Now, regardless of the enemy's point of incursion, they must contend with the Jiuzhou barrier's obstruction and assault, unless a multitude of forces assail its vulnerable points. Those below the king level will find it impossible to breach the defensive barrier of Jiuzhou. As the master of the Jiuzhou Dings, Lin Yu naturally perceives the changes occurring within them. Casting a glance back at the Jiuzhou Dings deep within the spiritual veins, he returns to the surface, effortlessly filling the large hole he created. Noticing Zhou Tai still waiting nearby, Lin Yu chuckles. Let us go meet them. We must arrange for the third round of testing tomorrow. Zhou Tai, puzzled, asks, how do you know they have all returned? Lin Yu offers a mysterious smile, remaining silent. In his heart, he muses, because they are all my tools, and I naturally know their whereabouts. Chapter 104. The Endless Pursuit of Knowledge and Ideological Transformation. Lin Yu and Zhou Tai return to the familiar square, where nearly 2,000 individuals have congregated, including 800 Jiuzhou guards and nearly 1,000 members from the 3 external factions. Among them are Lin Ming, Li Qin, Juling, and Yuan Sheng. The assembled 2,000 represent the strongest combatants in Jiuzhou, aside from Lin Yu himself. The king-level powerhouses include Lin Ming, Xiang Wentian, Kong Xian, Wu Ming, Half, Li Daoqing, the elder of the Jiang family, the elder of the Ji family, the elder of the Yaoqi, and Captain Jingqi, Half, a total of no less than 9. Coupled with over 800 diamond-level experts, such a formidable force could easily conquer several external civilizations. However, against the unknown myriad races, their strength remains insufficient. Lin Yu surveys the system's personal panel. After eliminating all creatures from Blue Star, his evolution points have surpassed 100 million. While this seems substantial, should misfortune strike and he draws a god-level civilization, it would still be inadequate. Even granting Lin Yu an additional 100 million evolution points would not suffice, as the ordinary adults of a god-level civilization possess god-level strength, while their elite's power is beyond comprehension. At this moment, Lin Yu can only hope for favorable fortune. Provided the civilization is not god-level, he is confident in his ability to cope. After all, aside from Blue Star, Jiuzhou encompasses 3 subordinate planetary continents, which serve as Lin Yu's stable repository of evolution points. Should Jiuzhou truly falter, Lin Yu would not hesitate to instigate a massacre, obliterating the inhabitants of the 3 planets in exchange for several 100 million evolution points. Gazing at the neatly arranged crowd, Lin Yu communicates through his spiritual energy. You have performed admirably in your first task, and I am quite satisfied. I will remember each of your contributions, and once the internal assessment concludes, I shall reward each of you accordingly. Now, prepare yourselves for the second task, learning. As the ancients said, the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. One learns as long as one lives. Thus, I have formulated an 8-hour study plan for you, after which you shall be assigned to various locations across the 9 provinces to safeguard its citizens. Lin Yu declared, casting a glance at the 9 provinces guards standing beside him, and called out, all 9 provinces guards, heed my command. The 800 guards responded in unison, present. Lin Yu continued, your subsequent task is to accompany Dr. Strange in mastering the spatial teleportation array and other arcane arts. Should any of you lack magical aptitude, you may engage in self-cultivation. As for the Yin-Yang Taiji Sutra you are currently practicing, I shall make slight modifications before presenting it to you. Lin Yu then instructed Zhou Tai to arrange a suitable venue for Dr. Strange to provide on-site instruction to the 800 guards. Regarding the issue of communication with Richard, a telepath, and the great sorcerer Dr. Strange, Lin Yu was confident that their exchanges would encounter no barriers. This was also part of the educational task assigned to the extraterritorial forces to learn the language and cultural history of the 9 provinces, aiming for a deep-seated assimilation of these outsiders, ensuring their unwavering loyalty to the 9 provinces. Lin Yu designated Richard and Professor X, both telepaths, as instructors, and asked Zhou Tai to assign a mental guidance officer to instill the essence of 9 provinces culture into them, a task that would be remarkably effortless. After arranging most of the personnel, Lin Yu called Stark and Wanda aside. Stark, I grant you 12 hours, upon your return to the 9-body planet. How many sets of battle armor can you produce? Lin Yu inquired with his spiritual power. Stark pondered for a moment before responding, at most, 200 sets. That is the utmost limit of Stark Industries. He stated earnestly, that amounts to a combat power equivalent to 200 diamond tier units, which suffices. Lin Yu nodded, saying, you and Wanda should return promptly and prepare the battle armor. Subsequently, Lin Yu sent them through the teleportation array back to 9 Provinces City. Afterward, Lin Yu summoned Vision and Zhang Shizhou. Both were in robotic forms, one of Diamond Grade High and the other of Diamond Grade Mid, both formidable in strength, albeit with differing evolutionary paths. Upon meeting, under Lin Yu's directive, they swiftly established a connection and exchanged the data they possessed. A peculiar light flickered in the eyes of the 2 robots, and soon, they vanished together. Lin Yu did not intervene. He had little knowledge of the robots' evolutionary directions, preferring to let them explore independently perhaps yielding unexpected surprises in the future. Lin Yu then glanced at the several corpses and collected treasures lying within the jade clean bottle and communicated telepathically for Yi Hang, Zhao Daong, and Lin Yu to approach. City Lord, what is your command? Zhao Daong inquired. I have brought you some gifts, Lin Yu replied with a smile. With that, he produced the Infinity Gauntlet that had emerged after vanquishing Thanos. The gauntlet itself was merely an auxiliary tool. The true significance lay in the 6 Infinity Stones embedded within it. Each of these stones represented a kingly-grade treasure, symbolizing the attributes of space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. It was precisely with this Infinity Gauntlet that Thanos wielded absolute power over the entire 9-body planet. However, the gauntlet was not something everyone could wield. It required an exceedingly robust physique to withstand the backlash of the Infinity Stones. Even Thanos, with his kingly-grade strength, could only control one stone at a time without sustaining severe injuries. Lin Yu had privately tested this, even when controlling all 6 stones simultaneously. The backlash had no adverse effects on him, as his Pangu Bloodline far surpassed Thanos' abilities. Nevertheless, while the artifact was indeed powerful, it was not suitable for Lin Yu, for his fist surpassed any weapon in utility. Aside from the Rui Golden Dragon Spear, which had grown alongside him, he dismissed all other weapons. Among the 809 provinces guards, numerous individuals possessed physiques capable of harnessing the power of the Infinity Stones, such as Zhao Daiyong's ancient holy body, Li Changxing and Yi Qingmei's solar and lunar bodies, Mao Bai's ancestral witch bloodline, and Yin Huadao's celestial overlord body, among others. It was conservatively estimated that over 100 individuals could wield this Infinity Gauntlet. However, as the first to join the ranks of the 9 provinces guards and their leader, Zhao Daiyong naturally received certain privileges. Thus the Infinity Gauntlet was bestowed upon him, provided he did not frequently manipulate the powers of all 6 stones. Even controlling just one would significantly enhance Zhao Daiyong's combat prowess. Lin Yu imparted a strand of spiritual light into Zhao Daiyong's mind, explaining the gauntlet's power and usage. Zhao Daiyong, exhilarated, expressed, "Thank you, City Lord. With this Infinity Gauntlet, I can slay even king-tier foes. Remember not to misuse it. I fear you might succumb before your enemies do," Lin Yu cautioned. "Rest assured, City Lord, I shall exercise prudence," Zhao Daiyong replied earnestly. With Zhao Daiyong's gift secured, Yi Hang and Lin Yue's eyes glimmered with anticipation. If the weapon bestowed upon Zhao Daiyong was so formidable, theirs would surely be no less impressive. Lin Yu retrieved a silver hammer from the jade clean bottle, the very Mjolnir that had proactively aligned with him. Upon receiving the hammer, Lin Yue was immediately enveloped in crackling electricity as dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Soon, Lin Yue managed to master the Mjolnir, exclaiming with excitement, "Thank you, City Lord. With this weapon, my storm abilities have multiplied several-fold." "Indeed, wield it wisely, lest its brilliance be dulled," Lin Yu advised. "Yes, City Lord. What about me? What about me? City Lord, what weapon do you have for me?" Yi Hang asked eagerly. "What I have prepared for you is not a weapon," Lin Yu replied mysteriously, "but rather 2 gifts." "2 gifts?" Yi Hang's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, the City Lord's favored individual was none other than himself. In the gaze of Yi Hang's eager anticipation, Lin Yu produced 5 corpses from the jade clean bottle, 1 of king grade and 4 of diamond grade. These were the remains of Thanos and his 4 subordinates. The moment the corpses appeared, Yi Hang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such high-grade corpses, and they appeared to be in pristine condition. If he could refine them all, his power would see tremendous enhancement. "Can you control this king-grade corpse?" Lin Yu inquired. "It may pose some difficulty, but it is surmountable," Yi Hang replied, exhilarated. "I can refine it before dawn." With these corpses, he estimated his strength would rank among the top 3 within the 9 provinces guards. Apart from the elusive Richard and Zhao Daiyong, who had just acquired the Infinity Gauntlet, Yi Hang was confident that no one could rival his undead army. "City Lord, what about the other gift?" Yi Hang continued to inquire. "Are you still single?" Lin Yu inquired, reflecting on the time since their separation from the Jojo Guard. He was uncertain whether Yi Hang had found his better half among his comrades. Yi Hang scratched his head, a sheepish smile spreading across his face as he coughed lightly. "Ahem, yes, I am still single." "Well, that's easily resolved then. I've found you a wife," Lin Yu chuckled. "A wife?" Yi Hang exclaimed, surprise evident on his face, before excitedly asking, "Who is she?" "It wouldn't be one of those outsiders, would it?" "Rest assured, the wife I've found for you is truly worthy of you," Lin Yu replied with a grin, gesturing for her to come over. He then projected his thoughts to Yao Yao, the saintess of the Yao Qi, who was studying Jojo language not far away, summoning her to the plaza. Yao Yao, the saintess of Yao Qi, was a figure of admiration for ordinary cultivators on the Beidou Star. From a young age, she had exhibited remarkable talent in cultivation, achieving Diamond Intermediate at merely 20 years of age. If all went as expected, in a few decades, once the current Yaoqi Holy Mother stepped down, she would ascend to that esteemed position. However, fate had other plans. Upon arriving at the plaza and noticing 3 other individuals present, she quickly surmised the situation. "City Lord, have you called for me?" Yao Yao inquired, maintaining her composure. "I previously mentioned finding you a marriage match." Lin Yu smiled, pointing to Yihang. "This is your husband-to-be. Yihang. He possesses extraordinary talent and will soon reach the king level." Listening to him, Yao Yao raised her serene features and glanced at Yihang. Noting his tall stature, handsome visage, and exceptional aura, he was indeed more striking than anyone she had encountered before, aside from Lin Yu. Moreover, his strength was indeed at Diamond Intermediate, matching her own. While her first impression of Yihang was favorable, she had never entertained the thought of marriage, making it somewhat difficult for her to accept. However, her master, the Yaoqi Holy Mother, had insisted she accept this union, leaving her with little room for resistance. Yihang, meanwhile, was appraising the saintess of Yaoqi before him, and a line from a movie crossed his mind. "This girl is stunning, with curves in all the right places and long legs." He was astonished that an outsider could be so breathtakingly beautiful. What should they name their future children? If a boy, perhaps Yi Tianxing. If a girl, Yi Tianxue. Ah, such splendid names, he thought with quiet pride, having even selected names for their children within moments of meeting her. Lin Yu, noticing Yihang lost in thought, prompted, "Yihang, what do you think? Yao Yao is the saintess of the Yaoqi. Do you agree to this marriage?" Yihang was jolted back to reality, though his heart was brimming with agreement. He refrained from showing it too overtly, fearing it would diminish his standing. Thus, he replied earnestly, "Since this marriage has been arranged by the city lord, I have no objections. However, I, Yihang, conduct myself with integrity and never force others into anything." Turning to Yao Yao, he added softly, "If Miss Yao Yao finds me unsuitable, I will not insist. I shall request the city lord to annul this engagement without holding you accountable." Lin Yu was taken aback. When had this lad become so serious? He was turning down a bride being offered to him? Yao Yao felt a surge of joy at his words and nearly voiced her refusal of the marriage. But then she recalled her master's admonition before her departure. "My dear disciple, our Yaoqi is currently at the mercy of others. While City Lord Lin Yu appears to treat us well, we cannot guarantee he will always be benevolent, especially since our strength is not particularly outstanding among his many subordinates. For the sake of Yaoqi, if City Lord Lin's brother Yihang is of good character, you should agree to this union, for your own sake and in gratitude to your master. Marrying Yihang will firmly ally Yaoqi with Lin Yu, alleviating our future concerns." Considering this, Yao Yao could only sigh in resignation. "Very well. For the sake of Yaoqi and to repay my master's nurturing, what harm is there in marrying him? Moreover, Yihang seems to be a decent gentleman, possessing commendable strength, so marrying him would not be a disgrace." Resolving herself, Yao Yao slightly bowed to Lin Yu and spoke softly, "I will comply with the city lord's arrangements. I am willing to marry Yihang." Turning to Yihang, she offered another slight bow, saying, "I hope, young master, you will treat me well in the future, and I shall fulfill my duties as a wife." Yihang felt a surge of joy in his heart. "Done deal, I've secured a wife." He assisted Yao Yao to her feet, gently assuring her, "Rest assured, Yao Yao, I, Yihang, will never mistreat you." Nearby, Zhao Daong and Lu Qiuyue exchanged glances, a shiver running down their spines. "City Lord, if there is nothing else, we'll be on our way to study magic." They quickly excused themselves. Lin Yu marveled inwardly. This Yihang truly has a knack for navigating situations. This tactic of retreating to advance is quite adept. Even if I had not arranged this, he likely would have resolved his own romantic affairs. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Yu addressed Yihang and Yao Yao. "Since you both agree, let it be settled. Once the internal testing concludes, I shall officiate your wedding." "Yes, City Lord," they replied in unison. Once they had departed, Lin Yu was left alone in the plaza. "Oh, being a city lord is no easy task. I must also worry about your romantic lives," he mused, relieved that he had no need for a woman himself. Being single was quite liberating. "Master, you still have us." A robust male voice suddenly called out beside him. Lin Yu turned to see 2 three-headed lions, each the size of an ordinary lion. They were Jiuling and Yuansheng. After assisting the Jiuzhou guard in dispatching the flame-armored dragon, they had returned to the Jianqing base. However, due to the large number of individuals at the base, the 2 azure lions had to adopt smaller forms. "What business do you 2 have? Off you go." Lin Yu replied with a hint of annoyance. "You both should focus on your cultivation and strive to transform as soon as possible. Do not keep relying on me to boost your strength." "All right, master," Jiuling acquiesced, and the 2 azure lions departed. Once they were gone, Lin Yu finally enjoyed a rare moment of peace. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that everyone was diligently studying and earnestly cultivating, leaving him with little to worry about. It's time to enhance my own strength, he murmured, before drawing a circle and vanishing from the Jiangqing base. Chapter 106, Divine Level Techniques. On Blue Star, Antarctica is perpetually shrouded in icebergs. However, following a series of nuclear explosions, the icebergs have begun to melt. Sea levels have risen slightly. When Lin Yu appeared on a slowly melting iceberg, he murmured, "Hold on just one more day. After tomorrow's final round of testing, we will purify Blue Star's environment. Using evolution points to improve Blue Star's conditions now would be a waste. If we fail tomorrow, Blue Star will merely become a possession of other races. If fortune favors us withstood the relentless assault for a full 24 hours, the 9 provinces emerged as the last bastion of the myriad races. In due time, transforming Blue Star into a sanctum for cultivation would also not be delayed. As for the choice of the Antarctic as the designated location, it stemmed from the immense disturbance caused by Lin Yu's previous ascension to the monarch level, which had summoned celestial phenomena. Lin Yu surmised that this forthcoming evolution would generate an even greater commotion. Thus, he sought refuge in this desolate polar expanse. System. What realm can this 100 million evolution points elevate my prowess to? Lin Yu inquired. That depends on the evolution direction chosen by the host. What do you mean? The current evolution paths available to the host include the evolution of the Pangu Bloodline, evolution of techniques, evolution of the laws of power, and random evolution. Is there a distinction in merits and demerits among each evolution path? The evolution of the Pangu Bloodline is the most optimal. The laws of power are secondary. The evolution of techniques is the weakest, while random evolution is filled with infinite possibilities. Lin Yu grasped the gist. The Pangu Bloodline was the most formidable. The laws of power were also potent, techniques were merely embellishments, and random evolution was a gamble of fortune. He recalled that the system had previously mentioned that with sufficient luck, a single evolution point could ascend to divine level, while with poor luck, one might gain nothing at all. Hence, Lin Yu had always set specific evolution goals, relying on the system to determine the method and necessary points at random. Ultimately, he sought only the results, disregarding the process. He was indifferent to whether the system would withhold his evolution points, believing that, given its somewhat limited intelligence, the probability of such an occurrence was low. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu declared, "System, expend 10 million evolution points to evolve the Pangu Bloodline. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1% of the Pangu Bloodline. Current power level, Early Emperor. Current available evolution points, 95, 218, 551. As the evolution concluded, radiant hues surged into the sky, accompanied by ethereal melodies. Celestial beasts such as the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise manifested around Lin Yu. In that moment, he resembled the sovereign of all existence, an overwhelming aura of power enveloping Blue Star. Everyone on the planet felt an oppressive force resonating from the depths of their souls, and those of higher strength experienced an even greater weight. Particularly, individuals like Xiang Wentian and Li Daoqing, despite their monarch-level abilities, found no spark of rebellion within them. The consensus echoed in their minds. Their lord had grown even stronger. This celestial phenomenon persisted for nearly a quarter of an hour before gradually dissipating. Such is the essence of the emperor level. Whenever an emperor-level powerhouse is born, the multitude rejoices. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, expressing dissatisfaction. Is that all? The emperor level grants merely a few special effects? No skills or divine abilities. Host. This evolution has concluded, and the celestial phenomena were not a provision of this system. They arose as the universe responded to the birth of an emperor-level being. Then why did I receive only 1% of the Pangu Bloodline for 10 million evolution points? Lin Yu pressed. This system has never stated that the ratio of evolution points to the Pangu Bloodline is fixed. Lin Yu was taken aback, realizing upon reflection that the system had indeed never mentioned a fixed evolution ratio. Previous evolutions had gone rather smoothly, leading him to mistakenly believe in a set ratio. Thus, regardless of the evolution method, there appeared to be a fundamental standard, with everything being random. Was evolution truly imbued with infinite possibilities? Lin Yu sighed in resignation. Precisely. At a loss for words, Lin Yu chose to meditate silently, employing the chaos visualization method to soothe his spirit. After a brief moment, his mind settled, and he no longer dwelled on the system's explanation regarding evolution points. As long as he could grow stronger, what did it matter? With over 90 million evolution points remaining, he resolved to press on, expending another 10 million to evolve the laws of power. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the law of power 1. Current available evolution points, 85, 218, 551. The evolution of the law of power concluded without inciting celestial phenomena, yet it enhanced Lin Yu's strength significantly, comparable to the Pangu Bloodline. He proceeded to expend another 10 million evolution points each to evolve the 9 transformations profound art and the chaos visualization method. Evolution commencing. Evolution concluded. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the complete 9 transformations profound art and the complete chaos visualization method. Complete 9 transformations profound art, divine level body refinement technique. Complete chaos visualization method, divine level soul cultivation technique. Current available evolution points, 65, 218, 551. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "System, this time you truly delivered." Providing 2 divine level techniques. Techniques hold little value. Individuals of limited aptitude cannot cultivate to the divine level even with divine techniques. That held merit, ultimately. It was the individual, not the techniques or bloodlines, that mattered most. Lin Yu remarked, with determination, even ordinary bodies can ascend to the divine. The host indeed possesses exceptional wisdom. Surprised by the system's compliment, Lin Yu chuckled, noting that these 2 techniques were likely only suitable for the likes of the 9 provinces' guards, while ordinary citizens would still rely on more balanced practices like the Yin-Yang Taiji Classic. He then expended another 10 million evolution points to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji Classic. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Taiji Jade Scripture. Taiji Jade Scripture, divine level cultivation technique. Current available evolution points, 55, 218, 551. Once again, a divine level technique. Lin Yu smiled, feeling fortunate for the day's events. With over 50 million evolution points remaining, he anticipated that, given the system's nature, even if he were to invest all of them into evolving the Pangu Bloodline or the laws of power, it wouldn't elevate his strength to divine or demigod levels. Thus, he dismissed the notion of further evolving his bloodline, opting instead to enhance his weaponry and armor while reserving several million evolution points for future contingencies. Subsequently, Lin Yu expended a substantial number of evolution points to enhance skills such as opening heaven and earth, heavenly law and earthly phenomena, eye of falsehood, grounding golden light, true dragon treasure technique, and wind thunder spear technique. He also evolved the Rui golden dragon spear, locking golden armor, lotus silk cloud shoes, and phoenix wing purple gold crown, raising them all to high monarch level, consuming a total of 30 million evolution points. Other equipment that was not immediately needed was left unevolved. Observing the remaining 20 million evolution points, Lin Yu murmured, "Let us leave it at that for now. I shall see what race emerges tomorrow." He then, from a distance of thousands of miles, checked on the diligent training of the 9 provinces' guards and the subordinates of the 3 factions, feeling a sense of satisfaction. With his subordinates working so hard, he, as the Lord, had no reason to be idle. Hence, he settled into a meditative posture, focusing his heart towards the heavens, and began a rare session of deep cultivation. Chapter 107. Preparations before war, the final round of testing commences. The duration of cultivation is unpredictable. For individuals of ordinary black iron and bronze ranks, a retreat for cultivation typically lasts no more than a day or 2. However, as one's strength increases, the duration of each retreat extends correspondingly. The greater the strength, the deeper the comprehension of the Tao. When an individual becomes deeply immersed in the profound principles of the Great Path, the passage of time becomes imperceptible. Often, while years, or even decades, may elapse in the external world, it feels to them as though mere moments have passed. With Lin Yu's current emperor-level prowess, a casual retreat might span 3 to 5 years. Yet, as a vibrant melody imbued with an ethnic flair echoed through the air, it jolted Lin Yu back from his reverie in the Tao. He retrieved his phone and silenced the alarm chiming with the melodious tune. Glancing at the time, it was precisely 4 a.m., with 6 hours remaining before the 3rd round of testing. To his surprise, what felt like a brief moment of cultivation had consumed 8 hours. Lin Yu reflected. He had devised an 8-hour study plan for his companions. Thus, he had also established an 8-hour cultivation regimen for himself. With a flick of his wrist, he stowed his phone in the jade bottle and subsequently sketched a teleportation array, transporting himself back to the Jiangqing base. Within the base, the learning tasks had been completed, and all were assembled neatly in the square, awaiting Lin Yu's next instructions. Approaching the front of the formation, Lin Yu inquired with a smile, after 8 hours of study, "I wonder how much progress you all have made. Zhao Daong, you first." "Yes," Zhao Daong responded loudly, reporting to the city lord. "Our 800 Zhuzhou guards have fully mastered the basic magic of spatial teleportation under Dr. Strange's guidance, while several brothers are still learning the more advanced spells." Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, replying, "It appears your magical talents are commendable. He then turned his gaze to the representatives of the other three external factions, asking, "How fares your study of the linguistic and cultural lessons?" Li Qin, serving as the language instructor, stepped forward, stating, reporting to the city lord. Their progress in learning Jiuzhou language is quite good. They can now converse fluently. Furthermore, we have covered the rich cultural and historical tapestry of Jiuzhou, from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the unification under the Qin dynasty. Well done, Lin Yu remarked. Make sure to continue learning from your cousin and Professor X. Yes, City Lord, Li Qin replied respectfully. Lin Yu scanned the assembled 2,000 individuals, raising his voice, in approximately 6 hours. We shall face the 3rd round of internal testing for Jiuzhou. Your task is to eliminate all enemies threatening Jiuzhou and safeguard the lives and properties of its citizens. Now, I will assign each of you to your respective posts. Lin Yu did not indulge in elaborate motivational speeches. The 800 Jiuzhou guards needed none, even without his directives. They would fight valiantly to defend Jiuzhou, for it is their homeland, their motherland that nurtured them. Their families and friends depend on their protection. As for the individuals from the 3 external factions, they were already bound to Jiuzhou in a shared struggle. Should Jiuzhou fall, they too would perish. Subsequently, Lin Yu drew in the air behind him, conjuring a vast map of Jiuzhou that materialized in the sky, dotted with thousands of luminous points. He allocated suitable locations based on each individual's strength, ensuring comprehensive coverage across every corner of Jiuzhou. This plan had been meticulously devised in collaboration with Zhou Tai and the leaders of various bases. Initially, Lin Yu had contemplated other strategies, such as enshrining all Jiuzhou citizens within the Jade Bottle for protection, releasing them only after the internal testing. However, after extensive calculations, this notion was dismissed. Jiuzhou currently has over 3 billion citizens spread across nearly 10 million square kilometers of territory. To gather everyone together, even if they stood shoulder to shoulder at merely 0.5 square meters per person, would require nearly 1,000 square kilometers of space, far exceeding the Jade Bottle's mere 100 square kilometers. Furthermore, even if the area were sufficient, the practical execution would be fraught with complications. Setting aside the time it would take Lin Yu to gather everyone, the ensuing sense of oppression and fear would likely lead to a series of stampedes, resulting in significant casualties. Most critically, Lin Yu was reluctant to confine all individuals like animals unless absolutely necessary. He desired all citizens of Jiuzhou to experience this war firsthand. Even those lacking strength must witness the unfolding events. Only those who have endured the baptism of blood and fire can unleash astonishing potential and be spurred to strive for greater strength. Thus, after thorough discussions among Lin Yu, Zhou Tai, and the leaders of various armed bases, the following plan was finalized. Across the nation, small cities would establish points of assembly at the county level, while larger cities would do so by district. All citizens would be gathered at designated locations, leaving only essential personnel to maintain the normal operations of the state and society. They need only endure for a single day. The outcome would soon reveal itself. If victorious, everyone would return to their homes. If defeated, they would at least have companions on the road to the underworld. After devising a detailed plan, a total of 5,000 assembly points were established throughout Jiuzhou. Lin Yu also selected an additional 3,000 soldiers from the camp, elevating them all to the initial level of gold rank, thereby complementing the existing 2,000 personnel to ensure each assembly point was adequately manned. Simultaneously, those assembly points with slightly weaker gold rank defenses would be bolstered by modern armed forces. With this combined strategy, Lin Yu believed that as long as the oncoming forces of the myriad races were not excessively formidable, they could successfully hold their ground for 24 hours. Upon completing the allocations, they began to teleport individuals to their respective assembly points, expediting the transfer of citizens by military and police forces. At this juncture, the remarkable efficacy of the spatial teleportation array became evident, where vehicles and planes would have been necessary for relocation. A mere teleportation array could transfer thousands of citizens to the assembly points within minutes, significantly enhancing efficiency. By the time morning arrived at 8 a.m., all citizens within Jiuzhou had been successfully relocated to their designated assembly points. Lin Yu, through the 9 tripod, could clearly sense that no citizen had been overlooked. Standing at the teleportation array of the Jiangxing base, he gazed solemnly at the sky above. Come forth, for all the denizens of Jiuzhou are prepared. The sentiments of the billions of citizens across Jiuzhou are equally laden with gravity. Uncertainty looms over the strength of the myriad tribes poised to launch an assault. Who can say? Fortune may favor us. If our adversaries are of divine civilization, we might all face dire consequences. Conversely, should they prove feeble, our Lord may well penetrate their stronghold. Had I known, I would not have squandered time idling in discussions. Presently, I remain at the bronze tier. While I have heard that Wang Lang and Xiao Hua have ascended to the golden tier, capable of independently safeguarding a settlement, henceforth, I shall strive diligently in my cultivation. For strength is the ultimate truth. We encourage one another. If we can endure this final round of internal testing, Juzhou shall soar to unprecedented heights, presenting us ordinary folk with a prime opportunity for ascension. Time drips away, and soon, the clock strikes 10. A familiar announcement reverberates throughout the Blue Star. A global proclamation declares the commencement of the third round of internal testing for Juzhou. The content of this test involves a 24-hour offensive against both Juzhou Nation and Juzhou City. Should both locations successfully defend for the full duration, the internal test shall pass, and Juzhou will ascend to join the myriad tribes. However, should either location falter in defense, or should Juzhou's fortune be devoured, the internal test shall fail, with penalties including annihilation or subjugation to the attacking tribes. The invading tribe this time is the Olympians. Thus, the test officially commences. The announcement concludes in colossal teleportation arrays, each spanning a diameter of 10,000 meters, manifest above Juzhou Nation and Juzhou City. On the far side of these arrays lies the towering Olympus Mountain, adorned with palatial structures and enshrouded in mist, the very abode of the Olympian deities. Chapter 108. Ares, the God of War. The majestic Olympus Mountain looms high, piercing the heavens. Lin Yu fixates intently on Olympus, yearning to discern the true nature of the Olympian clan through the portal. Alas, disappointment greets him. Beyond the mountains, visibility is obscured. Lin Yu must bide his time, refraining from rash action until the enemy's strength is unveiled. Moments later, a massive warship emerges from Olympus Mountain, swiftly ascending to hover above Juzhou's barrier. Freed from the constraints of the portal, Lin Yu's piercing gaze lays bare the enemy's might. At the forefront stands a figure adorned with a high-plumed helmet, clad in bronze armor, wielding a long spear reeking of blood. Even from a distance, Lin Yu can detect the foul odor emanating from him, and it is evident that this individual possesses considerable power, boasting a rank of intermediate emperor. Behind him, a legion of 10,000 troops assembles. Among them are 10 rulers, 1,000 diamond-tier warriors, with the remainder being golden-tiered. Truly, they are an esteemed faction among the myriad tribes. Lin Yu muses that should such combat prowess represent the vanguard, they surely would falter without external aid. Nevertheless, the tension that had gripped Lin Yu's heart begins to ease. While the Olympians are formidable, they are not a divine civilization. As long as they do not possess such status, Lin Yu is confident in his ability to triumph. The Olympian vanguard's warship glides toward Juzhou. With a thunderous crash, the vessel collides with Juzhou's barrier, unleashing a cacophonous roar. Beneath the surface, the Juzhou ding and spiritual veins stir to life, channeling all spiritual energy and fortune to fortify the barrier, which instantaneously amplifies its defensive power. The warship is halted in its advance. The commanding officer aboard swiftly exits the vessel, extending his hand to touch Juzhou's barrier, only to scoff disdainfully. A mere ruler-tier barrier dares to impede me. Ares, the God of War. Preposterous. With that, Ares raises his spear, a tempest of bloodlust coalescing upon its tip, poised to pierce a gaping hole through Juzhou's defenses. Yet Lin Yu is resolute. He summons the Rui golden dragon spear, hurling it with great force towards Ares' head, accompanied by the roar of thunder. The spear cleaves through the air, arriving in an instant. Just as Ares' spear is about to strike, he is compelled to abandon his assault on Juzhou's barrier, hastily transitioning to defense. With a resounding impact, Ares is sent reeling backward, vanishing into the horizon. The momentum of the Rui golden dragon spear remains undiminished, piercing the ruler-tier warship and creating a gaping hole within it. Then, under Lin Yu's command, the long-dormant spirit of the Rui golden dragon spear, the dragon soul, springs to life. A colossal dragon materializes at the periphery of Juzhou's barrier, commencing a massacre upon Ares' subordinates. Aside from the 10 ruler-tier commanders, the remaining diamond and golden-tier soldiers are swiftly dispatched by the dragon soul's sweeping assault. Observing this spectacle, the citizens of Juzhou erupt in jubilant cheers. Is this all? I expected them to be far stronger. The God of Universe dispatched them with a single spear. Indeed, had I known, I needn't have gathered at the settlement. I could have savored the show from home. Yet some caution, do not celebrate too soon. As one of the myriad tribes, they cannot possibly field only this meager force. This contingent is likely just the vanguard. We remain unaware of the strength of their main army. Absolutely, we must not let our guard down. The battle has merely commenced, and the enemy is formidable. I have yet to witness anyone withstand the God of Universe's spear and live. A few breaths later, the God of War Ares, propelled back by Lin Yu's onslaught, swiftly returns to the battlefield. His eyes burn with fury, a palpable aura of bloodlust and malevolence emanating from him. A clear testament to countless kills. From a distance, Ares bellows at Lin Yu. You have successfully enraged me. Prepare to face the judgment of Ares, the god of war. Lin Yu rolls his eyes dismissively, retorting, come now, must you spout so much drivel before a fight? With a mere thought, a spatial teleportation array materializes before him. Having evolved to the Emperor tier, Lin Yu's magical prowess has also seen a slight enhancement. At this juncture, his spellcasting no longer necessitates gestures and incurs no delays. All magic manifests instantaneously with but a fleeting thought. In an instant, the golden light of the earth activates, and Lin Yu vanishes, reappearing behind Ares. Before Ares can react, Lin Yu's fist strikes his helmet with a thunderous crack, shattering it, and sending Ares careening uncontrollably toward Jojo below. Lin Yu deliberately relinquishes the barrier, allowing Ares to crash into Jojo's depths before re-establishing the protective shield. Simultaneously, he communicates telepathically with all Diamond Tier and above warriors, directing them to assist the Dragon Soul in eliminating the remnants of Ares' forces. Upon receiving the command, the warriors swiftly exit the barrier. The massacre of the remnants of Ares' forces commenced. Among those most exhilarated was Li Daoqing, 10 king-level warriors and over 1,000 diamond-level fighters. If he could consume them all, he was confident of advancing to intermediate or even advanced king level. At that point, he would become the mightiest combatant under Lin Yu's command, rendering even Xiang Wentian and Kong Xian no match for him. After crushing Ares into the ground, Lin Yu swiftly followed suit, placing his foot upon Ares' massive visage. Speak, he demanded impassively. How do the other members of the Olympus clan measure up against you? Should your information satisfy me, perhaps I might spare your life. Humph. The god of war Ares never surrenders to his enemies. Ares bellowed defiantly at Lin Yu, then attempted to resist. However, the divine power within him was restrained by the laws of Lin Yu's might, akin to how Lin Yu had previously subdued the 3 king-level warriors of the Big Dipper. In that moment, Ares could only rely on his physical strength to contend with the green fatty, yet before Lin Yu, he was no more than an insect. No matter, Lin Yu remarked nonchalantly, I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, he activated the chaotic visualization technique. After evolving to the divine level, this technique had garnered numerous practical skills. Soul extraction and memory reading were merely basic operations. Lin Yu's formidable spiritual power rapidly infiltrated the depths of Ares' consciousness, sifting through all of Ares' memories. Moments later, Lin Yu withdrew from Ares' mind, his gaze now tinged with an odd expression. He finally uttered, your circle is truly chaotic. Indeed, the events transpiring within the Olympus clan, if placed in the 9 continents, would be met with scorn from the world, a lasting infamy. Humph. You shall never comprehend the glory of the Olympus pantheon, Ares retorted defiantly, even as death loomed near. I have no interest in understanding your grotesque ethical civilization. Lin Yu scoffed. Now that I possess your memories, it is time to send you on your way. Without affording Ares a moment for further protest, he obliterated Ares' divine spirit. Thus, the god of war Ares ceased to exist, and his demise tolled the death knell for this nefarious race. Suddenly, Lin Yu sensed through the system that the 4 sacred beasts formation guarding 9 continents city was under attack. He swiftly stored Ares' corpse within the jade purity bottle and glanced up at the battle beyond the 9 continents barrier. Although the 9 continents forces were outnumbered, their strength was sufficient to crush the Olympus faction. Lin Yu felt a momentary relief before rapidly utilizing the teleportation array at the Jiangxing base to arrive in 9 continent city. Chapter 109, Hades' Betrayal. Upon Lin Yu's arrival in 9 continent city, he discovered that the 4 sacred beasts formation had already been activated. At that moment, the ethereal forms of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were roaring at a massive creature, one of the hellish 3-headed dogs that had appeared during previous invasions. However, this particular 3-headed dog was not of the advanced Black Iron tier, but rather at the initial king level. The 4 sacred beasts formation, a diamond tier protective array, was impervious to anything below the king level. Yet now, it faced a king level hellhound. After several exchanges, the disadvantage became evident and defeat loomed. Observing this, Lin Yu brought his right hand together in a sword gesture, unleashing a dazzling sword light that sliced through the air toward the central head of the hellhound. This technique was the diamond tier sword art, celestial ascendance, gifted by the esteemed ancestor Yi Liangqian. Having learned it but never utilized it, Lin Yu found the perfect opportunity to test his sword against a king-level foe. With a resounding thud, the massive head of the hellhound was severed in an instant, the other 2 heads howling in agony before barking at Lin Yu. Yet, within moments, they vanished without a trace, leaving only the bloodied head upon the ground as evidence of the hellhound's visit, as if offering it to Lin Yu for lunch. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, noticing its disappearance. He utilized the Eye of the Void to scan the surroundings, but discerned no abnormalities. The skies above Nine Continents City had grown eerily quiet, as the four sacred beasts quickly concealed themselves after losing their target. Only the massive teleportation portal, spanning 10,000 meters in diameter, remained suspended in the air. To think it could vanish right beneath my nose, Lin Yu remarked coldly. System, locate the enemy. This system lacks reconnaissance capabilities. Then evolve the Eye of the Void to Imperial level, Lin Yu commanded. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Fiery Eye of Insight. Fiery Eye of Insight. Imperial level, capable of penetrating all illusions and discerning the truths of the world. With the evolution complete, Lin Yu employed the Fiery Eye of Insight to scan the skies above Nine Continents City once more. He soon spotted his target, a white-haired old man clad in a black robe, wearing a dark helmet and wielding dual tridents, hovering 100 meters above the city. Regarding Lin Yu with an enigmatic expression, Lin Yu smirked coldly, summoning 2 spatial teleportation arrays. He unleashed a punch, fortified by the Pangu Bloodline and the 9 Transformations mysterious art, toward the white-haired elder. Lin Yu's fist was more indomitable than any weapon of equal rank. Whoever you are, it matters not. My strike would leave even your mother unrecognizable. With a single blow, the old man was struck, cracks appearing on his black helmet as his body was sent hurtling backward, shock written across his face. He brandished his dual tridents in an attempt to retaliate. Yet, Lin Yu did not evade. Instead, he seized the tridents and sneered. Hades, you truly are worthless. A mocking tone accompanied Lin Yu's intrusion into Hades' consciousness. Hades was momentarily dazed, exclaiming, "You know me?" Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu delivered a kick to Hades' chest, sending him flying 10 miles away, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a substantial crater. Hades quickly regained his senses, ready to rise and counterattack, only to find his limbs ensnared by red tendrils shooting forth from the void. Lin Yu swiftly approached Hades, employing the same footwork to pin him beneath his heel. A surge of the law of power coursed into Hades, instantly imprisoning his divine energy. Hades, alarmed, gazed at the dual tridents raised high in Lin Yu's hand and shouted, "Stop! I surrender." Lin Yu halted his movements, responding, "Surrender? Why should I trust you? Since you are aware that I am Hades, you should understand that my allegiance does not lie with Zeus and his cohorts." Hades declared, "I can assist you in undermining the power of the Olympian gods from within." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu retracted his foot, which had been pressing down on Hades' chest. He recognized that Hades spoke the truth. From the memories acquired from the god of war, Ares, it was revealed that thousands of years ago, the lord of the underworld, Hades, along with his siblings, Zeus, Poseidon, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera, overthrew their father's reign. However, during the subsequent division of realms, Zeus, leveraging his superior strength, claimed Olympus and several of their sisters, ascending to the throne of the king of gods, while Hades was relegated to the underworld. This betrayal festered within Hades, who not only coveted Zeus's daughter but also sought opportunities to eliminate both Zeus and Poseidon, aiming to seize control of the entire Olympian lineage. Yet, he always felt greatly outmatched by Zeus, rendering him a mere dreamer of grand ambitions without the courage to act, until this very moment. Lin Yu had shattered his invisibility helmet with a single punch and confined the divine power within him. In that instant, Hades glimpsed the hope of defeating Zeus. He believed that with Lin Yu's capabilities, he could undoubtedly strike down Zeus with a single blow. Hades swiftly rose from the ground, dusting himself off, and said to Lin Yu, "Among the 12 principal gods of Olympus, aside from Zeus, none can rival me. If you can eliminate Zeus and assist me in claiming the throne of godhood, the entire Olympian lineage will bow to your command." "I may spare you," Lin Yu replied. "I can indeed help you ascend to the throne of gods, but I must first witness your sincerity." With a smile, Lin Yu awaited Hades' decision. Being a versatile individual, Hades promptly knelt on one knee in reverence, saying, "I am honored to serve you, my master." "Excellent. You are indeed a wise man," Lin Yu remarked. "Now, return and slay a few of the Olympian gods, bringing their corpses to me." Hades hesitated, glancing at his cracked invisibility helmet, troubled. Without this helmet, escaping after defeating the other gods would be exceedingly difficult. "What is there to worry about?" Lin Yu responded, with a flick of his wrist. 11 daggers floated silently before Hades. "I have imbued each of these daggers with a force of law," Lin Yu explained, "specifically designed to confine your divine power. They will suffice to subdue the remaining gods of Olympus." "Why 11? Hades inquired, noting that there were 12 principal gods in Olympus. "Your nephew, the god of war Ares, has already been slain by me," Lin Yu assured him. 11 daggers will be adequate for your needs." "Is he truly dead so soon?" Hades asked, astonished. But then he realized that Lin Yu had subdued him in merely a second, and slaying his bloodthirsty nephew likely took just a single punch. Very well. Await my good news. Hades respectfully tucked the 11 daggers into his robes. Do not rush off. Before you depart, allow me to gift you something. He felt it essential to mark him with the insignia of a tool before sending him on his way. Subsequently, Lin Yu expended an evolution point to randomly evolve Hades' appendix and then dismissed him. Before leaving, Hades felt a vague sense of alteration within his body, though the changes were subtle enough that he could not immediately discern what Lin Yu's gift entailed. However, glancing at the 11 daggers capable of confining divine power, Hades felt a surge of confidence. Gazing at Olympus in the distance, he growled, "Humph. Zeus, Hera is mine." Chapter 110, each with their own agenda. As Hades departed, Lin Yu maintained a skeptical disposition regarding Hades' allegiance, yet the presence of a singular Hades did not significantly alter the grand scheme. Even if Hades sought to orchestrate a betrayal, ultimate power would dictate the outcome. Lin Yu had acquired the entirety of Ares' memories and developed a lucid comprehension of the Olympian god strengths. Aside from Zeus, who possessed emperor-level prowess, the remainder were merely of intermediate or novice emperor rank. Hades, being of intermediate emperor strength, could not withstand a single strike from Lin Yu. Even Zeus, in Lin Yu's estimation, would fall to just a couple of punches, ensuring that his head would surely spin. Lin Yu cast a glance at the 4 symbols sacred beast array concealed within Jiuzhou City, which was still only at the advanced diamond level, incapable of even defeating Hades' pet. The Cerberus. Resigned, he decided, let us enhance this array to ensure it can withstand even a beast. System, evolve the Lord's Mansion, the 4 city gates, and the city walls, all to advanced king level. Lin Yu's reluctance to elevate the 4 symbols sacred beast array to emperor level stemmed from his scan evolution points, which barely exceeded 20 million. His resources were far from substantial. Moreover, an advanced king-level protective array could withstand an assault from an emperor-level deity for a time, sufficient to allow Lin Yu to come to the rescue. Evolution begins. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. The Lord's Mansion has evolved to advanced king level. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. The 4 city gates have evolved to advanced king level. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. The city walls have evolved to advanced king level. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the advanced king level 4 symbols sacred beast array. 4 symbols sacred beast array, centered on the Lord's Mansion, with the 4 city gates and walls. It evolves into 4 sacred beasts, endlessly sustaining and seamlessly balancing offense and defense, possessing boundless might. Remaining available evolution points, 12, 515, 215. Evolution concluded. A remarkable phenomenon occurred above Jiuzhou City as the ethereal figures of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise became increasingly solidified. If I could evolve you to the divine level, perhaps we might truly manifest the 4 sacred beasts, Lin Yu contemplated. However, that was a matter for another day. Although he was merely 2 tiers away from the divine level, the required evolution points numbered in the billions. Even through gradual cultivation, it would likely take him several hundred to 1,000 years. Having completed the evolution of the 4 symbols sacred beast array, Lin Yu surmised that Hades would not return for some time. Thus, he once again utilized the teleportation array to return to the Jiangqing base. Upon arrival, he observed that the battle outside the Jiuzhou barrier was nearing its conclusion. The remnants of the god of war Ares' forces were scattering in disarray. With their commander having met his demise at the outset, their own strength paled in comparison to that of Jiuzhou, making their defeat entirely expected. After all, even among the most elite factions across the myriad realms, it is indeed a formidable challenge to assemble the supreme bloodlines such as the Yuanfeng lineage, the Chaos Body, the Ancestor Witch Bloodline, and the Primal Sacred Body. For these elite bloodlines, defeating foes of a higher caliber is merely a basic skill. Moreover, with the addition of certain unique individuals possessing extraordinary abilities that rival even the finest bloodlines, the forces of Olympus find themselves utterly defenseless. Strangely, comrades who fought side by side just moments before suddenly turned on each other, impaling allies with their spears, which swiftly shattered the morale of the Olympian soldiers. Before long, the remnants of their forces were completely annihilated. A jubilant cheer erupted across the land of Jiuzhou. We have won. We triumphed. What of Olympus? They are but refuse. The commander is trash, and so are the soldiers. It is not Olympus that is worthless. It is our Jiuzhou that is overwhelmingly strong. Our celestial deities are unparalleled. Yet, amidst the excitement, some cautioned, what is all the fervor for? This is merely the first battle. We still must endure a day and a night of defense. This battle marks a celebration of victory for Jiuzhou, yet it stands as a profound disgrace for Olympus. On Mount Olympus, within a resplendent palace, a grand throne looms above, occupied by none other than Zeus, the king of the gods. Adorned with a crown, he clutches a statue of the goddess of victory in his right hand, while his left wields a scepter embedded with a myriad of gems, atop which perches a majestic eagle. With a fierce motion, Zeus brings the scepter crashing down upon the ground, startling the eagle into flight. "How dare Jojo slay my war god?" he roars. "Poseidon, go capture that Lin Yu. I shall cast him into the depths of hell, where he shall know no rebirth." At the foot of the throne, a man wielding a trident stepped forward. "Yes, Zeus. I shall restore Olympus's honor," he declared before swiftly taking flight. Though he too harbored grievances against Zeus's reign and had once conspired to overthrow him, only to fail, this was an internal strife within the Olympian clan. Now, with the war god Ares slain by the enemy, it was a stain upon the honor of all Olympus. He sought retribution, not merely to prove his might, but to reclaim the dignity lost by Olympus, a dignity that Poseidon vowed to restore. Seated upon his throne, Zeus regarded the assembly of gods below with an air of authority. "Hades, why have you returned empty-handed from Jojo?" he demanded. Hades stepped forward, his voice heavy with resignation. "I encountered Lin Yu in Jojo City, and I was no match for him. I barely escaped with my life." "Useless wretch," Zeus chastised. Hades' gaze darkened, stifling his retort as he silently cursed. "Wait until you face Lin Yu. Then you will discern who the true failure is. Once Lin Yu has slain you, I shall ascend as the king of Olympus, and all shall bow to my rule, including Hera." His eyes lingered on Hera for a moment before he reluctantly averted his gaze. Upon returning to Mount Olympus, Hades was summoned to the council hall by Zeus, leaving him with no suitable opportunity to ambush Zeus or the other deities, especially after losing his invisibility helmet, which made stealth nearly impossible. He was biding his time for the right moment. After Zeus's tirade directed at Hades, his anger subsided significantly. Perhaps he was never truly enraged. After all, a mere son lost was inconsequential. He had plenty more. In fact, he considered sons to be the least reliable, given that they had conspired with their siblings to overthrow their father, Cronus, and imprison him eternally in the depths of hell. Thus, Ares' demise was of little concern to him. His true ire stemmed from the shame brought upon Olympus. As an ancient power among myriad races, it was intolerable that one of their own had fallen to an ordinary lineage. This was a disgrace for Olympus and for Zeus himself. He vowed to wash away this humiliation with blood, ideally while ensuring that all his brothers and sons perished in the process, allowing him to claim all the goddesses of Olympus, including his daughter and niece, as his lovers. With that matter settled, Zeus declared they would wait for Poseidon to return with the enemy before proceeding. He vanished in an instant. Hera, the queen of the heavens, was unperturbed by this. Given Zeus's notorious infidelity, it was likely he had sought out a lover. She resigned herself to turning a blind eye. Meanwhile, Hades, seizing the opportunity presented by Zeus's absence, felt a surge of impulse he could no longer suppress. He approached Hera and said, "Esteemed queen, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Might we converse privately?" Hera, trusting of her brother, agreed. "Very well, Hades. Follow me." With that, she led him to her palace. Chapter 111. Offense as Defense, Invading Olympus. Let us not dwell on the scheming minds of the gods atop Mount Olympus. Outside the Jojo barrier, the warriors, having united to obliterate Ares' vanguard, began to clear the battlefield. Among them, Li Daoqing and Yi Hang were particularly industrious. After vanquishing over 10,000 foes, they were left with a considerable number of corpses, vital resources for the evolution of the Chaos Body, as well as a source of soldiers for Yi Hang's undead army. Li Daoqing utilized his black gold cauldron to collect his share of the remains, while Yi Hang employed his unique ability to command the corpses. No one else voiced any dissent. Apart from these two, no one else showed interest in the bodies. Observing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but remark, "It seems we have gained yet another battlefield cleaner alongside Yi Hang." Soaring beyond the Jojo barrier, Lin Yu casually collected the wreckage of the damaged warship into his jade vessel. He then addressed the group. "Well done, but the war is far from over. We have annihilated their vanguard, yet those on Mount Olympus will not rest. Thus, I have resolved to take the initiative before they can launch an assault on us. We shall seize Olympus first." Upon hearing this, the other's eyes lit up. Indeed, the best defense is a good offense. Who says defense must always be passive? An active strike can also serve as a form of defense. If we eliminate the enemy entirely, wouldn't that be a successful defense? However, questions were raised by some. "Lord of the city, the rules of the game dictate that we must defend for 24 hours. If we take the initiative to attack, could we be violating the rules?" Lin Yu smiled gently and replied, "We'll find out by trying, won't we? Everyone, follow me." With that, he led the charge towards the colossal teleportation portal. which spanned a diameter of 10,000 meters. The others quickly followed suit. Before long, Lin Yu, accompanied by over 800 individuals, arrived at the portal. Unlike the teleportation array at Jiangqing Base or the magical spatial teleportation arrays, this portal resembled a transparent sheet of glass, rippling with waves, offering a clear view of the scenery behind. Lin Yu took the lead, swiftly passing through the glass-like portal. After a few moments of waiting without receiving any alerts of rule violations, he felt relieved and gestured for the others to follow. At that moment, 3 colossal warships soared towards them. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with golden light as he instantly discerned the enemy's strength. The central warship was commanded by the mid-level Emperor, Poseidon. The other 2 warships bore high-level kings as their supreme commanders. No wonder he is Zeus's brother. His strength surpasses that of Ares, Lin Yu remarked. Regardless of their might, they are no match for the lord of the city, Li Daoqing chimed in, eager to flatter. Having followed Lin Yu for just a day, he had advanced from high-level diamond to initial-level king, and he was on the verge of breaking through to mid-level king, making him the fastest-growing among Lin Yu's subordinates. Consequently, Li Daoqing had become Lin Yu's #1 lackey, eager to sing praises. While the enemy's strength was not overwhelming, they still boasted 30 king-level and 3,000 diamond-level warriors. Lin Yu inquired, "Do you have confidence?" "Rest assured, lord of the city. Even if the enemy's numbers doubled, we would still emerge victorious," Zhao Daong declared with unwavering confidence. This was not a case of underestimating the enemy. It stemmed from his self-assuredness. Zhao Daong and the other 9 elite warriors possessed mid-level diamond strength, and bolstered by their formidable bloodlines, they found ordinary high-level diamonds to be no match for them. Moreover, the 9 had collaboratively developed a unique martial art that suited them perfectly. With their invincible bloodlines paired with this unparalleled fist technique, they could hold their own even against ordinary king-level opponents. They had named this formidable technique the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Lin Yu observed their progress with great satisfaction, recognizing their growth. Given time, even without his evolution points to assist them, they would inevitably reach the divine level. "I have faith in you all," Lin Yu said with a smile. "I will take care of Poseidon, while the rest is entrusted to you." As Poseidon's warship drew closer, Lin Yu made the first move. The spatial teleportation array materialized in an instant, and Lin Yu swiftly appeared behind Poseidon, delivering a powerful punch to the back of his head. Simultaneously, he invoked a forceful law of power to invade Poseidon's body, constraining the divine energy within him. Consequently, Poseidon's form was sent flying, creating a massive breach in the warship. The forces of Jiuzhou quickly followed suit. Qing Wentian and the sister-brother duo, Kong Xian, sprang into action. One wielded a halberd, darting through the enemy ranks at lightning speed, swiftly claiming heads. Meanwhile, Kong Xian unleashed waves of 5-colored divine light, sending numerous foes tumbling from the warship. The others, witnessing this, were equally undeterred. Holy light and flames filled the sky, while robust bolts of lightning accurately struck the enemies aboard the warship. The Olympian forces were caught off guard, as in mere moments. Their chief was sent crashing to the ground, while their diamond and gold-level subordinates faced a ruthless massacre. The remaining 30 king-level leaders quickly regained their composure, hastily fortifying their 3 warships into a defensive formation to temporarily stave off Jiuzhou's onslaught. Subsequently, these 30 kings opted for a proactive assault, brandishing their spears against the warriors of Jiuzhou. The battle swiftly escalated into a fierce confrontation. In Jiuzhou's ranks, injuries began to emerge, but fortunately, they had brought along a mid-level diamond healer. After evolving to mid-level diamond, Zhang Qian's healing abilities greatly improved, now extending beyond merely producing healing holy water. Protected at the rear of the formation, she sat cross-legged in midair, casting waves of healing light towards her teammates. Thanks to her restorative magic, minor injuries swiftly healed. Meanwhile, the Olympians soon became aware of Zhang Qian's presence as a healer and hastily dispatched 10 king-level warriors to target her. However, several individuals remained steadfastly by her side, preventing any immediate calamity. Zhang Qian did not cease her actions, continuing to heal her injured comrades. She was confident that her allies would protect her, and she knew Lin Yu was watching over her, ensuring her safety. Lin Yu, ever vigilant, kept a close eye on the battlefield. Although he observed the injuries sustained by Jiuzhou's fighters, they were merely light wounds, so he refrained from intervening. In the chaos of battle, some injuries were inevitable, as long as there were no fatalities. However, seeing the number of attackers converging on Zhang Qian steadily increase, he could not resist taking action. After all, she was the sole healer of the entire Jiuzhou guard and required special protection. Drawing his spear, Lin Yu unleashed the Rui Golden Dragon Spear with lightning speed, swiftly eliminating 2 king-level adversaries from Olympus. Following that, a corporeal dragon spirit erupted from the spear, encircling Zhang Qian and shielding her without initiating an attack. Upon witnessing the dragon spirit's protection, Zhang Qian felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the lord of the city cared for her. After ensuring Zhang Qian's safety, Lin Yu turned his attention away from the battlefield. With the healer unharmed, the others would find it difficult to perish. Casting a glance towards the ground. At the foot of Mount Olympus, Poseidon struggled to crawl out of a humanoid-shaped crater. Poseidon dashed towards the summit of Olympus, eager to return and deliver news of the overwhelming enemy's strength. The Olympian clan was far from a match. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, red ribbons ensnared his limbs. In such a hurry to report back, are we? A light chuckle echoed from behind Poseidon. Poseidon was suddenly overwhelmed with dread. Chapter 112. Do not come any closer. The divine power within Poseidon was bound, and his limbs were firmly ensnared by magical restraints. In that moment, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, completely at the mercy of others. As Poseidon turned to glance at Lin Yu, who was slowly approaching him, a wave of panic washed over him. Do not come any closer. Lin Yu strolled leisurely up to Poseidon, observing the terror etched across his face. Curiously, he inquired, I have always harbored a question. Your Olympian lineage reproduces through internal means, yet why have there been no deformities among your offspring? Poseidon averted his gaze, unwilling to confront this piercing inquiry. Deep down, he was aware of the sordid affairs of the Olympian clan, which were universally scorned by all races. Yet, the ingrained habits etched into their very genes rendered them incapable of restraint. Lin Yu continued, seemingly unfazed, since you are reluctant to answer. I shall inquire of Zeus when I see him. With that, he pointed a finger at Poseidon's forehead. A surge of soul power, accompanied by the laws of strength, instantly shattered Poseidon's essence. His head drooped in defeat. The Olympians primarily focused on physical prowess and divine power, neglecting the cultivation of their souls. Before Lin Yu, who possessed the godly chaotic visualization technique, Poseidon had no means of resistance. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin Yu summoned Poseidon's lifeless body and the trident of the sea god into the jade bottle. Both were valuable possessions. Poseidon's corpse could bolster either Ehang or Li Daoqing's strength, while the trident, an imperial-grade weapon, surpassed even Lin Yu's Rui golden dragon spear in rank. It would serve as an excellent reward for the Jiuzhou Guard. After tidying up, Lin Yu lifted his gaze to the battle unfolding above. Under the protection of the supreme Rui golden dragon spear, Zhang Qian remained unharmed, continually tending to the wounds of her comrades from Jiuzhou. Meanwhile, the tide of battle began to shift in their favor. The Olympian side had already suffered over 10 casualties among their monarch-level leaders, while the diamond and gold-tier soldiers had seen nearly half of their ranks fall. Lin Yu felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. He then turned his gaze towards the towering Mount Olympus and mused, it is best to bring this to a swift conclusion. Having sensed the location of Hades through the system, a spatial teleportation array materialized before him. With a single step, Lin Yu arrived at a palace. But the scene that met his eyes nearly blinded him. There, on a grand bed, hung numerous crimson ribbons, and Hades was entwined with Queen Hera, both swaying back and forth, occasionally emitting sounds that were decidedly unrefined. You certainly have a zest for life, Lin Yu remarked abruptly. Who goes there? Hades exclaimed, startled, nearly dropping his guard. He had feared that his clandestine activities had been discovered. Hastily, he enveloped himself and Hera in a shroud of black mist. Once he regained his composure, he found Lin Yu standing at the edge of the bed, staring intently at him. Hades was struck by a wave of terror and quickly extricated himself from the ribbons, conjuring 2 sets of garments with divine power to drape over himself and Hera. He fell to his knees before Lin Yu, exclaiming, I greet my master. I entrusted you with the task of undermining the Olympian forces from within. And this is how you execute it? Lin Yu demanded sternly. Master, please calm your wrath, Hades implored. After Zeus dispatched Poseidon, he disappeared. And the other principal deities gathered in the council hall. I could find no suitable opportunity. So I had no choice but to lure the queen out on her own to subdue her. You've seized the opportunity to serve me as a pretext for your own gain, Lin Yu retorted. Forgive me, master, Hades conceded, recognizing that no amount of evasion would remedy his misdeeds. He had indeed leveraged Lin Yu's dagger to control Hera, seeking personal advantage. Hades had long coveted Hera, but had refrained from acting due to Zeus's formidable strength and Hera's own prowess. However, Lin Yu's dagger, embodying the laws of strength, had granted him the chance. Once he and Hera were alone in the queen's chamber, he had seized the moment to plunge the dagger into her back, instantly binding her divine power. Subsequently, he thrust a spear into her, ensuring her steadfast control within the crimson ribbons. Hera, upon overhearing their exchange, was taken aback. Hades, how dare you betray Olympus? I have not betrayed Olympus. Olympus remains Olympus. However, From this day forth, it shall no longer be Zeus's Olympus, but Hades' Olympus, he declared, his expression wild with madness. No matter what you say, it cannot alter the fact of your betrayal, Hera retorted, her face a mask of fury. No wonder a mere dagger could imprison my divine power. You have colluded with outsiders. He is no outsider, Hades replied. He is my master. In an effort to quell Lin Yu's anger, Hades quickly asserted his allegiance. Lin Yu, however, remained indifferent. A good dog knows its place. As for seeking private gains, such trivialities mattered little as long as they did not impede his greater objectives. Moreover, Hades had indeed managed to subdue a deity of considerable standing. Despite the questionable nature of his actions. Enough, rise and speak, Lin Yu commanded. Where's Zeus? Master, Zeus's whereabouts have been elusive. I do not know, Hades replied. However, Hera should be aware of his movements. Hades approached Hera, helping her to her feet, and softly inquired, Hera, tell the master where Zeus is. I can plead for your life, and you shall remain the queen of Olympus. Humph. Hera scoffed disdainfully. Previously, she had been ensnared by Hades' dagger and under duress, had engaged in a rather intimate and challenging activity with him. While she was furious, it was not entirely unacceptable. Yet now, Hades had become a dog for Lin Yu. Betraying Olympus, a betrayal she could not tolerate. Ah, quite the fiery spirit, Lin Yu chuckled. Hades, you deny your ineptitude, failing even to manage a single woman. Hades, upon hearing this, pleaded earnestly, Hera, you must believe me. The entirety of Olympus cannot contend with my master. Resisting him is a path to certain death. I, Hera, would rather die than become another slave. Hades grew frantic, about to plead further when Lin Yu interjected impatiently. Enough, I do not wish to hear your squabbling. Hades, reenact your previous activities, striving for even greater intensity. I shall capture it on high-definition camera and later present it to the entire Olympian clan. To confront such an imperious queen, one must utterly dismantle her pride and dignity, allowing the denizens of Olympus to appreciate the more beautiful facets of their goddess. Yet, Hades found himself beset by a moment of hesitation. A live broadcast? Filming? Such novel methods were scarcely employed even among the Olympians. Do you disagree? Lin Yu's voice rose slightly in pitch. I dare not. I shall heed my master's command, Hades responded, his voice tinged with trepidation. Having uttered these words, Hades proceeded to bind Hera once more. Lin Yu, meanwhile, retrieved an array of photographic equipment from the pristine jade bottle, absolute, high-resolution lenses. Complemented by the photography techniques he had acquired from Teacher Chun, he positioned the camera with meticulous precision. Enjoy yourself. I shall first attend to the matters in the council hall, Lin Yu declared. I hope by the time I return, you will have extracted Zeus's whereabouts. With that, Lin Yu departed from the queen's palace. Hades gazed at the bound yet still voluptuous Hera, a wicked smile creeping across his face as he approached her. Do not come any closer, Hera exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 113, A Revelatory Experience. Through memories gleaned from Ares, Lin Yu swiftly navigated his way to the council hall atop Mount Olympus. Inside, apart from the king of the gods, Zeus, and the queen, Hera, were the god of war, Ares, and the god of the sea, Poseidon, alongside Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, Apollo, the god of light, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, Aphrodite, the goddess of love, Hephaestus, the god of fire, Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, and Hermes, the messenger of the gods. In total, there were 8 deities, 3 males and 5 females. Hades, being the lord of the underworld, was generally not counted among the 12 principal gods. These 8 represented the pinnacle of Olympus's combat prowess, each possessing the initial strength of an emperor, but merely a few steps away from evolving into true divinities. Yet, these exalted beings engaged in the basest of animalistic behaviors, rendering the scene utterly sordid. This revelation left Lin Yu thoroughly astounded by the cultural practices of the Olympian pantheon. Indeed, they are relentless in their pursuits, entirely oblivious to the appropriateness of the setting. Lin Yu mused. Across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, countless citizens were riveted to this live broadcast. However, aside from Lin Yu, the visuals were predominantly obscured by pixelation. Is there something fundamentally amiss with this Olympian race, congregating for such indecent displays? Perhaps this is merely a facet of their cultural practices. I understand the rationale, yet must they broadcast such pixelated content? My computer is rife with pixelation, but I have yet to witness works from alien races. Why fret? Isn't it true that the cosmic god has set up a camera in the neighboring palace? There may yet be opportunities to view it later. The cosmic god has stated that the footage is intended for the ordinary populace of Olympus, leaving us with naught but to admire from afar. Alas, what a lamentable reality. Bah, a gaggle of lecherous individuals. While a battle rages on, you remain unseemly. There is not a hint of a martial atmosphere. I had anticipated a chance to engage with beings from another civilization, yet after merely 2 skirmishes, the cosmic god has led the charge into the enemy's stronghold. One can only conclude that the cosmic god is exceedingly formidable. This round of testing will likely conclude within mere hours, rendering a 24-hour defense unnecessary. Indeed, with the cosmic god's prowess, it was expected that these 8 would soon meet their demise, awaiting only the fall of their king, Zeus, to bring the test to a close. The populace of the 9 provinces engaged in fervent discussion regarding these 8 deities, yet the 8 remained blissfully unaware of Lin Yu's approach. Naturally, Lin Yu harbored no intentions of showing them mercy. He stood poised at the entrance of the council hall, extending threads of energy from beneath his feet, which gradually slithered towards the 8 within. These threads were extensions of Lin Yu's laws of power. Soon, the laws penetrated the ground and coursed through the bodies of the 8. With a mere thought, Lin Yu seized control of these laws, instantaneously binding their divine powers. The joyous exclamations abruptly ceased. The 8 deities immediately sensed their divine energy stifled. This is bad. My divine energy is obstructed. I cannot function normally. Apollo exclaimed in terror. So am I. Hurry, get up. Athena urged, pushing Apollo aside. We are under attack. Hermes warned urgently. The collective consciousness of the group awakened. You Olympians have indeed broadened my horizons. Who are you? Outrageous. Who permitted you to enter the council hall? Leave. The enraged gods shouted in unison. Only Athena, after a moment's scrutiny, surmised Lin Yu's identity. You are from the 9 provinces, she stated. No wonder, the goddess of war and wisdom. You exhibit a modicum more acumen than the other deities, Lin Yu remarked. Since you have breached this sanctum, it follows that Poseidon has also fallen prey to your treachery. Athena continued. Moreover, how is it that you can silently imprison our divine powers? How did you achieve this? If I were to divulge the secret, you would find yourself incapable of replicating it, Lin Yu scoffed. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. It is time for your departure. Wait, Athena hastily implored. Lin Yu paid no heed to her entreaty. Why should I entertain your prattle when my word count is nearly exhausted? Before him, the 8 deities, stripped of their divine powers, were scarcely more formidable than the initial green behemoth. They retained only their slightly enhanced corporeal forms, posing no challenge to Lin Yu. Red ribbons shot forth from the void, ensnaring the 8 tightly. Lin Yu then approached Hermes, extending a hand. In an instant, the laws of power, combined with his soul force, obliterated Hermes' very essence. Next was Hestia, followed by Hephaestus. One by one, Lin Yu ruthlessly harvested the lives of these Olympian deities, functioning as an unfeeling harvester. While the harvesters of Blue Star merely reap crops, Lin Yu collected the lives of these exalted beings. The once proud deities bowed their heads in defeat. Lin Yu soon found himself before Athena. Spare me, and I shall serve you as my master, Athena pleaded, desperate to cling to life. In this world, only the most abject of ants fear not death, for their lives are profoundly cheap. To them, the distinction between existence and extinction holds little significance. Death, for the most wretched of ants, may even represent a form of salvation, a release. Yet, for those on the path of cultivation, the more powerful one becomes, the greater the fear of death. Through their formidable strength, they enjoy the wealth and resources of the entire world, with countless ordinary souls bowing before them, satiating their vanity. However, in Lin Yu's eyes, the lofty deities, high above, bear no distinction from the common ants of the earth. For Lin Yu was once regarded as but an insignificant insect in the eyes of these divine beings. Yet now, this once diminutive ant has metamorphosed into a magnificent dragon, capable of trampling the entire world beneath its feet. I implore you, spare my life, Athena beseeched. Noticing Lin Yu's indifference. I possess exceptional skills that will ensure your utmost pleasure. Lin Yu's expression turned frigid as he retorted, once, a woman named Ji Hongyue seduced me, only to be reduced to ashes by my hand. Subsequently, another named Alice attempted to entice me with her filthy body, only to find herself cast into a pigsty for the swine's amusement. Now you seek to allure me. Ponder the fate that awaits you. With a cold smirk, Lin Yu concluded his words. Athena, startled, realized that this man had no desire for women. Before she could utter another word, Lin Yu obliterated her divine essence. Casting his gaze upon the 8 emperor-level deities' corpses and the scattered weapons and treasures, Lin Yu's mind stirred, and he collected them all into the jade bottle. Soon after, a spatial teleportation array appeared, transporting Lin Yu back to the Queen's Hall. Hades was still engaged in combat with Hera, while the cameras continued to function normally. Hades implored. Lin Yu did not grant an immediate reply but inquired, "Where is Zeus?" "Reporting to you, my lord. Zeus has recently sought a lover in the mortal realm, and should currently be with them, Hades replied. Lead the way, Lin Yu stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Yes, my lord. Hades, uncertain of Lin Yu's consent, followed him, hoping to plead for Hera's life after they dealt with Zeus, as she was the woman he had cherished for thousands of years, and also his sister. Chapter 114, The Thunder Prison. The world inhabited by the Olympian clan comprises hundreds of mortal kingdoms, all under their dominion. Troy is but one among them. In the kingdom of Troy, there resided a prince named Ganymede, who was exceptionally handsome and enchanting from a young age. As he matured, he became the most beautiful individual in the world, even causing numerous goddesses among the 12 Olympians to appear dim in comparison. One day, while Ganymede frolicked on the grass with his companions, he caught the eye of Zeus, who sat upon his throne, surveying the mortal realm. In an instant, Zeus was captivated by Ganymede's beauty, transforming into a majestic eagle. He abducted Ganymede and brought him to Mount Olympus. Thus, Ganymede became Zeus's lover, notably the only male among his many paramours. Zeus adored Ganymede immensely, frequently favoring him and appointing him as his cupbearer. Additionally, Zeus constructed an opulent palace for Ganymede, serving as their love nest. Aside from essential state affairs, Zeus often lingered there, much to the chagrin of Hera, the queen. After receiving intelligence from Hera, Lin Yu swiftly accompanied Hades to a splendid palace nestled halfway up Mount Olympus. This palace was extraordinarily grand, rivaling even the queen's hall of Hera, a testament to Zeus's affections for Ganymede. Upon their arrival at the palace entrance, thunderous sounds echoed from within, and an elder with a white beard emerged. None other than Zeus, the king of Olympus. Zeus hovered in the air, his expression impassive as he regarded Lin Yu, his voice resonating with authority. You shall pay for your actions. Moments prior, Lin Yu and Hades had inadvertently triggered the palace's defenses, awakening Zeus from his reverie. At that instant, Zeus perceived the calamity that had befallen Olympus. All 12 primary deities, save for himself and Hera, had perished. Although he had previously entertained the notion of using others to eliminate threats, he had never anticipated the total annihilation of his pantheon. The battlefield of the myriad races was merciless, and as an ancient clan, he understood the formidable strength of the other races well. The Olympians ranked poorly among the multitude, and to preserve their legacy in the impending conflict, they required substantial power. Yet, Zeus simultaneously feared that the ascendance of other deities might threaten his reign, having usurped his father's throne to ascend to the kingly position himself. Thus, Zeus embodied a paradoxical ruler, desiring the strength of Olympus while fearing the might of his fellow deities, wishing that only he alone could wield such power to safeguard both Olympus and his dominion. Now, Lin Yu had unwittingly assisted him in achieving half of his objective, with 10 out of the 12 deities slain, leaving only Hera, who had effectively become Hades' plaything. Hades, a loyal servant to Lin Yu, ensured that Zeus was now isolated, with no deity left to challenge his authority. In a fit of rage, Zeus summoned dark clouds that enveloped Olympus, accompanied by flashes of lightning, rendering the mountain a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, heralding the wrath of their king. Lin Yu glanced upward at the tumultuous sky, remarking, "The laws of thunder are indeed formidable, and the understanding of these laws is not trivial." While Lin Yu had also acquired fragments of 3,000 laws, they were merely shards, distinct from the profound comprehension of true laws. Besides his Pangu bloodline and divine techniques, the law of strength was his most formidable asset. Zeus, before him, had evidently traversed far along the path of the law of thunder, reaching a level comparable to Lin Yu's mastery of the law of strength. Observing this, Hades interjected, "My lord, without the invisibility helmet, I cannot withstand Zeus's thunderous might." Lin Yu, without glancing at Hades, dismissed him with disdain. "Begone." "Thank you, my lord," Hades replied, before transforming into a wisp of black smoke and darting into the palace, emerging with the youth Ganymede, Zeus's lover. Ganymede, now in a state of panic, cried out to Zeus in the heavens, "My king, save me." Zeus, witnessing this, erupted in fury, "Hades, you seek death." Yet, as Ganymede remained in Hades' grasp, Zeus dared not unleash his lightning upon him and swiftly soared toward Hades. However, Lin Yu stood in his path, determined to thwart his advance. "Step aside," Zeus bellowed. A robust bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Lin Yu in an instant. Lin Yu did not flinch in the slightest, instead confronting the law of thunder with the power of the law itself. With a single punch, he dispersed the incoming lightning. The law of strength, being the foremost among the myriad of laws, effortlessly dominated all others, while the law of thunder ranked merely within the top 100, rendering it utterly incapable of contending against the law of strength. Zeus, witnessing his thunderous strike being effortlessly neutralized by Lin Yu, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Yu had also grasped the power of the law. Ah, it's merely the law of power, just a drop in the ocean. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Following Lin Yu's intervention, Hades had long since vanished with Ganymede. With his target lost, Zeus redirected his fury towards Lin Yu, determined to eliminate him first. After all, he had his own mission to complete. If he succeeded in obliterating the 9 provinces and killing Lin Yu, he would reap the rewards set forth by the game rules, which would elevate his power to that of a demigod. Upon attaining demigod status, he would become the most formidable king among the Olympians in history, significantly enhancing the clan's ability to defend itself in the battlefield of myriad races, while simultaneously solidifying his position as king. However, what Zeus had not foreseen was Lin Yu's astonishing strength, which was not inferior to his own. With no intention of holding back, Zeus merged his lightning artifact into his very being in an instant, transforming himself into a streak of lightning that surged into the sky. While others achieve unity of man and sword, you dare to achieve unity of man and lightning. Quite intriguing, Lin Yu remarked with a smile, yet he remained unperturbed. Although he possessed only the strength of an emperor at the initial stage, while Zeus was at the advanced stage, Lin Yu was confident in his invincibility among those of the same rank. As long as they remained within the emperor tier, they were destined to perish. At that moment, the sky above Mount Olympus was shrouded in dense dark clouds, which began to press down towards the earth. Thick bolts of lightning struck rapidly, soon forming a cage constructed of thunder, enveloping Lin Yu within. Observing the electrifying prison around him, Lin Yu expressed delight rather than fear, with so much electric energy. Imagine the fortune in electricity bills. We must not waste it. Within the thunder cage, the violent power of thunder enveloped Lin Yu. Thick bolts of lightning incessantly struck him. In mere moments, cracks appeared in the golden armor he wore, a king-level equipment no longer capable of withstanding the thunderous attacks infused with the power of the laws. Resolutely, Lin Yu stowed all his equipment into the jade bottle, which he then absorbed into his body. He had relinquished any intention of storing the power of thunder, as none of his current gear could contain such energy. Even the Rui golden dragon spear would falter against the thunderous strikes imbued with the power of the laws. Furthermore, should the spear sustain damage, he would incur a loss in evolution points to repair it, an unwise trade-off. After securing the jade bottle within himself, Lin Yu quickly conjured a set of garments through his spiritual energy to shield his modesty, preparing to withstand the thunderous force with his formidable physique. Drawing upon the bloodline of Pangu and the 9 transformations' profound art, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed amidst the relentless thunderous assaults. Countless arcs of electricity danced across his body, yet none inflicted harm upon him. In fact, Lin Yu even settled into a cross-legged position, engaging with the fragments of the law of thunder within him to comprehend the essence of the thunderous laws. The thunder cage formed its own spatial realm, where, aside from the law of thunder, all other laws were significantly weakened. Undoubtedly, this was the optimal place to grasp the law of thunder. On the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, onlookers were rendered speechless by the sight. If I am not mistaken, is the god of Yu actually beginning his cultivation amidst the enemy's assault? This Zeus is remarkably weak. He is a king, yet delivers such feeble attacks? I would say he is on par with that thunder god Sodden from Valand. That assertion is erroneous. Sodden is merely of the diamond rank, while this Odin is said to have reached the advanced emperor tier, a difference of 2 significant levels, rendering their strengths worlds apart. Regardless, neither can match the god of Yu. He plays with electricity now, and I believe the title of thunder god should rightfully belong to Lin Yu, our own divine thunder goddess of the 9 provinces. That is a sound argument. Not only Lin Yu, but other warriors of the 9 provinces could also be deemed gods. For instance, Lu Xiu could be called the god of fire, and Yuan Qingji could be honored as the god of the valley. And what should the god of Yu be called? The god of Yu is simply the god of Yu, the one and only in the universe, needing no title. With the worries of life and death alleviated, the citizens of the 9 provinces felt a wave of relief. The comments in the live stream quickly veered off topic, with countless individuals passionately debating what divine names to bestow upon each member of the 9 provinces. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, at the entrance of the portal, the battle between the 9 provinces' warriors and Poseidon's forces had long concluded. With the combined strength of 800 warriors from the 9 provinces and external forces, Poseidon's troops were entirely annihilated. On the side of the 9 provinces, aside from a few sustaining severe injuries, no one perished, and the injured were gradually recovering with Zhang Qian's healing. Unbeknownst to them, the citizens of the 9 provinces had begun assigning divine names to them. Their attention focused on Lin Yu within the thunder cage. The city lord is truly remarkable, cultivating amidst such terrifying thunder. Captain, should we go lend a hand? Someone inquired. Zhao Daong rolled his eyes in response. When has the city lord ever needed our assistance? It would be a blessing if we do not become a burden. Besides, Can you withstand that thunder? The speaker offered a sheepish smile. I was merely suggesting. The city lord indeed does not require our help. Hearing the discussion among the 9 provinces' warriors, Lin Ming reassured, do not worry, my brother is fine. Moreover, if we recklessly intervene, we might cause him trouble. This thunderous power is not to be trifled with. I feel that even the true form of the Yuan Phoenix would struggle to withstand a single strike. I feel the same, Xiang Wentian added. Too powerful. I can't handle it, Li Daoqing remarked. This thunder is countless times more terrifying than the thunder pool in Valand, Sodden stated. I could endure half an hour of baptism in the thunder pool, but this terrifying thunder power would likely extinguish me in a second. Upon hearing Sodden's words, Lin Xiuyue's eyes lit up, and she stepped forward to inquire, is there a thunder pool in Valand for baptism? How effective is it? Sodden glanced at Lu Xiuyue, then at Lin Xiuyue's thunder god hammer, and sorrowfully replied, the thunder pool lies beneath the land of light, an immensely significant place for the nation. In that place gathered the amassed power of thunder from the continent of Valand over countless years. In my youth, a mere half-hour baptism in the thunder pool elevated me from the golden rank to the diamond rank. Once the internal testing concludes, take me to the thunder pool. Lin Xiuyue declared, I wish to undergo the baptism as well. Upon hearing this, Sodden, feeling embarrassed, replied, the thunder pool is a sacred site of the kingdom of light, and it is not open to outsiders. Just as Sodden finished his statement, he sensed several murderous auras directed towards him, some emanating from the 9 provinces guards and others from the Valand continent. Instantly, Sodden felt a tightening in his trousers and hastily added, of course, if the brothers from 9 provinces wish to receive the baptism, that is no problem. After the internal testing, I will take you there. Furthermore, for those from Valand continent, the Big Dipper planet, and the 9-body planet, anyone who wishes to go may do so, as long as they can withstand the baptism of the thunder pool. After providing his explanation, Sodden felt the murderous intent dissipate. That was close. I almost knelt. Sodden secretly rejoiced. Lin Yu unified the 3 major planets, and all resources of these planets naturally belonged to the 9 provinces. Sodden's audacity to claim that Lu Qiuyue was an outsider was, without a doubt, a slap in Lin Yu's face. Had Sodden delayed his explanation by even a second longer, he would likely have been killed on the spot. Whether it was Xiang Wentian, Kong Xian, and the Elder of the Heavenly Sword from Valand, or Lin Ming, Zhao Daong, Richard, and Yi Hang from the 9 provinces, all possessed the capability to eliminate Sodden. As for the factions from the Big Dipper and 9-body planets, they maintained a watchful attitude. Lin Xiuyue, upon hearing Sodden's explanation, did not offer him any favorable regard. Zhao Daong even threatened him, saying, humph. Whether we can endure the baptism of the thunder pool is our own concern, but remember this, all resources of the kingdom of light no longer belong to you, but to the 9 provinces. Should there be a next time, you need not the lord of the city to intervene. I will personally take you down. Sodden could only nod and bow, acknowledging, team leader Zhao is correct. Everything in the kingdom of light belongs to the 9 provinces. I assure you I will no longer speak thoughtlessly in the future. Only then did Zhao Daong refrain from further troubling Sodden. Sodden had no choice but to lower his head. Among the 800 people present, all possessed strengths above the diamond rank. The 800 guards of the 9 provinces were all at the intermediate diamond level. Moreover, in the recent battle, Sodden realized that the combat power exhibited by these intermediate diamond guards was comparable to that of advanced diamonds, with some even surpassing them. After losing the Thunder God's hammer, at least half of the 800 guards could potentially eliminate him. The once mighty Thunder God of Valand had now been reduced to the status of an ant, leading to a significant shift in Sodden's mindset. His previous confidence had long since vanished. After witnessing the earlier scene, he became increasingly cautious, merely hoping to avoid provoking these formidable individuals and to preserve his own life. Turning our attention away from the happenings of the 9 provinces, within the Thunder Cage, Lin Yu released all defenses, relying solely on the strength of his physical body to withstand the assaults of the Thunder Laws, thereby comprehending their essence. The power of the Thunder Laws coursed through Lin Yu's body, enhancing his understanding of them. He swiftly grasped the power of the laws at level 5. Lin Yu felt a surge of delight within. Zeus truly was a benevolent being, saving him several million evolution points in an instant. At that moment, Lin Yu only wished for Zeus's lightning to persist, hoping to elevate his comprehension of the Thunder Laws to a level on par with Zeus. However, Zeus soon detected this development. His Thunder Cage was proving ineffective against Lin Yu, even inadvertently assisting in his enhancement. Without hesitation, Zeus ceased his thunderous assault, choosing instead to maintain the Thunder Cage to confine Lin Yu within. As Lin Yu sensed the retreat of the thunderous power, he scoffed, "Is this it? Too quick." He then gradually rose to his feet, stretching, and an instant later, a brilliant display of lightning erupted around him, rivaling Zeus's own thunderous attacks. Lin Yu glanced upwards at the tumultuous clouds and lightning, muttering to himself, "Now it's my turn to strike." Chapter 116, A Cataclysmic Battle. Lin Yu slowly rose, stretching his limbs, and as he did, his bones crackled and sparks flew. Bolts of lightning erupted from his being, and within mere breaths, the thunder cage surrounding him was shattered. Zeus, concealed among the clouds, sensed the dire turn of events, realizing that his thunderous assaults could no longer harm Lin Yu. In an instant, he revealed himself, understanding that since the power of the laws could not surpass Lin Yu, he had no choice but to engage in close combat. With no retreat available, it was a battle for the survival of their respective races. What followed was destined to be a peak confrontation. Zeus wielded his staff, charging towards Lin Yu, who showed no sign of retreat, instead delivering a heavy punch in response. For someone with superior strength and weaponry, Lin Yu's fists were his mightiest weapon. Both fighters moved with the swiftness of lightning, and in a fleeting moment, their fists and staff collided, unleashing a thunderous roar. The force of their clash, both at the pinnacle of emperor rank, far surpassed the power of a nuclear explosion. A visible shockwave rapidly expanded outward, obliterating the nearby palace in an instant. The shockwave soon reached the palaces atop Mount Olympus, destroying the halls of the chief gods, including the temple of the King of Gods, the temple of the Queen of Heaven, and the temple of the God of War. Only the main body of Mount Olympus, protected by a grand formation, remained unscathed. The shockwave swiftly surged past Olympus, barreling towards the people of the 9 provinces. "This is bad," Zhao Daong shouted. "Retreat to the 9 provinces." The crowd, witnessing the approaching shockwave, felt their scalps tingle with dread. They hurriedly rushed towards the portal between Olympus and the 9 provinces. Fortunately, they were not far from the portal and quickly passed through. Upon returning to the 9 provinces through the portal, they observed the shockwave arriving at their previous location, obliterating 3 warships still suspended in midair. Thankfully, the shockwave did not breach the portal between the 2 realms, allowing them to escape with their lives. They collectively sighed in relief. "Thank goodness we ran quickly. Otherwise, the residual force of that attack could have killed us." The majority of those present were of intermediate diamond strength, and half of them possessed relatively weak physical resilience. The shockwave generated by Lin Yu and Zeus was sufficient to slay anyone below the king rank. Even powerful beings of the king rank, lacking formidable physical strength and treasures, would find it exceedingly difficult to survive such an overwhelming force. The shockwave continued to spread outward, turning mountains to dust, evaporating rivers in an instant, and causing countless beings to lose their souls in that fleeting moment. This is the might of an emperor-level powerhouse, capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire planet and its civilization. Lin Yu sensed the disappearance of the people from Juzhou within this cosmic expanse. Casting a backward glance towards the direction where they vanished, he remarked, "I was careless. I nearly committed a grave error." Following a clash with Zeus, the two became enmeshed in combat once more. The Olympian clan specializes in physical prowess and divine power, with Zeus standing out as a paragon among them. His physical strength is nearly on par with Lin Yu's Pangu Bloodline and 9 transformations of profound art. Albeit Lin Yu's Pangu Bloodline has yet to reach even 2%, and his mastery of the 9 transformations remains far from complete. Moreover, Zeus's realm of power exceeds Lin Yu's by 2 minor levels. Their battle thus unfolded in a stalemate, each holding their ground. The 2 warriors clashed, traversing from Mount Olympus to the upper atmosphere, and then crashing down to the earth beneath. In their wake, not a single blade of grass remained. The energy shockwaves emitted from their skirmishes could instantaneously reduce a mortal city to ruins. "Zeus, if this continues, your subjects will be annihilated," Lin Yu taunted. "Humph. They are but mere ants. Their demise bears no significance," Zeus retorted, attacking Lin Yu as he spoke. "Once I kill you, I shall ascend to demigod status. And at that point, I can have as many subjects as I desire." "Ah, so eliminating me grants you such a reward? But a mere demigod level? How lacking in ambition you are," Lin Yu quipped while countering. "Do you think attaining demigod status is a simple feat?" Zeus countered. "I have been at the imperial high level for millennia without achieving it. In contrast, killing you seems far simpler. Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy?" Lin Yu scoffed. "I merely view your strength as a suitable opportunity for honing my skills. Since you fail to recognize my prowess, let us conclude this swiftly." "Humph. Such audacity." Zeus remained unconvinced that Lin Yu had yet to reveal his full strength. Although Zeus had not yet reached demigod status, he was by no means among the weakest of the myriad races, ranking at least in the mid-tier. He found it hard to believe that a yet-to-be-recognized race could produce a warrior whose combat capabilities rivaled those of a demigod. If that were the case, the other races need not even engage. However, Zeus's skepticism did not deter others from believing otherwise. Standing at the juncture between Juzhou and Olympus, The Jojo Guardians were engrossed in the live broadcast, observing the fierce clash between Lin Yu and Zeus. The intensity of their battle had long surpassed the confines of Mount Olympus, vanishing from the spectators' line of sight. This Zeus is indeed formidable. He can hold his own against the city lord for such an extended period. If he were too weak, he would not have been dispatched to assault Jojo, one remarked. True, had they sent a mere ordinary race, we wouldn't have needed the city lord to intervene. We could have resolved the conflict ourselves. Leader, are we to simply watch? Someone inquired. What else can we do? Look at Mount Olympus. Do we need to intervene? The questioner fell silent. The entirety of Mount Olympus had been ravaged, and it was likely that the remaining forces had already been reduced to ashes under Lin Yu and Zeus's onslaught, rendering their intervention unnecessary. Let us wait, Zhao Daong declared. Once the city lord and Zeus determine a victor, this round of testing will reach its conclusion. The other Jojo Guardians had no objections, nor did the members of the other three factions, who dared not voice dissent. Most of these individuals were either Lin Yu's subordinates or servants, with only a few having a deeper connection with the Jojo Guardians, who naturally held the authority to command them. This prompted some astute individuals to concoct plans. For instance, Xiang Wentian and Kong Xian sought to establish familial ties with Lin Yu. While they could not emulate this, forging connections with the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi or the Jojo Guardians was also a commendable choice. Thus, figures like the master of the Shimmering Light sect, Li Daoqing, and the heads of the Jiang and Ji families began to scout for suitable, single young men within the Jojo Guardians to promote their respective holy maidens. There were also self-proclaimed charming sons who sought to woo the single young women among the Jojo Guardians, but before they could utter a word, they found themselves on the receiving end of a brutal beating. Furthermore, one imprudent Holy Landmaster approached Li Changsheng to pitch his holy maiden, but before he could finish, he was encased in ice by Yi Qingmei. Li Changsheng then incinerated the ice, leaving the master to experience a frightful duality of ice and fire, causing him to flee in terror, begging for forgiveness. Others quickly learned from this lesson. Before promoting their holy maidens, they needed to ascertain whether the recipient was single, lest they risk a severe thrashing. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Zeus fought for thousands of exchanges, yet remained in a deadlock. Lin Yu, no longer holding back, unleashed a long-dormant skill, the method of heaven and earth. This technique had evolved to the advanced rank of a monarch, yet due to Lin Yu's overwhelming power, it could only provide a five-fold enhancement in strength. Nevertheless, such an increase was sufficient for the evenly matched adversaries. After a powerful strike, both were sent reeling. Activating the method of heaven and earth, Lin Yu's form surged to a height of 100 zhong, effortlessly seizing Zeus in his grasp. Chapter 117. Through internal testing. Ascending to the myriad races. With the empowerment of the method of heaven and earth, Lin Yu's strength and physical fortitude received a five-fold augmentation, enabling him to hold Zeus firmly. Zeus, taken aback, struggled vehemently to break free, unleashing all manners of divine power and laws, yet remained ensnared by Lin Yu's grip, unable to escape. What manner of skill is this? Why has your power increased so dramatically? Zeus exclaimed in astonishment. You wish to learn it? I would be happy to teach you, Lin Yu replied with a disarming smile. Zeus hesitated. You would teach me? Lin Yu grinned broadly. Just kidding. You can perish now. With that, Lin Yu summoned all his strength, binding Zeus with the laws of power. Zeus's thunderous laws and divine energy were swiftly suppressed within, unable to function. Lin Yu tightened his grip, causing Zeus to spit blood, his visage contorted in agony, teetering on the brink of death. Suddenly, a radiant beam of multicolored light shot forth from the void, enveloping Zeus, followed by a shimmering bubble that encased him, rendering Lin Yu's efforts futile. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, gazing into the void, pondering if Olympus concealed some hidden power. At that moment, a familiar announcement resonated in Lin Yu's mind. Jojo City Lord Lin Yu, Zeus must not perish. The voice was void of emotion. Yet the message was unmistakable. Zeus was not to be killed. Why? Lin Yu inquired, his brow furrowing. As one of the myriad races, Olympus must not see Zeus perish before the battlefield of the countless races is unveiled. Otherwise, a new deity must be appointed for the pantheon. Lin Yu, however, was indifferent to the prospect of selecting another divine lineage, as such a scenario would merely afford him additional time to develop. Yet, it was evident that the rules did not permit him any loopholes. What if they were to replace the king of Olympus? Could Zeus still be slain? Lin Yu inquired, recalling Hades. If he were to elevate the already subservient Hades to the throne of the divine, the entire Olympus would become a vassal race of the 9 provinces. Should Zeus meet his end, Olympus would lose its status among the myriad races. Understood, Lin Yu remarked. As long as I do not kill him, I shall face no further interference, correct? So long as Zeus remains alive before the battlefield opens, all shall be well. Understood, he reiterated. What of this round of testing for the 9 provinces? The voice outlining the game rules paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating how to assess this round of evaluation. Originally, the criteria for passing the test required merely a 24-hour defense from the 9 provinces. No one anticipated Lin Yu's ferocity. Not only did he turn defense into an offensive strategy, but he was also on the verge of annihilating the Olympus race entirely. Before long, the announcement echoed once more in Lin Yu's mind. The current round of testing is deemed a success for the 9 provinces' defense. Very well, I accept your terms. I shan't slay Zeus, Lin Yu stated. Now, shall the rewards be dispensed? The subsequent announcement came without hesitation. Universal announcement. Congratulations to the 9 provinces for successfully passing all internal tests, elevating them to one of the myriad races. Reward. Former lord of the 9 provinces, Lin Yu, is promoted to the patriarch of the 9 provinces, entitled to the fortunes of the entire realm and its vassal races. Reward. All members of the 9 provinces experience a minor elevation in strength levels. Reward. All members of the 9 provinces receive a 100 enhancement in cultivation aptitude. Reward. Spiritual energy within the 9 provinces is amplified tenfold. The internal testing for the 9 provinces has concluded, and the portal between the 9 provinces and Olympus will close in 1 hour. The Great War of the Myriad Races will commence in 3 days. All races are advised to prepare. Although the rewards were not particularly lavish, the citizens of the 9 provinces were nonetheless overwhelmed with excitement. This marked a historic moment for their realm, with countless individuals moved to tears. They had finally succeeded. The 9 provinces had ascended to the ranks of the myriad races. The internal test had finally concluded. Lin Yu realized he had not relaxed in ages. Overcome with emotion, he found himself at a loss for words, chanting, Divine Lord Yu. 9 provinces, glory to the 9 provinces. Divine Lord, Divine Lord, Divine Lord. Naturally, there were those among them whose clear-headedness shielded them from being swept away by the jubilation of their ascension. There was no need for such exuberance. Passing the internal test merely granted them entry to the battlefield of the myriad races, and the upcoming battles would undoubtedly be fierce. Indeed, the myriad races that emerged from the countless realms would possess formidable strength, and complacency was out of the question. Brothers and sisters, we must strive for self-improvement. The internal test has concluded. Let us return home and diligently cultivate. In 3 days, I shall reach the golden level. Let us encourage one another. Not just the 9 provinces, but all races across the celestial realms heard of their success in the internal test. At long last, the requisite 10,000 races had been assembled. Lin Yu could scarcely remember how many years he had waited. How intriguing. The original requirement was a mere 24-hour defense. Yet it concluded in just 1 hour. It seems the 9 provinces possess extraordinary strength. New member of the myriad races. 9 provinces, status, 1. In 3 days. I shall have the pleasure of encountering this 9 provinces and discovering its remarkable qualities. At that moment, all races across the celestial realms were filled with curiosity about the 9 provinces. In years past, they had all paid dearly to attain the status of a myriad race. They could hardly fathom that the 9 provinces could break the game's rules, passing the final round of internal testing in a mere hour, an accomplishment unprecedented among all races. Lin Yu was still unaware that the 9 provinces, having just ascended to the ranks of the myriad races, had already drawn the attention of all others. This was undoubtedly not a favorable situation for the 9 provinces. However, Lin Yu had other matters to address. The portal between the 9 provinces and Olympus would close in 1 hour, and he needed to seize the opportunity to garner more benefits. While the game rules forbade him from slaying Zeus, they did not preclude him from plundering Olympus. Lin Yu doubted that Olympus, as a venerable race, possessed only the resources of Mount Olympus. Even the 9 provinces had 3 subsidiary planets. Olympus must have more as well. Before departing, he intended to extract every last resource from Olympus. Once the announcement concluded, the colorful aura enveloping Zeus dissipated. Simultaneously, Lin Yu received a separate notification from the game rules. His mission had failed, and he had lost the chance to ascend to demigod status. Moreover, his peril remained unresolved. As Lin Yu approached with determined strides, Zeus exclaimed in alarm, "What are you doing? The game rules state you cannot kill me." Zeus was genuinely frightened. The two had previously been evenly matched. But Lin Yu's sudden transformation into a giant had multiplied his strength several times over, making Zeus feel as insignificant as an ant in Lin Yu's grasp. He felt the palpable threat of death looming over him. If the game rules delayed his salvation for even a second longer, he would surely perish. "Fear not. I shall not kill you," Lin Yu replied. "But as a defeated opponent, you ought to demonstrate your sincerity and gratitude for my mercy." "What do you mean?" Zeus sensed an ominous premonition. "As a venerable race of Olympus, you must possess numerous treasures," Lin Yu stated. It's simple. Offer your treasures in exchange for your life. I am particularly intrigued by the lightning within you. Impossible. Zeus rejected vehemently, without a second thought. Such a refusal is not yours to make, Lin Yu chuckled darkly. While the game rules may prevent me from killing you, they do not prohibit me from tormenting you. With that, Lin Yu seized Zeus once again. Chapter 118, Pillaging Zeus' Vault. Lin Yu grasped Zeus firmly in his hand. Recognizing the futility of resistance, Zeus surrendered to his fate. You cannot kill me. He protested bitterly. I never said I would kill you, Lin Yu replied. Once I extract that lightning from within you, I shall take my time in tormenting you. The lightning artifact has long since fused with me. Unless I die, you cannot extract it, Zeus asserted. Lin Yu clearly doubted this claim. After employing the law of force to restrain Zeus, he attempted to draw forth the lightning from within him using the law of lightning. After several attempts, Lin Yu discovered that it was indeed quite challenging to separate the lightning from Zeus without killing him. However, the game rules had granted Zeus a reprieve of 3 days. Lin Yu found himself momentarily at a loss. With a triumphant smile, Zeus declared, I told you it cannot be extracted. Lin Yu rolled his eyes and retorted, You should not be so smug. The game rules only spare your life for 3 days. After that, you shall meet your demise. Zeus was momentarily taken aback. However, he still retorted defiantly, Humph. That is a matter for 3 days hence. You shall not kill me now. In an instant, a spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Yu's mind. In the annals of our JoJo's history, there exists a profession known as the eunuch, which has persisted for millennia. Today, I shall allow you to experience the essence of being a eunuch. Sensing something amiss, Zeus struggled and exclaimed, What do you intend to do? Do not act rashly. Lin Yu paid no heed to Zeus's struggles. Employing the law of strength as his weapon, he executed a swift twist. Zeus let out a piercing scream, Observing Zeus's agonizing cries, Lin Yu showed no mercy. I have long heard of your notorious debauchery. Today, I shall confiscate your tools, he declared. With the binding of the law of strength, you shall not mend your body. You will dutifully serve as a eunuch for 3 days, after which I shall return to claim your wretched life. With that, taking advantage of Zeus's torment, Lin Yu infiltrated the depths of his consciousness using the method of chaos visualization. He swiftly accessed the entirety of Zeus's memories. Within these recollections, he found a life filled with the expansion of his harem and the sowing of seeds, which occupied the majority of his existence. The remainder was devoted to amassing treasures from various realms, all stored within the subterranean vault of Olympus. The entrance lay beneath his throne as the king of gods. Lin Yu seized Zeus and soared to the ruins of the council hall. Following their recent battle, the entire Olympus Palace complex lay in ruins, save for the mountain's core, which remained safeguarded by a grand formation. Upon reaching the site of the throne, he discovered indeed a long passage beneath the debris. At the end of this passage stood a grand copper door, transforming back to his normal size. Lin Yu unceremoniously discarded Zeus onto the ruins and bound him tightly with magical restraints, securing him to the ground to prevent any escape. Once this was accomplished, Lin Yu proceeded down the passageway, where the formidable copper door loomed before him. Utilizing his keen insight, he quickly discerned the mechanism to unlock it. The key lay in the law of thunder. In all of the Olympus pantheon, only Zeus possessed mastery over the law of thunder. Thus, in Zeus's mind, using this very law as a key seemed the most reliable choice. Yet, no matter how astute he was, he could never foresee that one day he would fall into Lin Yu's hands. Although Lin Yu's understanding of the law of thunder was not on par with Zeus's, it sufficed for the purpose of unlocking this door. With arcs of lightning dancing in his hands, Lin Yu unleashed the thunderous force upon the door. In a short while, the copper door creaked open. As it swung ajar, a blinding golden light nearly dazzled Lin Yu's 24K titanium alloy eyes. He stepped into Zeus's treasure vault, and after surveying the impressive inventory, even Lin Yu, a formidable player in his own right, could not help but marvel. Zeus is rather affluent. The vault, spanning several thousand square meters, was brimming with an assortment of treasures. Among the higher-tier artifacts were 10 pieces of emperor-grade mirrors, armor, and more, alongside advanced king-grade treasures such as golden tridents and war chariots. There were also numerous elixirs and rare beast eggs. After a preliminary assessment, Lin Yu estimated that the vault contained no fewer than 10,000 items, all of which were at least of golden grade, sufficient to outfit an entire army. Naturally, Lin Yu felt no hesitation in claiming such a bounty. He approached the entrance of the vault, channeling streams of power into the earth, gradually detaching the entire vault from the mountainside. With a wave of his hand, he stored the entire vault within a jade bottle, leaving only a gaping hole in its wake. After securing the treasures, Lin Yu returned to the surface, gazing down at the bound Zeus. I must express my gratitude for your diligent collection of these treasures over the years. In light of your contributions, I offer you a chance. If you plead for mercy and relinquish the thunder within you, I shall lift your restraints, allowing you to reclaim your manhood for the next 3 days. Thus, you may enjoy a final respite before your demise, as your beloved Ganymede still lives. Ganymede lives? Zeus exclaimed, incredulous. I do not believe it. He was captured by Hades and cannot possibly still be alive. Lin Yu offered no further explanation. With a mere thought, a spatial teleportation array materialized before him. On the other side of the array lay a solitary island, where 3 figures stood, Hades, Hera, and Ganymede. Come over. Lin Yu commanded across the spatial divide. Upon hearing this, Hades turned and, upon recognizing Lin Yu, hastily brought Hera and Ganymede through the portal to stand before him. Hades knelt on one knee, respectfully exclaiming, I pay my respects to my master. Lin Yu acknowledged him with a nod and turned to Zeus, stating, well, there you have it, your lover still lives. Now, make your choice. Endure 3 days of existence as a woman with the thunderous artifacts or surrender the thunder and enjoy the company of your beloved for the remainder of your days. Zeus gazed at Ganymede, torn with indecision. Observing his distress, Ganymede quickly knelt beside him, pleading, my king, please save me. The pitiful sight of Ganymede pierced Zeus's heart. Very well, take what you desire, he sighed, resigned. I will give you the thunder. I hope you keep your promise. Rest assured, I, Lin Yu, am a man of my word, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Good, Zeus stated. First, lift the constraints upon my powers. Lin Yu promptly lifted the restrictions on Zeus's divine abilities, simultaneously dissolving the magical bindings that held him. Slowly, Zeus rose to his feet, enveloping Ganymede in his embrace. He cast a glance at Hera, who stood behind Hades, yet said nothing further. It was merely a matter of victors and vanquished. Soon, a small staff shaped like a lightning bolt appeared in Zeus's hand, crafted for him by the Cyclopes. After years of nurturing, it had ascended from its initial emperor grade to a high emperor grade artifact, the most formidable and fitting tool for Zeus. As Lin Yu grasped the lightning artifact, he instantaneously nullified Zeus's control over it, re-establishing his own mark. He then summoned the Rui golden dragon spear, infusing the lightning artifact into it as a bolt of lightning. Before retracting the spear, at this moment, Zeus, having used his divine power to mend his injuries, was preparing to depart with Ganymede when Lin Yu abruptly yanked him back. Zeus found himself once again ensnared by Lin Yu's binding of the laws and divine power. Shocked, Zeus exclaimed in fury, Lin Yu, you are fickle. I merely mentioned that you could play for 3 days. I never indicated you should depart. Lin Yu chuckled. Even without divine power and laws, one can still find amusement. He then turned to Hades and inquired, Hades, do you desire to ascend as the God King? Chapter 119. Returning to Jojo, the miners ready for work. Hades, do you aspire to become the God King? Lin Yu's words echoed in Hades' ears, igniting a wave of elation within him. He hastily knelt before Lin Yu once more, exclaiming, Master, I wish to become the God King. Excellent, Lin Yu replied. Zeus and Ganymede shall be entrusted to your care. Allow them to bond over these 3 days. After that, when the battlefield of the myriad races opens, you are to eliminate him. At that time, bring the fortune medal of the Olympus clan to Jojo City and seek me out. Yes, Master, Hades responded respectfully. Remember this, if you are to take a life, it must be by your own hand, Lin Yu reiterated. Indeed, I understand. I shall personally execute the deed. Although Hades was perplexed by Lin Yu's insistence, he merely acquiesced. You should comprehend the fate that awaits those who betray me, Lin Yu said, his expression devoid of emotion. I would never dare, I would never betray my master. Hades replied. Rise, Lin Yu commanded. Once I depart, Olympus will be yours. There are only 12 primary deities remaining within Olympus. Even if a few stragglers exist outside the Olympus mountains, they are merely of kingly caliber, posing no threat to you, a mid-level emperor. Furthermore, Hades, you have the backing of the underworld's forces, and your subordinates are not to be underestimated. Without the numerous primary deities of Olympus, you shall be invincible among the entire Olympus clan. Lin Yu was confident that Hades would swiftly seize control of Olympus, and at that juncture, Olympus and all its subordinate planetary races would become vassals of Jojo, simultaneously serving as a base for Lin Yu's points of evolution. During Lin Yu's previous battle with Zeus, the aftermath had claimed the lives of many from the Olympus clan, resulting in Lin Yu's evolution points exceeding 100 million once more. Consequently, he no longer harbored intentions of further harvesting evolution points. Moreover, Zeus' treasury had already been emptied, and Lin Yu had acquired the lightning artifacts he coveted. After thoroughly briefing Hades, Lin Yu swiftly traversed the interdimensional portal back to Jojo. Upon Lin Yu's disappearance, Zeus glared at Hades, chastising, Hades, are you truly willing to serve as Lin Yu's dog? You have sullied the dignity of the Olympus clan. Spare me, Hades retorted disdainfully. Does Olympus still possess any dignity? Or rather, does the Olympus clan even have a path of retreat? While Olympus is not the weakest among the myriad races, it is far from being a match for those divine civilizations. Once the war among the races begins, annihilation is inevitable. It would be wiser to seek a powerful master and prolong survival. Do you genuinely believe that Lin Yu can safeguard the entirety of the Olympus clan? Zeus questioned. Whether he can or cannot, what does it matter? If we do not submit to him, today marks the extinction of Olympus. Hades laughed heartily. Zeus, you have clung to the throne of the God King for far too long. It is time for me to take my turn. The Master has granted you 3 more days to live, and I shall honor that. After 3 days, it shall be your demise. This abandoned palace will be left for you and your little lover, while I shall revel with my Hera. With that, Hades inscribed a spatial confinement around Zeus and Ganymede, imprisoning them within, before vanishing in a plume of black smoke with Hera. Zeus had been stripped of his divine power and laws by Lin Yu, while Ganymede, possessing only diamond-level strength, was entirely incapable of breaking Hades' confinement. Infuriating. Detestable. Zeus shouted in wrath. How dare that insignificant Hades defy me? My lord, Ganymede consoled from the side. Please, do calm your anger. Calm. How can I calm down? Zeus fumed. I am seething with rage. He then seized Ganymede, forcibly pressing his head down. Meanwhile, in Jojo, at the portal's entrance, the Jojo guards and members of the 3 factions awaited. Lord, you have finally returned. Master, brother, should I now refer to you as clan leader? Someone suggested. Call me whatever you wish. It is merely a title, Lin Yu replied. How are the injured brothers faring? Zhang Qian flew before Lin Yu, declaring, Lord, the injured brothers have all recovered. Ah, you have worked hard, Lin Yu smiled. It was nothing. It is my duty, Zhang Qian shyly responded. The internal testing has concluded. Lin Yu announced, you all assist in relocating the citizens from the domestic evacuation points, then regroup at the Jiangxing base. I have further arrangements. Yes. The crowd replied in unison. One by one, portals materialized, and the crowd swiftly returned to their respective evacuation points to assist in the evacuation of citizens. Although it may appear that the evacuation points are somewhat superfluous at present, Lin Yu had not anticipated the weakness of the Olympus clan. The mightiest among them, Zeus, was merely of high emperor rank. Lin Yu had expected that, based on the game's patterns in previous confrontations, the attacking race this time would possess at least demigod-level strength. However, the situation unfolded with startling haste. The internal testing concluded within a mere hour. Yet Lin Yu felt a tinge of relief. Fortune favored him, as it turned out to be only high emperor rank. Had he faced a demigod-level adversary, he could not guarantee such a smooth passage through the testing phase, which might have resulted in substantial casualties. Nevertheless, the internal testing was finally over, and Jojo had successfully passed all assessments, ascending to become a member of the myriad races within the myriad realms. This marks one of the most monumental events in Jojo's over 5,000-year history. Throughout the lengthy historical timeline, regardless of Jojo or other nations on Blue Star, they remained confined to their planet, engaging in relentless conflict. They could never escape the limitations imposed by their celestial bodies. Yet now, within just over half a month, Jojo has become part of the myriad races across the myriad realms, its renown echoing throughout. Meanwhile, monumental changes have transpired on Blue Star. More than half of the 208 nations have perished, and the global population of 2 billion has dwindled to less than 5 billion. Presently, Jojo's total population exceeds the combined totals of other nations. This is also a task Lin Yu must undertake, to judiciously manage the 20 billion individuals. His intention is to relocate all 20 billion to extraterrestrial planets as minors. However, executing this plan presents significant challenges. Furthermore, aside from Valen Continent, Jyoti Planet, and Beidou Planet, there are no suitable locations to accommodate these individuals. Lin Yu has yet to explore these 3 planetary continents, and he must collaborate with Jojo's officials to meticulously plan this matter. After bidding farewell to the forces of the 9 provinces and the 3 factions, Lin Yu stepped into the teleportation array and returned to the Jiangxing base. In Chapter 120, titled Freely Choose Techniques and Treasures, within the Jiangxing base, Zhou Tai was remotely commanding operations across the 9 provinces. With a single glance, Lin Yu spotted Zhou Tai's true form. There haven't been any disturbances domestically, have there? Lin Yu inquired. What disturbances could arise? You've shifted the battlefield to Olympus. The domestic situation is quite stable, Zhou Tai replied with a smile. Ah, that's good. Lin Yu responded, pausing for a moment before continuing. There is one more matter. I intend to expel the remaining people from other countries to extraterrestrial planets. Although Lin Yu had already made up his mind, he still sought the counsel of the 9 provinces officials. Zhou was not surprised by this and remarked, "The higher-ups have stated that the 9 provinces will fully support any decision you make. Aren't you worried I might lead the 9 provinces down a path of no return?" Lin Yu queried. "Without you, not only would the 9 provinces be at risk, but all of humanity on Blue Star would likely face extinction," Zhou asserted. "We trust you." Feeling warmed by Zhou's trusting gaze, Lin Yu smiled and said, "Well, there's no rush on this matter. The most pressing concern is the upcoming war of 10,000 races in 3 days." Zhou then asked, "Do you have any further plans that require my cooperation?" "Indeed. I have some arrangements," Lin Yu replied. "I intend to first transform the cultivation environment of the 9 provinces and Blue Star, making the entire Blue Star a sanctuary for cultivation, while also constructing a protective array in space. Is that why you want to expel the others?" Zhou inquired. "That is part of the reasoning. There's no reason to let them take advantage of the situation," Lin Yu affirmed. Zhou chuckled lightly. The subsequent conversation unfolded in a friendly and harmonious atmosphere, as Lin Yu and Zhou engaged in profound discussions about the future direction of the 9 provinces, analyzing both the challenges and opportunities faced at this stage and exchanging their respective insights. Ultimately, the two reached a consensus on the development issues of the 9 provinces. They agreed that the 9 provinces were currently in a crucial period of transformative development and to triumph in the War of 10,000 Races. All individuals within the 9 provinces must unite, diligently cultivate, and collectively resist external threats. As time passed, Lin Yu soon sensed that everyone had returned to the Jiangqing base. "They have returned. Let us go and see," Lin Yu declared. "All right," Zhou replied. The two made their way to the base square, which now appeared somewhat crowded. Yet the excitement on the faces of the crowd had not diminished. Lin Yu addressed the assembled individuals, proclaiming, "The 9 provinces have successfully passed the internal assessment, and I have taken note of your contributions. I have previously stated that whether you are a member of the 9 provinces or from beyond, as long as you contribute to the 9 provinces, you shall reap the rewards. Recently, I have developed a brand new divine level technique based on the Yin-Yang Taiji Sutra, which I have named the Ta Ching Jade Formula. With diligent cultivation, you all can achieve divine level mastery." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, and even Zhou appeared astonished. Earlier, their conversation had kept Lin Yu's revelations entirely under wraps. The others were even more shocked and exhilarated. Divine level. Their allegiance to Lin Yu stemmed not only from a desire to survive, but also from the hope of one day attaining divine level power. The inhabitants of the Avengers City had initially surrendered to Lin Yu under Dr. Strange's guidance, hoping that one among them would rise to become a divine level powerhouse. "Leader, can everyone cultivate this technique?" a youthful voice inquired. Lin Yu turned to see a young disciple from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground, whose strength was merely at the intermediate gold level and possessed an ordinary physique with no special bloodlines or attributes. Achieving the intermediate gold level was already a miracle. "What is your name?" Lin Yu asked with a smile. "Leader, I am Han Li, an ordinary disciple of the Radiant Light Sacred Ground," he replied. "You have done well to cultivate to the intermediate gold level with an ordinary physique," Lin Yu remarked. "The Ta Ching Jade Formula is extremely balanced and harmonious. With perseverance and determination, an ordinary body can also reach divine level mastery." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Han Li's face filled with resolve as he silently vowed to cultivate to divine level mastery and trample upon those who once mocked him. Lin Yu did not prolong the suspense any further. A wave of spiritual energy enveloped everyone present, directly instilling the Ta Ching Jade Formula into the depths of their minds. The divine level chaotic visualization method was something no one could resist against Lin Yu's spiritual wave, not even Richard or Professor X. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu transmitted the 9 turns mysterious art and the chaotic visualization method, 2 divine level techniques, into the minds of the crowd. He then cautioned, additionally, the 9 turns mysterious art and the chaotic visualization method require exceptionally high qualifications. Without a powerful body and spirit, it will be challenging to succeed in cultivation. You may choose to cultivate selectively, without the need to force yourself. After speaking, he turned to the robot Zhang Shizhong, standing among the crowd, and instructed, "You are responsible for uploading these 3 manuals to the network for everyone to cultivate." Zhou interjected, "Once he uploading them online, allow people from abroad to learn from them? It matters not. Even if they manage to reach divine level through this manual, they will ultimately still have to work for the 9 provinces," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Although Lin Yu remarked that an ordinary body could also attain divine level mastery, it required immense perseverance, determination, and substantial cultivation resources. Soon, all foreigners would be sent to extraterrestrial planets to work as miners. The emergence of another divine level individual would be improbable unless there was another protagonist besides Lin Yu in this world. After imparting the techniques, Lin Yu retrieved Zeus's treasury from the jade bottle. However, Due to the treasury's vast size, spanning several thousand square meters, it could only be suspended above the base. Lin Yu addressed the crowd, stating, "This treasury was seized from Zeus, the king of Olympus, and contains over 10,000 treasures. Everyone present will have the opportunity to choose one treasure. Of course, if there are special circumstances, you may explain your reasons and be allowed to select multiple treasures." As Lin Yu finished speaking, the crowd's eyes gleamed with anticipation. They now had the techniques, and what they desperately lacked were weapons and equipment. Among those present, over half had been upgraded by Lin Yu using evolution points. Aside from initially providing 800 members of the 9 provinces with a batch of silver-grade equipment, he had later only given 2 pieces of weaponry to Zhao Daong and Lin Xiaoyu. Even his sister, Lin Meng, currently lacked a suitable weapon. The scarcity of evolution points had made it difficult to supply them adequately. Zeus's treasury would save Lin Yu several hundred million evolution points. Lin Yu commanded, "Those above diamond grade may enter first to select their treasures. After they are done, those of gold grade may enter." This was not a matter of Lin Yu treating them differently. There were over 5,000 individuals of gold rank and above present. Entering together would be excessively crowded. After Lin Yu finished speaking, everyone began to orderly soar into the treasury through the grand entrance, commencing the selection of their respective weaponry and equipment. Chapter 121, The Search for Treasure. Under Lin Yu's command, the 800 Jojo guards, along with individuals from 3 external factions, had a total of over 1,000 individuals of diamond rank and above. By the conclusion of the final round of internal testing, every member of the Jojo clan received a minor enhancement in strength. Naturally, those from the 3 external factions who participated in the defense also enjoyed this reward. Many gold rank individuals successfully advanced to the initial level of diamond rank, and those who had been stuck at the threshold between diamond high and initial king rank also ascended to the initial king rank. Currently, there are 20 individuals of king rank within the Jojo faction, with the mightiest among them being Li Daoqing, who, after absorbing a substantial amount of source energy, advanced to the intermediate king rank and subsequently received rewards, propelling him to the advanced king rank, thus becoming Lin Yu's most formidable enforcer. Slightly less powerful, there are 8 intermediate king rank individuals, namely Lin Meng, Xiang Wentian, Kong Xian, and Wu Ming, along with 3 ancestors from the Jiang family, Ji family, and Yao Qi. The leaders of several sacred places on Beidou Star, and the likes of Dr. Strange, Scarlet Witch, and Professor X from the Jodi Star. Further down the ranks, the majority were those of high diamond rank. The 800 Jojo guards, along with Yao Yao, Xiong Ba, Zhuge Lu Yun, and the 7 Knight Holy Monarch, all possessed high diamond rank strength. In total, there were nearly 200 individuals of intermediate and initial diamond rank combined. This group of over 1,000 represented the most formidable combat power of the Jojo clan, aside from Lin Yu. With their strength, even in Lin Yu's absence, they would surpass many lesser races among the myriad of factions. Upon entering the treasury, they were all dazzled by the radiant treasures before them. Within the expansive several thousand square meters of the treasury, over 10,000 items were meticulously arranged in layers of compartments. The luminescence emitted by these treasures illuminated the entire treasury, making additional lighting unnecessary. Wow, there are so many treasures. That old man Zeus has amassed such a trove over the years, and now it all belongs to us, someone exclaimed. This teaches us a valuable lesson. If you have something good, use it yourself first, or else it might just end up in someone else's hands. That's quite reasonable. My good brother, spend all your money quickly, lest it falls into someone else's hands. If you can't spend it all, I can assist. Get lost. All right, enough of the banter. Zhao Daong interjected, halting the playful bickering. Before we entered, the city lord instructed that all treasures of king rank and above possess their own weapon spirits, and certain special diamond rank treasures may also have a chance of giving birth to their own weapon spirits. When selecting such treasures, you must observe whether they accept you as their master. If they are unwilling, do not force it. As for treasures of gold rank, feel free to select without any restrictions. These were all instructions conveyed by Lin Yu to Zhao Daong upon their entry. Naturally, the crowd had no objections. They followed Lin Yu's directives without a hint of defiance. Soon, everyone began to swiftly navigate through the treasury, selecting treasures that suited them. However, after just a few minutes, none had yet found a fitting treasure. Given the overwhelming number of items, even if one spent merely a second on each, it would take nearly 3 hours to finish. That old man Zeus is truly lazy. He didn't even categorize or document anything. How are we supposed to choose? Don't be too smug about it. Zeus never anticipated that his painstakingly collected treasures would be divided among us. Ha ha ha, indeed. Let us hasten our pace. We have thousands of brothers waiting behind. Suddenly, a joyful exclamation resonated through the treasury. I found an emperor rank artifact. The crowd turned to see Lin Ming holding a colorful bell, engraved with a divine bird, which was indeed an Emperor rank artifact, the seven-colored Phoenix Bell. The bell radiated a dazzling spectrum of light in Lin Ming's hands, illuminating the entire treasury. Kong Xian and Xiang Wentian promptly flew to Lin Ming's side. "Congratulations, Mother, on acquiring an artifact," they said in unison. Lin Ming had grown accustomed to their address, treating them as if she had raised two little birds. At that moment, Lin Ming was overjoyed, unable to restrain her smile. This was her first acquired treasure, and an Emperor rank artifact at that. "Have you both found suitable treasures?" she inquired. "Mother, I have yet to find a suitable one," Kong Xian replied, shaking her head. "Me neither," Xiang Wentian added. "Actually, selecting a suitable treasure is quite simple," Lin Ming stated. At this moment, everyone halted their treasure hunting, pausing to quietly listen to Lin Ming's method. Observing the hopeful expressions on their faces, Lin Ming proclaimed loudly, "You simply need to release your aura, and the treasures that have weapon spirits will naturally sense it and respond to you." "Is it really that simple?" Kong Xian asked. "Of course. These weapon spirits are akin to children," Lin Ming explained. "As long as they like your aura, they will actively seek you out." "Thank you for your guidance, Mother. I shall go treasure hunting now and return to chat with you later," Kong Xian said. "Mother, I will also take my leave," Xiang Wentian chimed in. Go on, Lin Ming said with a cheerful smile. Ultimately, Lin Ming was merely a 16-year-old high school student. After discovering her desired treasure, her youthful exuberance became evident. Following her method, the others began to release their auras as well. Before long, the treasures in the treasury began to respond warmly to their energies. In no time, several items with weapon spirits were claimed by those fated to acquire them. The remaining individuals, unable to select treasures with weapon spirits, settled for those that simply caught their eye among the diamond rank artifacts. Unsurprisingly, no one chose any gold rank treasures, as their strengths were all at least at diamond rank. Opting for gold rank treasures would provide little enhancement to their abilities. In short order, all of the over 1,000 individuals had selected treasures suitable for themselves, and they then exited the treasury in an orderly fashion. Once everyone had emerged, Lin Yu cast a sweeping glance and instantly grasped the collective achievements of the group. There were over 20 Emperor rank artifacts within the treasury, aside from the 10 collected by Zeus himself. Moreover, the spoils obtained by Lin Yu after vanquishing numerous supreme deities were cast into the treasury. At this moment, 10 of these divine artifacts had been selected, leaving over 10 still awaiting suitable masters. Lin Yu, without further ado, arranged for individuals of golden tier strength to choose treasures. Soon, several thousand people soared into the treasury. Observing Zhou Tai, who stood motionless at the side, Lin Yu inquired, "Old Zhou, will you not select a suitable treasure for yourself?" Zhou Tai replied with a smile, "I shall wait until they have finished their selections." "Very well, as you wish," Lin Yu responded. After all, the treasury still housed a plethora of valuable items, and he had no doubt Zhou Tai would find something commendable. Should luck not favor Zhou Tai, Lin Yu could discreetly assist him in evolving a treasure, as a gesture of gratitude for Zhou Tai's tireless efforts for the Jiuzhou. At that moment, Yuan Qingji approached Lin Yu, somewhat bashfully articulating, "My lord, may I have the opportunity to select a few more items?" Chapter 122, Workers Deserve Their Days Off. Yuan Qingji, a former agricultural PhD from Jiuzhou, awakened the divine bloodline of Shinnong after being inducted into the Jiuzhou Guard. Subsequently, he was assigned to the logistics team. Although his combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the combat division, his affinity and control over plant life were unparalleled within the Jiuzhou Guard, deserving of recognition. "My lord, may I select a few more items?" Yuan Qingji implored Lin Yu. Lin Yu replied, "Certainly, but a reasonable justification is required." Yuan Qingji explained, "My lord, I recently discovered a sapling in the treasury that is exceptionally suited to me. Additionally, I have come across several types of golden tier crop seeds. I wish to take these seeds to cultivate them and see if I can grow such golden tier crops in the soil of Jiuzhou." With that, he extended his hand, from which a verdant sapling gradually emerged. Lin Yu was well aware of the nature of this sapling, a young world tree, albeit only at the initial stage, capable of reaching the peak of an emperor's level. Lin Yu held no great interest in this sapling and chose not to refine it himself. As for the golden tier crop seeds Yuan Qingji mentioned, Lin Yu had not previously noticed them, given the abundance of treasures. "Since this endeavor is for the cultivation of crops in Jiuzhou, I will entrust you with all the crop seeds in the treasury," Lin Yu declared. Among all those whom Lin Yu had evolved, only Yuan Qingji had awakened the Shinnong bloodline associated with plants. If he did not take these seeds for cultivation, they would merely languish in the treasury. Lin Yu was not one to be stingy, as long as there was a legitimate reason. He would not dismiss the requests of the Jiuzhou Guard. Overjoyed by Lin Yu's approval, Yuan Qingji exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord," and once again flew into the treasury. Apart from Yuan Xingji, no one else expressed a desire to select additional treasures. The others were not greedy individuals. At this juncture, Lin Xiaomei stepped forward, addressing Lin Yu. My lord, I heard from Suo Ding that there is a thunder pool on the Valen continent that can enhance one's strength. I wish to pay a visit. Very well. Lin Yu replied, the teleportation array is no longer restricted. Let Suo Ding guide you. Furthermore, see if there are any other valuable items on the Valen continent to bring back. Yes, my lord. Subsequently, the leader of the Mani sect, Shurjia, approached and said, Amit Ba, I wonder if my lord remembers the agreement we made. During a previous assessment, Lin Yu and the old monk Shurjia had engaged in a philosophical discussion. Although Lin Yu triumphed in all 3 rounds, he ultimately agreed to return the fortune of Mani City to Shurjia after the tests concluded. With Jojo successfully passing the internal assessment and ascending to a myriad of races, Mani City had also contributed in some measure. Shurjia boldly requested the fortune of the Mani sect from Lin Yu. Naturally, Lin Yu was not one to go back on his word. Of course. Lin Yu replied with a smile, I have always kept my promises. With that, he effortlessly infused a stream of golden light into Shurjia's body, which was indeed the fortune of the Mani sect. After this series of tests, Jojo's fortune had multiplied by hundreds of times. Returning the fortune to Shurjia would bear no adverse effects. Shurjia felt a surge of fortune within him, even more potent than that of the Mani sect itself. A rare smile graced his usually serene face. Amit Ba, the old monk, is deeply grateful for the Lord's generous gift, Shurjia said, palms together in gratitude. This is what you rightfully deserve, Lin Yu responded. He then glanced at representatives from the other major factions and added, I previously promised many of you that I would return your race's fortunes. Today, I shall fulfill that promise. With that, streams of golden light flowed into the bodies of the crowd. The various racial factions from the Valen continent, the Beidou planet, and the Judy planet, totaling over 40 factions, reclaimed their fortunes. They soon realized that their respective fortunes had indeed grown significantly, and expressions of joy abounded. Thank you, my lord, they all exclaimed in unison. As I have always said, perform your duties well, and you shall reap the rewards, Lin Yu stated. With only 3 days remaining until the onset of the Myriad Races War, I shall grant you 2 days off. You may return home for a visit. Additionally, search for a piece of barren land on your respective planets and continents that can sustain life, as I intend to exile several billion people there. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere became lively once more. Since their arrival in the Myriad Races battlefield, having been conquered by Lin Yu and subsequently fighting on his behalf in Olympus, they had not returned home in quite some time. Now, the prospect of returning filled them with elation. At this moment, Yihang approached Lin Yu, somewhat shyly stating, My lord, may I make a visit to the Yao Pool? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu glanced at Yao Yao and the holy mother of the Yao Pool nearby. Instantly understanding the implication, he wished to accompany his beloved back to her familial home. Lin Yu chuckled, I said I would grant each of you 2 days off. Go wherever you wish. I shall not interfere. Yihang's face lit up with joy. Thank you, my lord, he exclaimed, racing to Yao Yao's side and taking her hand in his. Yao Yao's cheeks flushed, but she made no move to reject him. Just then, Stark stepped forward and said, My lord, if you intend to exile individuals from Jojo to other nations, you might consider the Jyoti planet. Can your Jyoti planet accommodate 20 billion people? Lin Yu inquired. My lord, you have not visited the Jyoti planet, so you may not know. It is not merely one planet, Stark explained. Pray tell, Lin Yu urged. The Jyoti planet consists not only of the planet we inhabit, but also 3 suns and 6 moons, hence its name. These 6 moons are rich in mineral resources, and people from various nations and factions are vigorously mining these resources. Simultaneously, a significant number of laborers are needed. Can ordinary people survive on these moons? Lin Yu asked. They can survive, though the conditions are rather harsh, Stark replied. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Perfect. It seemed as though this planet was tailor-made for the miners. This was the one. Lin Yu hastily urged Stark and the others from the Jyoti planet to return and make preparations to receive the exiles he would be sending over. Observing this, the others bid farewell to Lin Yu one by one before returning to their respective planets and continents. Lin Ming glanced at Xiang Wentian and Kong Xian, who had not yet departed, and inquired, Aren't you two going back to the Valen continent? There's nothing worth reminiscing about in the Valen continent. We only wish to accompany you, mother, replied Kong Xian. I feel the same, added Xiang Wentian. What could be more important than being with you, mother? Well, if that's the case, Lin Ming responded, I also want to return home to see my parents. Will you two accompany me? Of course, wherever you are, we shall be. Kong Xian affirmed. However, Lin Ming hesitated, contemplating the implications of a 16-year-old girl bringing along 2 older children. Although it was her brother who had insisted, she wondered if her parents would accept it. Noticing Lin Ming's distress, Kong Xian reassured her, Do not worry, mother, we have our ways. With that, Kong Xian transformed into a miniature, multicolored peacock. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Wentian followed suit, morphing into a sparrow-sized golden-winged roc. The two then perched on Lin Meng's shoulders. Looking at the two small birds, Lin Meng couldn't help but smile through her tears. Well, this should be acceptable to my parents, she remarked, glancing back at Lin Yu. Brother, will you return with me? You go ahead, I'll be back later tonight, Lin Yu replied. All right then, I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Lin Meng said, casually sketching a spatial teleportation array that whisked her back to her hometown. Chapter 123, Discoveries Beneath the Sun. Once everyone had selected their treasures, Lin Yu sent them on their way. With 3 days remaining until the onset of the 10,000 Races War, Lin Yu currently had no tasks to assign them. He then privately instructed Zhou Tai to select a suitable treasure from the treasury, which he subsequently stored within the jade bottle. Old Zhou, find a larger place to store the treasury for me sometime, Lin Yu said to Zhou Tai. Of course, no problem, Zhou Tai replied. But are you certain you don't want to keep this treasury by your side? In response, Lin Yu smiled and said, I have no need for these items. They were intended for you all. Inform everyone that anyone who reaches the golden level and makes significant contributions to the 9 provinces can choose a suitable treasure from the treasury. Consider it a small benefit for me. I will ensure this message is conveyed, Zhou Tai assured him. I believe that with these treasures as motivation, the citizens will be even more driven to cultivate. Indeed, I must also find a place to enhance my own strength, Lin Yu remarked. With over 100 million evolution points still at his disposal, he wished to see if he could elevate his power to the semi-divine or divine level. After all, the true 10,000 Races War was unlike the minor skirmishes before. Among the myriad races, the number of divine-level civilizations was uncertain, with his mere initial emperor-level strength. Although he could defeat opponents of higher ranks, it was still far from sufficient among the myriad races. Currently, he could not even prevail against a typical adult from a divine civilization. True strength was the foundation of existence. Just as Lin Yu was about to depart, 2 lions trotted up to him eagerly. Master, did you forget about us? Jiu Ling inquired. How could I? Lin Yu chuckled. In truth, if Jiu Ling had not sought him out, he might have almost forgotten that he had 2 diamond-level pets beneath his command. After all, he was surrounded by formidable allies and fierce generals, rendering his 2 diamond-level pets rather inconspicuous. Nevertheless, Lin Yu held no disdain for Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng, as they had fought alongside him since the beginning, forging a deep bond. Moreover, both lions possessed the potential for divine-level cultivation, albeit their inclination for slumber often took precedence over training. This was likely due to their origins as stone lions, which had stood motionless before the city lord's mansion for years, cultivating a lazy habit. Lin Yu looked at the pair of average-sized lions, Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng, and remarked, You two are far too lazy. You still haven't reached the king level, while I'm on the brink of divine level. Jiu Ling, looking aggrieved, replied, Master, we have been diligently training. Yuan Sheng chimed in. Yes, Master, your cultivation speed is simply too swift for us to keep up. That may be true, Lin Yu conceded. But I suppose I can lend you a hand. You two prancing around with 3 heads are bound to frighten the little ones. Thank you, Master. Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng exclaimed joyfully. System, elevate the strength of Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng, the blue lions, to the initial king level. Based on Lin Yu's estimations, once they reach the king level, they should be able to transform into human forms. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Jiu Ling has acquired 1,000th of the Jiu Ling Yuan Sheng bloodline. Current strength level. Initial king. Evolution successful. Yuan Sheng has acquired 1,000th of the Jiu Ling Yuan Sheng bloodline. Current strength level. Initial king. Current remaining evolution points available. 102, 513, 561. Evolution concluded. The 2 blue lions sprouted 2 additional heads, transforming into 5-headed lions. They were now just 4 heads shy of the 9-headed lion forms of Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng. It was believed that once they evolved to possess 9 heads, they would undoubtedly leave their mark across the myriad worlds. Following their evolution to the king level, the 2 blue lions let out triumphant roars that echoed through the base, shattering several windows. Calm down, you two. Stop bellowing all day long. You've already broken the windows. Lin Yu chided with a laugh. The cost of repairs will be deducted from your wages. Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng fell silent. Master, do we even have wages? Jiu Ling asked, feeling aggrieved. Since you don't, you two can work with Zhou Tai for the next few days to pay off your debts, Lin Yu instructed. Can you two transform now? Yes, Master, they replied in unison. With that, Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng shape-shifted into human forms, 1 male and 1 female. Yuan Sheng appeared as a young woman in her 20s, while Jiu Ling transformed into a middle-aged man with a full beard. Lin Yu, looking dismayed, remarked, Among all my subordinates, you are the ugliest. Your appearance does not suit Yuansheng at all. Yuansheng stifled a laugh, showing no signs of disdain. Jiuling, feeling wronged, said, I didn't wish to look this way, master. If you could teach me some illusion techniques, I would like to transform into a handsome figure like you. The Taiching Jade Sutra contains spells on illusions. Practice them on your own, Lin Yu replied dismissively, pushing Jiuling away. He then turned to Zhou Tai and said, These two will be entrusted to you for the next few days. Ensure they contribute well to the 9 provinces. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. Zhou Tai assured him. Lin Yu then cautioned Jiuling and Yuansheng not to cause any trouble before raising his head to gaze at the sun above. With a thought, he stirred. A teleportation array materialized, and Lin Yu stepped through, arriving atop the sun. The sun, a celestial body primarily composed of hydrogen and helium, is in a perpetual state of nuclear fusion, releasing copious amounts of light and heat into the cosmos. It serves as the vital energy source for all life on the blue planet. The surface temperature of the sun reaches an astounding 5,000 degrees Celsius, rendering survival on its surface nearly impossible for anyone below the rank of a king-level body-refining practitioner. However, for Lin Yu, such a perilous environment was merely child's play. Not even his hair was singed. As for Lin Yu's purpose for venturing here, there were 2 primary reasons. First, evolution necessitates a secluded environment. Second, it was to harness the sun's immense energy to construct a protective formation. While he may not aim to shield the entire solar system, at the very least, he intended to safeguard the blue planet. With the sun's energy at his disposal, he could conserve a substantial amount of evolution points. This was Lin Yu's inaugural visit to the sun's surface, and he felt a thrill of excitement as he curiously surveyed his surroundings, glancing into the core of the sun. Through his imperial-grade fiery eyes, he perceived the nuclear fusion reactions occurring within the sun in their entirety. Suddenly, 2 peculiar objects came into view. Peering closely with his fiery eyes, Lin Yu discerned that deep within the sun's core lay 2 enormous oval-shaped eggs. Initially, he suspected they might be stones or metallic objects. But upon reflection, he realized that the core's temperature soared to 15 million degrees. Solid matter simply could not exist in such extreme heat, having long since been melted into its most fundamental particles. Observing the 2 massive eggs, nearly 700,000 kilometers away, Lin Yu swiftly propelled himself towards the sun's core. The temperature around him continued to rise, yet it had no effect on him whatsoever. Before long, he found himself before the 2 eggs, where the temperature had now escalated to over 15 million degrees. Remarkably, the eggs remained unscathed, and Lin Yu soon discovered that life resided within them. Through his fiery eyes, Lin Yu observed that the 2 eggs housed living entities, already hatched and resembling the mythical 3-legged golden crows. However, the 2 fledglings had yet to open their eyes. Lin Yu gazed at the 2 3-legged golden crows within the eggs and mused. These 2 creatures bear a striking resemblance to the mythological figures Dijun and Tai Yi. Having 2 demon emperors as pets should suffice for elevating my status. After all, I already have plenty of birds and little lions at home. They can join the menagerie. With Lin Ming's Kong Xian and Xiang Wentian accompanying him, along with Jiuling and Yuansheng. Adding these 2 3-legged golden crows to his retinue would indeed create a veritable zoo. Moreover, these 2 3-legged golden crows possessed immense potential, even before hatching. They exhibited diamond-level prowess. Once they emerged, they would undoubtedly reach the level of king-class demon beasts, capable of standing on their own. System. Assist in evolving these 2 3-legged golden crows and facilitate their early emergence, Lin Yu commanded. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. First golden crow's current power level, primary king. Evolution successful. Second golden crow's current power level, primary king. Current available evolution points remaining, 102 for 193, 561. The evolution concluded. Instantly, the 2 3-legged golden crows opened their eyes. The fledglings surveyed their surroundings and instinctively began to peck at the eggshells with their hard beaks. The shells, impervious to the 15 million degree heat, quickly yielded to their persistent efforts. The 2 3-legged golden crows, each measuring 2 meters in length, swiftly emerged from their shells. Upon their hatching, the 2 crows immediately spotted Lin Yu and fluttered over to his side. Folding their wings, they gently nudged him with their heads. Lin Yu smiled and patted the heads of the 2 golden crows, saying, "It was worth the effort to help you. You even recognize your master." The 2 fledglings appeared utterly delighted, letting out excited chirps. Observing that the 2 little creatures were unable to speak, Lin Yu imparted 2 beams of golden light into their minds, which contained not only the Taiching Jade Classic, but also a wealth of cultural knowledge. The 2 3-legged golden crows closed their eyes, processing the information flooding their minds. Before long, they transformed into the forms of 2 young boys, kneeling neatly before Lin Yu. "Thank you, Master, for your benevolence. Thank you, Master, for your benevolence. They both exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Lin Yu replied with a nod. The Taiching Jade Classic is sufficient for you to cultivate to the divine level. You must strive diligently and not grow complacent. Yes, Master. Furthermore, now that you both have the ability to transform into human forms, it is time to give you proper names. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, then pointed at the left golden crow, declaring, "You shall be named Lin Pao." Then he pointed at the right golden crow, stating, "You shall be called Lin Ergo." However, the faces of the two golden crows displayed no signs of joy. "What's the matter? Are you two dissatisfied?" Lin Yu inquired. The left golden crow, Lin Pao, replied with a hint of grievance, "Master, did you forget that you have just imparted the cultural knowledge of the 9 provinces to us?" The two golden crows possessed remarkable learning abilities, quickly mastering the art of transformation and digesting a substantial portion of the cultural knowledge Lin Yu had bestowed upon them. Naturally, they understood that Pao and Ergo were not particularly esteemed names. With a straight face, Lin Yu said, "That was merely a test of your comprehension of knowledge. It seems the results are quite satisfactory." After saying this, he earnestly bestowed upon them more appropriate names. The left golden crow was named Lin Dijun, while the right was named Lin Tai. "Thank you, Master, for the names," Dijun and Tai chorused. "All right, you two, step aside," Lin Yu instructed sternly. "Yes." Dijun and Tai promptly retreated 10 miles. Lin Yu glanced at the remaining evolution points on his personal panel, which exceeded 100 million, and murmured, "I hope to evolve to the demigod level. System, expend 50 million evolution points to evolve the Pangu Bloodline. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 5 of the Pangu Bloodline. Current power level, High Emperor. Current available evolution points remaining, 52 for 193, 561. The evolution concluded. Once again, various celestial phenomena materialized around Lin Yu, and this time the spectacle was even more awe-inspiring. Surrounding him, in addition to the ethereal forms of the 4 legendary beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, 2 colossal phantoms resembling 3-legged golden crows emerged. Observing the sacred beast manifestations surrounding Lin Yu, Dijun and Tai were left utterly astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Are these 2 golden crows reflections of ourselves? They certainly appear formidable. Moreover, Dijun and Tai, through observing the extraordinary manifestations of the 3-legged golden crows, have subtly grasped the direction in which the Golden Crow clan cultivates. For those who lack a hereditary lineage, this insight could significantly reduce their detours on the path of evolution. The two have only recently attained the initial level of kingly power, yet they are already exhibiting signs of a potential breakthrough. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu retracted his aura and murmured, 50 million evolution points only elevate me to the advanced emperor level. It's likely that the remaining 50 million 1T suffice to reach the demigod tier. The journey of evolution remains arduous. After expressing his sentiments, Dijun and Tai soared to Lin Yu's side, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master, on your remarkable increase in power." Lin Yu observed them and remarked, "It seems you two have also made notable gains." "Indeed, Master, your discerning insight is unparalleled," Dijun replied. "Very well, you may leave for now," Lin Yu stated. As he finished speaking, a teleportation array appeared behind Dijun and Tai, gently propelling them away. When they reappeared, they found themselves millions of kilometers distant from the sun. Master S abilities are truly vast. This teleportation technique is nothing short of miraculous, Tai said enviously. It's a pity that the Taiching Jade Sutra does not document such methods. We are uncertain if Master would be willing to teach us, Dijun added. Master has already imparted divine-level techniques to us. He surely will not be stingy. Let us diligently cultivate and contribute to the 9 provinces. Master will undoubtedly teach us, he reasoned. As Lin Yu's evolution summoned a celestial phenomenon, it also triggered violent fluctuations in the sun, over 100 million kilometers away on the blue star. Within the Jiangxing base of the 9 provinces, Assistant Xiao Wang hurriedly approached Zhou Tai and reported, "Director, we just received a call from the space station indicating that a few moments ago, a severe solar flare occurred, which may impact the blue star." "Yes, I am aware," Zhou Tai replied without lifting his gaze. Xiao Wang, still anxious, pressed, "Director, but..." "Enough. There is nothing to be concerned about," Zhou Tai assured confidently. Lin Yu is currently on the sun. This event might very well be his doing. Zhou Tai had witnessed Lin Yu traverse to the sun's surface via the teleportation array. He raised his head and continued, "Moreover, with the protection of the 9 tripods, even the most intense radiation will not affect the 9 provinces. There is no cause for alarm." "I see. That puts my mind at ease," Xiao Wang sighed in relief. "Now, please inform the space station of the situation and assure them there is no need for concern." "Understood." At this moment, Lin Yu remained oblivious to the disturbances he had caused on the blue star, as he was still deep within the Sun's core, contemplating how to harness the Sun's energy to construct a formidable defensive array. Chapter 125, The Celestial Star Array. Constructing a protective array in the vastness of space is no small feat, especially given the immense distances between celestial bodies. The light emitted from the sun takes 8 minutes to reach the blue star. The challenge lies in connecting the celestial bodies while minimizing energy loss. A perplexing dilemma Lin Yu grappled with for some time without arriving at a suitable solution. I've been careless, focusing solely on the sun's abundant energy without preparing an appropriate array to utilize it, Lin Yu lamented. Could I perhaps construct a Dyson sphere around the sun? A multitude of ideas flashed through Lin Yu's mind, but each was dismissed in turn. Suddenly, after observing Dijun and Tai Yi, inspiration struck him. He recalled a mythical array, the Celestial Star Array, a guardian formation of the ancient demon clan South Heavenly Court, utilizing the solar and lunar stars as focal points. With 365 great celestial banners and 14,800 small celestial banners to connect the powers of the cosmos, this could indeed form the Celestial Star Array, whose might is capable of annihilating heaven and earth. This is it, Lin Yu resolved. If I am to create something, it shall be the finest. The ancient demon clan's guardian array is perfectly suited to shield the blue star and the solar system. Although the Celestial Star Array currently existed only in name, lacking a tangible formation or celestial banners, this would not deter Lin Yu. No formation? I shall fabricate one and then evolve it. No celestial banners? I can craft a few small flags and then evolve them. After all, the fictional 18 dragons subduing palms had been transformed into the genuine dragon treasure art, and the imagined cloud-leaping technique had evolved into the earth-soaring golden light. Thus, it stands to reason that a self-invented array could naturally have a chance to evolve into the authentic Celestial Star Array. Admittedly, the probability may not be exceedingly high, but that mattered little. Lin Yu still possessed over 50 million evolution points. He could afford to experiment slowly, certain that success would eventually come. He held faith in his own fortune, and his aspirations were modest. For now, a low-tier version of the Celestial Star Array would suffice, with hopes of gradually upgrading it until one day it could evolve into a world-destroying array. Determined, Lin Yu retrieved paper and pen from the jade pure bottle, ready to begin his imaginative endeavor. However, the moment he produced them, they melted away. He had once again underestimated the situation. Lin Yu, still situated in the sun's core, faced temperatures exceeding 15 million degrees Celsius. Ordinary paper and pens could scarcely withstand such extreme heat. Remarkably, due to Lin Yu's immense physical power, he felt as if he were merely taking a warm bath despite being in such a terrifyingly high-temperature environment. With a thought, a spatial teleportation array manifested before him. Lin Yu stepped through, arriving before Dijun and Tai Yi. Without waiting for their words, he whisked them back to the Jiangqing base. Dijun and Tai Yi were instantly captivated by the base's scenery, which paled in comparison to the sun's core, where only heat prevailed. Master, is this the 9 provinces? Tai Yi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, Lin Yu replied. Do not wander off. After stating this, he ignored them. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of A4 sheets floated neatly in the air. Lin Yu then swiftly inscribed the characters for the Celestial Star Array upon them, using magical power. Although it appeared somewhat whimsical, with a stroke of luck, these formations could materialize. System, expend 1 evolution point for each sheet to initiate evolution, Lin Yu commanded. In response, a chorus of system prompts echoed in Lin Yu's mind, all of which he promptly silenced. Upon completion of the evolution, Lin Yu scanned the changes with his eyes, letting out a disappointed sigh. Has my luck run dry? This round of evolution yielded less than desirable results. Not a single A4 sheet had transformed into the Celestial Star Array. This is illogical. Perhaps the quantity was insufficient, or the content too scant. Lin Yu pondered, recalling his previous experiences with evolving techniques and texts. Although it also transforms the illusory into the tangible, the manuals in question invariably include some textual descriptions. Unlike this recent evolution, which consists solely of a mundane A4 sheet accompanied by a few rather dry words, rendering the entire affair somewhat trivial. Practical application remains the singular criterion for verifying truth. Lin Yu sought out Zhou Tai to procure several thousand A4 sheets, subsequently locating a few esteemed tomes on formations from the Taoist texts he had previously gathered. He selected several renowned formations and transcribed them onto the A4 sheets, replicating them in the thousands. Finally, he inscribed the characters for the great formation of the celestial sphere across each sheet, hoping for efficacy this time. Lin Yu instructed the system to expend 1 evolution point for each sheet to undergo evolution. With a series of resounding notifications, The thousands of A4 sheets before him completed their transformation. A glance from Lin Yu revealed a look of delight as he held one sheet aloft. The fictional great formation of the celestial sphere had successfully evolved into the golden tier. Moreover, the once plain white paper now shimmered in golden hues, filled with extensive descriptions and detailed deployment methods for the formation. With the formation established, he turned his attention to the more than 10,000 celestial banners. Lin Yu sought out Zhou Tai again, acquiring a substantial quantity of fabric and steel, preparing to find a secluded spot to forge the celestial banners. Wait a moment. Who are these two children? Zhou Tai inquired, detaining Lin Yu as he was about to leave. These two are three-legged golden crows, discovered within the sun, Lin Yu replied. Let them stay at the base for now. Zhou Tai was momentarily rendered speechless. Three-legged golden crows. Aren't they mythical divine birds? Your family must have a profound connection with them, he marveled. Perhaps my ancestors were descendants of these divine birds, Lin Yu mused. Please keep an eye on them for me. I will return to take them once my tasks are complete. Rest assured, I shall take good care of them. Zhou Tai assured him. With that, Lin Yu departed with the golden tier great formation of the celestial sphere, returning once more to the familiar Antarctic. After several hours, he successfully forged 365 great celestial banners and 14,800 lesser celestial banners. However, these celestial banners were merely superficial at this stage. They were not true celestial banners. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment before speaking. System. Evolve the great formation of the celestial sphere along with these celestial banners to the initial diamond tier. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the initial diamond tier great formation of the celestial sphere. Current remaining evolution points, 52, 453, 561. Indeed, it is effective, Lin Yu exclaimed with a smile. With the guidance of the golden tier great formation of the celestial sphere, the evolutionary trajectory of the celestial banners would align with that of the formation, culminating in the successful evolution of a complete great formation of the celestial sphere. With a suitable direction for evolution established, Lin Yu, with unwavering resolve, expended 10 million evolution points to elevate the diamond tier great formation of the celestial sphere to the initial emperor tier. Although there remained a considerable distance to the true great formation of the celestial sphere, its power was formidable nonetheless. Lin Yu gazed at the more than 10,000 celestial banners hovering before him and swiftly collected them into the jade purity vase. He then utilized the teleportation array to ascend to the sun's surface. Chapter 126. Evolution of the Blue Star, the embryonic form of the heavenly Tao. Lin Yu once again ventured deep into the sun's core, retrieving the sun's celestial banner from the jade purity vase. Employing a unique formation technique, he integrated it into the sun's core. In an instant, he sensed that the energy of the entire sun was now under his command. Subsequently, he journeyed to the moon, merging the lunar celestial banner into its surface. In the original mythos, the great formation of the celestial sphere utilized the sun and moon as its focal points, continuously supplying solar and lunar energy. However, in the present solar system, only the sun could provide such energy. The energies from other planets were negligible in comparison, especially that of the moon, where the lunar energy was exceedingly weak. The authentic great formation of the celestial sphere could not be established. Thus, a modified, weakened version had to suffice. After integrating the lunar celestial banner into the moon, he subsequently infused the remaining celestial banners into the surrounding void, ultimately forming a simplified version of the great formation of the celestial sphere. The moment the formation was completed, an invisible wave surged forth, enveloping the expanse between the sun and the blue star. Within the formation's coverage, even ordinary emperor tier powerhouses could be easily subdued. Although this formation could not annihilate the heavens and the earth like the true great formation of the celestial sphere, it sufficed for the temporary protection of the solar system. Lin Yu regarded the concealed great formation of the celestial sphere amidst the starry expanse, clapping his hands with a smile. Finally, it's done. He then turned his gaze toward the distant blue star. The once azure sphere, following numerous battles, had become ravaged in many areas, suffering not only from the destruction wrought by the flame armor dragon, but also from humanity's own devastation. The extensive nuclear explosions had severely harmed the ecological environment of the blue star, incinerating vast forests and melting glaciers. Though the JoJo had dispatched numerous cleansing agents worldwide to eliminate the residual nuclear radiation, and thousands of spiritual veins were gradually ameliorating the blue star's environment, the progress was agonizingly slow. After all, only a few days had passed since the spiritual veins were awarded. At this moment, on the blue star, only the land of JoJo, under the protection of the 9 tripod and the auspicious golden dragon, had not suffered any damage. Moreover, the 500 spiritual veins beneath the surface nourished JoJo continuously, resulting in an ecological environment that was now hundreds of times better than before. Nevertheless, it still fell short of Lin Yu's aspirations, for he intended to transform the entire blue star into a realm of immortals, a true sanctuary where everyone could ascend to immortality. System, expend 20 million evolution points to evolve the blue star, Lin Yu commanded, still possessing over 40 million evolution points. Dedicating half of those points to the evolution of the blue star was indeed generous. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. The blue star has evolved into a golden tier life planet. Evolution successful. The blue star has awakened initial consciousness. Current remaining evolution points, 21, 521, 261. As the evolution concluded, Lin Yu observed from space the series of transformations occurring on the blue star. The planet, originally with a diameter of merely over 10,000 kilometers, rapidly expanded to a colossal sphere with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. Its mass and gravitational force instantly magnified. Fortunately, the lunar celestial banner was there to safeguard the moon. The allure of the blue star's gravitational pull did not ensnare him. On the surface of the blue star, the various continents and oceans were proportionately magnified. Through his discerning eye, Lin Yu discerned that on foreign territories, due to the expansion of land area, numerous structures had collapsed, and subterranean bases crumbled one after another. The population abroad had once again plummeted drastically. Only the 9 provinces remained unscathed, safeguarded by the 9 tripod and the auspicious golden dragon. Its land area retained its original expanse of over 9 million square kilometers. The inhabitants of the 9 provinces merely perceived a slight tremor beneath their feet, akin to a mild earthquake, which soon subsided. Besides the increase in size, the ecological environment of the blue star underwent profound transformations. The glaciers at the north and south poles, previously melted, surged upwards and refroze instantaneously. Vast forests began to flourish across the blue star, and a continuous flow of spiritual energy gradually emanated from its depths. The spiritual veins on the blue star multiplied by thousands in an instant, with the overall spiritual energy becoming several times denser than before. Within the confines of the 9 provinces, the intensity of spiritual energy became so pronounced that it was nearly visible to the naked eye. Thus, the 9 provinces had unequivocally evolved into a sanctum for cultivation. Quite remarkable, Lin Yu remarked with satisfaction as he observed the transformations of the blue star and the 9 provinces. System, do planets possess tiers as well? He inquired, voicing his curiosity. All things in the world possess a hierarchy. However, most entities do not meet the criteria for classification. What does it mean for a life-bearing planet to be of golden tier? Lin Yu continued to probe. A golden tier signifies both the inherent potential of the planet and the latent capabilities of the living beings upon it. I see. Then what consciousness has awakened within the blue star? The consciousness of a planet is birthed from the amalgamation of the wills of all life upon it, akin to what you may refer to as the heavenly path. The heavenly path? This humble blue star can give rise to such a thing? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. In his understanding, the heavenly path was not a benevolent entity. As it undergoes prolonged evolution, its formerly impartial nature can succumb to selfish desires, often leading to catastrophic judgments that threaten the existence of myriad lives. Thus, in many mythological tales, one frequently encounters deities uniting to confront the heavenly path. Is this entity of any use? If it serves no purpose, I shall obliterate it, Lin Yu declared. The nascent heavenly path is inherently just and selfless. It governs sentient beings more effectively within the operational rules of the world. Is that not akin to inviting an ancestor to oversee one's life daily? Lin Yu retorted, deeming it more prudent to eliminate it. Even should you extinguish this particular heavenly path, a new one will inevitably arise. The heavenly path is born from the collective will of sentient beings and cannot be truly eradicated. This is an immutable law of every cultivating civilization. Since annihilation is not an option, I shall seek to control it, Lin Yu resolved. He recalled a certain mythical world where a protagonist, adorned with the halo of destiny, vanquished an evil heavenly path with the combined might of numerous deities, only to give birth to a benevolent one. This benevolent heavenly path offered the protagonist a fragment of its essence to prevent the resurgence of selfishness. Although Lin Yu harbored no fear of any malevolent heavenly path ultimately overshadowing him, it was prudent to prepare for any eventuality. Resolutely, Lin Yu summoned the profound power of his imperial soul, swiftly capturing a faint consciousness hidden deep within the blue star. The heavenly path of the blue star, in its infancy, appeared exceedingly feeble, lacking the understanding of how to wield the world's rules. Without hesitation, Lin Yu imprinted a fragment of his essence into the heavenly path. With this mark in place, regardless of how formidable the heavenly path might become, Lin Yu would possess the means to obliterate it with but a thought. Having resolved all matters at hand, Lin Yu returned once more to the Jiangqing base.